Chapter 1. A Political Marriage. The Misfortunes of Obito. In the early morning, a faint light of dawn filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow across the room. A young girl, clad in traditional shomoku, stood before a bronze mirror, observing her deep red hair as it was gradually styled into an elegant updo. This was attire reserved solely for weddings. When the auspicious hour arrived, she would be seated in a bridal palanquin, departing from the Uzumaki clan to marry into the Uchiha family of Konoha. It was a union forged for political gain. All of this stemmed from a certain individual known as Uchiha Hokage. Is Uchiha Hokage truly as remarkable as the rumors suggest? Uzumaki Kushina murmured to herself, gazing into the mirror. Behind her, a maid, brimming with admiration, recounted Hokage's numerous achievements. He is the most prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, having ascended to the position of vice captain of the Uchiha Guard at a remarkably young age. Moreover, he is exceptionally disciplined, training diligently every day, and has now attained the strength of an elite jonin. His first mission was in strength task, and since gaining fame, he has never suffered a defeat. According to rumors, the next captain of the Uchiha Guard will undoubtedly be Hokage. In other words, he is already deemed the next clan leader of the Uchiha family. So you need not worry at all. Once you marry into the Uchiha clan, you can simply enjoy a life of luxury. The maid's reverent words echoed in Kushina's ears as she remained silent, contemplating her reflection. Had their interactions been normal, she might have found herself enamored with this exceptional young man named Hokage. Yet, the reality was that this was a political marriage, inherently different from the rest. She loathed this sentiment. Kushina, a woman, entered from outside, interrupting Kushina's thoughts. Turning at the sound, she noticed a somewhat foolish-looking young boy accompanying the woman. He is Uchiha Obito, the representative sent to escort you from the Uchiha clan. He is also 5 years younger than Uchiha Hokage and has come bearing a gift for you. Hello, sister-in-law. Obito sweetly addressed Kushina, causing her to blush at the unexpected title. How could she be called sister-in-law when she had not yet married? However, it must be something significant for her younger brother to come bearing gifts. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Kushina. What could this boy, whom she had yet to meet, possibly present her with? Her gaze fell upon Obito as he retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from his ninja tool pouch and presented it to her. The woman and maid, noticing the spark of excitement on Kushina's face, quietly withdrew, granting her the solitude to examine the contents of the box. In the spacious room, only Kushina and Obito remained. Approaching the table, she opened the gift box, revealing a neatly folded letter nestled within. Is this a love letter? In an instant, Kushina's cheeks flushed. Though this was a political marriage, she found herself yearning to be treated like a princess, cherished by her husband. Noticing Kushina's hesitance as she stared silently at the envelope, Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. My older brother is a training fanatic, but he has shown particular concern for your matters. This is the first time I've seen him write a letter. It seemed his older brother had finally blossomed, an extraordinary feat. At least he wouldn't be alone for a lifetime. Yet, as Kushina unfolded the letter, Obito felt an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room. After perusing the contents of the letter, Kushina slightly folded it back, a smile adorning her face as she looked at Obito. Is this what your brother wishes to convey to me? Yeah, what's wrong, sister-in-law? Obito replied instinctively. However, that one phrase struck a nerve with Kushina. Sister-in-law? I am not your sister-in-law. With a resounding thud, Kushina's fist came crashing down on Obito's head, causing a large bump to form visibly. Obito clutched his head, howling in pain. Kushina hurled the letter at him, her voice icy as she declared, "You go back and tell Hokage that even if I were to call off the engagement, it would be I who goes to him to do so." Only then did Obito notice the two large characters on the letter, "Call off engagement." His eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you set me up. Such perilous news, and he hadn't even been informed. Did he not fear for his own safety? No wonder he had been smiling when handing over the gift. He had been waiting for this moment. This is a betrayal of a brother. The woman and maid, hearing the commotion, looked on as Obito was expelled from the room by Kushina. What has happened, Kushina? You should ask this fool. I'm quite annoyed right now. Leave me alone. Kushina slammed the door shut, her anger escalating as she paced the room. Political marriage, unwilling to wed, only desiring to train? Do you think I'm unaware that this is a political marriage? Or do you believe that in your eyes, I am less than even training? Kushina, known for her fiery disposition, had long stifled her feelings due to her clan's ties with Konoha. Yet now, she felt no need to suppress herself any longer. In a fit of rage, she tore the wedding attire from her body, swiftly donning her everyday clothes instead. Flinging the door open once more, her gaze locked onto Obito. She grasped his ear and briskly marched out. Lead the way. This time, I'm going to Konoha with you. I'm going to confront your wonderful brother and call off the engagement. She could hardly contain her eagerness to confront Hakomai. As Kushina barreled past, heedless of any attempts to stop her, the woman grew frantic. How could things escalate so quickly? Quickly inform Lord Hokage. The once tranquil clan grounds began to buzz with commotion. Meanwhile, 5 ominous-looking jonin, hidden beyond the Uzumaki clan, took note of the 2 figures darting towards the exit. A dark voice resonated, "Follow them." At that moment, the Uchiha clan was bustling with excitement, finalizing the last preparations for the wedding. Even the clan leader, Fugaku, was caught up in the flurry of activity. How is the shrine decoration coming along? Are the priestesses ready? There must be not a single flaw this time. Do you all understand? Yes. Clan leader. The crowd cheered in unison. Watching the lively scene unfold, Fugaku felt his eyes mist over. How long had it been since he had witnessed such cheer within the Uchiha clan? Though this was a political marriage, if Uzumaki Kushina were to bear enough offspring, the future Uchiha lineage would undoubtedly grow stronger, ensuring the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. By the way, has Hakomai arrived? Report, clan leader, Hakomai has yet to arrive. Truly the most extraordinary genius of our Uchiha clan. Even on such an important day, he does not forget his training. However, given the circumstances, it would be best for him to arrive early. Yes, clan leader, I will go to the training ground and bring Hakomai back. At the hour of the rabbit, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the village. Before him, the atmosphere was festive. Many villagers had even arrived early, claiming the best spots along the main road, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bridal palanquin. Yet, the more jubilant the scene, the more Sarutobi Hiruzen's slightly murky eyes concealed an ineffable gloom. Yajetsu Yuin, has the information been confirmed? Has that Hakomai fellow awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? Yes, Hokage-sama. As he listened to the words of the Umbu beside him, the tension around Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that such a prodigy would emerge from the Uchiha clan? Thankfully, the marriage alliance was arranged in advance. As a distant relative of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Kushina will serve as our most important pawn, positioned beside Hakomai. Thus, regardless of Hakomai's intentions, we will receive news at the earliest opportunity. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a snow-white rabbit, bearing a scroll upon its back, bounded towards him at an astonishing speed. This was a summoning beast used exclusively by the Umbu stationed within the Uzumaki village. An urgent report. Could it be that someone sought to harm the Uzumaki clan? Were they after the bloodline limit? Or was there a problem with the wedding? Regardless of the scenario, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not allow it to transpire. Everything must unfold according to his designs. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. He fought to suppress the ominous feelings rising within him, hastily unfurling the scroll, his gaze scanning the minuscule script, and a surge of fury ignited within his chest. Bai Mo, you scoundrel! Have you lost your mind? How dare you call off the engagement? You truly do not regard me at all. The atmosphere surrounding Sarutobi Hizashi grew increasingly oppressive as he crumpled the scroll in his hands into a tight ball. The sky gradually darkened. A cold wind rustled the edges of Sarutobi Hizashi's garments. A gloomy pallor crept across his wrinkled visage. He turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's direction, his hoarse voice barely rising above a whisper. Uchiha Bai Mo, Have you all lost control of your rebellious thoughts? Or perhaps you were dissatisfied with my choice? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hizashi donned a facade of benevolence, as though the previous chill had never existed. Summon Mito Minyin and Trun Kaharu, we shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan and ascertain their preparations for this union. Yes, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, in the darkest and most obscure corners of Konoha, as the master of Root, Shimura Danzo received the news without delay. He gently stroked his bandaged right arm, his icy voice resonating in the dim, damp room. I have long warned Sarutobi Hizashi that Uchiha Bai Mo must not be allowed to remain. For a genius of the Uchiha clan, the best fate is to offer up their eyes. Let's go and join the fray at the Uchiha clan. As Sarutobi Hizashi set forth, the Uchiha clan was thrown into chaos. What? You say Bai Mo is missing? Chapter 2. Supreme Medical Ninjutsu. The 100 Heal Technique. What? You say Bai Mo is gone? Have you searched thoroughly? Indeed, we have scoured every training ground he frequents. Yet his presence eludes us. Fugaku's heart sank, with the auspicious hour drawing near. If Bai Mo fails to appear, the entire wedding will be in jeopardy. At that point, the Uchiha clan's reputation and prestige would be irrevocably tarnished, and they would incur the ire of the Third Hokage, making their situation even more dire. The Uchiha clan's grounds erupted into further turmoil. Search. Dispatch more people to find him. We must locate Bai Mo before the bridal procession arrives. Under Fugaku's command, clusters of Uchiha clansmen frantically sought Bai Mo's whereabouts. The cacophony disturbed Bai Mo, who was training atop the rafters, prompting him to furrow his brow and open his uniquely patterned Sharingan. His cold gaze looked down upon the flustered Fugaku below. How noisy they are! If only they would glance upward, they might catch sight of me. But alas, it has always been the case that CT fails to look up. Of course, this also relates to my effort to suppress my presence. He paid little heed to the commotion below. Instead, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his discipline training. Bai Mo was a transmigrator. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, he awakened the discipline to Godhood System. By completing self-discipline tasks and engaging in daily rigorous training, he could exponentially enhance his abilities. Ding! Current self-discipline task. Refined chakra manipulation. Progress. 97. Please continue your efforts, host. Observing the steadily rising progress bar, Bai Mo felt an increasing sense of calm. He channeled the chakra within him, directing it through ninjutsu to the skies above. Ka! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, thousands of soaring eagles circled in a vast expanse. Their sharp eyes surveyed the earth below, capturing every occurrence on the ground. This was the eagle's gaze technique, a monitoring ninjutsu distinctly different from the Rain Tiger's freedom technique. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, he often employed this method to slack off during patrols. Sarutobi Hizashi, hands clasped behind his back, looked skyward amidst the puzzled expressions of Trun Kaharu and Mito Minyin. His aged, somber voice emerged. It seems there are considerably more eagles in Konoha of late. Before anyone could respond, Sarutobi Hizashi formed a hand sign with one hand while hurling several shuriken into the sky with the other. Wind release, Gale Shuriken technique. The swift wind propelled the shuriken straight towards the 10th centimeter height. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken accurately pierced through numerous eagles. Splat, splat, splat. Blood rained down from the sky. Soon after, the eagles plummeted, shrieking, crashing to the ground before Sarutobi Hizashi, reduced to mere pulp. Sarutobi Hizashi scrutinized the scene before him, failing to detect even the slightest hint of abnormality. There were no signs of manipulation. Have I been overly cautious? He casually waved his hand, instructing the Umbu to clean up the area while it was still relatively uninhabited. Let us proceed. The Uchiha clan's grounds lie ahead, and we shall pay them a proper visit. The clan leader, Lord Hokage, has arrived. Fugaku, already bearing a grave expression, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon hearing those words. How could he arrive so early? Is Bai Mo still unaccounted for? No, we have searched every conceivable location, Yet Bai Mo's presence remains elusive. What does this fellow intend to do? How could he vanish at such a critical moment? Fugaku took a deep breath, striving to suppress his current mindset. He then hastened towards the entrance, accompanied by the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. Let us proceed to welcome the Hokage. Let us buy as much time as we can. Above the beams, Bai Mo observed the departure of the others, leaving the vast shrine utterly deserted. At that moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "One cannot help but commend Sir Toby Hiruzen for his astuteness. It is a pity that those hawks were merely intended to dispel your suspicions. Naturally, there would be no cause for doubt. Sir Toby Hiruzen was a man of profound suspicion. At times, feigning weakness would cause this old fox to lower his guard." Bai Mo gazed out the window and continued, "It is nearly time. I suspect that at this very moment, Obito is on his way back. I wonder how disheveled he will appear. Well, he is my brother after all. A little mischief is permissible, but excessive misfortune would be ill-fated." Bai Mo placed his palm gently over his cheek and added, "After all, the second great ninja war has only just concluded. Peace has yet to be fully realized." In an instant, Bai Mo's hand suddenly exerted force. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing that it was indeed Bai Mo's shadow clone. Meanwhile, at a distance from Konoha, beneath a precipice, Bai Mo abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the fleeting brilliance of his Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing this self-discipline task. Refined chakra control. Reward obtained. Ultra-advanced medical ninjutsu. Ultra-advanced medical ninjutsu. In addition to healing injuries, it significantly enhances one's combat prowess. This includes Ein Healing Wound Destruction, Chakra Scalpel, Palm Sage Technique, Ein Sealing, and the 100 Healings Technique. The 100 Healings Technique, an S-rank combat medical ninjutsu developed by Tsunade, activates with seals covering the entire body, allowing for rapid, automatic regeneration upon sustaining damage without disrupting the rhythm of attack. When not in use, one merely needs to employ the S-rank medical sealing technique, Ein Sealing, to condense it into a single point. It is an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. And oh wonder, he unleashed a multitude of shadow clones and connected numerous hawks for relentless training. It took him a full 3 days to completely fill the progress bar. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Just then, Bai Mo perceived something. He spotted a hawk soaring high above, its gaze fixed on the ground below. It swiftly captured the silhouettes of several ninjas darting among the trees. Hastening towards the distance, several kilometers away, Bai Mo spotted Obito alongside a young girl, sister-in-law. "I can assure you with utmost confidence that there must be some misunderstanding." "Shut up. How many times must I tell you? I am not your sister-in-law." Uzumaki Kushina had not anticipated Obito's audacity. Even after witnessing the declaration of their broken engagement, he still insisted on calling her sister-in-law. Conversely, Obito, upon seeing Uzumaki Kushina, appeared somewhat mollified, his smile becoming even more radiant. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Once we return, all you need to do is stand in front of my brother, and he, that oblivious man, will surely fall in love with you. Won't all misunderstandings then be resolved?" Obito's chatter was relentless. Internally, he lamented, "Brother, how could you possibly reject such a beautiful sister-in-law? I genuinely worry for your single life. Therefore, I can endure a little humiliation. You must step up. If you do not bring her home, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother." However, just as he contemplated this, he felt a sudden twist of his ear. A sharp pain caused him to cry out, "Aw!" Following this, he heard the fiery retort from Kushina. "I've told you countless times, I am not your sister-in-law. If you dare utter such nonsense again, I swear I shall remove your tongue." Yet, as Kushina's words fell, a chilling wind abruptly swept past the two. Chapter 3. I hear you are quite brave. The heartbeat quickened. The rustling of leaves that the cool breeze brushed against the two, causing Uzumaki Kushina to shiver. She hastily released her grip on Obito's ear, drawing a kunai from her waist, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Obito, still taken aback, observed Kushina's actions and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are you?" Silence. "We are being watched." Uzumaki Kushina possessed considerable strength and, being of the Uzumaki clan, had heightened sensitivity to chakra. Not one or two, but 5 individuals. As if to validate Kushina's words, pairs of eyes emerged from the thicket. Fixating on the 2, these individuals were from the village hidden in the clouds. Obito gasped upon recognizing the headbands above their brows and swiftly grasped his kunai. The 2 stood back to back, on guard against the movements of the 5 ninjas. The aura emanating from these 5 was considerably heavy, far surpassing that of Kushina and Obito. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Kushina's heart sank further. Indeed, these were Jounin. Gulp. Obito swallowed nervously, his body trembling slightly. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his attire. This pitiful scene elicited mocking smiles from the 5 ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds. Ha ha ha. Chief, did we mistake our targets? Is this guy truly from the Uchiha clan? How could he be so cowardly? Enough with the idle chatter. We simply need to complete our mission. We've lingered here long enough. Is it not for today? Indeed, indeed. I never expected you 2 to come out on your own instead of waiting for the bridal sedan, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, a member of the Uchiha. If we can thoroughly study these 2 bloodlines, it would greatly enhance the strength of our village hidden in the clouds. Obito, despite the mocking banter of the 5 Jounin, was undeterred by their derisive words. His resolve hardening. They could belittle him, but he would not allow them to underestimate his brother. In his eyes, Bai Mo was the epitome of strength. With a swift motion, Obito hurled his kunai towards the leader. Kurai, as if it were piercing through layers of air, emitting a series of whooshing sounds. Seizing this opportunity, Obito rapidly formed hand seals, fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito concentrated chakra in his mouth and, placing his hand before him, unleashed a massive fireball. Yet, the leader Kurai gazed at the encroaching fireball with an even more mocking expression. Child's play. Lightning style. Lightning flash. After forming the seals, he pointed a finger. And the lightning struck, easily piercing through the heart of the fireball. The explosion of flames quickly splintered apart, raining fiery debris upon the forest floor. The inferno roared to life, engulfing all present, yet Kurai remained unfazed. Enough with the time wasting. Since you refuse to surrender, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Be careful. With a roar, Obito's voice pierced the air. Suddenly, 3 figures converged together, charging towards Kushina. Each of them crackled with arcs of electricity, their bodies engulfed in a tempest of lightning chakra that heightened their speed. In an instant, a flurry of shuriken hurtled towards Kushina. No, my body 1 team move. My chakra is completely sealed. Damn it. What am I supposed to do now? Kushina thought despairingly. This moment. Her delicate face was etched with despair, her slender hands gripping the shuriken tightly. Yet she found herself unable to act, merely watching as they drew ever closer. The sharp tips of the shuriken loomed larger in her vision. The sky darkened ominously, and the rustling of leaves grew louder. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped Kushina entirely. Just then, a powerful gust of wind howled, extinguishing the flames of hope. A figure appeared before Kushina. In an instant, the devilish smile graced his lips, his Sharingan fixated on the 3 assailants. With a light chuckle, Hakomai remarked, I overheard your earlier conversation. Claiming your strength is sufficient to withstand me? I must admit, you are quite brave. Before the trio could react, crimson patterns surged across Hakomai's body. Byakuga no jutsu. A shallow crater formed as his chakra erupted forth. In a flurry of leaves, Hakomai unleashed a sweeping kick, striking one of the attackers directly. With a resounding thud, the man's body flew away like a cooked shrimp, arching backward as he hurtled into the distance. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Hundreds of trees were snapped in half as he collided with them. Leaves swirling in chaotic dance. Seizing the momentum, Hakomai planted his foot and delivered another kick to his second assailant, who met the same fate, shattering countless trees and disappearing without a trace. Everything unfolded in an instant, so swiftly that Kurai barely had time to react. Wah, how can you be Uchiha Hakomai? Aren't you supposed to be in Konoha? Hakomai cast a sidelong glance at the flustered Obito, grinning. As an elder brother, I must ensure my younger sibling's safety while he is out in the world. Whoosh! 2 shuriken were flung from Hakomai's hand, piercing the hearts of 2 distant ninjas in the blink of an eye. Their bodies disintegrated into particles of dust, nourishing the earth below. It was then that Obito finally snapped back to reality. He instinctively turned towards the direction from which the shuriken had come, only to find Hakomai's crimson Sharingan fixed upon him. Within Hakomai's sight, the world appeared drenched in a sanguine hue, composed of countless lines and points. Attack along the lines, and all can be divided. Pierce with the points, and all shall shatter. This was the most formidable killing technique residing within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his left eye, gazing at his brother's back. Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Big brother, you've finally arrived. I reported their disdain for you." Hearing Obito's childish complaint, Kushina finally emerged from her shock. She looked at Hakomai before her, her heart racing with excitement. Could this be her fiancé, saving her? Was she truly being rescued by a hero? Chapter 4. A False Marriage. A Shared Secret. With a click, Hakomai casually stretched his body, his crimson gaze locking onto an overwhelming pressure slowly descended upon him. There was no escape. He could only fight with all his might. In that moment, Kurai's eyes flashed with determination. Lightning chakra enveloped his body. Disregarding the toll it would take on him as he beheld Hakomai, who was steadily approaching with a mocking grin, Kurai roared, "You force my hand. Uzuki, Reiku no Jutsu." With the formation of hand seals, the sky darkened and ominous clouds gathered overhead, rumbling with thunder as if pressing down on everyone. Chakras surged from him violently. A multitude of electric yellow spheres descended upon Hakomai like a torrential storm. "Watch out!" Kushina shouted from behind Hakomai, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Hakomai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her worry. Glancing back at Kushina, with her flowing crimson hair, he softly replied, "Just a trivial technique." "Trivial technique?" Kushina was taken aback. Before she could respond, Hakomai clenched his fist and, in a swift motion, struck the air. With the enhancement of Byakugan no Jutsu, a wave of pressure surged outward. The air exploded violently, scattering leaves, lightning spheres, tree trunks, dust, dark clouds, and blood mist into a singular wave that rushed for miles ahead. Before them, the ground where Hakomai stood had caved in several meters, forming an immense pit stretching for thousands of meters. Even Obito, well aware of Hakomai's terrifying prowess, found himself momentarily stunned. "How powerful! Big brother, you've grown stronger," he exclaimed. "Is this truly your strength?" Kushina echoed her admiration. At that moment, she realized the vast chasm that separated her from Hakomai, a distance she would likely never be able to bridge in her lifetime. Before Kushina could collect her thoughts, Hakomai strode over to Obito, observing him as the patterns on his body converged, ultimately forming a diamond shape on the back of Hakomai's left hand. "Obito, let us go back together. I prepared a training regimen for you. Starting today, you must train diligently. I don't want to hear anyone calling you a slacker anymore." At these words, Obito shuddered, already dreading the arduous path that lay ahead. Just then, Kushina spoke up. "Wait a moment." A cool breeze brushed against Obito's ear. Overjoyed, he turned to Kushina and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you think my brother is too strict too, right? You must help me plead my case. I really don't want to endure his training. It could truly be life-threatening." Hearing Obito address her as sister-in-law once more, Kushina refrained from correcting him again, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth as a bright blush spread across her face. Hakomai paused, looking at Kushina with curiosity, patiently waiting for her next words. Obito glanced between Hakomai and Kushina, a knowing look dawning on his face. "Ah, what a lovely day it is. I'll wait over there for you both." With that, he sprinted away, leaving space for Hakomai and Kushina. As Hakomai's eyes returned to their normal state, Kushina took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. She had always been one to love fiercely. "Hakomai, it's not just Hakomai, it's Hakomai." Kushina, not wishing to linger on the matter, adjusted her emotions and continued, "Hakomai, let us discuss our engagement." Before Hakomai could respond, she added, "This wedding has been decreed by the Third Hokage, intending for me to be by your side, serving as his eyes, monitoring your actions along with the Uchiha clan." Hakomai looked at Kushina in surprise. TNT expected her to unveil the true nature of this marriage. She was correct. It was precisely for this reason that he had sent Obito with a letter to annul the engagement. It was unjust for Kushina, unfortunate for the wedding, and a constraint for himself. Rather than begin with a mistake, it was better to cut ties swiftly and end the error before it began. As for the pressures he would face from the Hokage, his clan, and Danzo, he would bear them alone. However, just as Hakomai was contemplating this, Kushina took a bold step forward, grasping Hakomai's hand earnestly, and declared, "So let us get married." Eh? Bai Mo paused momentarily, gazing at the figure of Jio Na before him with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Jio Na continued, reassuringly, "Rest assured, I shall not disclose this information to the Third Hokage, nor will I impose any restrictions upon your life. You may train as you see fit, and I will not pry into your affairs. Are you suggesting a sham marriage?" Bai Mo queried. "Indeed," Jio Na affirmed. "This arrangement would allow the wedding to proceed without diminishing the Third's reputation, alleviating the pressure on you, and everything could return to its rightful course." After a brief pause, Jio Na locked her gaze with Bai Mo's and added, "And this will become a cherished secret we share, hidden deep within our hearts, a shared secret, indeed." Bai Mo felt the warmth emanating from Jio Na's palm. His eyes resting upon her, he could not deny that her proposal stirred something within him. However, he lamented, "It's too late. If you were to return and prepare yourself anew, there wouldn't be sufficient time." Given Tsurutobi Hiruzen's nature, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Moreover, it is likely that the news of the annulment has already reached his ears. He should be aware of the turmoil surrounding the Uzumaki clan by now. Jio Na's expression faltered as she suddenly recalled the fact that she had torn the wedding attire asunder. Without the ceremonial garb, the wedding would ultimately remain incomplete. In that event, both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans will be left humiliated, subject to the scorn of the other clans, as the remnants of clouds dispersed. A gentle light pierced through the heavens, cascading down upon the earth. "Perhaps I can assist you with this matter," Bai Mo suggested. Upon uttering these words, both Bai Mo and Jio Na turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, where they beheld Tsunade's silhouette. Her pale yellow hair, the blue-violet markings, and fair complexion, combined with the concealed presence of a hidden phoenix beneath her garments, created a striking visual impact that jolted both of them. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" Bai Mo inquired. Tsunade glanced at the extensive pit beside her and replied, "I had no desire to come, but that individual at home insisted that I return to represent the Senju clan at this wedding. Thus I had no choice but to comply." Pausing momentarily, she added, "Who would have guessed that while walking peacefully, I would almost be caught in someone's attack?" Tsunade's gaze fell upon the mark on Bai Mo's hand, and she remarked, "I find myself quite curious about you. Enough dawdling. Follow me. I shall escort you to the Senju clan's territory, but do be cautious not to be spotted by the Third Zumbu. Those fellows are as bothersome as flies." As Tsunade concluded her statement, Jio Na finally grasped the implications that individual at your home, Lord Uzumaki Mido. Tsunade grinned and replied, "Indeed, you should know she specifically requested to meet you." Little girl from the Uzumaki clan, Chapter 5, Woohoo takes flight. The most beautiful bride, caw. 1 eagle, 2 eagles, 3 eagles. Who knew there were so many eagles in this forest? Obito lay sprawled on a fallen tree, cradling his head in his hands, his gaze sweeping across the sky as he muttered to himself. Perhaps he'd been staring at the soaring eagles for too long, as waves of drowsiness began to engulf him. Obito yawned widely. Uncontrollably, he then flipped off the tree and made his way toward the direction Bai Mo and Jio Na had taken. "I wonder how my brother and sister-in-law are faring. I hope he seizes this opportunity, otherwise he might end up single for life." Obito arrived at the spot where Bai Mo and Jio Na had conversed, scanning the area only to be met with wide eyes. "Where is everyone? Where's my brother? Hasn't he abandoned me for a romantic rendezvous? Has he? At least give me a heads up?" Just as Obito stomped his feet in frustration, a sharp cry interrupted him. 2 eagles swooped down from the sky, their wings flapping vigorously as they landed on his arms, their talons gripping tightly. In an instant, they propelled him into the air, feeling the emptiness beneath his feet. A profound sense of loss of control enveloped Obito, his legs flailing as if they had no grounding. "Brother, You've betrayed me. His piercing screams elicited laughter from below, where Bai Mo chuckled heartily. Bai Mo squinted, a smile dancing on his lips as he gazed skyward, thinking, "Oh foolish Obito, it serves you right for lagging behind. Now you must entertain us up there a little longer. Besides Tsunade." Shizen, holding a small piglet, couldn't suppress her smile after hearing Bai Mo's words. The corners of her mouth curled upward, unable to contain her amusement. All her life, she had heard of the genius Uchiha Bai Mo. Yet she never anticipated his personality to be so humorous. "We are nearing the Senju clan's territory. I shall inform Ito," Shizen stated, hurrying toward the main chamber, leaving Goxena, Bai Mo, and Tsunade to proceed together into the main hall. The main hall was grand, spacious, yet sparsely adorned, with only a few tables and chairs haphazardly arranged within. Goxena surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Sister Tsunade, has it always been so empty here?" Tsunade appeared momentarily flustered, instinctively touching her nose. "Well, it's not too bad, I suppose." Noticing Tsunade's awkward demeanor, Bai Mo casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze fixed on her as he jested. "You haven't lost a bet and had to pawn this place, have you?" At this, Tsunade feigned a cough, quickly changing the subject. "Ahem, Goxena, please have a seat. We shall wait for Mito to arrive." "All right." Goxena glanced at the chair beside Bai Mo, gracefully gliding over to sit on his left. A subtle, delicate fragrance wafted toward Bai Mo's nose. However, at that moment, Bai Mo had already closed his eyes, circulating his chakra, diligently refining his energy. His disciplined and rigorous training astonished Tsunade. No wonder Bai Mo possessed such formidable power at such a young age. It must be tied to his rigorous training habits. Yet, what puzzled Tsunade was how he had developed a unique sealing technique of his own. Just as Tsunade's curiosity about Bai Mo deepened, the sound of wooden clogs meeting the ground echoed from afar. Shizen entered the main hall, supporting Uzumaki Mito, her voice low yet firm. "I have heard about your matters from Shizen, and I shall accompany you to this wedding." Goxena hurried to assist Mito, supporting her on the other side, her voice sweet as she said, "Mito, let me help you sit down." "Haha, how delightful. Time has flown by. The little girl has blossomed into such a lovely young lady. Clearly someone who will bear good offspring." A blush crept across Goxena's cheeks as she cast a furtive glance at Bai Mo that moment. Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Mito. In an instant, Bai Mo's pupils involuntarily contracted. Before him, he could sense a surge of overwhelming crimson energy emanating from Mito. It was the chakra of the nine tails. The seal was loosening. Was it due to her life force waning? Furrowing his brow, Bai Mo pondered, yet Mito appeared oblivious. She approached Bai Mo, exclaiming, "Ah, the youth is truly a marvel. I recall that at your age, Hashirama could not achieve such a long-lasting presence." Bai Mo rose respectfully, slightly bowing to Mito before stating, "You honor me with your praise." "Praise? Huh, how could that be mere praise?" Mito, seated in the main seat, regarded Bai Mo with a warm gaze and continued, "Little one, I am quite impressed with you. With your talent and lineage, given time, you will undoubtedly secure your place in the future of the ninja world. Then, do you not worry for my clan? After all, I'm a member of the Uchiha clan." The atmosphere in the main hall grew increasingly stagnant. Jingyin arrived at the doorway and gently eased the door shut. Tsunade cast a surprised glance at Bai Mo. And even Uzumaki Kushina sat up straight, her demeanor suddenly serious. All eyes were drawn to Bai Mo. Unexpectedly, Mito seemed utterly unfazed by the tension. "My husband is Senju Hashirama, the co-founder of this village alongside Uchiha. From the very beginning, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have never been truly separate. Rather, it has been the mistakes of the second and third generations in recent years that have rendered the Uchiha clan increasingly marginalized. Ultimately, it is you who suffers, my child." Mito gazed at Bai Mo, her eyes slightly clouded, tears glistening within them, as if reminiscing about cherished memories of the past. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, Mito was acutely aware of the profound bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. If it weren't for the exclusion by Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Would Konoha become even stronger? Observing Mito's expression, Bai Mo pressed his lips together and replied, "No, you exaggerate." Mito sighed inwardly, knowing that her few words could not alter the environment of Konoha, nor could they change Bai Mo's perspective. Yet, as long as this wedding proceeded, the integration of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would be genuine. The future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Tsunade, fetch me the white ceremonial kimono. I shall personally adorn Kushina. Today, she is the most beautiful bride of our Uzumaki clan. Chapter 6. The Audacity of the Uchiha. The radiant light filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow within the main hall. Mito compared her reflection of Kushina in the mirror, her aged hands, marked with age spots, carefully holding a comb as she gently swept it over Kushina's fiery red hair. Kushina's hair color was even more vibrant than Mito's in her youth, making Mito feel an overwhelming affection, as if she were caressing her own youth. The atmosphere became increasingly elegant and serene. Bai Mo observed Mito with great care as he styled Kushina's hair, arranging it into an elegant bun that nestled beneath the white ceremonial hood, revealing Kushina's exquisite and playful visage. "So beautiful," Jingyin exclaimed in admiration, gazing at Kushina's reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned to Bai Mo and asked, "Do I look good?" Bai Mo remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering before he finally looked away. "That I will prepare as well." Kushina smiled faintly as she departed from Bai Mo's line of sight, her heart racing as she recalled how Bai Mo had saved her moments ago. "I'll take Bai Mo to retrieve grandfather's ceremonial kimono," Tsunade declared, hastily following in Bai Mo's wake, "that if there are any issues, let's discuss them after the wedding. Time is of the essence." Bai Mo interrupted Tsunade, then snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, a falcon released its grip on its prey, sending Obito plummeting toward the ground. "Ah, bro, you lack honor. A surprise attack?" As he neared the ground, Obito's eyes gleamed mischievously as he shouted, "Catch me! You must catch me!" Bai Mo, well aware of his younger brother's antics, wore a sly smile and whispered, "Next time, for sure." With that, Bai Mo casually stepped aside, deftly avoiding Obito's descent. Thud! The ground quivered slightly as dust billowed up. Obito's fingers twitched momentarily before he fell completely still. Bai Mo, noticing this, lightly prodded Obito with his foot and teased, "All right, Obito, I don't think that height would knock you out. Get up and clean yourself up." The real show is about to begin. Obito, sprawled on the ground, stole a glance at Bai Mo. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, he grinned sheepishly, quickly rising and brushing off the dust as if nothing had happened. "All right, brother, I'll help you get ready." The two followed Tsunade into the room, soon spotting the ceremonial kimono once worn by Senju Hashirama. It was a pitch-black kimono adorned with golden threads and vertical patterns, gracefully cascading to mid-calf. As Bai Mo donned it, his handsome features and tousled hair made the kimono appear even more striking than it had on Hashirama. In no time, Bai Mo and Kushina had changed into their outfits and stepped out to face each other. Their gazes intertwined, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Bai Mo looked at Kushina, resplendent in her white ceremonial attire, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "You are beautiful." Kushina's heart fluttered, her sunlit eyes sparkling as she replied, "You look quite handsome too." Both understood that this was a mock wedding, yet the experience felt entirely genuine. Obito glanced skyward, cleared his throat, and shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let us depart," as his voice echoed. Tsunade, Jingyin, and Obito led the way, with Mito following closely behind. Meanwhile, Bai Mo and Kushina walked together, shoulder to shoulder, toward the distant village of Konoha. Given that the Senju clan's territory was significantly closer to Konoha than the Uzumakis, Bai Mo estimated that their arrival at the Uchiha household would coincide almost perfectly with the auspicious timing for the ceremony. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha shrine, Fugaku exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cold sweat had begun to bead on Fugaku's brow, his expression tense and strained. In contrast, Hiruzen wore a sardonic smile, maintaining an air of composure as he addressed Fugaku. "The guests are arriving in droves, yet we have yet to see Bai Mo. What could be the hold-up?" Pausing, he lowered his voice, applying further pressure. "Could it be that you have not yet located Bai Mo?" Their voices were hushed, audible only to one another, but the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon the numerous families taking their seats, evoking a palpable sense of unease. They were no fools. A brief understanding allowed them to surmise the current situation. Hinata Hizashi, seated nearby, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He was acutely aware of Hiruzen's greed. Should Fugaku fail to provide a satisfactory response, the Uchiha clan might suffer severe repercussions, potentially leading to their downfall. If Fugaku intended to resist with force, he would effectively hand Hiruzen the means to obliterate the Uchiha clan. The best outcome would be to fulfill Hiruzen's desires and ensure the wedding proceeded seamlessly, placing the Uchiha clan firmly under Hiruzen's control, with no escape for any involved. This was Hiruzen's overt scheme, irrefutable. Danzo has arrived, a servant announced at the door. Instantly, everyone turned in shock to the source of the voice, witnessing a figure shrouded in shadows striding toward Hiruzen and Fugaku. With each step, the atmosphere within the shrine grew increasingly somber. Danzo. He actually came? The unexpected presence of Danzo at this wedding was a surprise. Should it falter, the Uchiha clan would be unable to hold their heads high. It could only be said that the Uchiha clan faced a dire fate. As a root of Konoha, Danzo seldom made public appearances, yet each time he did, it signified impending trouble. Uchiha Fugaku. Where is Uchiha Bai Mo? Fugaku took a deep breath, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before rising to respond. He will be here shortly. Yet, there was no sign of the words reaching Danzo, whose face was adorned with a cold smirk. How audacious! Do you truly believe I would lend credence to the fabrications of your Uchiha clan? Danzo strode towards the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking a seat upon the mahogany throne, casting a penetrating glance at the Third Hokage. With a flick of his sleeve, he let out a chilling laugh, exclaiming, "Are you aware that the bold Hakumai has delivered a letter of dissolution to the Uzumaki clan, thereby irreversibly burying this wedding? I must say, the Uchiha clan possesses remarkable audacity." Chapter 7. Oppression. Oppression, oppression, what dissolution? Surely I must have misheard. That fellow Hakumai dares to call off the engagement. Who does he think he is to take such a bold step? Indeed, such audacity is truly astonishing. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku is in a tizzy. If I were in his position, I would likely have lost my sanity by now. It appears that the Uchiha clan is in grave peril. The ancestral hall was in disarray, the oppressive atmosphere permeating the space. Many clan leaders squinted their eyes in unison, unable to bear the brilliance emanating from Danzo. Oh dear, this grandfather is quite fearsome. Yuhi Kunai suddenly leaped into the embrace of her mother, Yuhi Akane, curling into a small ball, weeping aloud. Numerous clan heads had brought their children to offer congratulations. With Kurinai's cries, a ripple effect ensued, and many children began to wail in unison. Listening to the cacophony of sobbing, Danzo's grin widened malevolently. Fugaku, are you aware of the consequences of Hakumai's actions? What fate awaits the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku raised his gaze to Danzo, his fists clenching involuntarily. He discerned the greed lurking in Danzo's eyes. In stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen's feigned benevolence, Danzo was refreshingly candid. He had already regarded the Uchiha clan as mere prey, ripe for slaughter. Fugaku inhaled deeply, his resolve intensifying. He cast his gaze over the assembled clan leaders. Danzo and the Third Hokage, before declaring with authority, "Esteemed guests, I assure you, I will stake the reputation of the Uchiha clan on the certainty that this wedding will be executed flawlessly. I implore you to remain calm and await the auspicious hour." With that, Uchiha Fugaku took his seat at the head of the table, closing his eyes and refusing to meet anyone's gaze, denying them even a moment's inquiry. Yet within their hearts, they understood that Fugaku's confidence was but a facade. Deep inside, he fervently prayed for Hakumai's arrival. Observing the cold sweat trickling down Fugaku's forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. Although the failure of the wedding could jeopardize his control over Uchiha Hakumai, he could easily coerce the Uchiha clan into yielding greater concessions, thereby solidifying his dominion. For instance, Seizing this opportunity to gain complete control over the Uchiha Guard would ensure that the clan's remaining authority fell securely within his grasp. Meanwhile, Danzo greedily eyed the Uchiha clansmen, intent on plundering their ocular prowess. With an abundance of Uchiha eyes, his strength would undoubtedly amplify. Danzo suppressed the excitement welling within him, his hands unconsciously rubbing together. Yet, above all, what he desired most was Uchiha Hakumai's Mangeki Sharingan. Please, Hakumai, do not arrive for the wedding. Only then can I act against you with legitimacy. With this thought, Danzo licked his parched lips, his expression shrouded in darkness. Both men, consumed by their inner greed, sat in silence, feeling the seconds tick away, eagerly awaiting the auspicious moment. Only the muted cries of children occasionally pierced the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow at the surrounding wails, his displeasure evident. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Fugaku stood first, addressing the assembled crowd. There remains some time before the wedding commences. Feel free to take a leisurely stroll to lighten your spirits. Yuhi Akane was taken aback by Fugaku's apparent benevolence. Rising, she nodded and led Kurinai outside. With Akane at the helm, many exchanged glances before following suit with their children. Do you think the Uchiha clan will weather this storm? Akane, Hyuga Hayashi inquired, quickening his pace to join her. Akane shook her head silently. Just watch. If the Uchiha clan fails to survive this trial, the other clans will pounce at the first opportunity, once they devour the Uchiha's resources. Konoha will flourish anew. The Senju clan faced a similar fate, and now it is the Uchiha's turn. More clans will rally around the Sarutobi, further amplifying their influence. The two conversed in hushed tones, their eyes occasionally scanning the crowd, detecting the avarice and desire lurking in others' gazes. Their hearts grew increasingly heavy with indignation. For if Sarutobi Hiruzen could target the Uchiha clan, he would not hesitate to turn his sights upon them as well. With their clan strength, they could not endure the relentless pressure from multiple fronts, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Should the Uchiha fall, it would spell doom for them as well. Daddy, look ahead. It seems so lively. At that moment, Kurinai bounced up to her father, tugging at Akane's sleeve as she scampered off toward the distance. Slow down. There are many people here. Be cautious not to bump into anyone. Before he could finish, Akane froze, her body stiffening as she stood rooted in place. Sensing her odd demeanor, Hyuga Hayashi swiftly followed, his gaze cutting through the crowd to a nearby scene. His expression shifted dramatically, astonishment washing over him. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Akane and asked, Am I imagining things? No, Akane murmured, just as Kurinai's voice rang out with curiosity. Daddy, who are they? They're the protagonists of this wedding. Individuals whom even the Hokage must respect. Akane paused, then seemingly grasping the situation, looked toward Hyuga Hayashi. The two exchanged knowing nods. Hyuga clan leader, it appears Hakumai has bestowed upon us an unexpected surprise. Indeed, we initially thought the Uchiha clan was mere prey, yet we did not anticipate Hakumai would bring that person to their side. Perhaps the future of Konoha is not as bleak as we envisioned. The flame of Konoha will continue to be passed down. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall. We must inform Uchiha Fugaku and the Hokage that Uchiha Hakumai and Uzumaki Kushina have arrived. Chapter 8. The Frustration of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The jubilant sounds of celebration surged, igniting a delightful atmosphere within Konoha, setting off a chain reaction. Beginning from the outermost streets of Konoha, an uproar of cheers erupted. Look, that must be the groom and bride. Ah, Hakumai is truly handsome. I want to bear his children. Dream on, just look at the beauty of the bride beside him. How could he ever notice you? Regardless, at least I can still admire him. Ahead lay the Uchiha territory, where many were likely gathered, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the Uchiha's misfortunes. Tsunade spoke softly, then turned to glance at Hakumai, behind her. Hakumai's eyes were calm, a hint of chakra subtly swirling around him. Remarkable. Even while walking, he seems to be cultivating. Tsunade thought to herself, her admiration for Hakumai growing. Let us move. We must not miss the auspicious hour. Hakumai glanced at the somewhat anxious Kushina beside him, reassuring her, Do not worry. Everything is under my control. Exenai cast a gentle glance at Bai Mo as she walked. Her fragrant shoulders occasionally brushed against his. The sight of the two of them walking side by side elicited a beaming smile from Uzumaki Mizuhito. Unbeknownst to Bai Mo, who was methodically striding towards the Uchiha clan, Mizuhito's expression was one of delight. As they ventured deeper into the streets, the enthusiasm of the onlookers surged rapidly. Hyuga Hizashi and Yuhi Kurinai promptly informed Fugaku of Bai Mo and Jo Exenai's arrival. The Uchiha clan leader was aware. The groom and bride had arrived. However, the two maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning anyone else. The moment this news settled, various expressions adorned the faces of everyone in the shrine. Fugaku opened his eyes, filled with profound hope. Had Bai Mo truly come, he was certain Bai Mo would not disappoint him. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exhibited different reactions that one's expression shifted slightly, his demeanor becoming more somber. As if lost in thought, the other wore a shadowy countenance, his face marred by regret, seemingly wishing for the wedding's failure. The other clan leaders and elite shinobi grew increasingly curious about how the wedding would unfold. Fugaku sighed heavily. Releasing a deep breath, he rose from his seat and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, saying, "Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, you were so concerned about Bai Mo earlier. Now that he has arrived, shall we go out to greet them?" Sarutobi's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly, he had not anticipated the swift turn of events. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and donned a shadowy smile. Of course. It is Bai Mo's wedding day. We must go out to welcome them. With that, Sarutobi clasped his hands behind his back and strode outside. Yet Fugaku could hardly contain his laughter at Sarutobi's forced smile. His own grin spreading uncontrollably. He had long harbored disdain for that old man. Just moments prior, Sarutobi had been so aggressive, as if he had the Uchiha clan cornered. Now, witnessing this turn of events was quite satisfying. "Lord Danzo, are you not going out to take a look?" Fugaku eagerly turned to Danzo, inviting him to join a tea that moment. Danzo felt as if a massive weight was pressing down on his chest. His anger filled his mind. Clenching his fists, he retorted, "I won't go. If you wish to go, then go." "Ah, in that case we shall proceed. Please, Lord Danzo, stay seated for a while longer." Fugaku found Danzo's disgruntled expression to be the most amusing he had ever witnessed in his life. Today was destined to be a wonderful day. As Fugaku sighed and stepped outside alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, the others hesitated momentarily before making their decisions. Observing their choice, Hyuga Hizashi trailed behind, lowering his voice to say, "Yuhi Kurinai, it seems we must pay more attention to Uchiha Bai Mo in the future. He is formidable. Indeed, who would have thought that what seemed an insurmountable situation would be resolved by Bai Mo?" At this moment, Danzo watched as the crowd followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku outside, feeling that his old face could no longer show itself. Bang! Danzo slammed his palm onto the shrine's table, his aura ominous. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Bai Mo, I, Shimura Danzo, will not forget today's humiliation. Should the opportunity arise, you shall learn the true meaning of regret." With a flick of his arm, Danzo vanished from the shrine. Meanwhile, under the gentle sunlight and amidst jubilant laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at the exuberant crowd before him. He had not anticipated that Bai Mo would continue with the wedding after issuing the annulment notice. This caught him completely off guard. Yet this was advantageous. As long as the wedding proceeded smoothly, he could indirectly manipulate Uchiha Bai Mo through Uzumaki Kushina, ultimately turning him into a crucial pawn for controlling the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi's forced smile grew warmer with the shift in his mindset and goals, presenting an image of a concerned elder. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. His previously narrowed eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with an incredulous glimmer, his entire being seemed to freeze in place. "Wait, why? Why is Uzumaki Mizuhito here? She is so aged. How could she leave the Senju clan's ancestral grounds? Is she not afraid of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal? Or is it for Bai Mo and Jo Exenai?" Sarutobi quickly sensed the Nine Tails chakra emanating from Mizuhito. Among the throng of people, the chakra glimmered like a beacon in the night. Sarutobi clenched his teeth. pulling his gaze away from Mizuhito and fixating on Bai Mo and Jio Xnai. The two were clad in the wedding attire worn by Senja Hashirama and Uzumaki Mizuhito, shoulder to shoulder, walking towards the Uchiha clan amidst the cheers of the crowd. Witnessing the perfect match between Uchiha Bai Mo and Uzumaki Jio Xnai, Fugaku's smile could not help but spread across his face. Clan head, Uchiha Bai Mo lifted his gaze towards Fugaku, his voice cool and composed. Sensing Bai Mo's increasingly potent chakra, Fugaku exclaimed, "Bai Mo, you seem to have grown stronger." After saying this, Fugaku slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. "Look at me. At a time like this, I still speak of such things. Today is your momentous day. Let us proceed. Enter the shrine. Let us extend our blessings to the newlyweds." "Indeed," Bai Mo nodded, leading Uzumaki Jio Xnai swiftly towards the shrine. As they passed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Bai Mo cast a deep glance at him. He had etched the events surrounding this wedding into his memory. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, some matters will not unfold as you desire. Let us observe whose dominion the future truly belongs to." Bai Mo's lips curled into a confident smile, piercing Sarutobi's eyes like a blinding light. Chapter 9. The newlyweds enter the bridal chamber. Before the gates of the Uchiha clan, numerous Uchiha clan members stood on either side. Their gazes towards Bai Mo and Jio Xnai were filled with excitement. Tsunade, feeling the fervent stares, could not help but halt her steps, allowing Bai Mo and Jio Xnai to enter first. "What a feat! I never expected to witness my brother's singlehood end in my lifetime," Uchiha Obito murmured, watching their departing figures, his voice brimming with pride for his elder brother, as if he were witnessing his brother's growth. "Are you not afraid Bai Mo might overhear and pull a fast one on you?" Ino chimed in, her tone laced with sarcasm. This caused Uchiha Obito to pause momentarily, instinctively glancing at the hawk circling overhead. Clearing his throat and feigning seriousness, he extended his arm in an inviting gesture, saying to Tsunade and Ino, "The time is nigh. Let us hasten inside." Tsunade nodded slightly, following Ino as they trailed behind the Uchiha clan members into the shrine in the vast street. Aside from the pedestrians of Konoha, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mizuhito remained. Mizuhito's calm gaze fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she finally spoke softly. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have aged." "Indeed, time passes swiftly, like a fleeting white horse," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "I still remember standing by as Hashirama married you. Now, witnessing familiar attire on new couples. It feels as if old memories are resurfacing." Uzumaki Mizuhito understood the underlying message in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a mere attempt to gauge her thoughts. She waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "Hiruzen, you know I prefer not to meddle in politics. How Konoha is managed is your concern. However, there are boundaries that should not be crossed. It is time to ease your pressure on the Uchiha clan. After all, Bai Mo and Jio Xnai are a pair of newlyweds I hold in high regard. The reason I have come here today is to personally officiate their wedding. It is, after all, within my capabilities." Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flickered with a shadow. The atmosphere surrounding him grew noticeably heavier. Yet he did not tear away his facade. Rather, the smile on his face deepened. "Lord Mito, it is getting late. We should proceed inside." Indeed, inside the ancestral hall, everyone took their seats. Uzumaki Mito replaced Sarutobi Hizashi and became the officiant for the wedding of Bai Mo and Jio Xnai. Following her instructions, Bai Mo and Jio Xnai stepped forward, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, to the front of the hall, gazing at the elegantly dressed Bai Mo and Jio Xnai. Mito could not help but reminisce about her own wedding day. A beautiful smile of nostalgia spread across her face as she steadied her voice. "Let the ceremony commence. First item, the purification ritual." Mito lightly exhaled, glancing at Sarutobi Hizashi beside her, the astonishment of everyone present. Hizashi respectfully accepted the willow branch from Fugaku and handed it to Mito, as if he were willingly relinquishing the right to officiate the ceremony. This act signified that the wedding was now advancing in a direction beyond Hizashi's control, further elevating the esteem in which the crowd held Uchiha. Bai Mo holding the verdant willow branch, Mito gently sprinkled it over Bai Mo and Jio Xnai. Delicate droplets of dew fell from the leaves, enhancing the fresh aroma in the air. Proceeding to the second item, the offering of food. Bai Mo and Nai exchanged glances and together lifted the white plate beside them, adorned with exquisite delicacies. Under Mito's guidance, they placed it before the deity's statue. Next, the third item, the blessing ritual. As Mito's words echoed, the attendees rose in unison, moving to flank by Mo and Nai. They listened intently to Mito's blessings, offering prayers for the newlyweds. Fourth item, the vow cup ritual. Mito raised the prepared sacred wine and poured it into 2 cups, which she then presented to Bai Mo and Nai. The rich aroma of the wine filled the hall, intoxicating all in attendance. Within the hall, they exchanged cups, vowing to be united as husband and wife. Uzumaki Nai held her cup, turning to face Bai Mo, extending her fair hand, softly saying, "Husband, I look forward to your guidance." The wine did not intoxicate, yet Bai Mo felt enchanted by Nai. Despite this being merely a faux wedding, he held his cup firmly, centering himself before clinking glasses with her. After they both drained the sacred wine, Bai Mo replied, "I look forward to your guidance as well." A sharp, crisp sound pierced the I suddenly smashed his cup onto the ground, the shards scattering across the floor. With a face full of rage, he shouted at the trembling Mabui before him, "Are they all dead? 5 Jonin couldn't even bring back a single girl from the Uzumaki clan." Mabui, with her dark complexion, dared not meet Ai's furious gaze. Nearly burying her face in the chest of her companion, Qingwan, Lord Ai, based on intel from the front lines, it is highly likely that Uchiha Bai Mo, who is Nai's husband today, is responsible for the deaths of Kurai and the others. He did not wait for Nai at home, but instead sent a letter of withdrawal, prompting her departure from the clan and luring Kurai into action. It seems he had this planned all along. Upon hearing Mabui's words, Ai gritted his teeth, muttering Bai Mo's name. "Uchiha Bai Mo, is it? I shall remember him, since he has slain our hidden cloud village's Jonin. We shall not hold back. Mabui, have Karabi lead a team to ambush them. We must capture them and extract their blood and marrow. I intend to make them suffer immensely." Mabui instinctively nodded, quickly exiting the room upon receiving Ai's orders. "Yes, I shall inform Lord Karabi at once." At that moment, Bai Mo finished his cup of sacred wine, completely oblivious to how his casual actions had led to Mabui's wild assumptions. Even if he understood, he would not care, for he was focused on the final ritual. Last item, the newlywed couple shall be escorted to the bridal chamber. Mito called out. The vast hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on Bai Mo and Nai. Nai's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple, inciting an urge to take a bite. Bai Mo lifted his gaze to Mito.as if sensing his thoughts. Mito smiled. "Go ahead. With me here, no one dares to cause a ruckus." Nodding, Uchiha Bai Mo felt relieved, for his greatest concern was Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly causing trouble. Setting aside other matters, merely interrupting Bai Mo's training was unacceptable. "Let us go." Bai Mo reached out, boldly taking Nai's delicate hand. Her fair palm felt smooth and warm, akin to polished jade. Hand in hand, they entered the room that belonged solely to them. In contrast to the usual simplicity, the room was festooned with vibrant decorations today, evoking a sense of celebration. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by Nai's voice. Her sparkling eyes turned toward Bai Mo, and her lips parted. "Bai Mo, should we?" Nai felt her body ablaze with warmth. She had already lost count of how many times she had experienced such feelings today. "Yes, it is time to prepare." With that, Bai Mo swiftly removed his clothing, revealing his well-toned torso. The sight made Nai instinctively cover her eyes, yet her curiosity led her to peek through her fingers. Bai Mo glanced at Nai. "What's wrong? Why the reaction? I merely intend to change into training attire." That moment, Nai wished she could vanish into the ground. Seeing Bai Mo's actions, she had thought the progression was too rapid. Little did she know, he only intended to change into training clothes. Her shyness gradually faded. Looking at Bai Mo, her voice trembled slightly. "It's nothing. Just go ahead and train, but don't let anyone see you." or they will surely talk. After a pause, Gyo-xi added, "After all, this is our agreement, isn't it?" Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face. "Indeed, our unique agreement." Once Bai Mo changed his clothes, he vanished from the room in a flash, leaving Gyo-xi alone in the empty chamber. She cradled the clothes he had just removed, as if she could still feel his warmth lingering on them. Sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching the garment tightly, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Bai Mo, I will never give up. One day, you will surely come to like me." Ding, a self-disciplined task has been issued. Refined rune engraving. The electronic voice of the system abruptly echoed in Bai Mo's mind. Staring at the electronic screen visible only to him, Bai Mo was momentarily stunned. Refined rune engraving? What is that? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, casting shadows as Bai Mo stood atop a towering tree, gazing up at the boundless sky, lost in contemplation. Runes are typically employed in sealing techniques, written characters achieving various effects. The script on summoning scrolls is a form of rune engraving. In other words, this self-disciplined task requires mastering the engraving and application of runes. With a swift motion, Bai Mo retrieved a kunai from his equipment pouch. The sharp tip gleamed with a chilling brilliance. In an instant, the cold light flashed, and a few tiny characters appeared on the tree. Ding! Self-disciplined task. Refinement of rune engraving. Current progress. 0.05. Watching the progress bar increase, Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, just as he had imagined. Continuous practice in the use of runes would lead to an increase in the progress I in that case. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, banged. A large amount of smoke billowed up among the trees. Thousands upon thousands of Bai Mo sat cross-legged on the branches, commencing their unique engraving training. Unfortunately, this spectacle of people perched upon the trees was noticed by only one individual. The gentle breeze fluttered her tea-green, black-edged long robe, accentuating her explosive figure. She softly murmured. I knew he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Perhaps the moment he returned to his room, he changed into his training attire. Bai Mo, that fellow. I never anticipated he could summon that whirlpool of a man. Uzumaki Minato. Despite being a soul already buried in the earth, he remained so restless. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a shadowed expression, his face adorned with a formulaic mask, while his heart roared in silent fury. Originally, he intended to give Bai Mo a stern warning and then offer him a sweet reward. With Uzumaki Kushina's assistance, how could he fail to subdue a Uchiha Bai Mo? Yet now, with the support of Uzumaki Minato, whether Kushina would heed his words remained uncertain. In any case, it certainly would not be as easy as before. The sensation of losing control over such matters was what Sarutobi Hiruzen despised the most. Uzumaki Sakurako. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the previously empty Hokage office suddenly filled with a figure donning the signature mask of the Umbu. Her long purple hair tumbled over her shoulders, and even the Umbu attire could not conceal her exquisite form. Have Bai Mo come to see me tomorrow at noon. Understood. Uzumaki Sakurako received the order and swiftly exited the Hokage office. She had no desire to linger in that oppressive space. But what on earth had Bai Mo done to warrant such attention from the Hokage? Uzumaki Sakurako shook her head, dispelling her thoughts. As a member of the Umbu, her duty was to obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands. She was merely a tool, not one to ponder excessively. Deep within the forest, surrounded by towering trees, Tsunade looked up at the multitude of Bai Mo above and called out, "Come down and talk to me. I have some questions for you. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Caw, caw, caw." Aside from the occasional caw of a passing crow, there was no sound to respond to Tsunade's call. This caused her eyes to twitch slightly. Bai Mo, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me? Painful stomp. Tsunade lifted her long leg and forcefully stomped down onto the ground. A multitude of trees were uprooted by her immense strength that moment. Her terrifying power was undeniably evident. However, when Tsunade looked again, she found no trace of Bai Mo in this vast forest. Not a single figure remained. Was this an illusion? Chapter 11. Beware of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speak, Tsunade. What is the matter that you have been following me? Bai Mo's cold voice echoed in Tsunade's ears, prompting her to kick again. Yet when her foot struck, it merely passed through his form, revealing it to be an illusion. Coming to her senses, Tsunade wasted no time. Her chakra surged wildly, and she formed hand seals. Release. This was the best method to dispel illusions. After feeling her mind clear significantly, Tsunade focused her gaze once more. Before her stood Bai Mo, clad in a white robe and black shoes, his eyes glimmering with a playful light, as if observing a mere toy. This ignited a blaze of anger within Tsunade. Bai Mo, I never expected your illusions to be so elusive. Even I was unaware of when I fell under your spell. Bai Mo shrugged and replied with a smile. You should answer my question first. Playing dumb, are we? If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I shall return to my training. Wait, Tsunade saw Bai Mo turning to leave and swiftly blocked his path. She certainly did not want to lose sight of this fellow. Glancing at the Een seal on Bai Mo's palm, she inquired, Tell me, where did you learn the Een seal and the 100 healings technique? Self-taught, Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. He wasn't foolish enough to divulge the existence of the system. If that's all, then I have answered your question. Please do not disturb my training. If you would. You insufferable, Tsunade glared at Bai Mo, clearly taken aback by his dismissive attitude. Her fists clenched instinctively. Her temper had not improved, especially following the Second Shinobi World War, and now faced with Bai Mo's cavalier response, her aura began to intensify. Een seal, release, 100 healings technique. Observe. Deep violet markings emerged across Tsunade's body, the intricate pattern spreading over her form, causing her deep green attire to billow without wind. Self-taught. You say, then let me witness the difference between your self-taught 100 healings technique and mine. As her words fell, Tsunade's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture instantly. Countless fissures raced toward Bai Mo. Tsunade's terrifying presence became unmistakable, sending wild beasts of the forest scattering in fear. Truly, one cannot deny Tsunade's prowess. Bai Mo slowly closed his eyes, only to open them abruptly. Whoosh! The patterns of a Sharingan appeared in his gaze, transforming the entire world before him into a blood-red hue. Countless threads and points outlined the landscape, allowing Bai Mo to effortlessly pinpoint Tsunade's movements. Too slow, Bai Mo slightly sidestepped. Swoosh! The sound of air exploding resounded, yet Tsunade's attack missed, providing Bai Mo with an excellent opportunity to counterattack. A relaxed expression graced Bai Mo's face as he flicked his fingers, suddenly landing a point on Tsunade's clothing. Bang! As his finger touched the red dot on her attire. In an instant, Tsunade's garments transformed into powder. Her alluring figure laid bare before Bai Mo's eyes. How could this be? Tsunade gasped in shock, her movements momentarily frozen. Clutching her arms around her, she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. I told you, your speed is lacking. Even without activating the 100 healings technique, I can easily discern your movements through my superior dynamic vision and launch a counterattack in a heartbeat. Here, wear this. It should help you regain your composure. Bai Mo removed his long robe and draped it over Tsunade. She felt the unique aura of Bai Mo enveloping her. A faint blush crept on her cheeks. She grasped the hem of the white robe, adjusting it around her curvaceous figure, which only served to enhance her captivating allure. Tsunade released the 100 healings technique, allowing her abundant chakra to flow back into the Een seal, forming a diamond-shaped emblem on her forehead. That I want to press further about the 100 healings technique, but I do have one warning for you. Seeing Bai Mo turn his gaze toward her, awaiting her next words, Tsunade paused before continuing. With Minato's grandmother involved in the upcoming wedding, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not take any major actions, but he will certainly seek trouble with you. Do not be fooled into thinking Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good man. He is quite cunning. Exercise caution when dealing with him. Bai Mo regarded Tsunade with unexpected surprise. He had not anticipated such word from her. What do you mean? Bai Mo feigned ignorance, inquiring with a keen interest directed at Tsunade. In response, Tsunade cast a deep gaze at Bai Mo, inhaled deeply, and slowly articulated, Do you truly believe that the Senju clan's decline was not due to your squandering of the family fortune? I'm not referring to wealth. Tsunade, dubbed the Great Fat Sheep, quickly retorted, I speak of our people, the members of the Senju clan. You are well aware that in the nascent stages of Kanagakur, our clan was as prominent as the Uchiha. With a vast population, my grandfather and granduncle were the first and second Hokage, holding unparalleled status within the village, and the Senju clan flourished like never before. However, following the appointment of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the clan's rapid decline commenced. Once a thriving lineage, we faced numerous deaths and injuries. A shadow flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Every time she broached this subject, an indescribable heaviness weighed upon her heart. When did you first sense the anomaly? When my brother died, Tsunade's brother, named Rope Tree, was a direct descendant of the Senju clan, possessing talents that far surpassed the ordinary. Even at a tender age, his prowess was formidable. Yet, this prodigy met his demise during the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade tightened her robe and continued. During the Second Great Ninja War, Rope Tree was executing his mission as planned. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly altered his course and encountered a multitude of enemy ninjas. Ultimately perishing in battle, Bai Mo furrowed his brow. Generally, ninjas on missions would never alter their routes lightly. Have Rope Tree change his path so easily implies the interference of someone he trusted. Are you suggesting that someone Rope Tree trusted orchestrated this? Indeed. According to my subsequent investigations, the primary reason for Rope Tree's deviation was the information provided by the Umbu. The air had grown increasingly chilly. Bai Mo took up Tsunade's thread of thought, stating, and the one manipulating the Umbu was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 12. The team leader, in the heart of the forest, Bai Mo and Tsunade stood facing one another. Their gazes locked. Each could perceive the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. If Tsunade's assertions held truth, then Hiruzen Sarutobi's culpability would be most significant. Coupled with Bai Mo's insights as a time traveler, it was evident that Sarutobi was a man of profound cunning. That he recalled how, during the Ninja World Wars, the Sarutobi clan had only grown in stature, reflecting the considerable resources they had absorbed within Kanagakur. It was no wonder Tsunade eventually departed from the village, only to return after Sarutobi's death. This connection was telling indeed. How fitting it was to be in the world of Naruto, a realm where the darkness concealed within was far more rampant than Bai Mo had ever imagined. Bai Mo nodded, accepting Tsunade's information. I understand, and I shall remain vigilant. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to aid you, as a token of gratitude for sharing this knowledge. You certainly are reluctant to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, Tsunade remarked, casting a contemplative glance at Bai Mo. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. The wedding has concluded, and I have no further reason to remain in Kanagakur until fate allows our paths to cross again. With a flourish, Tsunade turned her back to Bai Mo, waving her hand in farewell. Remember not to lose too much money. Great fat sheep, you really are unafraid of repercussions, aren't you? Tsunade stumbled slightly, barely restraining the flames of her indignation. Yet, considering Bai Mo's enigmatic strength, she suppressed her it would be wiser than not to engage deeply with this individual. Tsunade feared she might very well be driven to madness by him. A gust of wind howled, and Bai Mo's form suddenly vanished into the depths of the forest. He too had to commence his training. Beyond the self-imposed task of refining rune engraving, he intended to hone his physical skills, ninjutsu, chakra manipulation, hand seals, and ocular techniques. Bai Mo was determined not to fall behind in any aspect. Upon arriving at his designated training ground, he unleashed the technique of multiple shadow clones, embarking on his unique path of cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a day had slipped away. The sun blazed high in the azure sky, casting its relentless heat. The shrill cries of cicadas echoed through the shaded grove. Ding! Current task progress. Refined rune engraving, 10 complete. Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find that despite having distributed 1,000 shadow clones for training, he had only achieved a mere 10 progress in a day. The further he advanced, the slower his progress became. He pondered how long it would take to fill this progress bar. Rustle. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to whisper against one another, prompting Bai Mo to glance towards a nearby shadow. Enough hiding. If you've come, then reveal yourself before me. Otherwise, do not blame me for treating you as an adversary. Bai Mo's voice was icy, a chill that even the blazing sun could not dispel, sending a shiver through the shadowy figure of Yuzuki Yugao. With a swift motion, Yuzuki Yugao emerged from the shadows, her purple hair dancing in the wind, exuding a fragrance akin to that of a blooming maiden. As she stepped forth before Bai Mo Uchiha, Bai Mo, the Hokage, requests your presence. The Hokage, you say? Understood. I shall make my way there shortly. Beneath her umbu mask, a hint of confusion flickered across Yuzuki Yugao's features, her delicate brows knitted together, and her crimson lips pursed slightly. She felt an odd sensation. As if Bai Mo were indifferent to the Hokage's summons, one would expect that within the entirety of Konohagakure, anyone hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's invitation would be filled with elation. How could Bai Mo maintain such composure? With this thought in mind, Yuzuki Yugao departed from Bai Mo's presence, returning to the Hokage building to report her findings to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, I have located Bai Mo and informed him to come to the Hokage building. Well done, you have my gratitude, Hiruzen Sarutobi praised casually, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. By the way, you need not withdraw this time. Simply remain by my side and wait. Yes, without hesitation, Yuzuki Yugao acquiesced. As an umbu, she was devoid of personal thoughts. Her sole duty was to execute the tasks assigned by the Hokage. Yet, what Yuzuki Yugao did not anticipate was that this wait would extend for 3 full hours, 6 hours in total. Yuzuki Yugao, are you certain you have relayed the message to Bai Mo? Absolutely. I see. Then let us wait a bit longer. A shadow of irritation flickered across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, imperceptibly. After all, he was the Hokage. Others were meant to wait for him. When had he ever waited for anyone? Uchiha Bai Mo, one day, he would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Yet, just as this malevolent thought crossed Hiruzen's mind, a spring-like smile broke across his face. His visage, marked by age spots, bore wrinkles that seemed to converge in a singular expression. His heavy, hoarse voice resonated in the office. Bai Mo, you have arrived. I heard the Hokage summon me. I was engrossed in my training and hope I am not late. At this moment, the slanting rays of the sun painted the sky with vibrant hues, casting a warm glow over the village of Konohagakure, where lights were beginning to flicker to life in homes. The hawks circled low, seemingly preparing to greet the encroaching night. It was in this twilight moment that Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Bai Mo with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Not at all. You are perfectly on time." Hiruzen extended his hand, gesturing towards the chair opposite him, inviting Bai Mo to sit. However, to his surprise, Bai Mo bypassed the chair entirely, choosing instead to settle upon a nearby sofa. This caught Hiruzen off guard momentarily. But as the Hokage, he quickly regained his composure. With a hearty laugh, he approached the desk, embodying the essence of a kindly elder, and poured a fragrant cup of tea for Bai Mo. I trust all went smoothly with your wedding to Kushina. Smoothly, certainly harmonious. However, Lord Hokage, your summons for the umbu to fetch me must pertain to matters beyond this discussion. Having spoken, Bai Mo cast a glance at the figure of Yuzuki Yuin standing beside him. A faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an attitude of fearlessness. This only served to amplify the brilliance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile. In truth, the matter at hand is neither particularly challenging nor entirely straightforward. My primary intention is for you to assume the role of a lead instructor. Bai Mo's tone slightly elevated. Lead instructor? Indeed. Recently, the teachers at the Ninja Academy are all occupied with missions, and there is simply no one available to spare. Thus, I thought to inquire if you would be willing to take on the role of a lead teacher for Noara Rin, Kakashi, and Uchiha Bido. Chapter 13. Should we dine first, or should I be your first course? In the Hokage building, within the office uniquely belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, wisps of steam rose gracefully from a teacup. Bai Mo delicately sipped from the cup, his gaze landing upon the elderly gentleman before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Among these three, there is also your younger brother, an elder brother. Guiding him personally would surely be a delightful endeavor. No, Bai Mo retorted. I knew you would agree. What do you mean, no? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Why? Who would willingly instruct my foolish younger brother? He could scarcely master the fire release. great fireball technique during his childhood. What merit is there in teaching him with such a lack of talent? Bai Mo set the teacup down on the table, unreservedly critiquing his brother. Upon hearing such words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. He fixed his gaze on Bai Mo, retorting, "Do you think everyone possesses your remarkable talent? That is the great fireball technique. It ranks among the most challenging of B-rank ninjutsu. How could you expect a child to learn it?" Seemingly realizing his lapse, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily cleared his throat. "Ahem, Bai Mo, are you truly not considering this? You must recognize that Kakashi is also part of this team. His talent is exceptionally strong as well. In fact, his performance at the Ninja Academy closely rivals yours." Bai Mo shot Sarutobi Hiruzen an incredulous glance. Such matters could be glossed over with others, but not with him. If Kakashi were 100 points, standing as the top of the Ninja Academy, then Bai Mo would constitute 10,000 points. Although Kakashi was the closest to him, a disparity of 9,900 points remained, mind you. "Very well, Lord Hokage, you are aware that I serve as the vice-captain of the Uchiha security team. Beyond my training, I am responsible for the safety of Konoha, and this alone keeps me sufficiently occupied. Thus, I implore you to seek another." Bai Mo rose from the couch, casting a casual glance at Yuzuki Yuin beside Sarutobi Hiruzen before striding toward the office exit. In an instant, the spacious room was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuzuki Yuin. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the teacup on the table, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the room, causing even Yuzuki Yuin to break into a cold sweat. Plop, the cold sweat dripped to the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Yuzuki Yuin, his face adorned with a smile. "Yuzuki Yuin, please summon Namikaze Minato." "Understood." Just as Yuzuki Yuin was about to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, "By the way, prepare yourself well for today. Starting tomorrow, you shall monitor Bai Mo's every move. Lord Hokage, with my abilities, should I approach Bai Mo, he will effortlessly detect my presence. And what of it? He shall not act against you. Just be cautious of falling victim to his Jinjutsu." Every Uchiha clan member is initially adept at Jinjutsu, particularly with the enhancement of Sharingan, which makes it exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, considering Yuzuki Yuin's prowess with heightened vigilance, she should be able to withstand the Jinjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered internally. Ever since Bai Mo entered the room, he had been observing Bai Mo's every move. He noticed that Bai Mo's gaze occasionally darted toward Yuzuki Yuin, seemingly captivated by her presence. This could prove advantageous. When a person harbors desires, it equates to possessing a leverage to manipulate them. Thus, the prodigious Bai Mo would no longer seem so formidable. His greatest fear was that Bai Mo would immerse himself entirely in training. Given his talent, with sufficient time, he might very well emerge as the next Uchiha. To that point, no matter how he schemed or suppressed, he would not stand a chance against Bai Mo. Hence, he sought to have Bai Mo lead a team, ideally wasting his time and prolonging his growth cycle. That will be all. Yuzuki Yuin was oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts as a member of the Umbu. She lacked even the right to refuse. Swish, sensing the flow of energy around her, Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance into the distance, where he could vaguely perceive purple strands dancing. Why is one wandering about at this late hour instead of returning home to train? Bai Mo remarked, his figure flickering as he returned to his room. Little did he anticipate that upon opening his door, a delicate fragrance would waft into his nostrils. Before his eyes stood Kushina, draped in a flowing garment, her complexion radiant, her gaze shimmering. Upon seeing Bai Mo enter, a blush of innocent shyness suffused her cheeks. "Husband, you have returned. Would you prefer to dine first or engage in other activities?" As she spoke, Kushina entwined one hand around Bai Mo's waist, guiding him forward. That moment, she felt her body ablaze with an unprecedented shyness, wrapping her in a cocoon of warmth. This was her first time being so audacious. For this moment, she had made numerous preparations, rehearsing countless times in her mind, all to ensure her presence would seize Bai Mo's heart. She had already fallen for him. There was no allowance for him to remain indifferent. This could be considered a unique kind of mischief on Kushina's part. Yet, this very peculiar charm rendered Bai Mo utterly speechless, Rooted to the spot, he stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind momentarily at a standstill. What are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. I merely prepared a feast, awaiting your return. Kushina mischievously glanced at Bai Mo, adding, but rest assured, husband, I won't disturb your training. After I feed you, you may train as you please. Feed me? Indeed, it's time for you to eat. Kushina picked up a beautifully crafted spoon resting nearby, gently scooping a spoonful of clear soup and extending it toward Bai Mo's lips. As dusk descended upon the mountains, the evening glow lingered over the fields, gradually fading like a sunflower at dusk. A tea cast a shadow over a young girl's heart, which began to wither. Why are there so many wolves in the ordinary training ground? What on earth has transpired in the forest? Yuhi Kurinai's lips were tightly pursed, her delicate visage taut with tension. As a student of the Ninja Academy, she held a standard practice kunai in her hands, positioned defensively before her, warily guarding against the hungry wolves before her. These wolves appeared as though provoked, their eyes gleaming red, baring their fangs and casting glances at Yuhi Kurinai, as if they wished to devour her petite form whole. They were exceedingly ferocious. Chapter 14. Thank you, big brother. The sky gradually darkened, resembling an invisible gray net draping over the heavens. A heavy, ominous dampness began to rise. Yuhi Kurinai found herself enveloped in this oppressive atmosphere, unable to break free or voice her thoughts. The pressure rendered her countenance as pale as frost. Her ears were filled with low, guttural growls. Caw, caw. Above, the eagles circled, their sharp gazes surveying Yuhi Kurinai from lofty heights. Gripping her practice kunai, Yuhi Kurinai was the first to launch an attack, her petite form darting toward the pack of wolves. The startled wolves fluffed their fur, baring their sharp teeth, saliva dripping from their mouths, emanating an awful stench. Without warning, they lunged toward Yuhi Kurinai. Swish! Blood erupted forth, splattering vividly. The lush green grass donned a crimson garb, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, intensifying the frenzy of the pack of wolves. Like deranged beasts, they charged recklessly towards the setting sun. No, no. As the alpha wolf lunged toward her, Shihong, driven by instinct, hurled the kunai she clutched in her hand. To her astonishment, the alpha wolf executed an S-shaped maneuver, effortlessly evading her strike, leaving the unarmed Shihong in an even more desperate predicament. Time seemed to slow. Her small face turned increasingly pale as memories flickered in her mind like a strobe light, flashing through her thoughts in a mere second. Was she destined to perish? But she did not wish to die. Tomorrow, the school would assign a teacher to guide her class. She would then learn more formidable ninjutsu and, through rigorous trials, ascend to the rank of genin, just like her father, becoming a true ninja. With this resolve, Shihong steeled herself against the pack, adopting a defensive stance. Yet, as a mere student of ninjutsu, lacking weapons and only possessing basic techniques, she stood no chance against the ravenous wolves. Even her trained taijutsu offered little solace against a throng of nearly 30 wolves. However, at the critical moment, the air was pierced by a series of slicing sounds. Dark shuriken arced gracefully through the air, striking true at the heads of the pack. One by one, the wolves fell to the ground with thuds, none surviving the onslaught. How impressive! Wolves, like dogs, have the hardest skulls. Yet even they succumbed easily to the shuriken's terrifying force. Cawing echoed as a hawk soared above, its sharp talons grasping the corpses of the fallen wolves, lifting them into the sky. Clearly, it would enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Little one, remember, next time you find yourself in such peril, discard whatever you hold and flee before they encircle you. Otherwise, with your meager skills, you may well become their meal. The voice of Hakai resonated. Shihong turned to see Hakai in his white cloak, having appeared unannounced nearby. You are the groom? Uchiha Hakai. Indeed, that is I, Hakai nodded, continuing on his path. As he passed Shihong, he gently ruffled her hair. All is well now. The danger has been averted. Hurry back to your parents. And you? I shall continue my training, Hakai replied, venturing deeper into the forest. The wolf had likely been drawn here by the ruckus caused by him and Tsunade earlier in the day. Let us hope the hawk takes its time with its meal. Wait, she called. Is there something else? Hakai halted, turning to regard the girl with a puzzled expression. Thank you, big brother. with a slight bend in her knees. Shihong leapt into Hawkeye's embrace. Before he could react, she wiped the corners of his mouth with the hem of his cloak. There. Now you're clean. She bounded away, cheerfully waving goodbye. Children in this world have grown accustomed to danger, possessing remarkable resilience. Therefore, Hawkeye found no strangeness in Shihong's demeanor. Instead, he hastily waved, swiftly disappearing from her sight. How embarrassing. He had not noticed he had food on his face during their earlier meal, undoubtedly due to Kushina's hasty feeding. He quickly shifted his focus back to his own training. Ding! Progress on refined rune engraving. 13. Observing Hawkeye's hasty departure, Shihong instinctively twirled a strand of her hair. Why does he leave so quickly? Is he off to train? He seems like such an amiable person. I want to train hard like him and become a powerful ninja. At this moment, she was unaware of her burgeoning feelings. All she desired was to train diligently, to emulate Hawkeye's strength. Upon returning home, she would urge her parents to train with her, eager to learn more combat techniques. Thus, everything seemed to revert to normalcy. Though hidden currents began to stir beneath the surface. Lord Killer Bee, we are nearing Konoha. Shall we infiltrate? No need. You all wait here. Fewer people are better for this kind of operation, but Uchiha Hawkeye, do not worry. Remember, I am the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, adept at instilling pressure that I will surely drive Hawkeye out. Killer Bee enjoyed rap and often spoken rhymes, infusing his dialogue with a rhythmic flair as he flickered in emotion. Transforming into a shadow, he melded with the darkness of the moonlit night, slipping unnoticed into Konoha. Is this Konoha? Not a single patrol in sight at this hour. Do they truly believe the Second Great War is over? He surveyed the village's architecture, searching for the buildings described in the intelligence reports in a brief moment, he located the secluded Uchiha compound. Chapter 15, Thunderous Surprise. The Uchiha clan has been marginalized. The clan's location, nestled in a remote part of Konoha, is no secret. Observing the faint glow emanating from the Uchiha residence, Killer Bee surmised that most members had likely retreated to their quarters. His mission now was to infiltrate cautiously, to give Hawkeye and Kushina a grand surprise. As the thought crossed his mind, excitement bubbled within him, almost compelling him to rap, though he refrained, considering the strong presence of several Uchiha warriors with a crouched posture. He blended into the shadows, holding his breath, suppressing all traces of his presence. Stealthily, he delved deeper into the Uchiha compound, arriving at the very place where Hawkeye resided. Inside, Kushina sat cross-legged at the edge of her bed, her chakra flowing rhythmically through her body as she honed her skills, striving to enhance her chakra's potency. However, an odd sensation enveloped her, prompting her delicate brows to furrow in an instant. Her eyes snapped open. How strange. Why does it feel so peculiar? This presence seems dangerous, reminiscent of Mido-sama, she murmured, her slender feet pressed against the floor as she expanded her senses, meticulously discerning the encroaching aura. Suddenly, Kushina's pupils constricted. I remember. This aura belongs to a Jinchuriki. Only they possess such an unusual and perilous presence. She recalled the sensation she had felt from Mido, familiar yet distinct. Yet, this energy was something she had never encountered before, indicating the presence of another Jinchuriki within the Uchiha compound. Given the recent turmoil of war and the assassination that had transpired just yesterday, it was clear that this presence was directed at her. With that realization, Kushina sprang into action, snatching her ninja gear and bursting from her room as she dashed outside. She grasped an explosive tag between her fingers, binding it to a kunai before launching it skyward. Ha! Boom! A deafening sound erupted in the sky, akin to the resonant beats of thunder striking the heads of the onlookers. The commotion roused the Uchiha clan members, who swiftly dashed out of their rooms. Sister-in-law, what has transpired? Uchiha Obito's quarters were nearby, making him the first to reach Kushina's side. Someone has infiltrated the Uchiha clan? What? Obito's voice rose in pitch, a serious expression immediately settling on his face. He drew his kunai, mimicking Kushina's demeanor, cautiously surveying the surroundings. At that moment, the entire Uchiha compound was thrown into disarray. The cacophony of voices resonated throughout the clan grounds. What was that sound? Was it an explosion? It seems to have originated near Hakomai's room. Let's go. We must investigate. Has the clan leader been informed? Yes, the clan leader is already headed towards the source of the explosion. Good. Then let us hurry as well. The members of the Uchiha clan rushed towards the sound's origin, causing a look of dread to settle on Killer Bee's face. What on earth has happened? Could it be that I have been discovered? No, if I'd been found out, they would be rushing towards me. Damn it, I was so close. Hidden in the shadows of a corner, Killer Bee gazed resentfully at the increasingly gathered figures not far away. He could already see Kushina. If only they had taken a moment longer, he could have at least taken Kushina back as a prize. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan was something they coveted. It seemed that retreat was the only option now. Gritting his teeth, Killer Bee gradually withdrew into the darkness. The vast Uchiha compound fell back into silence. Has he left? Kushina watched as more and more people arrived. As the bizarre and eerie aura gradually dissipated, her inner tension eased considerably. Kushina, what has happened? Uchiha Fugaku approached, reeking of alcohol, having imbibed heavily in celebration of Akomai's wedding. His spirits were high, and the effects of the drink lingered. Yet it did not impair his faculties. Instead, it sharpened his already repressed aura. Clan leader, I sensed an unusual presence approaching earlier, reminiscent of a Jinchuriki. But it definitely wasn't Granny Mito, so I promptly threw a kunai wrapped in explosive tags. Hoping to alert you. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the vicinity. He did not catch sight of Uchiha Hakomai. Could that guy be training again? On a day like this, why is he so engrossed in training? This thought vexed Fugaku. No, I must speak with Hakomai when the opportunity arises. That we must ensure our lineage continues. But for now, the immediate priority was to locate the suspicious individual Kushina had mentioned. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her sensitivity to chakra was remarkable, so there should be no mistake. Fugaku's aura began to rise steadily. Search the entire Uchiha compound. We must ascertain the identity of the intruder. Additionally, increase patrols and prioritize the protection of Uzumaki Kushina. We cannot afford any lapses. Understood, the clan members shouted in unison. Though the night had grown late, the Uchiha compound remained brightly lit, casting a glow that illuminated the sky, making the circling hawk's eyes shine ever brighter. Could Killer Bee be from the Hidden Cloud Village? Truly unrelenting in his schemes. In the dark forest, Hakomai sat cross-legged on a branch, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Although his marriage to Kushina was a fade, it did not diminish his concern for her. After all, a young girl had sacrificed her reputation to live with him, and this alone commanded his utmost respect. As a man, he felt responsible for ensuring her comfort and happiness. Moreover, thanks to Kushina, he had suddenly conceived a new idea. Perhaps he could inscribe explosive tags and present a spectacular gift to Killer Bee and his companions. Chapter 16. Continue the surveillance. Pay the price. With this thought in mind, Hakomai promptly activated his shadow clones, beginning to inscribe explosive tags on parchment. As each tag was completed, the progress bar for his self-imposed task surged at a visible rate. Ding! Self-imposed task. Detailed inscription of runes. Current progress. 232630. Hakomai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his speed increased significantly. Over the course of the night, his progress soared from 23 to an impressive 89. He had amassed a staggering 50,000 explosive tags. While not as many as Conan's 6 billion, the consecutive explosions would certainly be enough to give Killer Bee and his cohorts a run for their money. The morning sun lazily bathed the surroundings in light as Hakomai directed his clones to continue inscribing runes and made his way towards the Uchiha clan. Upon entering his quarters, he was greeted by Kushina, who opened her arms and leaped towards him, her delicate, fair arms wrapped around his waist, her fragrance enveloping him entirely. Hakomai! Kushina's sweet voice rang out. Hakomai momentarily froze, unsure of where to place his hands. However, as time passed and he noticed Kushina clinging to him, expressing her inner tension and anxiety, his heart gradually found calm. He wrapped his arms around her elbows and gently patted her back, softly assuring her, Kushina, I am aware of what transpired yesterday. You need not worry. No one can harm you. Just rest in your room and leave everything else to me. Kushina lifted her gaze from Hakomai's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering like ripples, captivating him entirely. His aura is formidable, and if my senses are correct, he is likely a Jinchuriki like Granny Mito. Understood. I will be cautious, so worry not, Hakomai whispered, then gently placed Kushina on the bed. Gazing into her eyes, he will pay a heavy price for this. A faint smile graced Hakomai's lips as he playfully flicked Kushina's forehead before turning to leave the room, as Kushina watched him depart. Her delicate hands instinctively clenched tightly. She yearned to assist Hakomai, but her current strength was merely that of a newly promoted Chunin, far from the elite J-Nin level Hakomai had attained at such a young age. Her instincts told her that Hakomai's abilities had surpassed even that of elite J-Nin, reaching true Kaga-level prowess. Big brother, I want to go with you. Almost immediately after Hakomai exited the room, Uchiha Obito burst forth from his quarters, calling out to him. Unlike his demeanor with Kushina, Hakomai scrutinized Obito up and down, teasing, "My foolish little brother, you haven't been enhanced. Why the rush to offer yourself up?" Obito, frustrated, stomped his foot, recounting his brave exploits from the previous day. Yet, just as he was animatedly relaying his tale, Hakomai flung a kunai that sliced through the air, embedding itself into the wooden wall behind Obito. This left Obito frozen in place, his body rigid. Gulp. In the tense silence, Obito instinctively swallowed hard. TSK, your reflexes are still lacking. That I heard from Sarutobi-sensei, that a supervising teacher will be assigned to you today. So be sure to pay attention and don't fall behind. After a pause, Hakomai added, as for this matter, leave it to your older brother. I will ensure they pay for their actions. After all, I have never encountered such an audacious individual, daring enough to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. A fierce aura of murderous intent flickered in Bai Mo's dual obsidian eyes as he cast a fleeting glance at a figure not far away. In the next instant, he vanished from the Uchiha estate. In the distance, Uzumaki Kushina shuddered. She executed Bai Mo's command to surveil. She felt as though she had plunged into an eternal ice chamber. That remark was certainly not mere soliloquy from Bai Mo. It was likely directed at her. After all, she too was covertly monitoring the Uchiha clan's activities. Was this a warning to me? Uzumaki Kushina hastily channeled her chakra, retreating from the Uchiha estate at an astonishing speed. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately resolved to report this matter to Sarutobi Hisashi. Within the Hokage building, in the office uniquely belonging to Sarutobi Hisashi, Uzumaki Kushina conveyed all the information she had gathered that day. She relayed her report. Sarutobi Hisashi stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the street below. And no wonder the Uchiha clan was in turmoil last night. It stemmed from this incident. When he received news yesterday, Sarutobi Hisashi had suspected the Uchiha clan was on the brink of rebellion. Upon learning of the situation, he summoned all the Umbu, awaiting the Uchiha clan's subsequent actions. He never anticipated the circumstances would unfold in this manner. Hokage-sama, should we search Konoha village? We could locate those who infiltrated the Uchiha clan yesterday. Uzumaki Kushina suggested, her underlying implication being, I would prefer not to monitor Bai Mo. Could I instead pursue the others? At least that task would be simpler. Sarutobi Hisashi, astute as ever, was well aware of Uzumaki Kushina's intentions. However, at this moment, no one was more suited than her to keep tabs on Bai Mo. Thus, without hesitation, he shook his head and replied, No need. This matter belongs to the Uchiha clan. We shall not interfere. Your report was excellent. Continue to monitor Bai Mo. I wish to be apprised of his every move. Uzumaki Kushina's red lips, hidden beneath her Umbu mask, parted slightly. She yearned to voice her thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken, and she could only nod in acquiescence. Yes, Hokage-sama. With that, her figure dissipated from the office. Leaving Sarutobi Hisashi alone in the expansive room, he pondered whether this intruder could provide him with a surprise, revealing the true combat strength of the Uchiha clan, particularly that of Uchiha Bai Mo. Only by grasping Uchiha Bai Mo's genuine capabilities could he devise a more effective plan. Please do not let me down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chapter 17, The Allure of the Manjiki Sharingan. Hidden not far from Konoha, Kurabi's face was etched with fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist against the nearby rock wall, causing debris to scatter and earth to crumble. an undeniable testament to his immense strength. Has the news arrived? Lord Karabi, the information has been relayed. What did my brother say? Karabi, as the sworn brother of A, addressed him as such in everyday conversation. Lord mentioned that the Uzumaki clan possesses acute sensitivity to chakra and may have sensed your presence. Prompting their actions, his subordinate continued. Lord A also stated that this failure is inconsequential. We can shift our focus to the Hyuga clan, which would allow us to execute a feint. After all, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan is exceedingly formidable. If we seize it, we could significantly alter the course of battle and potentially instigate the Third Shinobi World War, elevating Kumogakure above the other shinobi villages. Listening to his subordinate's report, Karabi interlaced his fingers and leaned against the rock wall. Lost in contemplation, his brother's words rang true. The Uchiha clan was on high alert, coupled with the keen perception of Uzumaki Kushina, making his task exceedingly difficult. Perhaps it would be wiser to turn his attention to other clans. He had heard that the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had a newborn daughter named Hinata, whose bloodline was undoubtedly pure, making her an ideal target. Karabi inhaled deeply, the spirit of rap igniting within him. Yo, if I were to be born with snow-white eyes, my dream would be to become the rap leader, mastering the seven-sword style, and being the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. I wonder how the Hyuga clan would respond. Tonight, at midnight, infiltrate the Hyuga clan. Our target is the newly born princess, Hyuga Hinata. Yes. As Karabi's declaration resonated, the surrounding individuals erupted in fervent cheers, prompting Karabi to deliver a swift reprimand to each of them. Fools, shouting so loudly. Do you wish to alert those from Konoha to our presence? Just then, a sense of vigilance surged within Karabi as he sensed an impending threat. His gaze shifted, and he spotted a kunai, bound with an envelope, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. The swiftness of its approach made him raise an eyebrow. With a swift motion, Karabi drew his blade, and in a flash, the sharp edge met the kunai, sending it careening aside, embedding itself halfway into the ground. Karabi scrutinized the direction for which the kunai had come, yet detected no trace of its wielder. Had they already departed? His expression grew serious as he turned to the kunai. Gesturing for his subordinate to retrieve the envelope attached to it, as he unfurled the envelope, he was met with tiny, mosquito-like letters that read, "To ascertain Uchiha Bai Mo's whereabouts. Meet me at Hokage Rock at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Upon reading this, Karabi's expression turned grave. Had their movements been exposed? Did the higher-ups in Konoha have a grasp on their whereabouts? If that were the case, would they not send reinforcements to ambush them? Why then would they provide him with intelligence, especially regarding Uchiha Bai Mo? A flurry of thoughts raced through Karabi's mind, while his subordinates regarded him with curiosity. Lord, is something amiss? Nothing, just a few matters I find perplexing. Karabi replied. Taking a deep breath, having made up his mind, he addressed the assembled ninjas. The plan remains unchanged. When night falls, you shall infiltrate the Hyuga clan and abduct Hyuga Hinata. And what of you? Lord, I will proceed to Hokage Rock to discover what that individual is truly plotting. But is that not too perilous? Perilous? Nonsense. I am Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the future rap leader of the shinobi world. Observing Karabi's unwavering confidence, his comrades felt a wave of reassurance. Indeed, a Jinchuriki is the mightiest weapon in the shinobi realm. How many could genuinely contend with the strength of a Jinchuriki? Even if Lord Karabi were to be beset by foes, his prowess would surely allow him to escape with grace, just as he had done the night before. Drip, drip, drip. Water droplets cascaded in the dim underground chamber. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru, his voice hoarse. Has the message been sent? Naturally. Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. But is it truly wise to betray the villagers? Ha ha! What? Orochimaru, do you believe my actions are misguided? Hearing such words from you is truly ironic. Your deeds are hardly commendable either. Danzo retorted. To eliminate obstacles on the path ahead, collaborating with enemies is indeed a commendable choice. Rest assured, I shall prepare more live specimens for your experiments. After all, we are the best of partners. Ha ha ha. The hoarse voice of Shimura Danzo reverberated within the confines of the room, Orochimaru's shadowy gaze fixed upon the figure of Danzo before him. his face betraying not a single emotion as he turned. His serpentine tongue could not resist the urge to lick his lips. The kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Hakomai had long been a coveted prize. One could only hope that Danzo would not disappoint him this time. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Indeed, the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had been implanted by Orochimaru himself. Yet, both were ambitious souls. And ambition breeds no camaraderie between like-minded individuals. Should he succeed in acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could finally depart from Konoha and immerse himself in the study of that intoxicating bloodline limit. Achoo! The immersed Hakomai rubbed his nose, then gazed at the sun-drenched sky. How peculiar! Who might be invoking my name? Let me guess, it must be those two rascals, Orochimaru and Danzo. These fellows certainly lack discretion in their actions. Every move they make is laid bare before my eyes. Caw, caw, caw. The sound of a soaring eagle pierced the sky. It spread its wings and ascended high, surveying the land from thousands of meters above. Nothing could escape the eagle's keen sight. At that moment, time unknowingly slipped into the afternoon hour of 3 atop Hokage Rock. Chapter 18, Trouble, a Trap. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the figure of Killer Bee emerged. He scanned his surroundings, only to find tranquility and peace. Devoid of even a single soul, he curled his lip in disdain, a surge of anger swelling within him. He felt like a jester, cruelly mocked by others. How could anyone be so tardy? Such individuals deserve to be cast from a cliff, trampled into the ground. Words, laced with a specific melody, floated from Killer Bee's lips, causing Danzo, who had just appeared behind him, to nearly choke in surprise. Cough, cough, he feigned a cough, a signal of his presence. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee turned, curiosity piqued as he examined the figure before him. The individual wore a straw hat, its draping fabric obscuring his features. The only discernible trait was a voice tinged with age, discernible from his earlier cough. Beyond that, no further clues could be gleaned. Speak. What does your letter truly mean? In its literal sense, I provide you with intel on Uchiha Hakomai. After a brief pause, Danzo continued. But in return, upon the successful completion of this task, you must grant me one of Hakomai's Sharingan. Ha! Do you truly believe I would fall for your trickery? Who knows if you're merely setting a trap for me? Whether you choose to believe or not is your decision. But should you miss this opportunity, it may not present itself again. Killer Bee fell silent. The words of the man before him rang true. If it were merely Hinata Hyuga, it would hardly elevate the status of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, should he manage to unlock the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline limit, then no village in the shinobi world would stand a chance against the Hidden Cloud. He could also fulfill his brother's expectations. Seeing Killer Bee's lack of response, Danzo recognized the stirring of ambition within him. Indeed, in this shinobi world, none could resist the allure of the Uchiha bloodline limit. 10 miles west of Konoha lies a forest where Hakomai often trains. If you lay in wait there, you are bound to encounter him. Simply strike unexpectedly, and with your prowess, you should easily be able to injure Hakomai and abduct him. With that, Danzo lingered no longer. He formed a hand seal, his figure dissolving into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from Killer Bee's sight. He did not require Killer Bee's agreement to cooperate. He merely needed to ignite his ambition, prompting him to seek out Hakomai. In that scenario, the clam and clam digger would only serve to benefit the fisherman. Everything lay within his intricate calculations. Hakomai's training ground, you say? Killer Bee silently echoed the words. He chose not to pursue the figure that had just departed, but instead contemplated the intelligence he held. Uchiha Hakomai was utterly engrossed in his training. According to the information provided by the figure, Hakomai was indeed likely to appear there. The only uncertainty was whether this was a trap set by Konoha. Who cares? With the power of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I can manage any situation with ease. With that, Killer Bee discerned his direction, leaping from the head of the Third Hokage atop Hokage Rock, directly plunging from the cliff. Just a few bounds later, he disappeared into the forest. In no time, he arrived at the forest 10 miles west of Konoha. Before him lay a vast expanse of trees, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The unique freshness of the forest filled Killer Bee's nostrils, sharpening his senses, Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he faintly heard a rustling sound, akin to leaves dancing in the wind or the swift scratch of a pen upon paper. Never mind, I should find a suitable spot to lie in wait. Killer Bee adhered chakra to his legs, leaping into the air towards the branches of a tree. However, as he landed on the branch, the atmosphere of the entire forest seemed to freeze. Killer Bee's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the scene before him. There sat countless figures of Hakomai on the branches, all turning to regard him simultaneously. The multitude of cold gazes bore down upon him, as if they could pierce through his very being. Thousands of Hakomai simultaneously curled their lips into a smirk. Their mocking smile struck Killer Bee like a blade, sending alarm bells ringing in his heart. This is bad. I've been deceived. Killer Bee felt an overwhelming realization wash over him. It was that old man who had conspired with Hakomai to ensnare him. His acute sense of danger prompted him to activate the tailed beast chakra mode. His body radiated a crimson aura, and his power surged rapidly like a tea that moment. The thousands of Hakomai revealed the myriad explosive tags entwined around them, like a tidal wave, sweeping through the air with ferocious winds. Surprise, Motherfew, I can't believe this. Killer Bee shouted in horror. Before he could react, a brilliant flash engulfed his body that it was as if a chain reaction had been set off. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, resembling a violent sandstorm, rising high into the air. Accompanied by vibrant crimson flames that bloomed like enchanting flowers, the ground crumbled, shattered tree trunks aflame, cascading like a meteor shower. The explosive firelight danced in every direction, reminiscent of blooming red roses, stunningly beautiful. Just as the newly arrived Uzumaki Kushina marveled at the sight, the flames expanded further, threatening to engulf everything around. The terrifying pressure compelled her to retreat hastily, a wave of bitterness swelling in her heart. Had she known that surveilling Hakomai would be so perilous, she would never have accepted this mission, regardless of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said. No, perhaps she could simply abandon her post now. It would be better to withdraw from the Umbu than to risk her life. With this thought in mind, Uzumaki Kushina reached up, grasping the edge of her Umbu mask, yanking it from her face and tossing it aside. Revealing her exquisite features, the fallen Umbu mask was consumed by the explosive flames in the blink of an eye. The intense heat melted the mask, transforming it into black ash that scattered into the air with the fierce wind. Such relentless explosions, mingled with the rising black smoke, immediately drew the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. That direction must be where Hakomai frequently trains. That it seems that person has already made a move last night. Come, let us head to the western forest. Yes, Lord Hokage. 10 shadowy ninjas moved like phantoms, trailing behind Sarutobi Hizashi as they swiftly advanced towards the distant forest. This news soon reached the ears of Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 19. Low emotional intelligence, but such power. What? An explosion occurred in the training forest where Hakomai frequently visited. Anxiety etched itself across Uzumaki Kushina's face, as if a veil of sorrow had descended upon her. It felt as though her heart was tangled in a chaotic mess, prompting her to dash out of her room in a frenzy. Wait, sister-in-law, you cannot go there. Uchiha Obito regretted informing Kushina of the news he had just received. Had he known she would be so anxious, he would have refrained from speaking. That it was all his fault for being so loose-lipped. Frustrated, Uchiha Obito slapped himself and hurriedly blocked Kushina's path. Calm down. Sister-in-law, it's merely a Jinchuriki. My brother may lack emotional intelligence, only focusing on his training, but his strength is undeniable. Trust that with his power, dealing with a Jinchuriki will be a piece of cake. Kushina halted her steps. She gazed towards the billowing black smoke in the distance, slowly unclenching her fist. That Obito's words rang true. Hakomai was formidable. Even alone, he could eliminate 5 Jounin in a single encounter. However, the notion of merely cheering for Hakomai from afar did not sit well with Kushina. If given the chance, how she longed to fight alongside Hakomai. Alas, her own power felt woefully inadequate. Kushina was strong-willed. Even in life-and-death situations, she never shed a tear. Yet now, unbeknownst to her, tears had silently gathered at the corners of her eyes, Her crimson orbs reflected her frustration and helplessness regarding her own strength. A soft, delicate sound echoed through the courtyard, pulling Kushina back from her despair. She and Obito turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a pristine white fox approaching them with quiet steps. Rubbing against Kushina's ankle, it spoke, "Kushina, I am Mito's summoning beast. Mito sent me to inform you that if you have time in the coming days, you should visit the Senju clan. She has something to discuss with you in person." "Mito, you say? I understand." Kushina quickly wiped away her tears and added, "Then I shall go with you now. I will join too." Uchiha Obito raised his hand eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. The snow-white fox glanced at Obito and replied, "You may come, but you must not misbehave. Otherwise, I shall inform your brother what you just said." "What did I say?" "Something about low emotional intelligence." "All right, I get it. No need to elaborate. I promise to behave and won't cause any trouble." Obito hastily interrupted the fox, resembling a dutiful student as he fell in line behind the fox and Kushina, heading towards the Senju clan's territory. "Could you enlighten me as to why Mito wishes to see me?" "You will find out in due time," the fox replied, casting a lingering glance at Kushina before leading them onward. Boom! 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 The explosions continued to echo. The dark smoke mingled with the fierce flames, intensifying the grim expression on Killer Bee's face at the center of chaos. "Uchiha Kamai, do not underestimate me." With that, Killer Bee drew his sword, securing it with various parts of his body, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a tempestuous wind. The swirling winds carried the roaring flames and black smoke, resembling a tornado, darkening the sky. Break! Chakra erupted from Killer Bee, transforming into slashing winds that struck the remaining shadow clones. Boom! 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 The shadow clones dissipated into white smoke, revealing the true visage of the forest beneath the explosions. It was an expansive, pitch-black expanse. From above, it appeared as though the forest had been shorn into a flat top. Empty. It was a natural arena, gazing at the barren wasteland, with not a single shadow clone left standing. Killer Bee wore a victorious grin, raising his sword to the sky as he shouted, "I ask again, who dares to challenge me? Talent is merely weakness waiting for the sun." Applause erupted. Hakomai stepped forward, treading upon the black earth. "Killer Bee, is your banter always this cringeworthy? If so, I must give you a thumbs up." Sensing the sarcasm in Hakomai's words, Killer Bee's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before him. Supersonic Thunderblade. Killer Bee infused his sword with lightning chakra, unleashing a frequency that surpassed wind release, allowing it to slice through the air with unparalleled penetrative power. Whoosh! The lightning blade traced perfect arcs in the air, sealing Hakomai's chakra, leaving him no room to evade. Well done! Excitement flickered in Hakomai's eyes. He could finally unleash most of his power against a worthy adversary. Sealing technique. Release. 100 heal technique. With a hum, crimson markings spread across Hakomai's body. Amplifying his aura dramatically, he raised his hand, striking forth, leaving behind afterimages that directly blocked Killer Bee's assault. Splat! Blood splattered forth, eliciting a sinister smile from Killer Bee. Yet in the next moment, his grin faltered. "Impossible. How can you recover so swiftly?" The wound inflicted by Killer Bee's strike began to heal at an observable rate under the 100 heal technique, appearing smooth and unblemished as if it had never been inflicted. Before Killer Bee could comprehend the situation, Hakomai swiftly countered, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Gotcha!" With a surge of power, he enveloped Killer Bee in an overwhelming force, hurling him away. Impressive. Killer Bee repressed his disdain. Adopting a serious demeanor, his eyes locked onto the rapidly distancing half-tailed beast transformation. A torrent of chakra enveloped the retreating Killer Bee. He plunged one hand into the ground while gathering chakra in his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb! With a whoosh, the tailed Beast Bomb shot towards Hakomai, carrying with it an aura of dread. In a critical moment, Hakomai chuckled, "Come on, if we're going to play, do it seriously." Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Instantly, the world within Hakomai's eyes transformed into a blood-red landscape. He extended a finger, gently touching the tailed Beast Bomb. Crack! Chapter 20. The tailed Beast Bomb shatters. Terrifying Genjutsu. Crack! Boom! The small-tailed Beast Bomb, roughly a meter in diameter, shattered before Hakumai's mere fingertip. Chakra scattered into countless streams, dissipating into the ether. The transformed Killer Bee stared, stunned, at the scene unfolding before him, struggling to comprehend. The tailed beast bomb shattered? As Killer Bee gazed into Hakumai's kaleidoscope Sharingan, a shiver ran down his spine. This was an unfamiliar chill, a bone-deep cold that seemed to root itself in his very being, causing him to instinctively swallow hard. What kind of bizarre power resided within those eyes? Hakumai smiled faintly. With the 100 heal technique enhancing his physical prowess, his speed surged in an instant. Hakumai appeared before Killer Bee, and with a mere thought, he perceived the myriad lines and dots adorning Killer Bee's form. This was the power of his left eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as death perception. Simply by slicing along the lines, all would be severed. Piercing the dots would lead to annihilation. It was Hakumai's most formidable lethal force. At that moment, Killer Bee felt an even deeper sense of dread. This eerie ability extinguished any spark of combativeness within him. Yet Hakumai's speed was blinding, too swift for him to evade in a moment of life and death. The voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, emerged vividly in Karabi's mind. Karabi, leave the upcoming battle to me. Is that acceptable? Of course. At the very least, I won't be as disheveled as you. Gyuki scoffed, but Karabi paid no heed. They were, after all, dear friends. As the sole Jinchuriki capable of maintaining his sanity while fully transformed into a tailed beast, the bond between Karabi and the Eight Tails was profoundly deep. Then I entrust this to you. Eight Tails, full transformation. Moo. Karabi's chakra began to swell ominously in an instant. A colossal bull with tentacle-like tails appeared before Hakumai. Simultaneously, Hakumai's palm struck down. Swoosh! A tail severed. At that moment, one of Gyuki's 8 tails was forcibly lost, reducing him to 7. Yet, this was precisely what the 8 tails desired. Octopus foot clone technique. Boom! A plume of white smoke erupted. The severed tentacle instantaneously transformed into Karabi's likeness, exuding an identical aura. Even Hakumai's Sharingan could not discern any difference between this Karabi and the one from moments prior. The battle shifted from defense to offense. Uchiha Hakumai! Roared the 8 tails, and a massive tailed beast ball coalesced within its bovine maw. Continuous tailed beast balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky was thickly packed with tailed beast balls. At that moment, the octopus foot clone of Karabi launched a fierce assault, aiming to ensnare Hakumai, preventing him from countering the tailed beast balls. Yet Hakumai remained unfazed. With hands clasped together, he invoked Susanoo. A blood-red Susanoo rose from the ground. Manifesting in its second form, built upon a skeletal foundation, it was adorned with veins and flesh, tightly encased in a cloak of chakra. Its colossal form stood equal to the 8 tails before it. The Susanoo wielded an Uchiha fan, and with a sweeping motion, a tempest was unleashed, shattering countless tailed beast balls into fragments. The 3 combatants became entangled in a fierce struggle, escalating the intensity of the battle. The western forest had been utterly obliterated, with no trace of the former trees remaining, leaving behind only barren black soil. At this moment, night descended, and the bright moon appeared to radiate a crimson hue, a reflection of the influence of Hakumai's Susanoo. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Not far from the Hyuga clan, a team from the Hidden Cloud Village sought an opportune moment to infiltrate. The entire Konoha was captivated by Hakumai's battle, providing them with an excellent opportunity for stealth. Do not hesitate. The sky has darkened, making this the ideal time to enter. Remember, once the task is accomplished, retreat immediately. Understood. The Hidden Cloud team, cloaked by the moonlight, concealed their figures and stealthily infiltrated the heart of the Hyuga clan. Compared to the long-oppressed Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's position was far more prosperous, with larger estates, showcasing their profound heritage as a family on the rise. Strange, why does the Hyuga estate seem so desolate? Not a soul in sight. Do not overthink it. Perhaps everyone has gone to the western forest to witness the spectacle. Our urgent task remains to abduct Hinata. They whispered, their eyes scanning the darkness for Hinata's residence. As the newly born princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata resided in the innermost sanctum of the family estate. It was said that her quarters were well guarded. However, as they observed the scattered members of the Hyuga clan, one of them scoffed, "Is this all there is? I could take them down in no time." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged forward. The glint of a kunai sparkled under the crimson moonlight as he effortlessly dispatched the few defenders, slipping silently into the chamber. Gazing at Hinata, peacefully sleeping in her cradle, he grinned widely, casually lifting her swaddled form and making his swift exit. Mission accomplished. You report to Lord Karabi. We will await you at the designated location. Yes, watching the figure depart, the Hidden Cloud team quickly vacated the Hyuga estate. Feeling the weight of the swaddled infant, the man let out a cold chuckle. The Hyuga clan is nothing remarkable. A mere upper ninja from the Hidden Cloud can seize them with ease. Little did they realize that two figures had abruptly appeared within the room after their departure. Thank you. If not for your intel, our Hyuga clan would have faced a great calamity as members of the same village. We ought to assist one another. The Hyuga clan head is overestimating our contributions. Hyuga Hizashi approached the entrance, slowly crouching to pick up the fallen straw that IT was the kind used for training kunai and shuriken, making it difficult to imagine how potent your jinjutsu must be, as even seasoned jounin failed to perceive its effects. Hizashi continued, "What intrigues me most is whether the figure before me is your shadow clone or your true self." Uchiha Hakamai shrugged and smiled. Who knows? It might be a jinjutsu as well. With that, Hakamai flickered away, vanishing from the Hyuga estate, leaving Hizashi standing in place, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 21. Shocked everyone. A painful price in the western wilderness. The crimson lights dotted the night sky, casting a shimmering glow upon the entangled figures below. Hakamai stood firm on the ground, with his Susanoo towering majestically, engulfed in blood-colored chakra. The fan danced through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions, as if to illuminate the heavens. The crowd had gathered at the edge of the battlefield, too fearful to approach too closely, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the conflict between Hakamai and Karabi. After all, this was a tailed beast, the 8 tails no less. Its power was formidable. Sarutobi Hizashi, accompanied by numerous umbu, stood at the forefront, his heart sinking deeper with every passing moment. Although he had long suspected Hakamai's strength, witnessing the scene before him was still profoundly unsettling. Was Hakamai truly this powerful at such a young age? He was able to contend with a tailed beast and wield Susanoo with such proficiency. If he could continue to grow steadily, the Uchiha clan would surely possess a terrifying powerhouse rivaling Uchiha Madara in the future. The murmurs of those surrounding him wafted through the rising winds, intensifying Hizashi's gravity. Not only him, but Shimura Danzo, who had arrived with ulterior motives, clenched his fists, filled with resentment as he gazed at the battle unfolding. He was dismayed to find that no matter how he acted, he could not seize an advantage. With so many eyes watching, it was ill-advised to make a move. Furthermore, Hakamai appeared to be handling the situation with ease. Not even exerting himself to the fullest, launch a reckless attack would likely leave him mired in muck, something Danzo wished to avoid at all costs. What? Are you hesitant to act? Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had appeared beside Danzo, emanating an ominous aura that made Danzo's expression tense. If you desire those eyes, you may act now. Danzo dismissed Orochimaru's provocation, instead using his words to incite Orochimaru in return. Yet Orochimaru remained unfazed. Having observed from the shadows, he felt an intense stirring within him. The Hakamai currently engaged in battle was merely a shadow clone. The true Hakamai could be lying in wait elsewhere. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a deep glance at Danzo, and lowered his voice, earnestly whispering in his ear, "Regardless, the experimental subject you promised me must not be diminished in number." Understood. You wretched serpent took a step aside, filled with disdain, creating distance between himself and Orochimaru. A subtle glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As time progressed, Orochimaru's appetite only grew, leaving with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Should Orochimaru go on a rampage, it would spell disaster for his situation. Perhaps if there were fewer living beings, there would be fewer troubles. At the edge of the battlefield, each individual pondered their own interests, utterly oblivious to the figure swiftly approaching not far away. "Lord Killer Bee, the mission is complete. We can retreat." This person shouted loudly, their voice so resonant that even the battling Killer Bee could hear it clearly. As the conflict escalated, the arrival of the Konoha elites, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, made the Eight Tails increasingly anxious. Yet, as a tailed beast, his pride prevented him from simply turning to flee. However, the circumstances had changed. The mission was accomplished. What purpose remained for him to linger here? It was a perfect opportunity to retreat. With that thought, the Eight Tails resolutely severed two of his octopus-like limbs, which flailed about on the ground, drawing the attention of the crowd. Seizing this moment, the Eight Tails concealed his strength, allowing Killer Bee's figure to once again emerge before everyone. Octopus limb clone technique. With a series of explosions, two clouds of white smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of those present. The three shifting figures made it nearly impossible for them to discern which Killer Bee was the real one. "Bai Mo, you have lost. Everything is as I have planned. You are merely a pawn to draw attention. When we meet again, I shall ensure you know who the true powerhouse is. Ha 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 ha." While Killer Bee was astonished by Bai Mo's power, it did not deter his bravado. He left a chilling remark before the three figures dashed in different directions, empowered by the chakra of the Eight Tails and the continuous stimulation of lightning chakra. Killer Bee's speed reached an unprecedented level. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight, leaving only Bai Mo gazing distantly at the horizon. A smile graced his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly. As if everything was under his control, there was no rush, for they would meet again soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha high-ranking officials approached Bai Mo, having witnessed his strength. That Hiruzen's attitude grew increasingly favorable. "Bai Mo, you have performed admirably, especially against the Eight Tails. Unless I intervene personally, it is quite challenging to subdue such a formidable foe." While expressing admiration for Bai Mo, Hiruzen subtly elevated his own status, as if to remind Bai Mo that his own prowess still far surpassed his own. It would be wise for him to remain modest and avoid contradicting him. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not anticipate was that Bai Mo merely cast a fleeting glance at Hiruzen and replied with a smile. "Fear not, Hokage-sama. I will ensure Killer Bee pays a heavy price." As the words left his lips, Bai Mo's hand took the form of a claw, slowly resting upon his face. In an instant, as Bai Mo unleashed his power, he transformed into white mist, dissipating before their eyes. It was only at this moment that those present regained their senses, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene before them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively took a step back. How is this possible? The Bai Mo who battled the Eight Tails for an entire afternoon was merely a shadow clone. Where is his true self? What level of power has he attained? Gulping, Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had been soundly slapped across the face. How painful. Chapter 22. The old bitch appears. Ding. Current task. Refined rune engraving. Progress. 979899. The electronic voice of the system echoed in Bai Mo's mind. But he seemed oblivious, wholly focused on inscribing explosive talismans upon the paper before him, his demeanor exceptionally serious. Meanwhile, Killer Bee panted heavily, sprinting alongside the Jonin, fleeing along the path to Kumobikure. Reflecting on the recent battle, Killer Bee felt an indescribable fury. He never anticipated Bai Mo's chakra to be so immense. It far exceeded his expectations. That guy's talent was beyond human comprehension. Bang! Killer Bee growled fiercely, his fists slamming into the air beside him, producing a sharp sound of sonic explosion. This moment, a raging fire burned within him. He must grow stronger. He had to become immensely powerful. Only then could he wash away today's humiliation in their next encounter. Soon, the group reconvened at the edge of a cliff. This perilous location was rarely trodden by human feet, with torrents cascading down the precipice, accompanied by similar cliffs nearby. The splashes of water fell silently into the profound chasm below, creating no disturbance whatsoever. Hinata Hyuga. "Sir, here." One individual cradled a swaddled bundle, presenting it to Killer Bee as if offering a treasure. The moment he laid eyes on it, Killer Bee's fist hardened with a swift motion. His blade was drawn, a cold glint flashing as it sliced through the swaddling, cleaving it in two and sending it crashing to the ground. "Sir, are you insane? The lunatics are you. Open your eyes and see clearly. What do you have in your hands?" An ominous premonition enveloped the group. They gazed at the ground, rubbing their eyes, cautiously approaching to scrutinize the so-called swaddled bundle. In the dim light, they could barely make out a wooden stump before their eyes. This was undoubtedly a prop used for practicing the body replacement technique. Was it possible that everything they had witnessed earlier was an illusion? No wonder they had so easily infiltrated the Hyuga clan. It seemed their actions had been detected from the very beginning. Killer Bee's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He never imagined Bai Mo's strength was not only formidable, but that his illusions were equally potent, eluding even the Jonin's perception. Could such a formidable adversary truly be surpassed by him? Setting those thoughts aside for the moment, suddenly, Killer Bee froze. "Sir, what's wrong? What should we do now? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" The group followed Killer Bee's gaze, looking towards the cliff across the chasm. On that cliff, Bai Mo meticulously etched the final stroke. "Ding! Current progress. 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Refined rune engraving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique application. Flying Thunder God Technique. S-rank Space Ninjutsu, a form of body flicker technique that allows the host to leave a Flying Thunder God seal on a target, enabling instantaneous movement of the host or objects in indirect contact with the host chakra. Advanced application. The host can instantaneously manifest the Flying Thunder God seal wherever their gaze rests." As the system's electronic voice faded, Bai Mo slowly raised his gaze, his eyes drifting lightly towards Killer Bee. "Killer Bee, we meet again. How did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be—" Killer Bee's mind raced, and he exclaimed, "The one I was just battling, was it your shadow clone?" Bai Mo did not respond, but leisurely stood from the ground, that he had spent the entire afternoon here, inscribing the symbols in his hand. All for this moment. "Killer Bee, run!" The danger emanating from him is intensifying. The voice of the Eight Tails resonated in Kurabi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed in another direction, leaving behind the still-dazed Jonin of the hidden cloud village. Trembling in confusion, let it be buried. The mutual explosive tag technique. Originally, Bai Mo had intended to rely on taijutsu to affix the explosive tags onto their bodies. However, with the acquisition of the advanced Flying Thunder God technique, a mere glance was sufficient for the marks to be inscribed, enabling instantaneous transportation of objects. With a flick of his finger, 6 specialized explosive tags vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they had already adhered to the 6 individuals before him. The mutual explosive tag technique, an A-rank infinite explosive ninjutsu invented by the Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, calls forth explosive tags in succession, triggering a series of concentrated detonations upon activation. Once it comes into contact with the target, it incessantly detonates until the target is reduced to ashes. This demonstrates Bai Mo's current murderous intent. "I hope you enjoy this grand gift. Sayonara." With that, Bai Mo vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only the fiery glow illuminating the sky. The edge of Konoha, T-Sun K. Haru stood beside Third Hokage-sama. "Shall we not pursue?" "No, if I'm not mistaken, Bai Mo is already awaiting them." It seemed to validate his suspicions. Boom. A flash of fire illuminated the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the distant blaze, a terrifying conjecture forming in his mind. Could it be that Bai Mo was already aware of Kurabi's movements? Was everything from the very beginning part of his scheme? If that were true, Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps it would no longer be feasible to overtly suppress the Uchiha clan, even if suppression were necessary. It must not provoke Uchiha Bai Mo's wrath. Otherwise, it would spell unpredictable disaster for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan. Where then should he derive sustenance for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan? Haru, prepare to compile the actions of Kurabi and the others. Then relay this information to the Land of Lightning and the hidden cloud village, that I must confront them about their true intentions. The meaning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words was unmistakable, that he aimed to leverage this situation to coerce the hidden cloud village and the Land of Lightning into yielding more resources. Hokage-sama. What about Bai Mo? Mito Kaze inquired from Sarutobi Hiruzen's left side. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the unyielding flames, took a deep breath, and revealed a brilliant smile. Bai Mo is a good child. He is our hero of Konoha. All citizens of Konoha should learn from Bai Mo. As Tisan K. Haru, Mito Kaze, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, and the others exchanged knowing glances, they were acutely aware that just yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not held such views. Chapter 23. Brother, save me. In the hidden cloud village, AI felt an inexplicable sense of unease that he stood atop the Rakage building. Looking down at the sandy ground below, Hekati present, he was not yet the fourth Rakage, but was on the cusp of assuming the mantle. As his father, the third Rakage, still held the position. Has there been any news from Karabi? None, replied his secretary, Mabu, without hesitation. This response etched anxiety across AI's face. Logically, given Karabi's strength and mission style, even if he had failed the task, some intelligence should have been dispatched. The profound silence was most unsettling. AI furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing towards the distance where faint sounds of explosions echoed. AI, possessing the strength of a Kage, immediately sensed that something was amiss. I shall investigate. With that, AI leaped from the Rakage building. Lightning release. Lightning chakra mode. The cells within AI's body began to activate. In the blink of an eye, he reached the outskirts of the hidden cloud village. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions reverberated, accompanied by a thick scent of gunpowder that invaded his nostrils. He beheld the eight tails writhing in agony. The force of the mutual explosive tag technique continued to manifest, leaving the transformed Karabi struggling to break free. Brother, save me! The cry of the eight tails ignited a blaze of fury within AI. What in the world is happening? While AI expressed this verbally, his actions were swift. In a flash, he was at the side of the eight tails. That moment, his terrifying strength surged forth as he grasped the remaining 5 tails of the 8 tails and hurled it into the distance. The massive form soared through the air like a mere toy, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before splashing into a nearby pond. Due to the harsh geographical conditions of the hidden cloud village, they typically constructed reservoirs to meet their daily water needs. However, the present scenario far exceeded AI's expectations, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Splash, when the 8 tails landed in the pond. The immense size sent water spraying everywhere, drenching even AI. Yet as the water soaked the explosive tags, the relentless detonations began to subside. That is not enough. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. AI's arm pierced the water like a bullet. Crackle! A torrent of electricity surged through the pond. With the assistance of the electric current, the final explosion rang out, leaving the 8 tails limp in the water. We have finally been saved, the 8 tails murmured, subsequently returning to Karabi's body to recuperate. This experience was profoundly uncomfortable for Karabi. Even when the 8 tails rampaged and he was beaten by his brother, he had never felt so utterly helpless. The current scene made him wish he could find a hole in the ground to hide. Karabi, what on earth transpired? As Karabi recounted the terror and might of Bai Mo to AI. The kaleidoscope in Bai Mo's eye had already vanished. With the disappearance of the kaleidoscope, the previously cast illusion shattered as well. If Bai Mo's left eye housed the most potent killing technique, direct death, then his right eye contained the most formidable illusionary world. This was an illusion entirely distinct from the Kodoemet Tsukumi, capable of supplanting the 5 senses and directly crafting a world within the victim's mind, rendering them entirely defenseless and unaware that IT was one of Bai Mo's 2 ultimate weapons. He strolled towards Konoha, where a dense crowd awaited him in the distance, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Yes, they watched Bai Mo approach. The thick-skinned Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, "Welcome home, Bai Mo." This was for Bai Mo's benefit. Though internally he felt stifled, he resolved to endure this period of discomfort. With this thought, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew even brighter. He approached Bai Mo like a family elder and patted his shoulder firmly. "You did exceptionally well this time." Bai Mo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, offering an elegant smile as he gently brushed off his shoulder. This gesture made Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile falter momentarily. Just as his expression darkened, Bai Mo added, Hokage-sama, the battle has just concluded, and I still bear some dust. Please do not take offense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. Ah, I see. How could I possibly take offense? Just as he was about to say something, Bai Mo decisively bypassed Sarutobi Izashi and strode towards the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Kushina gazed into Bai Mo's eyes as he approached her, his expression filled with genuine concern, in stark contrast to the insincerity of Sarutobi that moment. Uzumaki Kushina could no longer contain her excitement. She moved her legs and dashed into Bai Mo's embrace, her petite figure nestling against him, her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist as she leaned against his chest, affectionately nuzzling like a koala. Bai Mo, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? How could I possibly be harmed? The one in trouble is clearly that guy, Karabi. Bai Mo seemed to have grown accustomed to Kushina's embrace, slowly raising his hands to gently pat her back. He has already made it onto my list of retribution during my covert infiltration of the Uchiha clan. You know about that, Bai Mo? Of course. After all, I care about you too. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Bai Mo's eyes. Although I enjoy training, I still possess a certain vengeful spirit. If some short-sighted fool dares to lay a hand on my family, then I shall ensure they understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Finally, Bai Mo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi and remarked with a smile, It's getting late, Hokage-sama. We should be on our way. Indeed, it is time to leave. We shall not intrude upon this lovely couple any longer, Sarutobi Hizashi said meaningfully before leading his companions away. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. News of Bai Mo's circumstances swept through Konoha like a sudden whirlwind, leaving the villagers with a clearer and deeper understanding of his strength. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Within the ninja academy, a man with tousled yellow hair approached Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Rin. Chapter 24. As long as you can't kill me, I'll fight to the bitter end. Pay attention. This man is named Minato Namikaze. Today, he has come to the Ninja Academy to become the team leader for the three before him. Minato Namikaze wore a bright smile as he scanned the trio before him, enthusiastically introducing himself. Nice to meet you all. I am Minato Namikaze, and from today onwards, I will be your guiding teacher. I look forward to working with you. Just as Minato finished speaking, the weary Uchiha Obito yawned widely in front of everyone, instantly capturing Minato's attention. You must be Uchiha, Bai Mo's younger brother, Uchiha Obito. Am I correct? That's right. It's me. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up at the mention of his brother. Oh, you know my brother well. Minato shook his head and replied, I've only heard of his great reputation, but we have yet to meet. In a way, my brother is a renowned figure in Konoha. Don't you want to get to know him? Uchiha Obito patted his chest and continued, How about this? If you let me pass your exam, I'll introduce you to my brother. Minato chuckled, ruffling Obito's hair before lightly flicking his forehead. Not a chance. You must take the exam seriously. However, if possible, I would truly like to spar with Bai Mo. Ever since the battle from last night spread, the citizens of Konoha had developed a clearer understanding of Bai Mo's prowess. Particularly for Minato, a surge of competitive spirit welled up within him. Who would emerge as the stronger one? He or Bai Mo? Just as Minato contemplated this, Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes and remarked, Does it even need saying? My brother is undoubtedly stronger. Besides, I have no idea what makes you so impressive that you became our team leader. Observing the childlike demeanor of Uchiha Obito, Minato drew a kunai engraved with special runes and, in front of the three youngsters, threw it into the distance that a flash of yellow surged forth, and in the next moment, Minato's figure appeared behind the trio. Gulp. Uchiha Obito instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with admiration. So cool, Minato calmly stowed away the kunai and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito, asking, Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Dead last. Hatake Kakashi, who had been observing Minato and Obito, coldly interjected before turning away, as if the scene before him held no interest whatsoever. This caused Minato to scratch his head in mild exasperation. It seemed his new class had two problem students. Just then, a voice called from a distance. Obito, how's class going? Following the sound, they saw Bai Mo, clad in a white robe, strolling towards them, with Kushina linking arms with him. The two appeared very affectionate, and to outsiders, their actions suggested a deep bond. Oblivious to the fact that their marriage was merely a facade, ignoring Bai Mo's slightly stiff arm, one couldn't help but feel a sense of unexplainable warmth as Kushina's gentle touch brushed against him. "Brother!" Uchiha Obito exclaimed, causing Noara Rin, Minato Namikaze, and Hitaki Kakashi to simultaneously direct their gaze towards Uchiha. Bai Mo, Noara Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am the mind of this young girl." Uchiha Bai Mo embodied the quintessential Prince Charming. Almost every girl envied Kushina, wishing to be the one standing beside Bai Mo. As for Kushina, she merely covered her mouth with a soft laugh, not saying much, but gazing adoringly at Bai Mo's profile with sheer happiness. "Brother, this is our team leader, Minato Namikaze." Bai Mo exchanged nods with Minato, both sensing the formidable aura radiating from one another. Ultimately, Minato had indeed become their guiding teacher. Bai Mo contemplated this with a sense of awe before turning to Uchiha Obito, saying, "Obito, Minato is an exceptionally talented ninja and an equally remarkable teacher. You must listen to him, all right?" Bai Mo then addressed Minato, stating, "Minato, if Obito misbehaves, don't hesitate to discipline him. Just don't kill him." Uchiha Obito protested. "Hey, brother, are you serious? I'm your little brother. Precisely because you are my brother, I have such high expectations for you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for me to let you run wild?" Bai Mo said earnestly. Patting Obito's shoulder, "If possible, I hope to hear the name Uchiha Obito resound throughout the ninja world in the future." Watching Uchiha Obito get carried away by his words, Bai Mo nearly burst into laughter. With such encouragement, Uchiha Obito would likely train hard in the coming days, sparing Bai Mo from his incessant pestering. "Hooray!" Bai Mo cheered inwardly. However, if his memory served him right, the conflict at the Kamizukabashi Bridge would soon unfold. The power of fate was formidable. Excluding his sudden intrusion as an unforeseen variable, everything had already been set in motion by destiny. Nevertheless, it was hard to fathom that the Cloud Village would dare to provoke Konoha. Would the Kamizukabashi conflict still occur? Just as Bai Mo pondered this, Minato suddenly called out his name, "Uchiha, Bai Mo. If the opportunity arises, I would like to spar with you. Sure, aside from training, fighting is what I enjoy most." Having received a response from Bai Mo, the expression on the face of Minato Namikaze radiated an extraordinary smile. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the intelligence before him, his countenance dark as thunder. How brazen! How dare these individuals conspire against us? To turn the tables in such a manner is utterly outrageous. At this moment, the ever-calm T.N. Sakura interjected. "Hiruzen, this situation may not be something we anticipated. Regardless, we must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, we may inadvertently ignite the flames of the Third Shinobi World War." Chapter 25. Turning the tables. Damn it. Hiruzen cursed under his breath, his expression shifting like shadows. The current predicament bore no resemblance to the vision he had conjured in his mind. Initially, he had intended to leverage the situation involving Killer Bee to exert pressure on the land of lightning and the village of Kumobikure. However, to his utter astonishment, before he could even draft a response, the Third Hokage had allied with Kirigakure and Iwagakure to counterattack, claiming that Killer Bee had come to Konoha to celebrate Bai Mo's wedding. Yet Bai Mo, with his proud demeanor, had insulted Killer Bee, leading to their ensuing conflict. Konoha's higher-ups appeared indifferent, allowing the situation to spiral unchecked. Such a stance was akin to brazenly displaying their ambitions. The slanderous words leapt off the page. Did they truly believe that by banding together, they could suppress us in Konoha? Though Hiruzen expressed such thoughts, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "Sakura, please reach out to the various clans and the people of the Land of Fire to convene a meeting. I wish to hear your thoughts, and do invite Uchiha Bai Mo. As the hero of Konoha, his presence is imperative." This was a moral coercion, and Hiruzen was adept at employing it. Standing on the moral high ground rendered him invincible within Konoha. Indeed, 3 days swiftly passed. The gathering convened in the Hokage's office. With even Bai Mo in attendance, he sat with his eyes closed, immersed in his own training, prompting admiration for his discipline. Such talent coupled with relentless effort. How could the world possibly overlook the name Bai Mo? Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, raising his hand, prompting the Umbu members to distribute the letters from Kumogakure. These were copies intended for everyone to peruse the information contained within. After approximately 5 minutes, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly oppressive, particularly for Hyuga Hizashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. As he scrutinized the letter's accusations, the frown lines on his face deepened. It was these individuals who had sought to abduct my daughter first. How dare they now blame us for inadequate hospitality? Furthermore, they had joined forces with Kirigakure and Iwagakure to apply pressure. Are they not afraid of provoking us further? Hizashi expressed his indignation vehemently, yet the room remained silent, with all eyes fixated on Hiruzen, awaiting his next words. Hiruzen turned to Hizashi and said, "Hizashi, I understand your anger. But let us not act hastily. This time, it is Kumogakure and the other villages that have united to exert pressure. We must consider the broader implications, not solely your grievances. We might be on the brink of war." Indeed, this was the crux of Hiruzen's concern. Should conflict erupt, Konoha, which had only just begun to recuperate, would inevitably be dragged into the quagmire of war. In such a scenario, the Surtobi clan would also be compelled to fight, a predicament that would spell disaster for the entire family. Hence, this was the very reason Hiruzen had convened this meeting. He was inherently a proponent of peace. The welfare of Konoha and his clan took precedence. Thus, even in light of these events, the Hyuga clan must exercise restraint. Hiruzen then turned to Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, "Fugaku, what is your clan's perspective on this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Bai Mo beside him. Noticing that Bai Mo appeared oblivious, still engrossed in his training with closed eyes and a subtly flowing aura, as if he were perpetually immersed in cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku addressed Hiruzen, stating, "Hokage-sama, we Uchiha bear the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha. Should they dare to invade, we shall ensure they pay a grave price." Fugaku's resolute voice garnered nods of agreement from several attendees. There was no fault to be found in such words. Yet Hiruzen remained unfazed. After briefly soliciting the opinions of others, he redirected his gaze to Uchiha. Bai Mo, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing Hiruzen finally address him, Uchiha Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes and regarded Hiruzen. "Me? Do you believe my opinion holds significance, Hokage-sama?" "Indeed, every voice here is of utmost importance to me," Hiruzen affirmed. Hizashi felt a pang of distress. For reasons unknown, he found himself deeply troubled, despite having expressed his views. It seemed as if Hiruzen was entirely indifferent. This suffocating sensation drove Hizashi nearly to madness. After all, were it not for Bai Mo's assistance, the repercussions of Hinata's potential abduction would have been enough to terrify the Hyuga clan. Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance at Hizashi and softly remarked, "Hokage-sama, since you have inquired, I shall share my thoughts succinctly. The reason Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure can unite to exert pressure at this juncture is not solely due to the machinations of the Third Hokage, but fundamentally due to resources," Bai Mo continued. "Even if we advocate for peace and engage in negotiations, conflict will ultimately ensue. Thus, my stance is one of open confrontation. If we suppress them, Konoha can enjoy a decade or more of stability." Hiruzen's smile was but a veneer, his disdain for Bai Mo deepening. Bai Mo's perspective was indeed at odds with his own and appeared rather naive. Should conflict arise, the mobilization of troops and resources was no trivial matter. It was not as simple as declaring a desire for battle. In truth, Hiruzen had resolved to pursue peace upon receiving the letter. Konoha could not afford to be ensnared in the vortex of war once more. He could simply overlook the damages inflicted by Killer Bee this time. However, just as Hiruzen contemplated this, an unexpected voice resonated throughout the room. "I support Uchiha, Bai Mo's perspective." Hiruzen's intent to speak was abruptly halted. His eyes involuntarily flickered with a sharp glint as they settled on the individual who had spoken. "Shimura Danzo, what do you mean by that?" Danzo calmly sipped his tea unperturbed and replied, "I mean in the most literal sense. This time I stand by Uchiha, Bai Mo's position." As his words fell, murmurs of surprise rippled through the assembly. Chapter 26. On the cutting edge, With Danzo's declaration, all eyes instinctively turned toward him. Historically, Danzo had rarely opposed Hiruzen openly. Yet in this peculiar circumstance, what had transpired? Why was Hiruzen publicly supporting Bai Mo? Had the two somehow aligned themselves? Not only the assembly, but even Bai Mo felt a surge of astonishment and disbelief. He instinctively glanced at Hiruzen, who appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Danzo, do you comprehend the implications of your words? The second shinobi world war has only recently concluded. Konoha is in dire need of restoration and requires ample time to recuperate. What do you propose we use to fight? Or do you wish for Konoha to face the three major shinobi villages alone? What are your true intentions? Shimura Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing his ominous demeanor. Could he truly be oblivious to the current circumstances? Yet, in comparison to suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen, none of this seemed relevant. If only he could displace Hiruzen from his current position, Shimura Danzo would not hesitate to resort to even more extreme measures. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense at that moment. Even Hakomai regarded Shimura Danzo with keen curiosity, as a time traveler. He possessed some knowledge of future events. He was aware that in the near future, Shimura Danzo would even attempt to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. That ill-fated action had significantly weakened Danzo's power. It seemed that this meeting would serve as the catalyst for subsequent events. Just as Hakomai pondered this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards him, subtly shifting the focus of the questioning back onto him. The malicious intent behind this maneuver caused Hakomai to furrow his brow. Were it anyone else, they might be at a loss for how to respond. Yet he was Uchiha Hakomai. The very reason he had devoted himself to rigorous training was to secure a choice for himself. While everyone was curious about Hakomai's ultimate decision, he slowly rose from his seat. He cast a brief glance around the room before speaking nonchalantly. Lord Hokage, you are aware that previously, Kira infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory with the intent of abducting Kushina Uzumaki. Is this something you can truly tolerate? He is slapping your face. As the orchestrator of that marriage, the entire village has witnessed it. Not only that, but that fellow Kira sought to abduct Hinata Hyuga as well. She is but a mere infant, having just been born a few days ago. Therefore, I advocate for war. Let us launch an offensive against these shameless individuals who dare to turn the tables. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Hakomai's lips. He looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued. Of course, everything in this village ultimately falls under your jurisdiction, Lord Hokage, so we shall respect your decision. We will adhere to your arrangements. Hakomai deftly redirected the issue back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in stark contrast to the initial situation, Hiruzen now found himself in a precarious position. At this moment, all the clan leaders fixed their gazes upon him. Hiruzen understood all too well that his choice would directly impact his reputation. This familiar sensation brought him unprecedented anguish. Hakomai was morally coercing him. This was precisely what he excelled at, should he opt for peace. The clan leaders would undoubtedly be disheartened. After all, if even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were not aligned, it would be inconceivable for them to wage war on behalf of smaller clans. His standing would plummet. Conversely, if he chose war, the rapid advancement of the Sarutobi clan would be interrupted, and even Konohagakure could be dragged into the quagmire of war. This was a scenario Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely wished to avoid. At that moment, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate Kinzuya exchanged glances. They had not anticipated Hakomai's rhetorical prowess to be so formidable, sharp enough to thrust Sarutobi Hiruzen into the eye of the storm. This was not something they had wished to witness. Mito leaned closer to Hiruzen and whispered, Lord Hokage, perhaps we should postpone our discussions for a few days and engage in further negotiations with the Cloud Village to ascertain their intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this seriously, then slowly nodded. Let us proceed in that manner. As the words left his lips, Mito feigned a cough, redirecting everyone's attention to himself, given the multitude of matters on the agenda. Let us wait for the news from the daimyo of the Land of Fire before reconvening. For now, let us adjourn. Mito's statement left many in awe. They had not expected him and Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrive at such a decision. This far exceeded their expectations. They had assumed a resolution would be reached, But instead, a delay was decided upon. Was this choice truly the correct one, since the meeting was postponed, if there were no further matters at hand? We shall take our leave. Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances with Hakomai, then took the lead in exiting the room. Hakomai followed closely behind, departing alongside Fugaku. Lord Hokage, I have matters to attend to as well. So, I shall take my leave. The speaker was Hyuga Hizashi. He rose from his seat and departed in an instant. All present exchanged glances, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, and followed Hizashi's lead in exiting. This constituted their silent protest. This act of dissent only intensified Sarutobi Hiruzen's humiliation. With a resounding bang, he slammed his fist onto the table in fury. He glared at the now empty conference room, exclaiming, "Are these individuals attempting to force me in a battle? They must understand that conflict will plunge the village into the abyss of war." Shimura Danzo, who had remained behind, cast a faint glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident to Danzo what Hiruzen truly felt. He was simply reluctant to engage in a situation devoid of profit, coupled with a degree of risk. Had Hiruzen perceived any potential gain, he would have undoubtedly launched an offensive against the other three major clans without hesitation. Outside the conference room, Hakomai walked silently along the street. Uchiha Fugaku trailed beside him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Hakomai, could you share your thoughts with me? I haven't thought much about it. Isn't this already quite satisfactory?" "What do you mean? What is the benefit of delaying the meeting?" "There are indeed advantages. This grants me time to handle matters myself." "Are you suggesting you intend to confront the three major hidden villages on your own?" Hakomai narrowed his eyes. Abruptly halting his steps, he fixed a serious gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the clan. "You should understand my nature. I am wholly absorbed in my training. As long as I can cultivate, I remain indifferent to whatever transpires. However, this time, the Cloud Village has repeatedly crossed my bottom line. They even sought to extend their hand towards Kushina Uzumaki. This is something I absolutely cannot permit. Had Kirabai reached out, he would have already lost his life." Uchiha Fugaku could sense the surging aura of killing intent emanating from Hakomai. It was a terrifying presence that far exceeded his own. In other words, the Hakomai before him was utterly serious. "What do you plan to do then?" "It's simple. I will raise an army single-handedly. I shall challenge the three major hidden villages simultaneously. I will send a warning to that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must cease to disturb my training." The notion of raising an army alone and challenging the hidden villages left Uchiha Fugaku in shock, gasping in disbelief as he looked at Hakomai. "Hakomai, are you serious?" After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued. "Do you truly have confidence in this?" "Of course, I never engage in endeavors without certainty." Uchiha Fugaku was well aware of Hakomai's character. Since he spoke in such a manner, it indicated that he had already devised a plan. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he merely needed to lend his support, with this thought in mind. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and looked earnestly at Hakomai, placing a firm hand on his shoulder and saying, "In that case, Hakomai, I have something to entrust to you." "What is it?" Hakomai inquired with curiosity. What could Uchiha Fugaku possess that he was unaware of? With such doubts in mind, Bai Mo followed Uchiha Fugaku deep into the Uchiha clan's abode. It was the subterranean chamber of Uchiha Fugaku's quarters, a place Bai Mo had never ventured into before. That the subtle arch of his brow indicated his surprise. Logically speaking, aside from the modified stone tablet passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, there should be no treasures of greater value. However, upon witnessing the underground space overflowing with an array of riches and scrolls, an expression of profound astonishment spread across Bai Mo's face, observing the deep affection reflected in Bai Mo's shocked visage. Uchiha Fugaku felt an immense sense of satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to astonish others. And it was Bai Mo who was left in awe. This fleeting sensation of pride surged within Fugaku's heart. What you see before you is the true wealth inherited by the Uchiha clan. Among the scrolls, many are exquisite treasures, and these gold and silver you may use at your discretion. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku had already regarded Bai Mo as the heir of the Uchiha clan. With such capabilities and temperament, Bai Mo surpassed Uchiha Fugaku by an immeasurable degree. If not for Bai Mo's disinterest in such matters, Fugaku might have considered stepping down from his position to enjoy a leisurely retirement. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant treasures lie deeper within. Uchiha Fugaku beckoned to Bai Mo, leading him further into the basement. Here, they arrived at a sealed chamber, adorned with an ancient copper lock, along with runes of sealing. Should one dare to tear them away, a terrifying explosion might ensue. Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals and uttered a command. Release. Instantly, the sealing runes above the door dimmed and transformed into mere scraps of paper, drifting gently to the ground. With a creak, the sound of the door echoed in their ears. Fugaku ignited the candles on either side, the warm glow illuminating the dim chamber, allowing Bai Mo to perceive everything with greater clarity. At first glance, a fan emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest was meticulously placed in the center of the table. Under the flickering light, it radiated waves of brilliance, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lord Clan Leader. Is this Uchiha Madara's fan? But hasn't Uchiha Madara's fan been lost without a trace until this day? Indeed, it has, and it hasn't. A proud smile graced Fugaku's face, revealing a history that even Bai Mo was unaware of. After Uchiha Madara's departure, our Uchiha clan's finest artisans secretly crafted a fan that rivals Madara's. Moreover, the materials and craftsmanship surpass even the original Uchiha fan. However, correspondingly, it is considerably heavier, limiting its usability. Over time, it was sealed away in this secret underground chamber. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. But now it is different, for the Uchiha clan has you, a prodigious talent. You will undoubtedly restore the Uchiha fan's fame to the world. Let more people know of our Uchiha clan's grandeur. So, Bai Mo, boldly pursue your ambitions. As the clan leader, I shall wholeheartedly support your aspirations. With these words, Uchiha Fugaku grasped the Uchiha fan tightly, struggling to lift it from the table, and presented it to Bai Mo. Bai Mo felt the exquisite texture in his hands. He casually waved it, and in an instant, a tempest surged through the basement, sending numerous scrolls flying. What a formidable weapon! Naturally, for it is known that Uchiha Madara's fan could wield wind techniques to control fire techniques, and even possess the ability to rebound ninjutsu. Not to mention this fan, crafted from even more robust materials. Bai Mo's heart stirred slightly. Though he had traversed into this world for over a decade, this was the first time he felt such deep emotion. Perhaps the Uchiha clan was warmer than he had imagined. After all, the Uchiha clan understood love better than anyone else. Chapter 28. The brother finally sees the light. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Third Hokage sat at the head of the table in the hidden cloud village. Beside him were his son, the future Fourth Hokage, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Opposite them sat Inoki and Yagura, the leaders of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist villages, respectively. The two Kage were engaged in a high-level discussion regarding the meeting's agenda. At this moment, they were unaware of Konoha's decisions. Even if they were aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had delayed the meeting, it mattered little. From the very beginning, their goal was not to retaliate, but to engage in earnest combat. Only through battle could they thoroughly consume Konoha and the Land of Fire, allowing their own power to flourish. Choosing the timing and location right after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War was undoubtedly optimal. After all, Konoha had just emerged from war and was hardly prepared to withstand the combined assault of the three major hidden villages. However, what troubled Inoki was that boy named Uchiha, Bai Mo. I have heard whispers regarding Bai Mo, particularly about how he bested Killer Bee. I've gleaned quite a bit from the intelligence reports. If war truly breaks out, who could possibly contend with Bai Mo? If no one can match him, then I believe this war may not need to commence at all. Upon hearing Inoki mention his name, Killer Bee's expression darkened considerably, feeling a sense of humiliation. Were it not for his brother holding him back, he might have charged at the old man Inoki in a fit of rage to show him just how capable he truly was. A's expression also soured. He was no fool and could clearly discern the underlying implications in Inoki's words. Purely a matter of self-interest. One sought to preserve their own strength, while the other desired greater spoils of war. Their ambitions were evident on their faces. They glared at the old man before him, his fists clenching slightly, his aura beginning to rise. Inoki, I understand your concern. It is merely your fear of this variable. Bai Mo, but rest assured, I will personally handle Bai Mo. With a crackle, the lightning chakra within A surged wildly, arcs of electricity flickering across his body, upon learning that Bai Mo had defeated Killer B. Slapping the face of the Third Hokage, he was eager to take action himself and slay this Uchiha Bai Mo, to personally cleanse the shame that burdened the Hidden Cloud village. The only uncertainty remained. What resources could Inoki provide for this war? Upon hearing A's words, Inoki extended a finger before the assembly. What does this mean? Quite simple. I will provide at least 10,000 ninjas for this war. The moment Inoki's words fell, the ever-silent Mist Village leader instinctively gasped. In the ninja world, population is a crucial resource. For a Wagakure to suddenly offer 10,000 ninjas is simply astonishing. If only Bai Mo were present, he would surely be taken aback by the twists of fate. For in the original narrative, the Third Shinobi World War was a chaotic melee, and the Third Hokage perished beneath the weight of a Wagakure's 10,000 ninjas. Once, these ninjas were entirely devoted to suppressing Konoha. It can be said that Konoha now teeters on the brink of peril. In this critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu has also received further intelligence, particularly regarding the movements of the three great hidden villages. Although the three great hidden villages have yet to fully amass their forces, indications suggest they harbor intentions to launch an assault on Konoha. In light of the current situation, how can one resolve this predicament safely and smoothly, without hindering the development of the Sarutobi clan? Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains entirely unaware. While he ponders this, Hakumo has returned to his chamber, holding the Uchiha fan. Gazing at the emptiness of the room, a flicker of nostalgia passes through Hakumo's eyes. For reasons unknown, he finds himself yearning for the meals prepared by Uzumaki Kushina. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupts his thoughts. Uchiha Obito peeks through the doorway, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back. How did the meeting go?" Hakumo turns to Obito and casually replies, "The meeting has been postponed. After I prepare a bit, I will continue my training. I'll make sure to practice diligently, all right?" "Got it." Obito responds, "By the way, do you know when Kushina will return?" "I'm not quite sure, but it seems that Granny Mito has some important matters to discuss with her, so she may be staying at the Senju clan for a while." Hakumo contemplates this internally. At that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly approaches Hakumo with a teasing grin, saying, "Brother, in such a short time, are you already missing your wife?" With a playful smack, Hakumo lightly taps Obito on the forehead. "You're grown up now. Yet you still lack decorum." He closes his door and strides towards the exit. Finally, Hakumo remarks, "Obito, when Kushina returns, please tell her that I've been quite busy lately, but I promise to surprise her once I return." With that, Hakumo employs the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishes from Obito's sight, leaving him with a bemused expression that if anyone wishes for Hakumo to marry and have children, it would undoubtedly be this younger brother. In order to prevent Hakumo from becoming engrossed in training, Obito would do anything. Finally, brother has finally come to his senses, but that's still far from enough. Only when brother has children will it truly be a grand completion. Just as Uchiha Obito is lost in thought, Kakashi enters from outside. "Obito, are you ready?" "Kakashi, how did you get in?" Obito inquires that I spoke with a big brother who seems to know that we're on the same team. "So he let me in." Kakashi urges, "That's not the point. The main issue is whether you are prepared for this exam. We are heading to the Kaminobi Bridge for the test. Only by passing this exam can we truly become genin." Chapter 29. Hakumo and Kushina's Special Training. In the Senju Ancestral Grounds, Uzumaki Mito stands before Uzumaki Kushina, leaning on her cane. Behind her somewhat clouded eyes lies a gentle smile, watching her prot-G gradually grow. For Uzumaki Mito, witnessing Kushina's progress is undeniably a source of immense joy. "Kushina, let us conclude today as training here." Kushina shakes her head vigorously. Clenching her teeth, her training attire is already soaked with sweat. Clinging tightly to her figure, revealing her exquisite physique. "No. Granny Mito, I believe I can still persevere." Taking a deep breath, she channels her chakra once more, determined to exhaust all her energy and chakra. Only by doing so, upon complete recovery, Can she break through her previous limitations and become even stronger? Observing Kushina's relentless efforts, Mito smiles. I never expected you would unleash such remarkable potential for Hakumo. Kushina's cheeks flush, whether from exertion or shyness. As she playfully glances at Mito, slightly breathless, Granny Mito, fine, I won't tease you anymore. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you. Once you finish your training, you can soak in it to enhance your potential and recover more swiftly. Pausing, Mito subtly emanates a crimson chakra, the distinct aura of the Nine Tails. Feeling the seal within her weaken, Mito's smile broadens. She remains unperturbed, for she has already chosen her successor. Rest assured, Kushina, you will undoubtedly become stronger and be a supportive wife to Hakumo. With that, Mito, leaning on her cane, slowly walks away into the distance. Their mutual endeavor is undoubtedly the best outcome for Uzumaki Mito. Meanwhile, in another realm, a dispassionate electronic voice resonates in Hakumo's mind. Ding, self-discipline task issued. Fine muscle control. Current progress, 0. Fine muscle control. Hakumo is momentarily taken aback, instinctively clenching his fist. However, the progress bar remains stagnant, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He secures the Uchiha fan to his back, dons a white robe, and strides towards a Wagakure, intending to train along the way to enhance his taijutsu. After all, he possesses considerable confidence in his ninjutsu, dojutsu, and jinjutsu. The only area he lacks confidence in is taijutsu. His ability to wield the Uchiha fan effortlessly does not equate to formidable taijutsu prowess. Various combat techniques and close-quarters fighting necessitate extensive training and refinement. He wonders if this time's reward can enhance his taijutsu capabilities. Hakumo sketches a brief training plan before immersing himself in the self-discipline task. With a swift motion, Hakumo's eyes reveal the patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan. He draws the Uchiha fan from his back and, following the straight line dictated by his training, strikes a nearby tree. With a resounding slice, a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace is cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. After a brief adjustment to the tree's branches, he replaces the fan on his back and hoists the tree onto his shoulders, striding forward with purpose. Each step he takes leaves a footprint behind. After traversing several kilometers, the progress bar remains unchanged. Leaving Hakumo puzzled, is this not sufficient to increase the progress? He momentarily ponders, then reopens the system interface, focusing on the term fine. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully steps forward again. Ding, self-discipline task, fine muscle control. Current progress, 0.01. A glimmer of excitement ignites in Hakumo's eyes as he steps forward once more. Ding, current progress, 0.02. At this moment, Hakumo raises his foot, inspecting the spot where he just stepped, only to find no trace of a footprint, as if he had walked normally. The contrast with the earlier indents is like night and day. Such delicate maneuvers demand an extraordinarily subtle control. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could result in no progress whatsoever. Yet, ultimately, it serves as a method to advance the progress. Bai Mo ventured further. His control over his leg muscles became increasingly proficient. He could sense the gradual enhancement of his own physique. Although this meant a slower pace, everything remained firmly within Bai Mo's grasp. The streets of Konoha, the sacred grounds of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, Obito's team, and various roads leading to Konoha all lay under the vigilant surveillance of Bai Mo's flying eagle. Indeed, there was nowhere to hide. Some of the ninja vanguard were also under Bai Mo's watchful eye. Should they step into the territory of Konoha, Bai Mo would make them understand how to write the character for death. At that moment, Bai Mo suddenly detected a squad in the distance, about to encounter the advanced forces of the mist-hidden village ninja. Such encounters are entirely typical in the midst of battle, allowing each village to scout the other's deployments, thus consolidating valuable intelligence to formulate superior offensive strategies. However, should the advanced forces find themselves exposed to danger or come face-to-face with adversarial ninja, it would spark a fierce clash, for only the deceased can ensure that their whereabouts remain concealed. At this juncture, Might Guy, Narashikaku, and Ebisu were executing a C-rank mission. Their task was to patrol the vicinity, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals approached. Yet, To their surprise, shortly after departing from the bounds of Konoha, they sensed an unusual aura in the atmosphere. Narashikaku surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression. "We must be cautious. Something feels amiss here." "Amiss? What do you mean?" Might Guy, not particularly perceptive, adopted a defensive stance, warily surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, they were acutely aware of a shift in the humidity of the air. Ninja technique. Hidden mist technique? In an instant, the humidity began to rise dramatically. Within mere moments, a thick fog enveloped the area, transforming into an excellent tool for obscuring visibility, rendering the eyes of Might Guy and his companions utterly ineffective. "Ambush! Be careful! Back to back! Stay alert! Is there any way to dispel this hidden mist technique?" The three of them stood back to back, cautiously vigilant, desperately sensing the movements and sound around them. Ahead, the sound of shurikens clashing with an oddly shaped, long blade rang out in that fleeting moment. Narashikaku finally caught sight of the figure launching the ambush. It was the infamous Suigetsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Damn it! Why is it them? Not only did they face a gap in strength, but they were also outnumbered. A look of anxiety crossed Might Guy's face. He yearned to assist Narashikaku and Ebisu. Yet aside from his taijutsu, he had no means to mount an offensive. However, the interference from the hidden mist technique rendered him nearly immobile. In such a dire predicament, they felt an overwhelming weight of despair settling upon them. It was not only Might Guy who understood their plight. Narashikaku and Ebisu were equally aware. Gazing into the dense fog, where 7 indistinct figures emerged, Narashikaku resolved within himself. He nudged Might Guy with his elbow and said, "Might Guy, you are the fastest among us. We will create an opportunity for you. Seize the moment and escape through the mist." Upon hearing this, Ebisu understood Narashikaku's intent. He briefly stretched his limbs and chimed in, "Yes, you must run quickly. We need Konoha to come to our aid." Only in this manner could they hope to survive. Might Guy was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would make such a decision in such a short span of time. These were renowned members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even 3 of them together would not stand a chance against them. The consequences of his departure were too dreadful to contemplate. "No, I don't want to. This isn't about what you want. It's about crucial intelligence. The Mist Village has arrived here. Although this isn't within the borders of Konoha, it is perilously close. For the sake of our village, we must relay this information. Do you understand?" "Guy?" Narashikaku's expression grew increasingly grave, the pressure weighing heavily upon him. "Stop dawdling, Guy. We entrust this to you." Sensing the 7 ninja swordsmen springing into action, the incessant sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. Narashikaku unleashed a barrage of shuriken into the air. Ninja technique. 1,000 shuriken rain. In an instant, the shuriken transformed into a torrential downpour, surging forth towards the front. Ebisu clapped Might Guy on the shoulder. Then swiftly formed hand seals, fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra coalesced in his throat before erupting forth. The flames stirred the mist, scorching the shuriken, enhancing their combined assault. For a brief moment, they managed to impede the advance of the 7 ninja swordsmen. "Now, Guy!" As Ebisu shouted, he forcefully propelled Might Guy forward. Feeling the surge behind him, Might Guy instinctively dashed ahead. In that instant, his speed was unleashed. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a slight dampness at the corner of his eye. "Shun, Narashikaku, Ebisu, I will not let your expectations down." Faintly, steam began to rise around Might Guy, a hallmark of unlocking the 8 gates. "First gate, open. Why did you suddenly stop, Sensei Minato?" Uchiha Bito inquired, puzzled as he observed Minato Namikaze come to an abrupt halt. He had been eager to reach the Kanabi Bridge for their exam. Once he completed the test, he would finally become a legitimate ninja and follow in his elder brother's footsteps to become a formidable shinobi. However, before Minato could respond, Kakashi's expression turned grim as he followed Minato's gaze into the distance. "Shut up, Obito," Kakashi remarked. "If I'm not mistaken, something seems off over there. It feels like something is approaching rapidly." With chakra enhancing his legs, Kakashi leaped to the highest tree nearby. Gaining a vantage point over the forest below, he observed swirling dust, as if a ferocious beast were charging forth. The terrifying speed stirred the winds, causing leaves to scatter to the ground, only to be swept up again, dancing in a breeze. Kakashi swiftly drew his shuriken, addressing the others below, "Be careful. Something is approaching quickly. Someone is coming." Obito froze for a moment, but upon seeing Lin Yahara also draw her shuriken, he quickly snapped back to attention, retrieving his own from his ninja tool pouch. The hawk circled above. Bai Mo, who was training while walking, observed this scene through the hawk and found it quite amusing. His younger brother truly was a brother in every sense. How could he be so slow to react? It seemed it was time for some rigorous training, even if he protected him for a lifetime. He shouldn't be this oblivious. He feared he might burst into laughter in own need for concern. That person is Might Guy. The formidable strength of Minato Namikaze was evident before Might Guy could draw near. Minato had already sensed his presence. In a flash, Minato was at a short distance from Might Guy. The yellow flash illuminated before Might Guy's eyes, making them shine even brighter. "Minato, we have encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ebisu and Nara Shikaku created an opportunity for me to escape. Please, you must save them." Bluffing Shimon's expression suddenly darkened. He had not anticipated that those individuals would arrive so swiftly. "In which direction?" "I shall pursue them. Over there." "Understood." Bluffing Shuemin continued. "Then I must ask you to escort Kakashi and the others back to Konoha and inform Lord Hokage to be on high alert." "Yes," Might Guy sniffled forcefully, then hastened forward with greater speed. Meanwhile, Bluffing Shuemin hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming it into a streak of yellow light that darted rapidly through the forest. Chapter 31. The activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan. What on earth has transpired? Noara Rin, after all, was still a girl. Faced with the abrupt turn of events, a hint of panic overtook her countenance. This moment. Might Guy strode forward with great urgency. He could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, that a profound sense of exhaustion compelled Might Guy to bend over, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were currently probing Konoha. "We must return to Konoha at once. Relay this information to Lord Hokage." Might Guy exerted himself to finish his statement, then once more braced himself, preparing to lead the 3 back to Konoha. However, just as Might Guy took a step forward, a sinister wind flickered ominously so fast. Instinctively, Might Guy dodged to the side, only to see a glimmer of cold light flash past, narrowly grazing his cheek and leaving a line of crimson blood trailing down. Reflexively, he turned his head to look, only to behold a peculiar ninja with a mohawk charging towards Noara Rin. Katana in hand, "I'll start with you. Once I eliminate all of you, the news won't leak out. This is bad." "Noara Rin." Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted sharply. He lunged forward, positioning his kunai in front of Noara Rin just in time to block the oncoming blade. Clang! A piercing sound resonated. Uchiha Obito felt his arm grow numb, struggling to maintain his grip on the kunai. In his trembling state, the kunai slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. "Kakashi!" Uchiha Obito gazed at the malicious grin on the face of the assailant, the katana raised high once more, and he couldn't help but shout Kakashi's name. "Shut up, dead weight," Kakashi retorted, his words sharp, yet his movements were swift and precise. With a concerned glance at Uchiha Obito, he quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi infused earth chakra into the ground, causing a wall twice the height of a man to erupt from the earth, effectively blocking the assailant's sword, and no doubt about it, he's indeed the son of Konoha's White Fang. Even at such a young age, his strength is not to be underestimated. Yet still, he is far too weak. The assailant, a seasoned jonin from a Wagakure, possessed formidable swordsmanship and unparalleled speed. He reversed his grip on the sword, swinging it towards Kakashi with lethal intent. In a critical moment, Might Guy arrived. Konoha Whirlwind. This technique combined both an upper and lower kick in a seamless display of taijutsu. With chakra-infused legs, he forcefully intercepted the assailant's attack. However, the sharp blade still managed to slice into Might Guy's foot. Present. Might Guy is not yet the future Kai. He is merely a youth devoid of any talent beyond taijutsu. Feeling the pain coursing through him, his face paled slightly. Yet despite this, the two resumed their fierce struggle, at the very least. They must allow Uchiha Obito and the others to escape, just as Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma had done for a moment earlier. Seizing this opportunity, "Run!" Might Guy shouted, his voice echoing loudly, startling several hawks into flight, circling in the sky. However, before Kakashi and the others could react, several figures burst forth from the jungle. Among them was none other than the Iwagakure Jonin. HK. Known for his combative nature, he excelled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, making him one of the top experts from Iwagakure. With such a formidable leader at the helm, and accompanied by other Jonin from Iwagakure, they swiftly encircled Kakashi, Noera Rin, and Uchiha Obito. These rascals. Kakashi gritted his teeth, frantically contemplating how to break free from this predicament. Yet as he surveyed the multitude of Jonin before him, despair began to envelop his features. There was no escape, not only for himself, but even if his father, Konoha's White Fang, were here, he might not be able to contend with the foe before them. HK gazed menacingly at the group, then glanced at Might Guy, who was entangled with the assailant. Leave that mushroom-headed man to the other. As for the rest, eliminate them. Such nonchalant words sealed their fates. Do you think we will surrender so easily? Kakashi retorted with a simmering hatred. A barrage of shuriken was launched from his hands, and before the astonished onlookers, he quickly formed one-handed seals, fire style. Great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in his mouth, which he then expelled in a massive fireball directed at HK. The enormous fireball materialized before their eyes. Yet before it could reach HK, he merely chuckled and declared, "Though your single-handed seals are impressive, what will you do if I counter with water style?" HK, possessing multiple chakra affinities, effortlessly executed a one-handed seal, his speed surpassing Kakashi's by threefold. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon materialized. Surging towards the fireball, the moment of collision unleashed a torrent of white mist. However, at that instant, the water dragon continued to churn through the fog, crashing directly into Kakashi. The force of the impact caused Kakashi's expression to change, sending him hurtling backward, blood spraying into the air like blossoms falling to the ground, nearly obscuring his vision. HK smirked slightly, casually waving his hand. The surrounding ninja promptly hurled shuriken toward Noera Rin. A breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of blood. Uchiha Obito's fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with resentment capable of stirring a tempest. He glared fiercely at HK, thinking of Kakashi's severe injuries and Noera Rin's perilous situation. The overwhelming hatred ignited the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. White Ink, observing the scene through the hawks, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's about time. That useless Obito has finally awakened his Manjiki Sharingan." Well, regardless, he is far superior to Uchiha Sasuke. After all, that fellow awakened his Manjiki Sharingan on the night of the massacre. Just as White Ink lamented, Uchiha Obito was already at Noera Rin's side, roaring, "As long as I'm here, you shall not harm Noera Rin." Chapter 32. Brother, save me! Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Obito swiftly arrived at Noera Rin's side. From his ninja tool pouch, he rapidly unleashed a multitude of shuriken. The black shurikens sliced through the air, drawing precise lines as they soared towards the incoming attacks. With astonishing dynamic vision, the shuriken accurately targeted each oncoming threat. Sparks flew as the shuriken collided, embedding themselves effortlessly into the ground, each penetrating deeply, showcasing their terrifying power if they were to strike flesh. The resulting injuries would undoubtedly be grievous. This will suffice. However, before Uchiha Obito could catch his breath, a flickering silhouette of fire suddenly flashed before him. The sheer force of this taijutsu had already far surpassed the limits of Uchiha Obito. Bang! The fiery fist struck mercilessly against Obito's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain altered Obito's expression in an instant. Wow! Blood erupted from Obito's mouth, splattering onto the ground. The momentum that had been steadily rising within him was abruptly shattered at that moment. Obito, after repelling the monstrous leech before him with a single punch, Might Guy caught a glimpse of the three small figures out of the corner of his eye, just as he hesitated on how to break the deadlock. The leech's voice, like a ghostly whisper, penetrated his ears. Losing focus during battle is a grave mistake. A flurry of blades flashed. The katana gleamed ominously in the air, and the cold edge suddenly descended upon Might Guy's back. With a swift slash, a gash 2 centimeters deep appeared in the blink of an eye. What a pity. If only you had reacted a moment slower, you would have been cleaved in two. The leech coldly remarked, advancing toward Might Guy with his sword angled at 45 degrees. But alas, your injuries are quite severe now. Merely standing takes up nearly all your strength, doesn't it? The leech sneered, his eerie presence forcing Might Guy to grit his teeth. If only he were a bit stronger. If only. They wouldn't have found themselves in such perilous circumstances. Kakashi lay, gravely injured, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, while Uchiha Obito had collapsed to the ground, devoid of any strength to rise. Though he stood there, as the leech had said, merely remaining upright consumed an immense amount of energy. As for Noera Rin, at this moment, she gazed despairingly at the scene before her. Her once delicately beautiful face had turned increasingly pale. Why are we facing such calamity? I don't want to die, nor do I want my comrades to perish. I must overcome this, Noera Rin murmured incessantly, rallying herself. However, when she turned to look at the fiery figure, she found him already forming hand seals. Chaninin, fire release, dragon fire technique. Whoosh, a wave of heat enveloped the air at that moment. This was a direct assault ninjutsu, striking with unparalleled speed. It's over. Uchiha Obito, slumped on the ground, felt his pupils constrict sharply as he beheld the unfolding scene. With a voice torn by desperation, he shouted, "Brother, save us. I know you have a loud voice. You can quiet down now." A shadow suddenly loomed above the fiery figure, causing him to instinctively squint and look up at the azure sky. A figure emerged beneath the blazing sun. Bai Mo hurled the massive log he had been carrying on his shoulder forcefully down before Noera Rin. Boom! The dragon fire technique reverberated against the tree. The tree exploded in an instant, scattering countless petals in this moment. Bai Mo's figure descended gracefully from the air. Since earlier, his eagle had been keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Even without Obito's cries, Bai Mo would have chosen to intervene at this moment. After all, it was his responsibility as an elder brother to protect his younger sibling. If his brother were to fall, who would stand up to the bullies in the future? Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable chill creep from his tailbone upward, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet he paid it no mind, instead feeling a surge of clarity wash over his troubled heart. Raising his arm with determination, he pointed at the fiery figure and exclaimed, "They want to kill me. Brother, you must not let them go easily." Bai Mo shot a glance at Uchiha Obito. Not to mention, with him around, Obito's arrogance was boundless. He showed no sign of the earlier tension and despair. Bai Mo turned to Noera Rin behind him, a warm smile gracing his face like sunshine. "I entrust my inept little brother and that dead fish-eyed brat to your care. As for the rest, leave it to me. What else is there to resolve? Distraction during a duel is a serious offense. Just watch how I deal with you." As Bai Mo spoke to Noera Rin, a J-nin beside the fiery figure suddenly lunged forward, frantically hurling kunai at Bai Mo. He swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, grand waterfall technique. A massive water sphere materialized, leaving Bai Mo utterly speechless. Do you not know that interrupting someone while they are speaking is quite rude? Sealing technique. Release, 100 healings technique. Scarlet markings emerged upon Bai Mo's arm. He brought his middle finger and thumb together, forcefully flicking to the side. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. In an instant, the water sphere burst apart. A terrifying force pierced through the man's body, leaving a bloody cavity in his abdomen. How is this possible? As the words fell, the man's corpse crumpled to the ground. Noera Rin watched Bai Mo with an effortless demeanor, her lovely eyes filled with admiration. Her cherry lips parted involuntarily, exclaiming, "So handsome!" Ignoring the rapid fluttering of Noera Rin's youthful heart, Bai Mo smiled, stepping forward as if he were a grinning harbinger of death. The Sharingan had somehow manifested in Bai Mo's eyes. Whoosh! The fan was suddenly drawn. Though lacking any sharp blade, Under the influence of Bai Mo's left eye's deadly ability, it could effortlessly sever anything, utilizing the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Crimson flashes danced before everyone's eyes. With each step he took, a phantom would suddenly emerge, severing 8J Neen's waist. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjas lay lifeless on the ground. Only the leech and the fiery figure stood frozen in shock, gaping at the unfolding scene. Uchiha Bai Mo was truly terrifying. Chapter 33. This is youth. Whoosh! Just as the fiery figure finished speaking, another dark glimmer flashed. Blood erupted like a fountain, cascading onto the ground, adorning it with splashes of crimson like a beguiling rose. Thud. The fiery figure collapsed to the ground. In a daze, he realized that his body had been severed from his head. Had he known that everything was under Uchiha Bai Mo's control, he would have never appeared before Bai Mo, even as a rogue ninja. Gulp. The leech, inexplicably, felt an overwhelming secretion of saliva in his mouth, compelling him to swallow hard. Escape? I must escape, the leech thought, seizing Might Guy and hurling him toward Bai Mo in a desperate attempt to obstruct Bai Mo's advance. However, as Bai Mo looked at the incoming Might Guy, he laughed heartily. The power of youth knows no bounds. Wouldn't you agree, Might Guy? Originally with his eyes tightly shut, Might Guy, for reasons unknown, suddenly opened them upon hearing Bai Mo's words. The blazing fire ignited within his chest. Indeed, youth knows no limits. Bai Mo brandished the Uchiha fan in his hand. The heavy fan traced a perfect arc through the air, a fierce and mighty gale enveloping Might Guy. With the wind's aid, Might Guy was propelled once more toward the leech. This is youth. The prelude of power. Might Guy, enduring the pain, extended a leg and kicked forcefully at the leech's back the moment of impact. A surge of force surged into the leech's body, causing him to spew blood. The katana fell from his hand, clattering to the ground. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo stepped forward, a phantom flickering before the terrified leech. Looking at the leech, Bai Mo kindly inquired, "Do you have any final words to say?" The monstrous leech trembled as it gazed upon Uchiha Hakumo. Fear coursed through its body. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, it felt even more dreadful than the presence of Lord Onoki. This must be at least the strength of a Kage. How could such a prodigious being exist in this world? I beg you, spare me. I will do anything you desire. Just please show me mercy. Is this your last wish? What a pity. It truly lacks any heartfelt sentiment. Hakumo mocked, a derisive smile playing on his lips as he regarded the leech. In that blood-red realm, the leech was already ensnared by a network of straight lines. With a swift motion, Hakumo sliced through the air with his fan, and the leech's body was severed in response. So powerful, incredibly powerful. This level of strength, far surpassing that of seasoned jonin, had exceeded even the wildest imaginations of Might Guy and the three young ones. Hakumo retracted his Mangeki Sharingan and casually surveyed the surroundings. All done. Obito, come here for a moment. Uchiha Obito stretched his neck and replied, "Hey brother, I really don't have the strength to get up right now." Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Obito involuntarily coughed again, blood flecking his mouth, which paired with his pale, bloodless cheeks, painted a picture of misery. 3, 2, 1. Hakumo showed no inclination to coddle Obito. I could see the sound of the countdown. Obito gritted his teeth and painfully rose from the ground. Limping toward Hakumo, "What's wrong? You're not going to scold me again, are you, brother?" Hakumo observed Obito with an inscrutable expression, gradually crouching down to meet his gaze. Upon seeing Obito's newly awakened Tomo Sharingan, Hakumo's face broke into a radiant smile. He patted Obito's shoulder and then gave a hearty thump to his chest. "Well done, Obito. You've finally awakened your Tomo Sharingan." Cough, cough, cough. "Brother, you're hitting too hard. Can't you be a little gentler?" At Hakumo's praise, Obito's tense heart instantly relaxed. He puffed out his chest like a proud rooster, beaming at Hakumo. Of course. After all, I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly tarnish our family's reputation? As Hakumo and Obito were bantering, Minato Namikaze arrived with Shigema and Ebisu, joining the group. Upon spotting Hakumo, Minato paused for a moment, only to be confronted by the sight of countless corpses strewn about. some of which bore faces he recognized. Elite jonin of the ninja world now lying lifeless on the ground. Blood soaking the earth beneath them, it was clear who was responsible for this carnage. Lin, please use your healing ninjutsu to aid them and alleviate their injuries, that we must return to Konoha. Yes, at last, Noera Rin shifted her gaze from Hakumo and began administering medical ninjutsu to the wounded, helping them recover from their internal injuries. Hakumo, thank you for your help this time, Minato expressed gratefully as he approached Hakumo. He understood that without Hakumo's intervention, it would have been impossible for Might Guy alone to contend against the likes of H-Ka, the leech, and numerous jonin. In response, Hakumo shrugged and smiled. I senti it only natural for comrades from the same village to support each other. Minato regarded Hakumo with a deep gaze, then nodded firmly. Indeed. Well then, I leave the rest to you, that I must continue my training. Hakumo sheathed his fan behind him, waved goodbye to Minato, and strode forward. This time, he vowed to train with utmost diligence. Ha ha, as expected of a wise man. Fear not, with just myself, I can easily handle the trifling coalition of 3 hidden villages. Minato stared in astonishment at Hakumo's retreating figure. For some reason, those audacious words registered in his ears with an unsettling sense of truth. Could it be that Hakumo's power truly surpassed his own? In a distant, concealed corner, Zetsu lay hidden beneath the green foliage, silently observing everything unfold. As Hakumo departed, Zetsu promptly followed suit. All right, having watched for so long, it's time for you to reveal yourself. Hakumo mused aloud while selecting a more massive tree. Since earlier, he had sensed he was being watched, a subtle feeling that left him uncertain of its validity. Thus, he had discreetly used the ability of his left IS Mangeki to scan the area. Sure enough, he spotted Zetsu lurking not far away. The crimson threads and scarlet spots were unmistakable. Why do you still hesitate to show yourself? Do you wish for me to formally invite you out? Chapter 34. A chance encounter with Uchiha Bido. Upon hearing Hakumo's words, Zetsu hesitated for a moment before finally emerging from the ground. He approached Hakumo and declared, Uchiha Hakumo, the most prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. I wish to invite you to meet someone. Someone? Are you certain it's not a ghost from the Uchiha clan? Hakumo remarked playfully, his tone laced with mockery, causing a grave expression to suddenly manifest on Zetsu's face. Hakumo casually performed some warm-up exercises before glancing at Zetsu, softly chuckling. Lead the way. I wish to see what that fellow has become in his twilight years. Recalling Abido's instructions, Zetsu nodded and guided Hakumo in a specific direction. Sunlight bathed the earth, casting a warm glow over everything. Yet, standing before the cave, Hakumo felt a chilling wind whip out from within, as though a demonic gate stood ajar, awaiting the arrival of others. Hakumo paid little heed to this ominous aura. Based on his knowledge of the original story, he understood that the current Uchiha Bido was merely a dying man. Even if he could unleash powerful abilities, he could never rival Hakumo's youthful vigor. This only heightened Hakumo's anticipation for their meeting. You finally arrived? Uchiha Hakumo. A hoarse voice reached Hakumo's ears even before he approached. Following Zetsu, Hakumo stepped into the deepest part of the cave, where he beheld Uchiha Abido seated in a wooden chair, his hands weakly resting on his knees. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, appearing more ancient than human, exuding an uncanny sense of defiance against life itself. This was the consequence of relying on the Outer Pass golem for extended life. The atmosphere of decline instinctively caused Hakumo to furrow his brow. You summoned me here not merely to lament your fate, did you? Let us not waste time. Tell me what you truly desire. Uchiha Abido paid no mind to Hakumo's urgency. With unwavering confidence, he articulated each word slowly. I am Uchiha Abido, the spirit of the Uchiha clan. Hakumo promptly interrupted Abido, stating, All right, I've already spoken your name for you. Now, you may share your purpose. Abido opened his mouth, a look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Hakumo. Strangely, he felt as though he were being scrutinized under Hakumo's gaze. Was it merely an illusion, or did Hakumo truly know his identity? Contemplating this, Abido turned his attention to Zetsu, who simply nodded. This further elevated Abido's impression of Hakumo. Perhaps conversing with an astute individual will save me some energy, Obito mused. Without further inquiries, he recognized his time was short. Hakumo, I have been watching you for a long time. Come, let us sever the ties of this world's karma. Create a realm where only victors exist, a world of peace and love, where only these truths reside. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Come, look into my eyes. Enter my exclusive domain. As the voice of Uchiha Madara faded away, Bai Mo opened his eyes once more, only to find himself enveloped in an expanse of blankness. With keen interest, Bai Mo surveyed the scenery before him, subsequently channeling the chakra coursing through his body. Although the illusion was remarkably potent, capable of creating its own realm, he sensed that, should he desire it, he could effortlessly extricate himself from this illusory space at any moment. At that juncture, Uchiha Madara materialized beside Bai Mo. Within this realm of illusion, Madara was unbound by the constraints of a chair. He could traverse the space at will. Approaching Bai Mo, he gazed into the depths of his eyes, his heart involuntarily stirred by a sense of awe. At such a tender age, he had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a talent that surpassed even his own. However, he was Uchiha Madara. Within the illusion, the figure of the white-haired Uchiha Madara began to transform gradually. Harnessing the power of the illusion, he swiftly reverted to his youthful visage. By simply employing this illusion, one can conjure the most ideal world. All that is required is to cast this illusion upon humanity, leading them into this space. Madara's tone grew increasingly animated as he shared his thoughts with Bai Mo. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in Madara's eyes. In due time, by substituting this eye with the moon and amplifying the scale of the technique, he could create the world of his dreams. Bai Mo regarded the figure of Uchiha Madara before him, and the world within his right eye began to activate. This was the power residing within his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the most formidable illusionary ability. Even within Madara's illusionary space, Bai Mo could still intervene, provided he so wished. Casually, he waved his hand, and an imperial throne materialized behind him. Seated upon the throne, Bai Mo observed the astonishment on Madara's face and continued. Let me take a guess. Are you about to recount the tale of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails? Madara's expression momentarily faltered, his face a mask of surprise. You are well versed in these matters? Naturally, and Uchiha Madara, I possess more knowledge than you might imagine, Bai Mo replied, casting a glance at Madara. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the white illusionary space began to peel away in the blink of an eye. Both Bai Mo and Madara reappeared within a cave, or rather, it seemed they had never truly left us. So, do you wish to collaborate with me? If you are willing, I can bestow upon you eyes even more powerful than the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Absolutely not. I have no desire for another's possessions. The mere thought of something invasive touching my body makes me uneasy. Bai Mo strolled leisurely within Madara's cave, as if he did not regard Madara at all. Perhaps Madara was powerful, even in the twilight of his existence, capable of unleashing terrifying strength. Yet Bai Mo understood that unless properly arranged, Madara would never resort to a desperate gamble, nor would he become an adversary. Thus, Bai Mo remained at ease. He gazed at the Uchiha fan hanging on the wall, the first of its kind, marked by the passage of time. Uchiha Madara, let's strike a deal that I shall consider today's events as though they never transpired. And all you need to do is hand over the Uchiha fan that hangs upon the wall. Chapter 35. The Third Great Ninja War is about to commence. The fan hanging on the cave wall was the first fan of the Uchiha clan, and it served as the prototype for Bai Mo's own fan, possessing extraordinary abilities. Uchiha regarded Bai Mo in contemplative silence. From Bai Mo, he sensed an ineffable aura, as though whatever actions he might undertake would be effortlessly foreseen by this young man, whose demeanor was remarkably composed, evoking a sense of envy regarding Bai Mo's innate talent. Cough, cough. Madara cleared his throat, then extended a finger towards the Uchiha fan on the wall. That I shall grant you this weapon. I believe that with your abilities, you could elevate the Uchiha's reputation to its former pinnacle. Furthermore, I trust that in the not-so-distant future, we shall meet again, at which point I will extend an invitation. And I hope you will not refuse. As he spoke, Madara slowly closed his eyes, allowing Bai Mo to move freely within the cave. Well, we shall discuss the future when it arrives. Bai Mo smiled faintly, approached the wall, seized the Uchiha fan, and strode out in the vast expanse. Only Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu remained. What should our next course of action be? Uchiha Bai Mo has rejected us. Shall we seek another substitute? Or should we plot to eliminate him entirely, rendering him our puppet? The figure of Kurizetsu materialized beside Uchiha Madara, more concerned about whether his plans could come to fruition. Should Bai Mo obstruct his designs? He would spare no effort to eliminate this troublesome individual. In response, Uchiha Madara shook his head. No need. Observing Bai Mo, he is engrossed in his training, as long as we do not interfere with it. He will not impede our plans. Moreover, I have already considered a substitute for Bai Mo. Are you referring to that individual who shows no aversion to any bloodline limit? Precisely. He holds a profound admiration for the Uchiha. And as the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, I shall personally bestow upon him the title of Uchiha. I am certain he will be grateful and diligently execute the tasks I assign him. I understand I shall set out to locate him at once. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze returned to Konoha, accompanied by his injured comrades. Upon his return, he immediately approached Hiruzen Sarutobi at Tokasuma, not far from the borders of Konoha. We encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite jonin from the Hidden Mist. A simple statement darkened Hiruzen's countenance, but I did not expect them to have taken action so soon. This must be their vanguard. The main event lies ahead. Hiruzen's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. Originally, he had hoped to advance the meeting through peaceful means, but he never anticipated that the 3 major hidden villages, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, would so brazenly overturn the table, leaving no room for dialogue. How vexing. Just as Hiruzen was mulling over this predicament, Minato added, "By the way, Hokage-sama, I also encountered Uchiha Bai Mo. Uchiha Bai Mo. Did that individual also fall under attack?" "Not quite. To be precise, it was thanks to Bai Mo's assistance that we managed to fend off the assault." Minato recounted the events succinctly. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen pondered aloud. What exactly does that fellow Bai Mo intend to accomplish? In the face of Uchiha Bai Mo, Hiruzen no longer held the lofty demeanor he once possessed. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound weariness. Anyone would feel troubled when confronting an individual whose motives were inscrutable, yet whose strength was formidable. However, the immediate concern remained the 3 major hidden villages. Konoha had entered a state of war, and all shinobi were to remain vigilant, guarding against infiltrations and ambushes from other ninja. Simultaneously, to minimize Konoha's losses, efforts should be made to divert the battlefield elsewhere. Hiruzen approached the map hanging on the wall. Studying the distribution of locations, he pointed at the position of Kimogakure on the map. Perhaps choosing this location for the battlefield would be the best option. At the very least, it could muddle the waters of this conflict. The more chaotic the war becomes, the greater the leeway we will have to maneuver. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can seek greater benefits. The village hidden in the rain, a ninja village established by Hanzo of the Salamander, stands at the confluence of the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind, if all goes as expected. This war will affect many hidden villages and nations. The Third Great Ninja War has commenced. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains unaware that at this very moment, Hakomai has arrived in the Rain Village. This is the Rain Village, a place perpetually shrouded in rain, steeped in dampness. The oppressive atmosphere is accentuated by the patchwork buildings that exude an iron-like ambience, narrating an indescribable aura of the village. If memory serves me right, the Rain Village will ultimately become the epicenter of conflict among the 3 great nations, leading to untold suffering. Hakomai murmurs to himself, exercising greater caution in controlling his muscles as he strides forward with purpose. After some time of acclimatization, his mastery over his own musculature has reached a staggering level. Even when moving leisurely, he leaves no trace upon the ground. The only aspect worthy of lamentation is that despite traversing from Konoha to the Rain Village, darkness has fallen, and he has only completed 30% of his journey. The further he goes, the more scarce the bonuses of carefully navigating with a heavy wooden stump become, were it not for the lack of better training methods. Hakomai would have eschewed this arduous trek altogether. With his thought in mind, Hakomai clenches his fist, and the Mangeki Sharingan manifests. The ability of the straight death activates, and the enormous wooden stump disintegrates into particles, carried away by the gentle breeze along the streets. This display of Hakomai's power astonishes the passers-by, who notice him. A man clad in a robe adorned with clouds approaches Hakomai. I asked that the Mangeki Sharingan. Are you of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? How did you achieve that just now? Yahiko stands before Hakomai, curiosity etched across his face. This marks their first encounter, and they lock eyes until Hakomai, drenched from the rain, snaps back to reality and replies with a smile. It was merely a casual act. Your strength is formidable. If you are willing, I would like to invite you to join the organization I belong to. Chapter 36. Peace is a precious commodity. Yahiko is a sincere child, directly presenting Hakomai with a straightforward proposition. He gazes at Yahiko, surprised that the latter would extend such an invitation. Does he not fear that Hakomai may harbor ulterior motives? Just as Hakomai contemplates this, Yahiko continues. Our organization's philosophy is to better protect this nation and ensure that peace can endure for as long as possible. Peace, you say? That is indeed a rare treasure. Hakomai muses, sensing that the rain has intensified, evoking a feeling as if a storm is imminent. Hakomai and Yahiko converse like old friends as they stroll along the paths of the rain village. Many pause with beaming smiles to greet Yahiko as he passes by. I didn't realize your Akatsuki organization was so well received. Naturally, we are striving for peace. Yet, with the growth of your organization, might you not become a thorn in the side of that certain individual in the rain village? You may not find the consequences pleasant. Yahiko, taken aback by Hakomai's familiarity with the situation in the rain village, dismisses the concern that you're overthinking it. Hanzo, as the leader of the rain village, is quite magnanimous. We have just discussed the future of the village with him. Yahiko adds, I believe that with the assistance of the Akatsuki, the rain village will become increasingly peaceful, a veritable paradise in the ninja world. Hakomai shrugs and wishes, very well. Then may peace arrive soon. As night deepens, Yahiko accompanies Hakomai from one end of the rain village to the other. Will you not reconsider joining our organization? No, I have matters to attend to. Hakomai replies, turning away and waving goodbye to Yahiko. However, I am certain we shall meet again before long. Yahiko, let us strive together for peace. With that, Hakomai swiftly employs the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Yahiko's sight. Leaving him to gaze at the retreating figure, if left unchecked, the rain village is destined to become a battleground. The ramifications of the Third Great Ninja War will far exceed the imagination of ordinary folk. To ensure a stable environment for his training, to savor the delicious meals prepared by Kushina, Hakomai resolves to eliminate the roots of this conflict. Moreover, he aims to enhance his progress, given that his focus is on the meticulous control of his muscles. Could he rapidly amass progress by engaging in frenzied battles, incapacitating others without claiming their lives? Contemplating this, Hakomai accelerates his pace, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to unprecedented heights as he races toward the village hidden in the clouds. Meanwhile, the full moon hangs high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade, initially planning to wander the world, now wears a serious expression as she arrives at the courtyard of Uzumaki Mido. Her demeanor is grave, standing slightly behind Uzumaki Mido. Tsunade crosses her arms and softly inquires, Mito, have you truly made your decision? Uzumaki Mido's body has grown frail, her figure increasingly delicate, draped in a long robe. She appears as if a gust of wind might topple her. Mito gazes up at the moon, a celestial body she has admired since childhood. Yet, each time she pauses to behold its luminous beauty, an inexplicable tranquility washes over her. Well, having lived for so long, my mission is nearly complete. It's time to join that fellow. Mito muses softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She reminisces, wondering how that carefree companion is faring below and whether he thinks of her. Tsunade remains silent. Although she has anticipated this day, facing it now amplifies the weight in her heart. Sensing Tsunade's inner turmoil, Mito approaches her, trembling slightly as she places her hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, the cycle of life and death is a natural occurrence. You needn't be so troubled. In fact, it is you who I worry about most, as you've yet to embark on a romantic journey. Tsunade places her hand atop Mito's, yearning to forge a deeper connection through the warmth of their palms. As for love and marriage, I believe it should unfold naturally. Mito chuckles. That cannot be the case. If you find someone you cherish, pursue them boldly. Only then will you have no regrets. After all, polygamy is quite common in the ninja world, so do not fret. Mito's gaze, growing increasingly clouded, occasionally drifts toward the Uchiha clan. Her meaning unmistakable. This elicits a blush from Tsunade, rendering her as bashful as a young girl rather than the mature elder she is. The wind grows ever cooler, sensing the time is ripe. Mito's face lights up with anticipation. Let's act swiftly while Kushina is deep in slumber. Tsunade nodded slightly. She observed as Uzumaki Tsuruto slowly made his way toward the room of Uzumaki Kushina. Tears glistened in her eyes, each crystalline droplet cascading down her cheeks. Tsunade, if this drags on any longer, I might not have the strength to contain that fellow. Tsunade sniffed, discreetly wiping away her tears. As though she had never wept at all, with resolute steps, she entered the room alongside Uzumaki Tsuruto. Grandma Tsuruto, I will take it from here. Tsunade supported Uzumaki Tsuruto as they settled beside the peacefully slumbering Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, the chakra unique to the Nine Tails became increasingly pronounced within Tsuruto. For many, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Tsunade formed hand seals, her chakra swirling rapidly within her. Release the tailed beast sealing technique. Open. At the instant the seals manifested, Tsuruto's body trembled violently. The surging chakra of the Nine Tails erupted forth. Faintly, the tails of the Nine Tails flickered behind Uzumaki Tsuruto. Chapter 37. Transfer of the Nine Tails. The Shiki F gene technique. Inside the room, a powerful wind swept through. Uzumaki Kushina felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Despite being mentally alert, no matter how she tried, she could not manage to open her eyes. This sensation only heightened her anxiety. That moment, a gentle voice from Uzumaki Tsuruto resonated in Kushina's ear. Kushina, do not be afraid. I am by your side. Leave everything to me. Perhaps it was the comforting timbre of Tsuruto's voice that eased Kushina's initial tension, allowing her to gradually relax and accept her surroundings. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Tsunade, you may continue. Tsuruto spoke softly to Tsunade, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. Agent Shuriki, the extraction of the tailed beast from her body signified the end of her life. Yet, having lived for so long, she felt it was more than sufficient. Tsunade gazed at her grandmother with a heavy heart, then placed her palm against Uzumaki Tsuruto's abdomen. Her hand seemed to transcend space itself, effortlessly penetrating the seal of the Nine Tails. Seizing this opportunity, Uzumaki Tsuruto endured the discomfort within and slowly formed seals. Serpent, boar, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, serpent. Hands together. Shiki F gene. In an instant, the visage of the Shinigami appeared behind Uzumaki Tsuruto. It was a terrifying figure, exuding an aura of eerie peculiarity that would surely frighten any ordinary person to death. Tsuruto, do you truly wish to deny me my freedom? The power of the Nine Tails was gradually being extracted by Tsunade, revealing its true form. A dark orange nine-tailed fox, emanating an aura of foreboding. As its nine tails swayed, the entire space became somewhat ethereal, a consequence of the massive chakra leakage. Faced with this situation, a hint of guilt surfaced in Uzumaki Tsuruto's words for the first time. Nine Tails, I entrust this child to your care. Consider it my final wish before I depart. The Nine Tails fixed its gaze upon Uzumaki Tsuruto, ultimately saying nothing, slowly closing its eyes in tacit agreement with her words. Thank you, Tsuruto whispered, then invoked the Shiki F gene, sealing the Nine Tails within Uzumaki Kushina's body. The Shiki F gene was a sealing technique that required a life as its price. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Tsuruto possessed vitality far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even without the tailed beast, she would not perish immediately. It was precisely this trait that enabled her to perform the Shiki F gene. Once the power of the Nine Tails was fully sealed within Uzumaki Kushina, she finally felt her own existence return, able to freely open her eyes. Uzumaki Kushina let out a soft whimper, gradually revealing her gaze to the world around her. However, upon seeing Uzumaki Saruto slumped weakly at the bedside, her pupils dilated in shock, and her expression shifted to one of alarm. "Grandma Saruto, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me." Kushina turned to Tsunade beside her and implored. "Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is formidable. Why aren't you acting swiftly?" "Uzumaki Kushina, it is futile," came the frail voice of Uzumaki Saruto. She beckoned Kushina closer, pulling her to her side. "Kushina, I have watched you these past few days. I know you are striving to grow stronger, not wanting to burden Hakamoku. You wish to be a supportive partner to him. I understand your heartfelt intentions. It is time for a change. I am old, and it is time for the new to take the place of the old. That I entrust the Nine Tails to your care. Although it can be mischievous at times, it is reliable in moments of danger. Use this power wisely. I believe that with it, you will stand by Hakamoku's side as a steadfast ally. The future of Konoha needs your strength." Uzumaki Saruto felt her eyelids growing heavier. The hand resting on Uzumaki Kushina's waist gradually fell limp. She leaned against the wall, her eyes slowly closing, and her life force flickered away. That moment. Uzumaki Kushina was utterly stunned. She had merely taken a nap. Why had such a drastic change occurred? Why? She cried out, tears streaming down her face and soaking the bedding beneath her. Tsunade enveloped Kushina in her embrace, akin to an elder sister, gently patting her shoulder. They will not bear too great a psychological burden. Grandma Saruto was already nearing the end of her life. It is your presence that allowed her to depart with peace of mind. Yet, despite Tsunade's words, her trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. With Uzumaki Kudo's passing, the world around them seemed to dim. Tears blurred their vision, and their hearts felt unnaturally heavy, as if the very weight of despair was pulling them down. Their minds became clouded, and their bodies began to feel weightless, as if they might float away. The night deepened in its silence until a faint glimmer of dawn broke the horizon. Tsunade turned to the tear-streaked face of Uzumaki Kushina and said, "Kushina, dawn has arrived. Grandma Saruto must rest now. Let us lay her to rest." Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Stone Village, a multitude of ninjas had gathered in the Hidden Cloud Village, preparing to strike decisively and lay waste to Konoha, forcing the Land of Fire to its knees. The Third Hokage, stood atop the Hokage building in the Hidden Cloud Village, surveying the throngs of ninjas below. The mass of shinobi gathered resembled a dark cloud pressing against the earth, instilling a sense of oppressive dread. "Have we fully assembled?" Inquired of Noki and Yagura. He observed the elderly Noki levitating in the air, arms crossed, a smug expression on his face. "That we are ready. With this level of strength, even those of the Kaga level shall meet their demise. This time, I have also gathered the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village. It is clear that Konoha, as a single village, cannot withstand the combined assault of our three great hidden villages." The Third Hokage nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even standing before these thousands of ninjas, I can feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Should a battle truly ensue, it would likely be exhausting." Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and inhaled deeply, declaring, "Let us depart. Our target is Konoha." Chapter 38. You are all surrounded by me alone. With a single command from the Hokage, the tens of thousands of troops gathered in the Hidden Cloud Village surged forth in unison. The sound of their footsteps resonated like a thunderous symphony, and billowing clouds of dust swirled among the ninjas. An overwhelming aura coalesced, as if they were a single entity. Yet at that very moment, the expressions of the foremost few shifted dramatically. They hastily pointed towards a distant figure, their faces marred by panic. "Look over there. Is that a person? An ally?" "No, it doesn't seem like it. His attire resembles that of the Uchiha clan. This fellow is from Konoha." Such words rippled through the ranks like a stone cast upon still waters, igniting a fervor among the entire army. They swiftly reached into their ninja tool pouches, extracting shuriken. The front line of hundreds of ninjas simultaneously hurled their weapons, a dense swarm of shuriken instantly filling White Ink's field of vision. Is this your way of welcoming me? It seems a tad insufficient, wouldn't you agree? After all, I arrived here well before you and have been waiting quite some time. White Ink's chakra surged with vitality, radiating a brilliant white light as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at the outskirts of the hidden cloud village just as dawn approached, poised for their assault. However, upon witnessing the current onslaught, the grandeur of which he had envisioned paled in comparison. Shaking his head, he slowly placed his hand upon the two Uchiha fan blades at his back. With a swift motion, he drew them forth, emanating a heavy aura that thickened the atmosphere. You must take this seriously, otherwise I might find myself rather unamused. With a hum, White Ink wielded the fans, unleashing a fierce gale that propelled a multitude of shuriken towards the opposing ninjas. Quickly, combine your efforts to unleash Earth Release. The majority of ninjas present hail from the Rock Village, adept at executing Earth Release techniques that in synchrony. They formed hand seals, pressing their palms against the ground. A cascade of white mist rose, concealing their figures. See, Wu, Su. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As this ninjutsu was performed by many, a series of earthen walls akin to fortifications emerged, successfully blocking the shuriken that White Ink had sent back. Is there a commotion ahead? The Third Hokage cast a puzzled glance into the distance, where he observed the rising white mist and the increasingly chaotic ranks of ninjas. Soon, news arrived from the front lines. Lord Hokage, Lord Suchikage, Lord Mizukage, there is turmoil ahead. Reports indicate that Uchiha White Ink from Konoha is engaged in battle with numerous ninjas. Before he could respond, his companion, Killer Bee, exclaimed in shock. White Ink, has he lost his mind? He dares to come alone. Inoki pondered for a moment before speaking. There may be a ruse at play, or perhaps the Konoha forces are lurking nearby, possibly planning a rear attack. Floating in the air, Inoki nodded in agreement. What you say may hold truth. If Konoha manages to encircle us, it could spell disaster. Should they execute a pincer maneuver, we may suffer devastating losses. The Third Hokage, nodded, casting a glance at Killer Bee and his son. But although the topography of the hidden cloud village was treacherous enough to preclude the likelihood of a rear assault, as a precaution, you two, go investigate. Understood. And Killer Bee responded in unison, swiftly turning to race towards the rear of the hidden cloud village. At this moment, each of them racked their brains, pondering why White Ink would dare to confront thousands of ninjas alone. Did he truly not understand the meaning of self-preservation? As the three Kages deliberated, White Ink formed a cross with his fingers. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, a multitude of shadow clones materialized, all under White Ink's command, charging towards the throngs of ninjas before them in a heartbeat. The two factions clashed in a fierce melee. The Third Hokage, could only exclaim, what an enviable talent. If only such a prodigy could serve in my hidden cloud village. Truly, what a pity a single individual forming an army. It had long been rumored that Uchiha White Ink possessed formidable strength. Now, it was evident that at such a tender age, he could wield such a vast number of shadow clones. His chakra reservoir was indeed astonishing, but could such an exaggerated use of the shadow clone technique sustain prolonged combat? Who could say? Regardless, with our numbers, this would serve as an excellent opportunity to test his capabilities. Test? A flicker of displeasure crossed Inoki's face. After all, these were the ninjas of the Rock Village, to use their lives as a gauge. Though he harbored such thoughts, Inoki refrained from voicing any objections, uncertain of White Ink's true strength. Using them as a means of evaluation was, after all, a prudent choice. Ding! Current progress. 36378 S. White Ink's myriad shadow clones launched their assault against the multitude of ninjas. Each clone exerted meticulous control over their muscle movements, defeating but not killing each ninja, causing the progress of his precise muscle control to accelerate. Indeed, only through battle can one truly hone their skills. White Ink mused internally, his movements becoming even more rapid and fervent. In mere moments, hundreds of ninjas were sent sprawling, grievously wounded and unconscious. A palpable hesitation gripped many, who dared not press forward. What are you afraid of? He is but one man. Once his chakra is depleted, victory will surely be ours. Indeed, he is not a Jinchuriki. How could he possibly maintain such an immense chakra reserve? If we can simply outlast him, victory shall be ours. Listening to the earnest words around him and witnessing their growing eagerness to advance, a mocking smile spread across White Ink's face. Chakra? Please, such a resource is hardly finite, you know. Before mastering precise chakra control, I had already completed a task known as Chakra Multifold Cycle. The reward for this self-regulated task is rapid chakra recovery. While not infinite, it is certainly akin to it. The rate at which I consume chakra is far outpaced by my recovery. White Ink's chakra reserves greatly exceeded that of an ordinary individual, even surpassing that of Kushina Uzumaki. That it was precisely due to these factors that White Ink could so liberally expend his chakra. He watched as the progress bar soared towards 50, excitement coursing through him. Come, let us engage in a spirited battle. Chapter 39. The Three Kages mobilize. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Numerous ninjas hardened their arms, launching a frenzied assault against White Ink. Come at me. White Ink's eyes sparkled with delight. He positioned his fan atop one ninja's arm. Ta-da! My arm. Without even activating his Manjikyu Sharingan, White Ink simply utilized sheer force to shatter the ninja's arm, doing so with remarkable care. Had he applied even a modicum more strength, that arm would have been completely severed rather than hanging on by a thread. Ding! Self-regulated task. Precise muscle control. Current progress. 69. This was the collective effort of tens of thousands of shadow clones in a mere moment. More than half of the ninjas from the Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages lay incapacitated, none able to stand. All were unconscious on the ground. Yet, astonishingly, not a single life was lost. This spectacle was intolerable for Inoki. Ninjas of the Rock Village, retreat immediately. As his command echoed, Inoki dashed forward, his diminutive form cutting a straight path through the air, rapidly locking onto White Ink, who wielded the fan blades. Dust release. All killing ash bones. This technique transcended the boundaries of bloodline limits, a true testament of the power of the bloodline elimination, forged from the harmonious convergence of the elemental forces of wind, earth, and fire. A transparent cubic barrier materialized between the clasped hands of Daimyo. With a sudden thrust, the cube propelled its particles downward with unrelenting force. Bai Mo lifted his gaze towards the white cube hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, a grave expression manifesting in his eyes. Had it been anyone else, Bai Mo might have charged headlong into the fray. However, when confronted with the technique of dimensional separation, he knew he had to exercise utmost caution. With a thunderous roar, a beam of white light surged into the heavens, illuminating the sky for miles around. The ninjas, swiftly retreating to create more combat space for Daimyo, could not help but exclaim in awe. Such strength! Is this the terrifying might of Lord Tsuchikage? It seems Bai Mo has already been disassembled, but then again, no matter how formidable Bai Mo may be, he is still but a youth. Having had far too little time to grow, he could never hope to match the prowess of Lord Tsuchikage. The gathering ninjas whispered amongst themselves, oblivious to the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. No, that's not right. That fellow is behind you, Yagura shouted, dashing towards Bai Mo's direction. Water release. Water chaos technique. Yagura unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, launching an overwhelming offensive towards Bai Mo simultaneously. Daimyo acted with remarkable swiftness. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. This was a combination technique that Daimyo's arms crystallized instantaneously, transforming into an impenetrable stone. Coupled with the super heavy rock technique, the already formidable stone became even denser and more robust. In a swift motion, he hurled his stone arm towards Bai Mo, causing the very air around them to seem as if it had been explosively compressed, resulting in a deafening sonic boom. Bai Mo, however, remained unfazed. Too slow, he murmured, glancing at the ground where a flying thunder god seal materialized before him. Flying thunder god technique. In an instant, Bai Mo's figure reappeared beside the fleeing ninjas, unleashing a ferocious assault upon them. His attacks rained down like a tempest, enveloping them and serving as sustenance for his relentless advancement. Progress. 7375. A.S. Bai Mo fervently advanced his progress bar. Yagura's water chaos and Daimu's rock fist collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion in the air that left many reeling from the thunderous sound. Riding the shockwave, Daimu's body was propelled backward, and he no longer dared to underestimate Bai Mo, the Flying Thunder God technique. You just employed the Flying Thunder God technique, did you not? Truly, Lord Daimu, your insight is exceptional. Indeed, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. Its renown stems not merely from its dazzling appearance, but from the terrifying mobility it affords. It allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, placing one in an inherently advantageous position. However, Bai Mo, for all his brilliance, should never have ventured alone into the Land of Rain. This was a coalition of 3 hidden villages, a realm far beyond what he could contend against alone. A smirk crept upon Daimu's lips as he gestured to the ninjas of in unison. They began to weave hand seals. Earth release. Wall of earth flow. With a resounding thud, thick mist erupted. Walls of earth rose from the ground, encasing Bai Mo, Yagura, Daimu, and the swiftly approaching Third Hokage within, forming an arena-like enclosure. Bai Mo cast a cursory glance around, but before he could act, Daimu once again formed hand seals. Earth release. Heavenly cap. A massive lid descended from above. Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. Utilizing his ninjutsu, Daimu augmented the weight of the wall and the descending lid, sealing Bai Mo's potential escape. This moment, Daimu spoke. If I am not mistaken, your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has reached a level of ease. You can deploy it with but a glance. Correct? Bai Mo regarded Daimu with surprise. Your observation is remarkably astute. Indeed, you chose to confine the space to mitigate my Flying Thunder God technique to the greatest extent possible, did you not? Precisely, without the Flying Thunder God, you stand no chance against the combined might of the 3 great hidden villages. Bai Mo's lips curled into a smile as he continued to manipulate the dwindling shadow clones outside, engaging other ninjas in battle. Noticing his progress bar had surged to 80, his excitement swelled. Then allow me to witness the true strength of you 3, before Bai Mo could finish his sentence. His eyes widened in shock as a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, causing him to gasp. His form was sent flying backward in the pitch-black, confined space, reliant solely on his senses. This technique was none other than Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand. A technique that gathers a tremendous amount of lightning at the fingertips, delivering a rapid thrust. This was the signature skill of the Third Hokage. As the number of fingers diminished, the terrifying penetrative power of the ultimate spear would soon resurface. Yet, before the Third Hokage could revel in his triumph, a puff of smoke appeared. That retreating figure transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. Chapter 40. Hell Stab. One Book piercing hand. Simultaneously, within the darkened confines, a pair of blood-red eyes gradually emerged. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. Absolute death. Bai Mo unleashed his crimson chakra, intertwining it to form a colossal skeletal structure. Susanoo, akin to Bai Mo, wielded 2 large fans, its movements exhibiting a masterful finesse. Harnessing the power of absolute death, the descending lid was instantly transformed into dust, allowing the morning sun to once again cascade from above, adorning the scarlet Susanoo. Positioned at the chest of Susanoo, Bai Mo gazed down upon the Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage. Until now, he had shown restraint, but upon reflection, he understood that meticulous muscle control, while prudent, must also be coupled with unfettered aggression to unleash a more potent force. Although uncertain if this mindset was correct, he saw no harm in attempting it. The wind howled fiercely as the presence of the four ascended. In the distance, thick, ominous clouds churned ominously, slowly descending towards the earth. The weight of the dark clouds bore down upon many hearts like a leaden weight. With a resounding boom, thunder roared, echoing like war drums, striking at the consciousness of all present in that instant. The Third Hokage moved. Bai Mo, I acknowledge your strength, but you are far too arrogant to appear before us alone. Should we defeat you, we will gain leverage to negotiate with the higher-ups of Konohagakure and extract greater profit. The strongest lightning release armor enveloped the Third Hokage. as he erupted with a fierce electrical energy, even his hair standing on end. The chakra that cloaked him revitalized his flesh and significantly amplified his defensive capabilities. With a single stride, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Bai Mo in an instant. Though A's speed was formidable, Bai Mo, with the superior dynamic vision afforded by his kaleidoscope Sharingan, could distinctly track his movements. Hell stab. 3 books piercing hand. A extended 3 fingers towards Bai Mo's Susanoo, the air crackling with electric energy, reminiscent of the buzzing of hummingbirds, piercing deep into Susanoo's form. With a whoosh, the violent thrust forced even the colossal Susanoo to stagger back 100 meters. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Mo commanded Susanoo to raise its blood-red arm, akin to a falling boulder. Crashing down towards the ground, restraining the Third Hokage's movements. Flying Thunder God technique, swish. After a single strike, Bai Mo swiftly positioned himself behind Itsong. The muscles in his arms tensed rapidly. Exhaling deeply, Bai Mo expelled a cloud of foul air. And a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Seal. Release. 100 Heroes technique. Annihilate them for me. The veins on his arms bulged ominously, as if flesh were cracking. That a dense aura of blood energy coalesced together. Bai Mo, controlling his muscles, relentlessly pushed beyond his limits. Empowered by the continuous recovery of the 100 Heroes technique, he recklessly thrust his fist forward. At that moment, the landscape shifted hues. That it seemed as if only Bai Mo's fist remained in existence within the heavens and earth. The air trembled slightly. Itsong instinctively turned his head, yet before he could marvel at Bai Mo's speed, he found Bai Mo's fist had already silently approached. Not good. Itsong's pupils constricted sharply, and his entire being tensed in an instant. Water release, water mirror technique. Itsong conjured a mirror before him. From the mirror's reflection, an image of Bai Mo emerged, mirroring his every action. The 2 fists collided violently. This was a special ninjutsu mastered by Itsong, where the reflected image bore the same power as its source. In other words, Bai Mo's punch would strike himself. But was it truly so? Break for me! Bai Mo roared ferociously, exerting even greater force. That a massive amount of chakra surged recklessly into his arm. Crack, crack, boom! With each resounding crack, Bai Mo's fist drew closer, and more fissures marred his arm. But at the moment he thrust downwards, an explosive sound erupted, a blood-red mist burst forth. The water mirror technique shattered. Bai Mo's blood-soaked arm had struck directly against Itsong's chest. With a crunch, Itsong's chest caved in, and a jet of blood erupted from his mouth. His body traced a perfect arc in the air before finally crashing to the ground. Ding! Progress bar. Surge by 10. Current progress. 85. Please continue, host. An electronic voice echoed. Audible only to Bai Mo, he gazed at the skyrocketing numbers on the system interface. The lips he had been holding tightly finally curled into a smile. Ha ha! Just as I expected. Beyond cautious and careful attacks, further manipulation of muscle to release power was indeed a facet of refined muscle control. If he could surpass himself each time, did that not imply that he needed merely to throw 2 more punches to complete this task? Bai Mo's excited gaze fell upon Inoki and the Third Hokage. This moment, the Third Hokage had just extricated himself from the clutches of Susanoo. Ignoring the dissipating Susanoo, he focused entirely on Bai Mo. Upon witnessing Bai Mo's devastating blow to Itsong, leaving him incapacitated, his understanding of Bai Mo deepened significantly. Inoki, too, was hesitant to face Bai Mo alone, for it was evident that apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo had also mastered the 100 Heroes technique, a signature ninjutsu of Tsunai Hei's shadows. They possessed a profound understanding of the power of ninjutsu. Yet from another perspective, Bai Mo's arm was now effectively crippled. It was impossible for it to recover fully in such a short time, even with the enhancement of the 100 Heroes technique. Did this not suggest that Bai Mo's limits had been significantly diminished? AI, let us attack together. While Bai Mo's arm is yet to recover, we must deliver a more crushing blow. Naturally, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Black lightning. The Third Hokage AI unleashed black lightning, the panther-shaped bolts flickering rapidly. Suddenly, they lunged towards Bai Mo, while Bai Mo dealt with the black lightning. The Third Hokage AI concentrated all his strength, along with his lightning attribute chakra, into a single fingertip. Onoki felt the overwhelming might emanating from the Third Hokage. Is it finally coming? The move renowned as the strongest spear. Hell Piercer, a single thrust. Chapter 41. The 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation. Have you ever seen the lightning dancing upon the ground? For some unknown reason. These words floated through Bai Mo's mind, that moment. Dark clouds swirled low, resonating with the body of the Third Hokage. His entire form seemed to emit piercing arcs of electricity at a brilliant blue light traced a straight line upon the ground. The sharp force coalesced at AI's fingertip. The strongest spear has arrived. AI, do not underestimate me. The Manjiki Sharingan spun within Bai Mo's eyes. A crimson world enveloped the Third Hokage, adorned with red lines and dots. Bai Mo gathered all his strength to the tip of his right finger, the patterns of the 100 Heroes technique becoming even more pronounced. His entire arm swelled visibly. He raised his arm high. Confronting the incoming strongest spear, Bai Mo charged forward, mirroring the Third Hokage's motion. The tips of their fingers collided. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even the thunderous crackle of electricity gradually faded in that arena-like space. Bai Mo and AI locked eyes. In an instant, Bai Mo's expression shifted. His arms splintered apart, myriad tiny wounds bleeding profusely, with faint arcs of electricity dancing about. This was undeniably the power of AI. Truly astonishing. No wonder he is called the strongest. Onoki murmured in awe, hovering in the air. Yet before his words could fully escape, AI's expression drastically changed. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering echoed. I stared in horror at the scene before him. Witnessing his arm gradually disintegrate into powder, carried away by the wind. How is this possible? What is happening? AI exclaimed in terror. With his other hand, he hastily gathered lightning attribute chakra, wielding it like a blade to sever his left arm. What a pity! If only you had waited a few more seconds, your existence would have vanished from this world. Bai Mo lifted his gaze to AI, a smug smile gracing his face. Even the blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes were disregarded. For the delightful electronic voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended refined muscle control, allowing for free manipulation of muscular strength. Progress bar surged by 15. Current progress 100. Ding! Progress bar has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Advanced application of the 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation. Advanced application of the 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation. The host can open all 8 gates without sacrificing life. Instead, they will consume chakra. Once chakra is depleted, the 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation will automatically close. The 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation. Bai Mo had initially anticipated a mere enhancement of his physique, never imagining the system would grant such an explosive ability, and it was the 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation, utilizing chakra instead. He lacked nothing when it came to chakra. The 100 Heroes technique continually mended Bai Mo's wounds. His arm, once so heavily injured that even a finger could scarcely move, began to heal at an astonishing rate. The Third Hokage, utilizing lightning attribute chakra, stimulated rapid recovery in his body, halting the blood flow from his severed arm. He took a deep breath, his remaining hand slowly clenching into a fist. Onoki, this man cannot be allowed to escape. Otherwise, he will become a significant threat in the future. Indeed, Onoki, now more resolute, felt his own aura rise swiftly. In an instant, both men surged forward. They charged towards Bai Mo with terrifying intent to kill, yet Bai Mo appeared unaffected, his smile growing ever brighter. How wonderful! This is precisely how one should train, is it not? With a deep breath, Bai Mo stepped forward, suppressing the pain in his trembling hands, slowly raising them, then clasping them together. 8 Gates of Duanjia Formation. As the words fell, an overwhelming scarlet aura erupted from Bai Mo, stirring the winds and clouds with an unparalleled presence, causing the sky to take on a faint vortex-like shape that in the distance. Karabi and the future 4th Hokage, AI, gazed skyward, their hearts sinking further as they beheld the tumultuous vortex of wind and clouds. Let us return. Given the current circumstances, it is utterly impossible for anyone to infiltrate Konoha from our rear. After a brief pause, AI continued. On the contrary, it seems that my father may need our assistance. Karabi, recalling Bai Mo's terrifying prowess, instinctively shuddered. Indeed, that fellow's strength is formidable. Even in my tailed beast form, I cannot suppress him. What is most alarming is that this is merely Bai Mo's shadow clone. Karabi swallowed hard, adding, if Lord Rakage underestimates him, the consequences will be catastrophic. Therefore, we must ensure that Bai Mo remains here at all costs. AI nodded, his body enveloped in lightning chakra, enhancing his speed. You speak the truth. With the two of us combined, we should be able to decisively defeat Bai Mo. However, just as they began to speak, a chilling wind surged forth. The scarlet chakra caused Karabi's expression to shift dramatically. This aura, the voice of the eight tails emerged in Karabi's mind. It's the nine tails. The nine tails has arrived. The nine tails? Kushina Uzumaki. Isn't she already quite old? How could she leave the Senju clan's territory? AI exclaimed. Astonished, hurriedly spreading his senses to locate the source of the approaching presence, and no need to search. I am right here. A chilling voice echoed. Karabi and AI turned towards the sound, finding a woman with hair as fiery red as flames standing not far from them. Alongside Tsunade of Konoha. How did they arrive here? Did they come from the treacherous rear of Kumogakure? As if sensing their astonishment, Kushina Uzumaki scoffed. What? Are you afraid to acknowledge me now? Wasn't I your target from the beginning? Now that I stand before you, are you frightened? With her words, a scarlet tail gradually coalesced behind her, tailed beast cloak. Upon witnessing this, AI and Karabi immediately grew vigilant. I will not allow you to disturb Bai Mo's training. If you wish to find him, you must first get past me. And me, Tsunade declared, swiftly releasing her sealing jutsu and activating the mitotic regeneration technique. Just then, a deafening sound reverberated through the air as a shadow zipped past their line of sight, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Was that Inoki? Chapter 42. What do you want, Inoki? Not only AI and Karabi were taken aback. Even Kushina and Tsunade momentarily stood frozen in disbelief. They stared at the scene before them, struggling to comprehend if the legendary Inoki had truly flown past Point 1. Must understand that Inoki's strength was formidable, a renowned figure within the entire shinobi world, capable of standing atop the pyramid of power. To think such a person could simply take flight was unfathomable. Surely, this must be an illusion. AI instinctively rubbed his eyes. However, at that moment, an even more thunderous sound erupted in the distance. The shock waves surged towards them like a tempest. Visible to the naked eye, Bai Mo's figure suddenly materialized before AI, holding another AI. His father, the Third Hokage. Father! How could this be? How did you get defeated? Smack. Before AI could finish a sentence, Bai Mo delivered a resounding slap, sending him spinning in the air before crashing to the ground, tumbling in a disheveled heap. Run, run. The Third Hokage's body hung limply as Bai Mo grasped his neck tightly, rendering his remaining limbs powerless. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, the Third Hokage felt as though it were the end of the world. He could not fathom the source of Bai Mo's overwhelming power, how what had once seemed an evenly matched struggle had suddenly escalated 100-fold. Even with all his might, he could not withstand a mere finger from Bai Mo. The sheer terror of that strength had utterly subdued him. This was not the kind of power one could expect from a mere shadow-level ninja. This was the essence of a god among shinobi. So, run, never appear before this monster again. The Third Hokage's voice was hoarse, yet the more he pleaded, the more resolute his son AI became. Rising from the ground, he gazed at the scarlet mist billowing from Bai Mo, steeling his resolve. Without hesitation, he knelt before Bai Mo, creating a shallow indentation in the earth. Bai Mo, I beg you, spare my father. The plans from before were entirely mine. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Bai Mo glanced at the astonished Kushina behind him. His previously fierce demeanor softened slightly, revealing a hint of affection. Though surprised by Kushina's tailed beast cloak, her adorable appearance remained unchanged. Bai Mo smiled gently at her, before refocusing on the two ace. His arrival at Kumavikure was not only to thwart the impending Third Shinobi World War, but also to deliver a severe lesson to these two. To avenge Kushina, he casually tossed the third Raikage to the ground, a mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed him. Now, tell me, how do you plan to plead for mercy? As oxygen flowed into his lungs. The third Raikage finally felt a modicum of relaxation. He raised his gaze to Bai Mo, declaring resolutely, I, the third Raikage, shall never beg for mercy. Father! Ai interjected, interrupting his father's words, if it were just himself. Neither of them would ever consider surrendering, yet the bonds of father and son rendered them vulnerable before Bai Mo's intimidating presence, stripping away their resilience. For the sake of Kumavikure, please, Ai implored, his gaze fixed on his father. At that moment, the third Raikage, trembling, managed to rise unsteadily from the ground. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing countless ninjas sprawled across the earth. Yet, it seemed that due to Bai Mo's mercy, they were merely gravely injured and on the brink of death. Without a single casualty, this stood in stark contrast to Bai Mo's earlier ferocity. Was it fate that had sealed their destinies from the outset? The third Raikage sighed deeply, conceding to Bai Mo. I understand, as long as you can spare Kumavikure, I will pay any price. His own demise mattered little to him, but the obliteration of Kumavikure was something he, as the third Raikage, could never accept. Thus, even if it meant lowering himself to kiss Bai Mo's shoes and implore for forgiveness, he would do so. It was his misjudgment that had led to this predicament, and as the Raikage, he bore the responsibility. This was the duty of a village leader. Bai Mo swiftly moved to Kushina's side, donning a markedly different, gentle smile. Kushina, I suppose this can be considered a means of avenging you. Yes, a stirring resonated within Uzumaki Kushina's heart. In a fleeting moment, she felt tears welling in her eyes. With a resolute nod, she opened her arms wide and embraced Bai Mo at the waist. This intimate gesture caused Bai Mo's cheeks to flush crimson. However, he did not immediately push Kushina away. Instead, he extended his hand and gently patted her back. Tsunade's gaze could not help but linger on the two of them. Before she turned her attention elsewhere, it was truly baffling. She had anticipated coming to assist Bai Mo in battle. Yet here he was, displaying such formidable strength that he required no aid from them. Instead, she found herself a mere bystander, witnessing their affection. Why did she feel a twinge of envy towards Kushina? Nestled in Bai Mo's embrace, Kushina inhaled deeply, savoring his familiar scent. After a moment, she softly spoke. Thank you, Bai Mo. There is no need for thanks. If anyone should express gratitude, it should be I, Bai Mo replied. Were it not for Kushina's proposal of a false marriage, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have resorted to even more extreme measures. The best outcome, then, would have been the defection of the Uchiha clan. In that scenario, Bai Mo's dream of unrestrained cultivation would have vanished, unlike the present, where he could pursue his desires freely. Leaving the resolution of matters to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he reaped the benefits while the burdens fell upon Hiruzen's shoulders. What a delightful arrangement! After sharing a tender moment with Kushina, Bai Mo's gaze returned to the third Raikage. Your son and his comrades have repeatedly coveted the bloodline of our Konoha, even daring to trespass upon the Uchiha clan, he declared. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? The third Raikage wore a bitter smile. What are the consequences? Is this not the very situation we find ourselves in? Bai Mo, stop beating around the bush. What is it that you truly desire? Chapter 43. I want the tailed beasts. The battle momentarily ceased. Under the direction of Mabu, medical ninjas swiftly commenced their healing efforts. Bai Mo turned a blind eye to this, focusing solely on the third Raikage before him. It is quite simple. I demand the 8 tails and the 2 tails from Kumavikure. Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback, staring incredulously at Bai Mo as if they could not believe their ears. What did you say? Edo's voice rose, anger surging within him. Had he not known he was no match for Bai Mo, he might have charged forward in fury. Do you not understand that once the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki will die? Killer Bee interjected. The 8 tails is my partner. I will never use it as a bargaining chip. Then let all of Kumogakure pay the price for your obstinacy. Choose wisely. Bai Mo dismissed their protests. Feeling hunger pangs for the meals Kushina prepared, he also wished to visit the Senju clan's graveyard to see Uzumaki Mito. Although he was aware that Mito would pass the Nine Tails to Kushina, he had not anticipated it occurring at this moment. While he had a general understanding of future events, his grasp on the timing was imprecise. With this thought, Bai Mo tightened his embrace around Kushina's delicate form. At that moment, Edo approached Bai Mo and continued, "Is there no other method of compensation?" "None. Aside from the tailed beasts, I have no interest in anything else." After a pause, Bai Mo added, "However, there's a roundabout way to reach an agreement." The Third Hokage's eyes brightened. "What do you propose?" "I still desire the 2 tails and the 8 tails, but you need not extract the beasts. What I mean is when the tailed beasts regain their freedom, I will reclaim them. In exchange for this condition, I demand half of Kumogakure's resources." "Half of the resources?" The Third Hokage gasped in shock. They were not a minor ninja village. They represented the might of the Land of Lightning, a formidable force in the ninja world. To think that Bai Mo would demand half of their resources was staggering. How would they manage to distribute the remaining resources? Nevertheless, this thought flickered briefly in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, the Third Hokage nodded. "If half of our resources can ensure the survival of Kumogakure and the lives of the Jinchuriki, then I concede to your demands that I will deliver the resources to Konoha." At this juncture, Bai Mo raised a finger and corrected him. Not to Konoha, but to the Senju clan, to Tsunade. Tsunade, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback by Bai Mo's declaration. Instinctively, she looked at him, puzzled. "That I understand not giving it to Konoha, as you single-handedly ventured into Kumogakure for this, but why allocate the resources to me? These resources encompass more than just shuriken and kunai. They include scrolls, medicinal herbs, money, fabrics, and military provisions. Granting half of a ninja village's wealth to a single clan would elevate that clan to prominence." In response, Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's fragrant shoulder. "I appreciate your care for Kushina during this time." Upon hearing this, Tsunade grasped Bai Mo's intent. She subtly sniffed, saying, "You need not concern yourself. Mito always considered Kushina her heir. Given her advanced age, we are, after all, family, are we not? Therefore, there is no need for such formality. You fought valiantly in this battle. It is rightfully yours." Bai Mo smiled faintly. "Accept it. As long as you do not squander it recklessly, it matters not. Furthermore, do not worry about such matters. There is still a lamb waiting for slaughter nearby." Bai Mo swiftly moved in front of Inoki, who lay on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Coldly, Bai Mo inquired, "Are you awake? If not, I shall reward you with a slap." It was uncertain whether it was Bai Mo's devilish whisper or Inoki's pretense. But the moment Bai Mo spoke, Inoki promptly opened his eyes. No. I heard your conversation. You mentioned half the resources, correct? Who said there would only be half? There are also the 4 tails and the 5 tails. Inoki sighed heavily. "All right, I understand. I will ensure the resources are delivered to your Uchiha clan." "Smart choice." "Oh, and when Yagura awakens, please remind her to allocate half of the resources from Kirigakure to me. Should they fail to deliver, do not blame me for paying you a visit." With that, Bai Mo remarked, "It is time. Let us depart." Bai Mo retracted the 8 gates formation and, alongside Kushina and Tsunade, made his way into the distance. Watching their departing figures, Inoki turned to the Third Hokage and sighed. What a calamity! Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembled ninja forces with his hands clasped behind his back. A shadow of concern etched upon his face. "Everyone, the third great ninja war has commenced. According to the information we have received, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have formed an alliance, with at least 10,000 ninjas participating in this conflict. Do you have confidence in defeating them?" In the open space before the Hokage building, the gathered ninjas from various clans looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions grave. Anyone who had endured the Second Great Ninja War would approach this new conflict with solemnity. War was no trifling matter. Each individual fought with the conviction that they might not return, battling for their families. The shadow of fire would illuminate the village, nurturing new leaves to sprout. It was only when one sought to protect their most cherished that a ninja's true power would manifest. However, just as Saratobi Hiruzen was delivering his impassioned speech, a flash of yellow light suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Upon seeing Minato's unexpected arrival, Saratobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, and then quietly inquired, "Is something amiss, Lord Hokage? I believe we need not prepare for war any longer," Minato replied. "Need not prepare for war? What does that mean?" At this moment, the figures of Danzo Shimura, Shizen, and Mito Gate also perked up, keenly attentive. Minato leaned closer to Saratobi Hiruzen and whispered, "According to the information I have received, Hakomai has arrived alone, and to verify the veracity of this news, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten my journey. However, by the time I arrived, the war had already concluded. Hakomai single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the 3 hidden villages. Minato, having exhausted a substantial amount of chakra, was drenched in sweat. After finishing his statement, he let out a long sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Minato, Saratobi Hiruzen's mind was in turmoil. What? Hakomai single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the 3 hidden villages. How is that even possible? Has Hakomai truly grown to such a remarkable level in such a short span of time? It was not only Saratobi Hiruzen who thought this. Danzo, Shizen, and Mito Gate were equally stunned, unable to fathom Minato's words. "Are you certain this news is accurate?" Danzo hurried over to Minato, his expression serious. "Indeed, I witnessed everything with my own eyes," Minato affirmed with a nod. He had initially been uneasy about Hakomai venturing alone, which prompted him to push his body to the limits in order to reach the direction Hakomai had departed. Yet upon his arrival, he discovered the battle had ended, and Hakomai had already left. The sight had left him utterly numb, taking a considerable time for him to regain his composure. He had then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return as swiftly as possible, solely to inform Konoha that there was no need to dispatch ninjas for war. Saratobi Hiruzen, possessing great emotional resilience, inhaled deeply and turned to Minato, asking, "So how did this matter eventually resolve? Was there any compensation?" Minato scratched his head. "I am not quite sure about that, but you may inquire with Hakomai upon his return." "I see." Saratobi Hiruzen mused aloud, his eyes glimmering with uncertain light. No one could discern what thoughts occupied his mind, but the previously charged atmosphere gradually dissipated in this peculiar ambience. The many ninjas stood in place, observing the hushed exchange between Minato and Saratobi Hiruzen. Their expressions varied, causing a palpable tension to rise within them. Some even began to converse amongst themselves, speculating on the events that had transpired at the front lines. Finally, Saratobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to the assembled ninjas and declared, "Everyone, the war has come to an end. I deeply appreciate your efforts in gathering here. I have felt your determination to protect Konoha and your families. As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire of hope will burn bright. May you all become the true pillars of Konoha, ensuring its everlasting prosperity." As Saratobi Hiruzen's words resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Hinata Hizashi stepped forward, perplexed, and asked, "Lord Hokage, could you enlighten us on what exactly transpired?" Danzo opened his mouth, intending to reprimand Hizashi for revealing this information to the crowd. But to his surprise, Saratobi Hiruzen directly proclaimed, "Hakomai is a hero of Konoha. He single-handedly brought the Third Shinobi World War to its conclusion, vanquishing the allied forces of Kyomobikure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure." Such brief yet impactful words caused every ninja present to instinctively gasp, the temperature in Konoha plummeting several degrees. Hinata Hizashi stood frozen, his lips quivering. Is it true? Hakomai defeated the combined forces of the 3 hidden villages all by himself. Though Saratobi Hiruzen was reluctant to concede, he nodded affirmatively. In any case, the war has concluded. Let us celebrate properly upon Hakomai's return." With that, Saratobi Hiruzen turned and entered the Hokage building. That moment, the crowd regained their composure, raising their hands in jubilant cheer. Hakomai is indeed a hero. The war has ended. If it hadn't, I feared I might perish amidst the conflict. War is truly terrifying. Thank goodness for Hakomai. As the ninjas began to disperse, so too did the news of Hakomai's extraordinary feat. To single-handedly defeat the alliance of the 3 hidden villages was enough to be hailed as a legend in this era. especially considering Hakumai had only just come of age. His future was surely destined for greatness. On his way back, Hakumai dispelled the 8 gates, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped him. His chakra reserves had been nearly depleted, a testament to the terrifying toll the 8 gates had taken. "Are you all right?" "Thank you, but I'm not in any distress," Hakumai joked lightly. Noting the confusion on Kushina's face, he waved his hand dismissively. "Ha ha ha, it's fine, I'm merely a bit tired. Give me about 10 minutes to recover my chakra and stamina, and I'll be back to normal." However, Hakumai did not anticipate what would occur next. Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly stumbled, and he fell to the ground. Alarmed, Kushina rushed to assist him. "Hakumai, have you overexerted yourself?" Tsunade asked with concern. In response, Hakumai shot Tsunade a glance. "If you were to fight against EI, Inoki, and Yagura, you might fare even worse than I did." Tsunade chuckled. "I doubt I would be so reckless. Come on, let me help you recover." The 3 of them helped Hakumai find a place to sit. With his head resting on Kushina's lap, he savored the comforting sensation of her gentle touch. Tsunade stood beside them, her hands glowing with a green luminescence as she performed healing techniques to ensure Hakumai's comfort. After approximately 10 minutes, Hakumai gradually sat up and expressed his gratitude to Tsunade. "Thank you for your help." "Not at all. It was merely a small effort," she replied. With a faint smile, Hakumai stood up, and together with the 2 women, they began to walk into the distance. However, when his gaze fell upon the faintly blurred horizon, a twinge of bitterness welled up within him. Indeed, he had strained his eyes excessively this time. His vision was gradually fading, making it increasingly difficult for him to see far ahead. Chapter 45. Refined eye technique, training the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, is formidable. However, correspondingly, each use of the Manjiki Sharingan depletes a significant amount of ocular power. Once this ocular power is exhausted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to recover. The sensation is akin to that of nearsightedness. If the ocular power is entirely depleted, those eyes would become utterly useless, shrouding Hakumai in an endless darkness and rendering him blind. If only his eyes could evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Then he would possess eternal light and never have to worry about the depletion of ocular power. Ding, a self-regulated task has been issued. Refined eye technique training. Current progress, 0. Hakumai paused momentarily, his footfalls abruptly halting. Refined eye technique training. Will the reward be related to the eye technique? Bai Mo was quite exhilarated, giving a thumbs up to the system in his mind. Truly, it is commendable, this system of mine. Bai Mo, are you still feeling unwell? Kushina asked with concern, leaning on Bai Mo's arm. The Qing Wan was even pressing down on Bai Mo's heart, causing him to regain his senses in an instant. "It's nothing, I'm just very happy. I didn't expect you to come looking for me, because I wish to fight alongside you, and I don't want to hold you back." After a pause, Kushina continued, "But you are just too strong. I hardly had the chance to make a move." Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's fragrant shoulder, remarking that this sentiment was more than enough. Tsunade observed the increasingly intimate interaction between the two, feeling a surge of irritation. "Hey, have you forgotten about me? I'm right here too, you know." "Oh, you are here as well. My apologies for almost overlooking you," Bai Mo teased. The laughter of the 3 echoed once again. Yet, on the other side, the atmosphere in the Hokage office was starkly different. Danzo found himself alone in the office, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his temper flared. He stood before Sarutobi, questioning. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, why did you inform them that Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the coalition of the 3 great hidden villages? Are you not afraid that Bai Mo's reputation will grow, thereby undermining your own rule? I believe that Bai Mo, a member of the Uchiha clan, should not continue to live, rather than watch him grow stronger and ultimately jeopardize our status. It would be wiser for us to strike first." Danzo spoke with venomous intent, his words void of any restraint. In response to Danzo's ruthless remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hands clasped behind his back, replied, "Strike first? How do you propose to do that? Can you truly defeat him?" Danzo opened his mouth, but the words were instantly lodged in his throat. Sarutobi continued, "Bai Mo is powerful and deeply engrossed in his training. He serves as a formidable deterrent for us. More importantly, After Bai Mo's victory over the three great hidden villages, they will undoubtedly owe us compensation as the defeated party. We cannot afford to chill Bai Mo's heart at this moment. Chill Bai Mo's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to focus solely on the compensation, especially since they had suffered no losses. That compensation would be pure profit for them. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely waiting for Bai Mo's return. Truly a greedy individual. Indeed, it would be better for me to assume the position of Hokage. With this thought, a more sinister plan emerged in Danzo's mind. Now that Bai Mo has just fought and is returning from the Cloud Village, he will undoubtedly pass through the Rain Village. He and Hanzo of the Salamander, the creator of the Rain Village, are quite familiar with one another. Why not employ knife to kill, diverting the blame? I imagine Hanzo values his semi-divine status dearly. After all, he is revered as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now that he has been surpassed by Bai Mo, he must be feeling quite aggrieved. Danzo knew Hanzo all too well. With that thought, Danzo showed no regard for Sarutobi Hiruzen, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Leaving Sarutobi standing alone in the room, he watched Danzo's departing figure with disdain. Danzo, your impatience is quite evident. Do you truly believe I do not wish to deal with Bai Mo? What a joke. How could I allow Bai Mo to threaten my position? You are merely too foolish to comprehend my intentions. Otherwise, you would not have come to question me. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have an epiphany, a smile gracing his face akin to a blooming flower, that he understood Bai Mo's character well. When it comes to tasks versus the lives of his friends, Bai Mo would undoubtedly choose to abandon the task in favor of rescuing his companions. I could see that moment. The hero of Konoha, Bai Mo, would face failure in his mission, becoming a target of scorn from the villagers of Konoha. Just like Kakashi's father, Konoha's white fang, Sakomo Hatake. Even if Bai Mo's spirit is strong and he would never choose to take his own life, he would nonetheless be disheartened by the disdain of the masses. I could seize this opportunity to thoroughly brainwash Bai Mo, transforming him into my loyal follower. Flattery and manipulation remain the most effective means to deal with those who are difficult to control. In the most concealed corner of Konoha, which also serves as Danzo's stronghold, the first thing he did upon arriving was to change into a new set of clothing and head straight for the Rain Village. Danzo's strength is formidable, particularly in wind release, allowing him to surpass ordinary ninjas in speed as the sun began to set, casting a brilliant glow across the sky. He finally arrived at the room of Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo, who had been dozing, instantly opened his eyes wide upon sensing the sudden presence. Shura, Danzo, what brings you here? Hanzo rose and approached the window, teasing Danzo. If I had not come, your title as the god of shinobi might have been snatched away by someone else. Hanzo's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Uchiha Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the coalition of the three great hidden villages. This has established his prowess, and if you do not achieve a greater feat, it seems that the future god of shinobi will be replaced by Bai Mo. Hanzo's face grew grim. Uchiha Bai Mo, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? If my memory serves me correctly, isn't he the thorn in your side? For you to appear before me and utter such words merely seeks to provoke me into a conflict with Bai Mo, hoping for mutual destruction, is it not? Do you think I am a fool? Danzo, in the most opulent chamber of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander unleashed his formidable aura, overwhelming Danzo. However, Danzo appeared utterly unfazed, calmly shaking his head. If that were the case, I would not have sought you out to collaborate. Collaborate? Hanzo furrowed his brows, quickly retracting his aura. What do you mean? You remember the Akatsuki organization, do you not? Of course, I admire their advocacy for peace. However, their expansion has been alarmingly rapid lately. If it continues, will I still have a position as the ruler of the Rain Village? At this, Hanzo paused, suddenly realizing. Are you suggesting a knife for hire? Naturally, Danzo stated plainly. Hanzo, we need not suppress our true intentions in this alliance. We both know what sort of individuals we are. Therefore, I shall speak frankly. Bai Mo has just finished battling. While his achievements are terrifying, he must have expended considerable energy, based on my estimations. Given their current state, it will take some time for them to reach the Rain Village. You can seize this opportunity to lay an ambush and lure Bai Mo into a trap. Hanzo's expertise lies in poison. Should Bai Mo fall victim to his toxins, his life would be at least halved, severely diminishing his combat prowess. Prior to that, your task is to send someone to further deplete Bai Mo's strength. When he arrives at the Rain Village utterly exhausted, it will be your moment to showcase your might. The news of the victor over the coalition of the three great hidden villages, Bai Mo being slain by the god of shinobi, will undoubtedly spread throughout the ninja world, solidifying your status. Hanzo was greatly tempted, yet a doubt lingered. But if I kill Uchiha Bai Mo, what will happen with Konoha? Fear not, Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old fool would be more than pleased to see Bai Mo perish. He merely feigns concern, as he never reveals his true feelings. Claiming that Bai Mo should be the hero of Konoha is utterly laughable. Once the white ink reaches a certain level of growth, it will no longer be within the control of myself and Sarutobi Hisashi. Hanzo the Salamander caressed his palm, genuinely tempted by such a proposal. You are correct. I could indeed utilize the blades of the Akatsuki to eliminate the personnel of white ink. Even if I fail to kill him outright, I can still seize the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. However, once white ink is dead, I fear that the two of you will be the most jubilant. That's so. What other benefits are there for me? Shimura Danzo had long anticipated that Hanzo the Salamander would not readily accept his proposal. After feigning contemplation, Shimura Danzo finally remarked, "If you can eliminate white ink, I shall provide you with 6 months' worth of resources from the Rain Village. Moreover, as long as it is not a forbidden technique, you may select any 10 ninjutsu scrolls at your discretion." Hanzo the Salamander raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems that white ink's life is indeed quite valuable to warrant such a hefty investment from you. Shimura Danzo continued, "However, I have one more stipulation. You must absolutely refrain from damaging white ink's eyes. The Sharingan correct? Ha! I wonder what purpose you see in the Sharingan, that if one lacks the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Recklessly transplanting the eyes poses significant risks. That is of no concern to you. I await your good news." With that, Shimura Danzo's figure plunged through the window. In a few agile leaps, he vanished into the inky darkness of the night. He extended his hand to stroke his own arm, harboring an innate disdain for Hanzo the Salamander. What does he truly understand? His own arm had been implanted with Uchiha shins. That fellow's physique does not reject any bloodline. In other words, as long as the Sharingan is sufficient, he could fill his entire arm with them. The only regret is that the Sharingan on his arm is still too few, aside from those he eliminated during missions involving the Uchiha clan. It has been a long time since he replenished his collection. If only all the Uchiha eyes were his own. Shimura Danzo licked his lips. Even the concealment of the night could not mask the avarice etched across his face. After Danzo's departure, Hanzo the Salamander began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of the plan. Time passed without him noticing, until he suddenly called out to the door, "Someone, go invite Akatsuki's Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. I have matters to discuss with them." "Yes, my lord." With a swift command, a ninja adorned with a Rain Village headband rushed towards the Akatsuki's base. The Akatsuki and Hanzo the Salamander had always kept their distance from one another, so there was little need for vigilance. The location of the base had long been within Hanzo's grasp. Soon, the news reached Yahiko and his companions. Konan remarked, "Yahiko, something feels off. We must exercise caution." Yahiko chuckled. "Konan, I believe you are overthinking it that we strive for the peace of the Rain Village. Hanzo would not act against us, but enough with the buts. He likely has urgent matters to discuss with us. Wouldn't you agree?" Nagato merely nodded, though he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping him. The three arrived at Hanzo's residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a brightly lit house, as if it was welcoming their arrival. Hanzo was already standing at the door, eagerly awaiting their approach. Upon seeing Yahiko and the others, he opened his arms and warmly invited them inside for a detailed discussion. The interior was lavishly adorned. Having experienced a life of wandering, Yahiko and his companions had never witnessed such a dazzling spectacle. They felt somewhat ill at ease as they sat in Hanzo's opulent living room, surrounded by its golden splendor. Yahiko stammered, "Lord Hanzo, is there something you wish to discuss with us at this late hour?" "The matter is quite simple. I merely wish to ascertain your resolve. Hanzo replied. Tell me, do you wish to safeguard the peace of the Rain Village? Indeed. Then, would you assist me in eliminating a certain individual? His presence has already jeopardized the safety of the Rain Village. Who? Uchiha White Ink from Konoha. Uchiha White Ink. That name sounded vaguely familiar. Just as Yahiko pondered this, Hanzo produced a portrait revealing White Ink's likeness. Upon seeing the image, Yahiko's pupils constricted sharply. ITSM. He is Uchiha White Ink. Chapter 47, Misunderstanding, A Vigil for White Ink. The moment Yahiko laid eyes on the portrait of White Ink, memories of their encounter flooded his mind. You seem quite surprised. Yes, I know him. We have met before. Therefore, I must ask if there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Hanzo the Salamander's eyes narrowed slightly, evidently taken aback by Yahiko's familiarity with White Ink. Furthermore, judging by Yahiko's protective demeanor, it seemed they might have some sort of arrangement. Such a loss of control was something Hanzo could never permit. Quietly, he tucked the portrait away. So, you are unwilling, then? Yes, I believe there is some misunderstanding. Yahiko explained to Hanzo the details of his encounter with White Ink, that a person who values peace so dearly would never commit any harm against the Rain Village. Listening to Yahiko's continuous praise, Hanzo felt an inward commendation for Shimura Danzo. Indeed, Yahiko's heart had long since strayed from the Rain Village. If he were to continue to let this go unchecked, it was certain that Yahiko would lead his Akatsuki to completely usurp his control within the Rain Village. Hanzo the Salamander was, by nature, a schemer. After all, if one were to place themselves in Yahiko's position, they would undoubtedly contemplate how to bring down the individual at the top and use them as a stepping stone. Given this, he could not be blamed for his ruthless nature. Leaning back into the sofa, Hanzo's gaze swept across the three individuals before him, a wicked smile revealing itself beneath the mask of his gas mask. As a master of poisons, Hanzo consistently wore a gas mask, a sight Yahiko had grown accustomed to over time. Thus, they would not think much of Hanzo's appearance. However, it was precisely this familiarity that granted Hanzo the opportunity to poison them, but a faint floral scent began to permeate the room, causing the astute Conan to sense an impending danger. The floral aroma gradually infiltrated their nostrils, and a growing sense of weakness washed over their bodies. Something is amiss. This is a trap. Conan's pupils dilated in sudden terror as she glanced at Hanzo. Yet, it was already too late. Just as she prepared to rise, she found her body devoid of strength, as though it had lost all muscle. Moving even a finger had become a tremendous effort. Yahiko glared furiously at Hanzo, a torrent of rage surging within him. Hanzo, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Do you still not comprehend? The ninja world is one of the survival of the fittest. If you fall for a trap, can you blame me? In merely half an hour, your muscles will completely dissolve into liquid, and at that point, death will not be far off. Nagato exchanged glances with Yahiko and Conan, already forming a suspicion that if you intended to kill us just now, you could have chosen a far more potent toxin. The reason you spared our lives must be to compel us to eliminate White Ink. Am I right? Clever. You are far more astute than that Yahiko fellow. Hanzo produced 2 pills, placing one before Yahiko and Nagato. These 2 pills are antidotes that will swiftly neutralize the toxins within you. As for Conan, rest assured, I will provide her with a delayed toxin pill, which will postpone the effects by about a day, as long as you eliminate that scoundrel, Bai Mo, within a single day and present his head before me. I shall provide Xiao Nan with the antidote at that moment. You shall be able to depart from Yuin village with the Akatsuki. The treachery of Hanzo the Salamander etched a look of frustration upon Yahiko's face. Memories of Bai Mo's previous words echoed in his mind. Bai Mo was indeed correct. Hanzo the Salamander was someone who could never be trusted lightly. It was due to his misplaced faith in Hanzo that Nagato and Xiao Nan had fallen into their current perilous situation. This was something Yahiko could not permit. Though he was reluctant to take Bai Mo's life, Xiao Nan's present danger compelled him to exchange Bai Mo's life for Xiao Nan's. It was a possibility. Clenching his teeth, Yahiko acquiesced to the sinister Hanzo before him. I understand. We will bring back Bai Mo's head. Yet correspondingly, I hope you will honor your promise. Otherwise, we shall surely kill you. Hanzo the Salamander chuckled darkly. Of course, I am Hanzo the Salamander, the god of the ninja world. I will certainly keep my word. He commanded the ninjas to administer the antidote to Yahiko and Nagato. The moment the antidote entered their systems, their previously feeble bodies were instantly fortified with muscle, allowing them to rise from the sofa with ease. The countdown had begun. I hope you can locate and eliminate Bai Mo within a day. Yahiko cast a deep glance at Xiaonan. Do not worry, Xiaonan. We will assuredly kill Bai Mo and rescue you. Without further ado, Yahiko and Nagato dashed out of the room in stark contrast to the opulent lighting within. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, with only the rain cascading from the sky. After several leaps, Yahiko and Nagato arrived at a pitch-black alleyway. After twisting and turning for approximately 20 minutes, they reached the headquarters of the Akatsuki. This was the organization they had founded together, aimed at granting Yuin Village its own semblance of peace amidst the vast ninja world. However, now, peace had taken up the slaughterer's blade. All personnel mobilize. Search for the figure of Uchiha Bai Mo. I want him dead. Yes. Numerous ninjas swiftly dispersed, beginning their search for Bai Mo's silhouette in the night. At that moment, Bai Mo reclined against the branches of a colossal tree, feigning slumber. Kushina Uzumaki nestled in his embrace, exuding an endearing aura. Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at the faux couple with resentment, pondering what happened to the so-called fake marriage and fake couple. Why does it feel like you two are in a real marriage? Falling in love afterward? While you lovebirds sleep soundly at night, I am left here to keep watch. I am Tsunade. When have I ever experienced such indignation? Scoundrels, Tsunade muttered softly, her thoughts spiraling into irritation. In the end, she could only reassure herself that it was all due to Bai Mo providing her with resources. Otherwise, she would never endure such a night watch for him. Chapter 48. The Progress Bar with No Advancement. The inky night was draped in a delicate veil. Enveloping the earth, a luminous jade disk exuded a chill, whispering the night's frigid nature. Suddenly, Bai Mo opened his eyes, his piercing gaze imbued with a tumultuous killing intent. Landing directly upon Tsunade, in an instant, Tsunade felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold enveloping her body, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Soon, Tsunade regained her composure, exclaiming, "Why are you glaring at me? I merely called you a scoundrel. How dare you release such murderous intent towards me? What do you intend to do?" Bai Mo gradually returned to reality, retracting the so-called killing intent in an instant. He smiled amiably at Tsunade and said, "Nothing much. I merely stumbled upon something amusing. Now, let us switch shifts. I shall take over the night watch, and I entrust Kushina to you like tea that moment." Tsunade sensed something amiss. Was something happening? She expanded her perception. Yet within the forest, there was not a hint of suspicious energy. This only deepened her suspicion. In response, Bai Mo chuckled lightly. "It is nothing, merely some jumping clowns." Bai Mo gently withdrew his arm and gestured for Tsunade to come closer. Observing Kushina's deep slumber, devoid of any vigilance, Tsunade felt a twinge of envy. How much trust did one have in Bai Mo to sleep so soundly? After swapping positions, Bai Mo rose to stretch his body. My arm is a bit numb, but it is not a concern. IT will be fine once blood circulation resumes." With that, Bai Mo utilized the flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Tsunade's sight in an instant. Watching the increasingly tranquil environment, Tsunade sighed. After all, she still had to keep watch. Bai Mo had left, hadn't he? She tightened her grip on Kushina's delicate shoulder and leaned against the tree behind her. Soon, she noticed a hawk perched on a branch nearby, observing her intently. The hawk's talons were formidable, leaving deep impressions upon the branch with its mere grip. Tsunade moved her lips, softly remarking, "Do hawks no longer fear humans these days? Why stare so intently?" Bai Mo. Just as Bai Mo had distanced himself, he nearly lost his grip upon hearing Tsunade's commentary about his surveillance. Fortunately, his mastery of chakra allowed him to adhere effortlessly to the tree. At that moment, the entire forest was filled with hawk eyes, all created by Bai Mo's eagle vision technique, providing round-the-clock surveillance over the designated area. Its primary function. Through the hawk's perspective, the dark night appeared as bright as day. Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas surged into the once tranquil forest, as if they were on a quest for something, conducting a thorough search without overlooking a single nook or cranny. You know why the leader seeks Uchiha Bai Mo? Not quite sure, but I have heard that Uchiha Bai Mo is a prodigious genius from Konoha. At such a young age, he has already become an elite jonin, and his ascension to Hokage is merely a matter of time. How long ago was that information? I heard Bai Mo could single-handedly defeat the Eight Tails Killer Bee. By himself? Goodness, how incredibly powerful must he be? Surely he has reached the level of Hokage by now. Who knows? In any case, Uchiha Bai Mo is no ordinary person. One could say he is a cultivation fanatic. He might have grown even stronger by now. At this moment, the tale of Bai Mo single-handedly vanquishing the three great allied forces had yet to fully circulate. Otherwise, these ninjas would likely not dare approach at all. The moonlight grew increasingly pale, filtering through the dense foliage and casting pale spots upon the ground. The tranquil forest subtly emanated an eerie ambience. Occasionally, a bat flitted by, leaving its mark in the cold night air. The dew began to thicken, and the damp, chilly breeze swept through the forest, mercilessly robbing the last remnants of warmth. You feel a bit cold. Indeed, it is somewhat chilly. Strange, it was perfectly normal just a moment ago. At that instant, a pair of crimson eyes slowly materialized before them. The right eye's ability, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, unleashed a terrifying illusion that effortlessly infiltrated the minds of the two ninjas, constructing a false world within their consciousness. All sensations would henceforth be manipulated by Bai Mo leader. Why have you come? Within their line of sight, Bai Mo had transformed into the likeness of Yahiko. Thus, upon witnessing Yahiko appear before them, they were seized by a profound shock. The individuals before them bore the forehead protectors of the Rain Ninja village and were clad in ominous black robes. This was unmistakably the attire of the Akatsuki organization from its inception. In other words, had these individuals been dispatched by Yahiko to seek him out, it seemed they harbored intentions of eliminating him. With this thought, Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he released the control he had over the two before him. As they regained their senses, they were met with the sight of Bai Mo standing before them, their faces instantly reflecting terror. They hastily drew their kunai, cautiously preparing to defend against Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo felt no inclination to engage in battle. He merely uttered softly, "If you wish to avoid death, go inform that fellow Yahiko that I am here waiting for him. Just wait. I shall notify the esteemed leader at once." The two subordinate ninjas, having blustered momentarily, swiftly turned and fled into the distance. They sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Bai Mo, an aura that they knew they could not withstand. Thus, without uttering another word, they dashed towards Yahiko's location. Soon, they stood before Yahiko. "Leader, we have located Bai Mo." Yahiko approached the two, his tone urgent. "Where is he?" "In that direction, 10,000 meters away." Yahiko exchanged a glance with Nagato, chakra enveloping their feet as they swiftly traversed the branches of the trees. The two figures became almost indistinguishable in the night. "Racing towards Bai Mo, I can sense his presence," Yahiko murmured. Yet in the next moment he suddenly froze, feeling perplexed. For some unknown reason, he sensed that Bai Mo's aura appeared even more solidified than before. Compared to his previous presence, Bai Mo seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Chapter 49. The Summoning of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Under the moonlight, Bai Mo's crimson eyes regarded Yahiko and Nagato as they sped towards him. His heart remaining unperturbed, he was contemplating how to fulfill his self-imposed task. As a fervent practitioner, the cultivation of self-discipline was undoubtedly of paramount importance. However, just moments ago, while executing the Jinjutsu world, he noted no progress whatsoever. Rather, his vision had become increasingly blurred. This heightened Bai Mo's sense of pressure. If he were unable to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan before succumbing to blindness, he might have no choice but to initiate an alternative plan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, soundly asleep at home, suddenly shivered. Jolting awake from his dreams, he was uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he had felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. a strange sensation that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Was it merely my imagination? On the other side, Bai Mo stifled a yawn and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, regardless, Abito is my brother. I should let him grow up happily to as for the matter of the eyes." That can wait. The patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan dissipated from Bai Mo's gaze at that moment. Nagato clasped his hands together and launched a fierce assault towards Bai Mo wind release. Gale Palm. The sudden attack caused Yahiko to tense up. This is not right. Hold off on the assault. But it was too late. Nagato had never encountered Bai Mo before. Calling him stranger would be an understatement. With Conan's life hanging in the balance, he did not wish to waste any time that a violent gust of wind surged forth, sending countless leaves hurtling towards Bai Mo. The cacophony of attacks bore down upon him. In the face of such an onslaught, Bai Mo merely smiled coolly, extending his hand behind him. Break! The Uchiha fan was swiftly drawn, slicing through the air in a perfect arc. A wind, not of the wind release but stronger, surged forth. The two forces collided, instantly shredding the leaves into fragments. Yet this composed counterattack did not compel Nagato to relent. He flung 3 kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, a clear indication of his murderous intent. Boom! 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 The successive explosions reverberated. Observing Bai Mo caught within the blast, and recalling that Conan still needed his rescue, Yahiko gritted his teeth and addressed Bai Mo. "Bai Mo, I am sorry. We are left with no choice." Water release. Water chaos. Utilizing the smoke from the explosions, Yahiko unleashed a torrent of water towards Bai Mo. The fierce water column descended directly upon him. However, before Yahiko could feel any satisfaction, Nagato warned. This is a substitution technique. As if to validate his words, the Bai Mo who had been struck instantly transformed into a wooden stump. "What are you looking at?" Bai Mo's ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind the two, sending chills racing up their spines. "You rascal!" Nagato, filled with indignation, shot daggers at Bai Mo. With his gaze, he turned and engaged Bai Mo in a battle of taijutsu. Their speeds were astonishingly swift, each punch resonating with a sound reminiscent of air being torn asunder. Yet, in this seemingly simple skirmish, Bai Mo could easily afford to remain unconcerned. "Yahiko, if you and he have suddenly turned your weapons against me, there must be another reason. Perhaps Hans of the Salamander?" Bai Mo's ability to call his name did not astonish Yahiko. After all, during their first encounter, Bai Mo had directly declared his name. Perhaps this fellow had been observing him for some time. "Indeed, Hans of the Salamander has captured Conan, that if we do not present your head to him within a day, Conan's life will be in jeopardy. That explains your urgency." This revelation aligned closely with the narrative Bai Mo was familiar with. Had he not intervened, Hans would have captured Conan, forcing Yahiko into a life-or-death situation, thus disbanding the Akatsuki organization. This would have incited Nagato's wrath, leading him to unleash the full power of the Rinnegan, obliterating Hans. This event marked the descent of the peace-seeking Nagato into an abyss of despair. However, having arrived in the world of Naruto, Bai Mo was determined to prevent such an occurrence. Yet prior to that, could he not provoke Nagato into unleashing the power of the Rinnegan, thereby engaging in a full-scale battle that would assist him in completing his intricate ocular technique training? With this thought, Bai Mo suddenly drifted away, distancing himself from the two. It was for this reason. You must exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, your comrade will truly perish. Bai Mo's mocking tone pricked at Nagato's psyche. His head hung low, veins bulging upon his forehead, his expression darkening ominously, an intimidating sight. "You scoundrel! I will kill you!" Nagato roared, his Rinnegan erupting with a stunning brilliance. He summoned the true power of the Rinnegan. Summoning Outer Path Demon Statue. As Nagato's voice fell, a colossal hand, resembling withered wood, erupted from the ground, lunging directly towards Bai Mo. Flying Thunder God technique. Bai Mo's eyes darted to the distance, the seals for the Flying Thunder God inscribed upon the trees. In a flash, Bai Mo's figure vanished, narrowly evading Nagato's assault. Boom! The palm descended upon the earth, instantly reducing the trees to mere splinters. The entire ground began to fissure. The deafening sound roused Kushina from her slumber, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Something obscured her vision. Instinctively, Kushina pinched herself. Ate tea that moment. Tsunade's voice pierced the air. Kushina, you're awake? She found herself cradled in Tsunade's embrace. Realizing this, Kushina suddenly comprehended the situation. She feigned a cough, then rose from Tsunade's hold. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she gazed at Tsunade's slightly flushed cheeks and inquired, Sister Tsunade, what is that noise? What is happening? Where is my husband? It could be an attack. Bai Mo has gone to confront them and should handle it swiftly, Tsunade replied. However, as her words fell, the ground in the distant forest began to heave. A giant-like monstrosity emerged from the earth, roaring skyward with a thunderous bellow. Countless fragments of stone cascaded amidst the swirling smoke. Ate tea that moment. Both Tsunade and Kushina stood utterly stunned. What on earth was this creature? Yahiko, too, bore witness to the terror of the Outer Path's golem. Yet, recalling the burden of the Rinnegan on Nagato, Yahiko hurriedly exclaimed, No, you cannot use that technique. But it was too late. Chapter 50. Few could match Bai Mo in combat. Just then, a gray spike sprouted from the chest of the Outer Path's golem, splitting into numerous needles that instantly pierced Nagato's body. The intense pain drenched Nagato's clothing with cold sweat as his body trembled, revealing the immense cost of his actions. But knowing Conan still needed their rescue. Nagato gritted his teeth and insisted, Yahiko, step back. Don't worry about me. Let me deal with Bai Mo. Yet there could be no buts. You are our most important ally. Nagato roared a Kati that moment. The Outer Path golem opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of purple chakra in the form of a dragon. A fierce killing intent enveloped Bai Mo, causing his expression to grow serious. Simultaneously, the latent battle spirit within him surged visibly. Come on. The kaleidoscope Sharingan reappeared in Bai Mo's eyes, since this was a training in refined ocular techniques. The aim was to achieve the greatest effect with the least cost. Surely, this was the essence of such training. Thus, Susanoo, crimson chakra erupted from Bai Mo. He had fully recovered by now, and the immense chakra surged forth, quickly coalescing into the form of Susanoo. Susanoo wielded a fan in each hand, standing tall and proud as its wild aura radiated outward. With a powerful motion, Susanoo swung the massive fans, unleashing a tempest that collided with the purple chakra dragon. In that explosive moment, Nagato stepped forward and lightning crackled behind the Outer Path's golem, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Facing the multitude of lightning strikes, Bai Mo crossed his arms over his chest. His gaze fixed on the Outer Path's golem, allowing the lightning to ravage Susanoo's surface. On the progress bar shows no signs of advancement. Bai Mo furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. What conditions must be met for this autonomous task to yield even a hint of progress? Unlike Bai Mo's calm demeanor, Nagato was driven to madness by the pressure of time that he overextended his chakra, feeding it to the Outer Path's golem, propelling it to close in on Bai Mo for close combat. The two colossal forms clashed like beasts, each blow resonating with a piercing wind that pressed against the surrounding trees, causing them to scatter. Tsunade and Kushina sensed the distant battle. Tsunade turned to Kushina, whose chakra, unique to the Nine Tails, surged around her. She promptly placed a reassuring hand on Kushina's shoulder. Kushina, remain calm. With Bai Mo's strength, few in this world can rival him. Kushina hesitated, glancing at the distant clash. She observed Bai Mo, commanding Susanoo, who relentlessly ground the Outer Path's golem into the earth. The two Uchiha fans swung like heavy hammers, striking the golem's form, driving its feet deep into the ground. Yet, this was not the end. Bai Mo, noticing the progress bar had not budged, grew anxious. Direct death! He activated the ability residing in his left kaleidoscope, Sharingan, at a world of countless intersecting lines unfolded before his eyes. Slash! Bai Mo commanded Susanoo, whose left hand rose sharply. The heavy Uchiha fan transformed into the sharpest of instruments, effortlessly severing the Outer Path's golem's left arm. With a thunderous crash, the golem fell to the ground, thick dust billowing into the air. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets landing 3 meters away as he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, lacking the strength to rise. Witnessing this scene, Yahiko rushed to Nagato's side. Concern etched on his face. Nagato, how do you feel? Let me take you back for treatment. Nagato's complexion was ashen, particularly his lips, which appeared ghastly pale. He trembled as he replied, No, no. The most important thing now is to kill Bai Mo and save Conan. Very well, but I must say, you needn't strain yourselves. You cannot kill me. Bai Mo approached Yahiko and Nagato, adding, however, I respect your intentions. After all, you act for the sake of your most cherished companions, do you not? Bai Mo held a deep admiration for Nagato and Yahiko. While observing them earlier, he thought that if one could have bonds like those with Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, then life would be without regrets, for these were truly companions willing to fight for one another. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Yahiko's eyes lit up. Bai Mo, is that truly the case? Of course. Otherwise, why would I waste my breath on you? I would have killed you long ago. However, Conan is poisoned, and we have no means to. Who says we have no means? A voice echoed from afar. Tsunade approached alongside Kushina. They had rushed over as the battle began to subside. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she regarded Yahiko and Nagato. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Nagato's eyes, she was taken aback. You are Nagato? Panting heavily, Nagato summoned the last remnants of his strength to dispel the summoning of the Outer Path's golem. You know me? I heard Jiraiya speak of you. But I never expected we would meet like this. Tsunade crouched down, assessing Nagato's pallor. You both bear a significant toxin. Toxin? We should have already eliminated it. Yahiko exclaimed in shock. Tsunade replied, What do you mean? Eliminated? Do you not believe me? You appear fine, but you are merely suppressed by a more potent toxin. This toxin has a delayed effect, approximately lasting a day. Once that time elapses, you will likely perish. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is renowned throughout the ninja world. Observing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, a possibility suddenly dawned upon Yahiko. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, cursing Hanzo, that scoundrel. He must be intent on exterminating us all. Chapter 51. The old fox is worse than Hanzo. Are you all right? Kushina Uzumaki inquired with genuine concern as she approached Hakomo. In response, Hakomo shook his head, retracting his Mangeki Sharingan, gazing at the somewhat blurred figure of Kushina. He smiled and said, I'm fine. Consider it a night training exercise. After all, Yahiko and Nagato are merely children and pose no threat to me. Yahiko, Nagato. Listening to Hakomo's sardonic remarks, both Nagato and Yahiko found themselves at a loss for words. They could only turn to Tsunade, asking, What should we do in this situation? Can we survive? Of course, it will only hurt a little, Tsunade replied, swiftly employing her medical ninjutsu on them before either Nagato or Yahiko could react. This technique required exceptional chakra control and demanded meticulous care in extracting the toxins. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to the victim's internal organs rupturing. Although this jutsu would not draw a single drop of blood. The excruciating pain had Yahiko and Nagato grimacing and rolling on the ground. As they watched the dark toxins gradually spread over their bodies, they gritted their teeth, enduring the searing agony. This scene was too distressing for Kushina to bear, prompting her to bury her face in Hakomo's embrace, resembling a timid little bird. Utterly adorable. As time ticked by, approximately an hour later, Tsunade successfully extracted the toxins from their bodies. Without hesitation, Yahiko utilized water release to wash himself and Nagato. Feeling revitalized afterward, he looked at Hakomo, Tsunade, and the others, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and he bowed deeply alongside Nagato to the three before him. In response, Hakomo said, All right, no need for such formality. Let us hasten to rescue your companions. Pausing for a moment, he added, As for your gratitude, simply continue to pursue your original dreams. The world requires your efforts to achieve greater peace. Yahiko and Nagato were momentarily taken aback, exchanging meaningful glances. Clearly, they had not anticipated Hakomo's words. Was this a form of acknowledgement from him? The thought of Hakomo's terrifying power, yet willingness to support them, even to confront the formidable Hanzo, the salamander, was astonishing. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged determined looks before bowing deeply once more to Hakomo. Then let us set forth. Hakomo led the way, followed closely by Kushina and Tsunade, with Yahiko carrying the exhausted Nagato at the rear. Meanwhile, in Hanzo's chamber, he sat quietly in his seat, his expression growing increasingly serious with each passing moment. He glanced at Conan, a flash of malice crossing his features. It seemed that before dawn, I shall not hear any good news. You despicable scoundrel! One day, Yahiko and Nagato will surely bring about your demise. Conan, utterly drained, could hardly move a finger, yet she did not hesitate to hurl insults at the vile man before her. Ah, you think those two will kill me? Hanzo's suppressed rage ignited further at that moment. Rising from his seat, he glared at Conan, his voice hoarse yet brimming with triumph. You must not realize that the medicine I provided them is not a so-called antidote. It is, in fact, a far more potent toxin, albeit with a delayed effect, thoroughly suppressing them. Even if they refuse to heed my commands and attempt to gather strength against me, they will be utterly incapable of doing so. For once the time is up, they will succumb to sudden death. Conan's pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated Hanzo's treachery, not only using others as pawns, but also discarding them once they had served their purpose. Panic and dread enveloped her as time slipped away. Nearly half had passed, with dawn approaching, signaling only half a day remained. But how could she possibly alert Yahiko and Nagato now? Gazing at Conan, her face a mask of fury, Hanzo's countenance, obscured by a gas mask, twisted into a sinister grin. You have tried. For someone unversed in medical ninjutsu, you cannot move your body. All you can do is watch as the Akatsuki meets its end. Lord Hanzo, a ninja, knelt before him, delivering a report. My lord, Nagato and Yahiko request an audience. Nagato and Yahiko. Hanzo was taken aback, surprised at their swift return. Could it be that Hakumo was merely a figurehead, lacking the combat prowess of Yahiko and Nagato? Or did they harbor deeper intentions, perhaps to eliminate him? As a cunning old fox, Hanzo employed the most nefarious methods to speculate on their motives. Understand. Invite them in. After issuing the command, Hanzo turned to Conan, threateningly grinning. You do well to keep your mouth shut, or I will ensure they meet their end. Conan pressed her lips together. If mere glances could kill, Hanzo would have perished countless times over by now. Soon, under the guidance of Hanzo's trusted ninja, Nagato and Yahiko stood before him. Hanzo scrutinized the two, noting the dust covering their garments, evidence of their recent battle. However, there was no trace of blood or Hakumo's corpse. Do not tell me you two have failed. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of mockery in the other's eyes. Had it been moments prior, they would have worried for Conan's life, feeling utterly helpless without the antidote. Yet with Tsunade present, they felt no anxiety whatsoever. Indeed, they almost wanted to laugh. Hanzo, we offer you a chance. Immediately remove the poison from Conan, or you will regret it. Chapter 52. The blurred Mangeki Sharingan. In a room bathed in opulent lights, Hanzo stared in astonishment at the two before him. He wondered if his ears were deceiving him. How dare they? Did they not realize Conan was still poisoned? Their audacity was utterly irrational. Are you threatening me? Hanzo regained his composure, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. And what of it? Do you think we are unaware of your deeds? Yahiko boldly declared, causing Hanzo to inwardly shudder. They knew. Immediately, Hanzo began scrutinizing their expressions. An expert in toxins, he was well aware of the symptoms following poisoning. Yet at that moment, Yahiko and Nagato appeared unblemished, devoid of any visible signs of the purple hue associated with the toxin. This realization made Hanzo comprehend that they had likely neutralized the poison entirely. Bring me reinforcements, kill them. Hanzo the salamander bellowed with fury. The once tranquil room was suddenly inundated with a multitude of ninjas. These were elite ninjas, meticulously trained by Hanzo himself, each one a pinnacle of skill, with the weakest among them being a peak nin. Leading the charge was a ninja who had already attained mid-tier Jainin status. The throng of ninjas surrounded Yahiko and Nagato, enveloping them in a tight formation. As the two were besieged by the ninjas, Conan struggled to rise from the sofa, only to find her body weighed down by an overwhelming heaviness that rendered her nearly immobile. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes outside the window. The world of the Sharingan. This was the most potent jinjutsu capable of altering the five senses of others. When Hakumai unleashed the jinjutsu, Conan felt as though someone was speaking to her. I am Uchiha Hakamai. Uchiha Hakamai. The mere mention of this name startled Conan, yet the subsequent words brought her immediate solace. Do not be afraid. I stand with you to AS for the toxins within you. Worry not. We will assist in your healing. What you must do now is to watch as Hanzo of the Salamander approaches his demise. Conan blinked her eyes, bewildered by the voice of Hakomai at her side, unaware that she had fallen under a Jinju. Nevertheless, she found a sense of peace, as if everything were under their control, and all she needed to do was align with their actions. Yahiko and Nagato possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have ascended to the leadership of the Akatsuki, even under the onslaught of Nin. They continued to fend off the attacks, which only served to tighten Hanzo's fists in frustration. You worthless fools! How is it that so many of you cannot deal with these two? What good are you to me? With a roar, Hanzo charged forward, wielding his scythe. Beyond his toxins, Hanzo's taijutsu was formidable. As he lunged, the scythe traced a perfect arc through the air, slicing toward Yahiko's head with a chilling intent. Be careful. Nagato's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. The gathered wind blades met Hanzo's scythe with a sharp clang. Observing the chaotic clash of Hanzo and Yahiko, Nagato, and the others, Hakomai immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Conan and cradling her delicate form, moving them to a corner of the room. In the next instant, two more flashes heralded the arrival of Tsunade and Kushina. Conan, I entrust you to Tsunade. Leave it to me, but do not let that scoundrel Hanzo interrupt. Rest assured he won't last long, Hakomai replied with a slight smirk, his blood-red Sharingan fixated intently on the turmoil before him. The clanging of metal resonated, accompanied by showers of sparks. Although the clarity of vision was diminished, Hakomai felt compelled to utilize the Sharingan, as it was the only means to ascertain the progression of his abilities. Striving to elevate his Sharingan to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, that he could not allow himself to become blind. That was not the outcome Hakomai desired. With that thought, he activated the straight death technique. Casting forth a flurry of shurikens, the shurikens spun rapidly through the air, striking the red dots on numerous ninjas with astonishing speed. In an instant, their movements halted, expressions contorted in agony as their bodies disintegrated into particles of ash. Vanishing from the room, this momentarily stunned Hanzo. Seizing the opportunity, Yahiko narrowed his eyes and unleashed a torrent of water. Water release. Water surge. A massive column of water erupted from his mouth, crashing into Hanzo and forcing him back several meters, slamming him against the wall. The sound of objects crashing to the ground echoed as many of Hanzo's prized possessions were shattered, further igniting his fury. His gaze swept over the assembled group, and he scoffed. So these two have suddenly grown bold, only to find you backing them. Unfortunately, the title of Sannin was bestowed by me. With your current strength, you are no match for me, not even with the combined forces that obliterated the allied villages of Kimobikure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Upon pointing at Hakomai, Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato were left utterly stunned at it was their first revelation of this information, and their shock was palpable. Nagato, did I hear correctly? Hakomai alone could annihilate the coalition of the three great hidden villages? It seems he truly said that without Hanzo present. Thank goodness Hakomai harbors no intent to kill us. Otherwise, we would likely be dead by now. Suddenly, Yahiko recalled their first encounter with Hakomai, where he had proclaimed they would meet again. Let us strive for peace. This meant he had been aware of the coalition's intentions all along. The target of the three great villages was undoubtedly Konohagakure, the village caught in the crossfire. Amagakure would surely become a battlefield. In other words, Hakomai had saved them. Chapter 53, Daytime Tiger. Hakomai had not only rescued them, but also spared the citizens of Amagakure from the ravages of war. He truly embodied the essence of a peace advocate. In stark contrast to Hakomai, the actions of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan paled significantly. Consequently, Hakomai's stature in their hearts soared to new heights as Conan received treatment from Tsunade. She turned her head slightly to gaze at Hakomai in the distance, her mind lost in contemplation. That moment, Hanzo's increasingly sinister laughter echoed hauntingly throughout the room. I haven't felt this liberated in ages. With enemies surrounding me, I can unleash my full power. Hanzo muttered to himself, slowly raising his hand to his gas mask. In an instant, Hakomai's expression shifted. Nagato, Yahiko, get behind me. Hakomai will help you, now. Hakomai shouted, abruptly interrupting their words and prompting them to instinctively rush to his rear. This was the first time they witnessed Hakomai in such a state of tension, a tension he had never displayed even in the face of the Outer Path Golem. Observing Yahiko and Nagato behind him, Hakomai chuckled as his apprehension dissipated. I was merely worried you might get hurt. You should know, Hanzo's most potent toxin is his very own essence. The reason he wears a gas mask is not due to fear of others' poisons, but rather to prevent his own toxins from affecting them. Ever since his youth, he has had the internal organs of a salamander implanted within him, releasing noxious gas with every breath. It seems as though it is to validate the words of Bai Mo. A wisp of poisonous gas wafted from his breath, permeating the These toxic fumes came into contact with the bouquet beside the window. One could observe the flowers with the naked eye wilting at an alarming rate. Although I am unaware of how you came by this information, you are indeed correct. The venom I exude is the most potent toxin in the world. Prepare to meet your demise. The legendary Hanzo, the salamander, lunged swiftly towards Bai Mo. His speed was such that Nagato and Yahiko squinted their eyes, attempting to capture his fleeting figure. Yet for Bai Mo, who had activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan and possessed formidable dynamic prowess, Hanzo's speed was merely average. The most convenient method to deal with this adversary was simply to prevent him from getting close. This is precisely why Bai Mo had positioned Yahiko and Nagato behind him, standing alongside Tsunade. Wind release. Pressure damage. With both hands gripping the Uchiha fan, Bai Mo raised his arms, unleashing a colossal gust of wind that howled forward. As the wind surged, it erupted into a tempest, creating an unparalleled gale within the room. The resulting winds swept away everything, rendering even the toxic fumes expelled by Hanzo utterly incapable of approaching Bai Mo and his companions. In fact, even Hanzo himself found it exceedingly difficult to draw near. After all, this was the Uchiha fan, which augmented ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Mo inhaled deeply, his chakra surging once more. The gigantic Sufu rose from the ground, enveloping those behind Bai Mo within its protective embrace. Swinging the fan in hand, he mercilessly struck the ground where Hanzo had paused. Boom! 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 Within mere moments, the most opulent chamber of the Rain Village was reduced to ruins under Bai Mo's assault. This only further ignited the flames of rage within Hanzo. You have forced my hand. Hanzo bit into his thumb, forming hand seals with both hands, and then slammed them onto the ground. Summoning technique, salamander. Well hidden, a grayish-purple salamander emerged, its body riddled with pustules, with repugnant toxins dripping ominously. The noxious droplets fell to the ground, instantly corroding the surface and leaving behind ghastly pits. That moment, a cloud of smoke billowed up, thick fog rising continuously, obscuring the scene within. Seizing this chance, Hanzo commanded, while hidden, release the toxic mist. The salamander opened its toothless maw, from which a torrent of venom surged forth, resembling a boiling cauldron, as the salamander unleashed its mouth. A massive cloud of mist erupted, pressing down upon the Susanoo. The Susanoo, formed from highly concentrated chakra, was virtually impervious to intrusion. Yet the inherent corrosiveness of the toxin relentlessly eroded its form, compelling Bai Mo to expend even more chakra to counteract the depletion. Sealing technique, release, 100 healing jutsu. Tsunade sensed a familiar aura and turned to gaze at Bai Mo, observing his figure. Her curiosity deepened regarding Bai Mo's research into the 100 healing jutsu. As for Bai Mo's claim of having developed it himself, Tsunade held not a shred of belief. Lord Tsunade, is my toxin ready for expulsion? Yes, it is nearly complete. Tsunade extracted the final trace of toxin and wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling significantly relieved. Aware that the detoxification process was concluded, Bai Mo knew his playful interlude was at an end. He took a deep breath, and under his command, the Susanoo wielded the Uchiha fan, unleashing a gust that swept away the toxins entirely. Then, 8 gates released formation, A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Bai Mo's body, causing the ground to collapse beneath the force, creating a gaping pit. Before Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan could react, Bai Mo's form vanished like an afterimage from their sight. What? Just as Hanzo was preparing to unleash an even more powerful attack, he suddenly found Bai Mo standing before him. Before the toxins could further manifest, Bai Mo wore a composed smile. Day Tiger. Bai Mo compressed the air before him and unleashed it in a single breath. The air cannon took the form of a tiger, exuding tremendous power as the Day Tiger detonated upon Hanzo. His expression shifted dramatically. He felt his transplanted salamander's venom sac shatter within his body. It is known that the ruptured venom sac is something even the toxin-resistant Hanzo cannot withstand. Before Hanzo could descend from the air, the potent toxin rapidly spread throughout his entire being. Gazing up at Bai Mo, who descended from above, Hanzo could only stare wide-eyed, his mouth moving to utter something, yet producing no sound. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, instantly attracting a multitude of ninjas to the scene, encircling the vast pit with expressions of shock. What on earth transpired here? I don't know. I hurried here after hearing sounds of battle. Is there an invasion by external enemies? It doesn't seem so. Isn't the leader of the Akatsuki present? The Akatsuki advocates for peace. Thanks to them, our Rain Village has become increasingly stable. These ninjas were merely ordinary, having assumed that an external threat had emerged. Thus, when they beheld the deep pit and Hanzo, whose eyes were wide open and one hand raised as if reaching for something, they were struck with disbelief. However, the life force within him had been entirely extinguished by his own venom sac, rendering him akin to a massive poison container. Anyone who dared approach would undoubtedly succumb to the lethal toxin. In that moment, the surrounding ninjas erupted into chaos. They gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Their astonishment difficult to articulate. Is Hanzo dead? How is that possible? After all, Hanzo is a demigod of the ninja world. He is revered as one of the pinnacle figures in the ninja realm. His mastery of toxins and martial arts is sufficient to secure his position within the entire ninja world. Could he truly have perished so easily? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before them. They stared at Bai Mo, as if attempting to etch his visage into their memories, vowing to steer clear of him in the future. For this was the individual capable of slaying Hanzo, the salamander. It seemed as though the pervasive fear in the hearts of the crowd had been detected. Yahiko, who had always been sheltered by Nagato, stepped forward at once. They recounted the deeds of Hanzo, of the salamander. Initially, there was some hesitation among them. However, when they recalled the Akatsuki organization, which had tirelessly strived for the peace of Amigay since its inception, their resolve strengthened that, in contrast, Hanzo was merely amassing wealth and power, further convincing many to draw closer to Nagato and Yahiko, thereby endowing the Akatsuki with a more robust following within Amigay. Yet, both Yahiko and Nagato understood that they were no match for Hanzo. They had been outmaneuvered by him time and again. Were it not for the arrival of Hakamai, they might have met their demise. In the distance, the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn, casting a pale glow upon the ravaged ground. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, each discerning the unspoken agreement in the other's eyes. Under the watchful gaze of numerous ninjas, they approached Hakamai once more with an invitation. Hakamai, aware that Hanzo had perished, recognized that Amigay was now leaderless, and even the Akatsuki would find it challenging to govern such a multitude of ninjas that, if possible, I wish to invite you to join the Akatsuki. Yahiko stated earnestly. Just as Hakamai was about to respond, Yahiko added, should you choose to join the Akatsuki, I would gladly relinquish my position to make you the leader. Let us strive together for a brighter peace. Indeed, Hakamai. Amigay needs you. Konan, after organizing her thoughts, approached Hakamai to extend another invitation. The words of Yahiko and the others resonated in Hakamai's ears, prompting him to smile gently as he replied, you truly underestimate yourselves. Hakamai placed a reassuring hand on Konan's shoulder, urging her to believe in her own strength, for it is through such belief that one becomes truly formidable. Moreover, peace is never achieved instantaneously. It is a collective aspiration. When the time is ripe, Peace will inevitably arrive. With swift hand seals, Hakomai unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing sphere erupted forth, engulfing Hanzo, the flames consuming him entirely. The fierce blaze would not allow the toxins emanating from his body to spread and endanger the surrounding ninjas. Especially since Tsunade had already extracted the toxins from 3 individuals the previous night, leaving her severely drained. If other ninjas were to become poisoned, would Tsunade be able to save them? Conan's eyes sparkled with an unexplainable brilliance. She had not anticipated Hakomai's meticulousness. Just moments ago, she had been uncertain about how to deal with Hanzo, and now Hakomai had resolved that dilemma. Unconsciously, Conan recalled the moment when Hakomai had tenderly cradled her, placing her gently in a corner. This memory sent her heart racing in a way it had never done before. Hakomai, if I may ask, if we find ourselves lost in the future, can we come to Konoha to seek you? Uzumaki Kushina, who had been standing nearby, approached Hakomai and addressed Conan. Hakomai prefers to train alone. You may not find him when you visit Konoha. However, you can come to me. I am somewhat older than you, and perhaps I can assist you both. Conan nodded vigorously. Although this was not exactly what she had envisioned, she felt immensely satisfied at the mere prospect of seeing Hakomai again. The sun gradually ascended, heralding the arrival of a new day. Hakomai stretched lazily and addressed the 3 before him. The time has come for us to depart. Farewell, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. I look forward to our next encounter. Yahiko nodded resolutely, affirming yes, when we meet again, I am certain I will have grown even stronger. Laughter erupted from him. I eagerly anticipate that day. Hakomai turned away, and Uzumaki Kushina, accustomed to the gesture, linked her arm with his as they headed towards Konoha. It seems I'm the only third wheel here. Sister Tsunade, you are our great benefactor. How could you possibly be a third wheel? Uzumaki Kushina replied gently, linking her arm with Tsunade's as they also made their way towards Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yagura, having awakened from a deep unconsciousness after sustaining severe injuries, began to drag her weary body towards Kirigakure after receiving some treatment. Unbeknownst to her, a figure with a Sharingan silently followed her from behind, trailing her all the way to the village shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a mystical realm, enveloped in a foggy haze. Lord Mizukage, has the war concluded? How could you return so swiftly? Yagura sighed, expressing her resignation. The war has not yet begun, yet it has already come to a complete end. She gestured for the ninjas beside her to lay down their swords, instructing her subordinates, find new masters for these swords. We in Kirigakure require greater strength. Only with new bearers, stronger than before, can the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist break their limits and become even more formidable. With that, Yagura dismissed the multitude of ninjas from the room, leaving her alone to tend to her wounds. As the Mizukage, she possessed a degree of expertise in medical ninjutsu. As she channeled her chakra, a soft green glow radiated from her hands, soothing her injuries. Suddenly, a noise startled her. Having just closed her eyes for rest, Yagura snapped them open, scanning her surroundings. To her surprise, a man wearing a whirlpool mask had appeared before her, his solitary visible eye unmistakably a Sharingan. Yagura, who had experienced trauma associated with the Uchiha clan, felt a surge of panic and instinctively sprang from her seat, gathering the remnants of her chakra while cautiously eyeing the intruder. What do you Uchiha intend to do here? She demanded. Upon hearing himself referred to as an Uchiha by the Mizukage, the cloaked figure trembled with excitement, leaning forward as he placed a hand on his mask. Laughter escaped him. So I have truly become one of the Uchiha. Have I? Indeed. I now possess the most powerful bloodline limit. I have acquired the genuine Sharingan, and this I was bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara. No one will ever question my lineage again. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, the future strongest of the Uchiha, Uchiha Shin. The frenzied Uchiha Shin spread his arms wide, exclaiming in a state of rapture, yet not a single soul rushed in from outside. A wave of unease washed over Yagura. Swiftly, she formed hand seals, preparing to confront the self-proclaimed Uchiha Shin. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she sensed an ominous aura radiating from him, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Unfortunately, she was too slow. The Sharingan began to swirl, and he unleashed his Genjutsu, an illusion unique to the Sharingan, rooted in the eye of Uchiha Madara, even with merely the illusionary prowess inherent to the Sharingan. It effortlessly invaded Shikura's mind within mere seconds, rendering her expression increasingly vacant. "Abba-ba-ba-ba," Shikura murmured softly. The sun, obscured behind the thick fog, appeared as though tainted with blood, completely devoid of its gentle warmth, replaced instead by an endless crimson hue. The tyranny unique to the hidden mist village had arrived. Ah, how splendid the sunshine is! Uchiha Obito gazed up at the circling hawk in the sky, squinting to relish the splendid sunlight. He spread his arms wide, taking a deep breath, only for his expression to shift to one of peculiar discomfort. "Kakashi, did you fart? Why does the air suddenly smell so foul?" Beside him, Kakashi, with a cold demeanor, retorted icily, "It's clearly because you stepped in something." "What? I stepped in something?" Uchiha Obito lifted his foot, nearly rolling his eyes in disbelief. "Kakashi, this is the mess left by your summoned ninja dog. I challenge you, this is utterly infuriating. How could you let me embarrass myself before Noera-rin?" At the mention of Noera-rin, Kakashi's posture instinctively straightened. He glanced sideways at Noera-rin, clearing his throat as he said, "Don't speak nonsense. That mess isn't mine. Can you really blame me?" While Kakashi and Uchiha Obito bickered, Noera-rin stood to the side, gazing at the distant country road, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the moment when Hakumo saved her at the Kamui Bridge. She had heard that Hakumo was off training. Wondering when he might return to that moment, three figures strolled towards them from afar, one of whom was unmistakably Hakumo, leaving Noera-rin momentarily astonished. Yet, she still struggled to be certain. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, whispering to herself, "Am I just imagining Hakumo? How could he truly appear before me?" However, once Noera-rin rubbed her eyes and looked again, she discovered Hakumo had drawn even closer, and unprecedented joy surged within her. And she rushed towards him, calling out, "Hakumo, brother!" Upon hearing her voice, Hakumo turned towards the sound, spotting a blurred figure hastening toward him, causing him to squint in curiosity. "Who is calling me?" "It's Noera-rin," Uzumaki Kushina chuckled. Meanwhile, Tsunade, standing nearby, wore an increasingly grave expression. A member of the Senju clan, she possessed a considerable understanding of the Sharingan, aware that when its ocular power waned, so too did vision at such a close distance. Hakumo could barely discern Noera-rin. Did this signify that Hakumo's ocular power had reached its limit? "Sister Tsunade, is something wrong?" No, it's just that I suddenly recalled something." Concurrently, in Konoha, Danzo listened to the report from the ninja before him, his expression growing increasingly difficult to bear. "What did you say?" "Hakumo has returned to the entrance of Konoha." Chapter 56, Purely Idle Banter. Danzo had not anticipated that the news he had awaited for so long would be bad news. Hakumo had actually managed to return to Konoha. Could it be that Hanzo the Salamander had not taken action against him? Crack! In a fit of rage, Danzo shattered the teacup in his hand, scalding tea spilling everywhere. Yet he seemed oblivious to the discomfort, fixating his resentful gaze on the distance. Orochimaru, observing the scene, quipped, "Danzo, the Hakumo of today is no longer someone we can contend with to truly defeat him. A long-term plan is essential, accumulating all our strength for even a slim chance of success." Orochimaru licked his lips briefly, grinning as he departed from Danzo's side. He wouldn't linger here much longer, but perhaps he could strategize for his future before leaving. Outside Konoha, Hakumo watched as Noera-rin rushed towards him, instinctively opening his arms to embrace her. "Hakumo, brother, have you just finished training?" Gazing down at her in his embrace, he smiled and replied, "Yes, I just finished training." "What are you all doing here?" His gentle voice resonated in Noera-rin's ears, allowing her to relish the moment. "We were waiting for Teacher Minato." "Waiting for Minato? What is he up to?" At this, Noera-rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She leaned closer, whispering to Hakumo, "I heard that Teacher Minato has found a girlfriend and goes on dates every day." "A girlfriend?" Hakumo squinted, intrigued by who Minato might have chosen as his partner. "Bro, you already have a sister-in-law. Why not let go of Rin quickly?" Uchiha Obito, who had been arguing with Kakashi, dashed over upon witnessing Noera Rin leap into Hakumo's embrace. "Sister-in-law, you should really take charge of your brother." Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Uchiha Obito, then at Noera Rin, her eyes brimming with amusement. In response, Hakumo playfully delivered a light smack to Uchiha Obito's head, causing a painful bump to erupt, prompting Obito to roll on the ground in agony. "Wha, brother, how could you be so cruel? You actually hit me so hard, sister-in-law. You must advocate for me." Hearing Obito call her sister-in-law repeatedly caused Hakumo's face to nearly fill with exasperation. "Obito, at such a young age, instead of focusing on training, your mind is filled with bizarre thoughts. I merely regard Noera Rin as my sister. Why do you speak such nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, Obito, who had been writhing on the ground, sprang up in an instant. "Sister? Well, that's fine then." However, he couldn't help but notice Noera Rin shooting him a fierce glare at that moment. Just then, a flying thunder god kunai zipped through the air, followed by a flash of yellow light that caught everyone's attention. It was Minato arriving. "Minato, where have you been?" Hakumo inquired curiously. Minato, appearing rather bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just went on a date." At this, Minato seemed slightly embarrassed as he glanced at the gathered crowd. Uchiha Obito leaned in closer, his face alight with curiosity. "Hey, Minato-sensei, could you tell us a bit about your girlfriend? Or perhaps take us to meet her sometime?" Even Kakashi couldn't help but lean in slightly, straining to hear what Minato would say next. "Actually, there isn't much of a romantic tale. During a mission, we were suddenly ambushed by the Three Tails, injuring one of our female ninjas. After we managed to defeat the Three Tails, I used the Five-Element Seal to seal its power within her. Thanks to the sealing, her body gradually recovered, allowing her to escape from danger. From there, we just ended up together." Upon hearing this heroic rescue story, Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with delight. That's so romantic. I believe that big sister must really like Minato-sensei. Go for it, Minato-sensei. Strive to win her heart soon. Noera Rin offered an exceptionally bold encouragement, leaving Namake's Minato utterly bewildered. He hastily shifted the topic, saying, "All right, let's discuss this matter another time." Minato approached Hakamai, and as he gazed at him, his admiration only deepened. "Welcome back, Uchiha Hakamai." Hakamai was unaware that Minato had witnessed his overwhelming defeat of the three major hidden villages. That, of course, even if he had known, it would not have mattered much. After all, this man, who barely had a few moments in the original story, was truly a radiant individual. Unlike the hypocritical Third Hokage or the cunning Danzo, he seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. The two exchanged a firm handshake. Uchiha Obito observed the scene before him, feeling a sense of perplexity. There seemed to be something deeper between the two, yet he could not decipher it. "Obito, be sure to learn diligently from Minato." "Understood. What about me? What about me?" Noera Rin looked at Hakamai with eager anticipation. This. Hakamai replied with a smile. "You too, Rin." Rin beamed with joy, nodding vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I will work hard, brother Hakamai." Having encouraged two of the trio, Hakamai then turned his gaze to Kakashi. This moment, Kakashi did not yet possess the lethargic gaze of his future self. Instead, he radiated youthful brilliance, the kind that instantly marked him as a prodigy. Hakamai gave him a thumbs up, sporting a mischievous grin. "You two should strive diligently. I grant you the right to teach Obito a lesson that if he fails to put in the effort, ensure you give him a proper thrashing on my behalf." Obito's eyes widened in shock, flailing his arms and shouting, "Hey bro, how can you say that? Do you want me to teach you a lesson first?" "Huh. Ahem, brother, I was merely joking. Let me explain." With a chuckle, Uzumaki Kushina found herself momentarily taken aback by the sight of Hakamai chasing after Obito, giving him a thorough beating. Such a peaceful and delightful life was precisely what she had always longed for. Chapter 57. Flattery. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the latest news. Upon learning that Hakamai had effortlessly slain the demigod of the ninja world, he exhaled heavily. "Alas, it seems we can no longer suppress this. What shall we do now?" Tsunade, with a furrowed brow, sat beside him, her wrinkled face conveying a sense of twilight. Ever since Uchiha Hakamai had soared to prominence, they could distinctly sense the shift in the attitudes of other clans towards them. Initially, those families had been eager to curry favor, but now they seemed increasingly aloof. It was as if they were waiting for the outcome of a rivalry between them and the Uchiha before placing their bets. Is there truly such a thing as a good outcome in this world? Hiruzen understood Tsunade's thoughts all too well. Yet, looking at Uchiha Hakamai's dazzling achievements, he found himself at a loss for words. In any case, let us go out and properly welcome our village's great hero. He is carrying something of great significance. Mito Minyan, who had been silent until now, suddenly brightened. He comprehended the implications of Hiruzen's words, the invaluable compensation issue following the defeat of the three major hidden villages. They had always been in the dark regarding how Hakamai had negotiated this matter, but surely there would be room for them to share in the spoils, as Hiruzen and the others exited the Hokage's office. They were met with a crowd that had already gathered. It was unclear who had leaked the news, or if it was due to Hakamai and Obito's prolonged antics outside the village. But many clans were now aware of Hakamai's return. Hiruzen had previously announced in front of many that Hakamai had vanquished the allied forces of the three major hidden villages, and after such a lengthy period. This news had fermented significantly, stirring up a greater commotion within the village. They congregated along the main thoroughfare of Konoha, each person craning their necks, gazing into the distance, eager to catch a glimpse of Hakamai. "He's coming! He's coming! Hakamai has finally returned!" A voice from the crowd erupted, igniting a wave of excitement. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, making Konoha seem all the more bustling. Hakamai was momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. "Hero! The hero of Konoha, Hakamai! You are incredible, managing to single-handedly defeat the three major hidden villages. Is this truly the extent of your power? Does this mean that Hakamai could single-handedly lead Konoha? My goodness! We must never offend Hakamai. He is our guardian deity." Listening to the clamor around him, Hakamai's heart swelled with understanding. It seemed his victory over the three major hidden villages had indeed spread, explaining the fervor of the crowd. After all, he had directly brought an end to the third great ninja war. Just as Hakamai was lost in thought, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito approached the throng. Hiruzen pretended to cough, but the sound barely penetrated the excitement of the crowd, which continued to chant Hakamai's name. Ahem! Hiruzen coughed again, this time more forcefully. Meanwhile, Mito urged the crowd, "The Hokage is here. Make way." The Hokage? It seemed plausible that Hakamai could indeed become Hokage in the future. Hiruzen, Mito, Tsunade. At that moment, the person who had been shouting turned around. Noticing Hiruzen bent over, his smile nearly slipping away, he quickly apologized. "Hokage-sama, you must have misheard. I certainly did not suggest that Hakamai is the future Hokage." Hiruzen, ahem, all right, please step aside. I must go greet Konoha's hero. Understood, Hokage-sama, and be careful. I've noticed you've been coughing often, so don't pass your cold to Hakamai. Hiruzen. In just a few brief exchanges, Hiruzen felt as though his heart had taken a heavy blow. Could it be that he was truly aging? With this thought, he clenched his fist. Yes, oh, what if he was aging? He was still the third Hokage. Moreover, the fourth Hokage could never be someone like Hakamai. The more he pondered this, the more radiant his smile became. That he stepped forward to Hakamai, saying, "Hakamai, thank you for your efforts this time. That it was no trouble at all. Merely a simple task. A simple task? It seems that your simple tasks are quite effortless, considering you single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the three major hidden villages." Hiruzen silently scoffed at this in his heart. He then stood beside Hakamai, scanning the crowd before him, and raised his hands to silence them. The street fell quiet. Hakamai is our hero. He single-handedly halted the third great ninja war. Let us welcome Hakamai home with the warmest applause. Thunderous applause erupted, ringing out for an extended duration until Hiruzen felt his ears might burst. Finally, the applause began to subside. He leaned toward Hakamai and whispered, "Hakamai, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Come with me to the Hokage Tower." Hakamai nodded with a smile as they passed through the crowd. He turned to the two women and said, "You both have worked hard these past few days. Please return home and rest." Afterward, Hakamai approached Kushina, saying, Wait for me at home, that a rather simple statement that brought great joy to Uzumaki Kushina, for Hakomai had already acknowledged that this concept belonged to their family. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at Uzumaki Kushina. Sensing the presence of the Nine Tails, he had received news regarding the sealing of the Nine Tails within Kushina by Uzumaki Mito, but due to Mito's status, he ultimately refrained from intervening, and he tacitly accepted the current outcome. Upon returning to the Hokage building, they were taken aback to find Shimura Danzo seated in a position, awaiting their arrival. Clearly, they were all quite curious about the compensation following this battle. Tirun Kamaru personally brewed a cup of fragrant tea for Hakomai, ensuring a grand display. As everyone took their seats, Mito Mayan, acting on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Hakomai. How exactly will the compensation for the opponent's defeat be allocated? Chapter 58. The humiliated Danzo. I agree, Hakomai yawned, the chakra within him circulating continuously as he commenced his chakra training. Meanwhile, under the eager and curious gazes of the others, Hakomai began to speak. This matter is quite simple. Half of the resources from the Cloud Village will be given to the Senju clan, and Tsunade and her companions have provided significant assistance to us as a couple. The hearts of the crowd sank. This opening was entirely different from what they had envisioned. Indeed, it was a far cry from their expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply and inquired further, and what of the Mist Village and the Rock Village? Oh, they too will each contribute half of their compensation, Hakomai replied. The others leaned in, eager to hear favorable news from Hakomai's lips. However, to their surprise, a subtle smile graced Hakomai's lips as he continued. These compensations will serve as developmental resources for the Uchiha clan's future. Hokage-sama, you are aware that the Uchiha clan has faced considerable hardships in recent years. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I must consider the welfare of my family. Furthermore, once the clan grows stronger, the power of Konoha will also increase. At that point, no one will dare to wage war against Konoha, would they not? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Shimura Danzo, who queried, Hakomai, why not leave a portion of the compensation for the village? The development of the village is of utmost importance. Ah, who else contributed to this battle besides me? Hakomai retorted. Where were they? Let me take a look. The crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond to this question. Yet, unexpectedly, Hakomai added, By the way, Hokage-sama, you mentioned that I am a hero of Konoha. Might I receive a reward? A reward? What kind of reward do you seek? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Suppressing his emotions, he then turned to Hakomai with a smile. Hakomai grinned mischievously and replied, It is quite simple. I desire a dedicated training ground. One where no one can disturb me. That's so. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin and said to Hakomai, Then I shall grant you the vacant space atop Hokage Rock. What do you think? That area was seldom frequented by others, given Hokage Rock's unique position within Konoha. Over time, the upper vacant space had come to be regarded as the Hokage's exclusive domain. Only the Hokage would occasionally stand upon Hokage Rock, gazing down at Konoha below. Clearly, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen testing Hakomai, seeking to discern whether Hakomai harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. Yet Hakomai remained unperturbed. Hokage-sama, you jest. That place is far too distant. The Uchiha clan resides in the most secluded part of the village. It would take considerable time to reach such a central location. As Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, he became increasingly wary of Hakomai. Should Hakomai reveal ambition, it would indicate that he possessed desires, and with desires come weaknesses. However, Hakomai was completely unfazed, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling increasingly troubled. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Hakomai, do you know your crimes? Danzo's abrupt accusation left everyone stunned. Tirun Kamaru and Mito Man exchanged glances, both intrigued by the meaning behind Danzo's words. Not only they, but even Hakomai was taken aback. Danzo, what do you mean by that? I have received word that you, during your passage through the Rain Village, killed Hanzo of the Salamander. Danzo continued. You must understand, peace is hard won. Are you not afraid of provoking the Rain Village into retaliation? Though many witnesses existed, the news had not yet fully disseminated due to its recent occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been closely monitoring the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he had arrived outside the Hokage building. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had been unaware of this matter. This moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, T-Rune Kumru, and Mito Man gazed at Hakomai in shock, unable to believe that he had indeed defeated the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, a figure known as a demigod in the ninja world that, in terms of difficulty, Hanzo was no less formidable than the Kage of other hidden villages. However, as they recalled Hakomai's ability to take on 3 opponents simultaneously, everything began to make sense. All eyes turned to Hakomai, eager to hear his explanation. Hakomai, sensing their gaze, remained composed, and even took a leisurely sip of tea. "Ah, this tea is indeed delightful," he exclaimed, setting the cup down. He turned to Danzo with a sly smile. "Danzo, do you recall where you ventured yesterday evening? You returned to Konoha at midnight, having seemingly gone in the direction of the Rain Village?" At once, Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that someone close to him had betrayed him? No. Absolutely impossible. The people around him were unwaveringly loyal. They could never betray him. Thus, Hakomai's precise knowledge of the timing could only mean that all of Danzo's movements were under Hakomai's surveillance. Even when Hakomai was not in Konoha, how had he accomplished this? Seeing Danzo fall silent, Hakomai continued, "Oh, by the way, have you forgotten my other identity? I am the deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard. You know that my authority is considerable, and any matters impacting Konoha's safety fall within my jurisdiction. So, may I ask you, Mr. Danzo, what were you doing alone in the Rain Village late at night?" Coughing awkwardly, Danzo's face flushed. The realization of Hakomai's capabilities struck him with fear. That Hokage-sama, I suddenly find Hakomai's words to be quite reasonable. As the hero who brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War, I agree that Konoha should bestow a reward. Therefore, let me set an example. I shall give you a commercial street entirely as a gift. Hakomai. I believe that under your stewardship, this street will thrive. With that, Danzo rose and departed without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 59. The deliberately spread rumors. In the expansive conference room, only Bai Mo and Sarutobi Hizashi remained. Sarutobi Hizashi's lips twitched slightly as he opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of expressing something. Yet the words stuck in his throat, restrained. This situation could truly be described as a case of achieving little while causing much trouble. It appeared that a thorough conversation with Sarutobi Hizashi was in order, as he had recently become rather inflated with pride. With narrowed eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi fixed his gaze upon Bai Mo and ultimately sighed deeply, stating, in addition to the commercial district promised by Sarutobi Hizashi, the surrounding area of 5,000 meters, including open land and streets, may also be incorporated into the territory of your Uchiha clan. Bai Mo nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "Thank you for your generous reward, Lord Hokage. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "None. You must be tired. It would be wise to return and rest early," came the response. "Then I shall take my leave," Bai Mo announced. Rising and making his way towards the exit, the previously tense atmosphere now as solid as Mount Tai. Sarutobi Hizashi pondered, his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront the ever-growing Uchiha clan. Although he had granted them considerable land and business opportunities, the Uchiha clan's location was rather remote. Compared to the center of Konoha, it could be deemed entirely underdeveloped. Even if handed over to the Uchiha, it would make little difference. The matter of Bai Mo was the priority at present. Have Minato come by. There are some matters I wish to discuss with him. Bai Mo exited the Hokage office. He gazed upon the bustling main street and could not help but stretch lazily. "Bai Mo, I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable," a voice interjected. Following the sound, he spotted Hyuga Hayashi and his wife, strolling with their daughter, Hyuga Hinata. With her adorable eyes wide with curiosity, Hinata reached out her soft palm, her voice calling for a hug, much to the amusement of her father. "Bai Mo, it seems Hinata truly adores you," Hyuga Hayashi remarked, gesturing for his wife to approach. She stepped forward and smiled. "Would you like to hold her?" "Of course," Bai Mo replied with enthusiasm, carefully taking Hyuga Hinata into his arms. As he gazed upon the cherubic child, he could not resist pinching her cheek, a warm smile illuminating his face. How wonderful! Is this truly the cheek of little Hinata? So soft. I must go fetch some treats. Hyuga Hayashi's wife gave a slight bow and retreated, leaving Bai Mo and Hyuga Hayashi to converse quietly as they walked along the street. Bai Mo, it would be wise for you to maintain a low profile for a while. Sarutobi Hizashi has grown increasingly attentive to you. Based on my observations, he has deployed more Umbu members in your territory. Every move you make is under his scrutiny. Bai Mo gently swayed, soothing Hinata in his arms, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. That old man Sarutobi is truly becoming more paranoid that we are all villagers. I harbor no ill intentions. Why should he be so wary of me and the Uchiha clan? Turning to Hyuga Hayashi, he reassured, rest assured, clan leader Hyuga, I will be mindful of these matters. During this return, aside from my usual training, I shall refrain from unnecessary outings to alleviate Sarutobi Hizashi's concerns. If only he would step back and allow the Fourth Hokage to take charge. With a slight smile, Bai Mo handed Hinata back to her father and added, well, it's about time for me to return to my clan, and we can have a proper discussion another time. With that, he swiftly departed, vanishing into the crowd. However, for reasons unknown, Hyuga Hayashi did not sense even a hint of tension for Bai Mo, and when the Fourth Hokage was mentioned, his face bore an expression of unwavering certainty. As if he had glimpsed the future. Bai Mo, what thoughts occupy your mind? My curiosity grows ever stronger. Hyuga Hayashi mused, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on it further, but rather solidifying his allegiance to the Uchiha clan. He believed he was not alone in this sentiment. Other clans likely shared similar thoughts. Otherwise, they would not remain so silent, to the point where even the Sarutobi clan ceased to curry favor. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Bai Mo was promptly ushered into the conference room by Uchiha Fugaku, who regarded him with evident pride. He patted Bai Mo's shoulder heartily, exclaiming, Bai Mo, you have truly excelled. Bai Mo offered a modest smile, replying, it's nothing extraordinary. This is simply what I ought to do. Rather than witnessing the devastation of war, it is better for me to train alone to prevent it. Yet, while these words were spoken by Bai Mo, had anyone else uttered them, Fugaku would have deemed them nonsensical. Who among the good would train while the coalition of the three great hidden villages wreaked havoc? Most importantly, they had actually emerged victorious. However, Bai Mo, you must tell me plainly, did your eyes suffer any strain during this battle? The atmosphere grew heavy as Fugaku inquired, his brow furrowing. Bai Mo regarded Fugaku and slowly nodded. The image of his Mangeki Sharingan, a pair of crimson eyes, flickered into existence, yet devoid of the intense malice it had once held. Now, they bore only a hint of haziness in Bai Mo's vision. Fugaku, sitting so closely, appeared somewhat blurred. Witnessing this, Fugaku felt a pang of heartache. Bai Mo, you have truly endured much. Quickly, conceal your abilities, or not continue to overexert your ocular power during this time. Otherwise, you may risk losing your sight. Bai Mo nodded and gradually retracted his Mangeki Sharingan. He had initially thought this self-discipline task would be simple, yet he had not anticipated that no matter how he utilized the Mangeki Sharingan, the progress bar would remain stagnant, even leading to excessive strain on his eyes and rendering the Mangeki Sharingan increasingly elusive. Unless he discovered how to raise the progress bar, it would be prudent to conserve his strength under the current circumstances. However, clan leader, I believe it would be wise to disseminate this information in the room. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Fugaku fell into a deep silence. After a moment, he contemplated the implications. The Uchiha clan had been gaining too much attention recently, and Sarutobi Hizashi might very well harbor ulterior motives. Bai Mo continued, rather than allowing him to dwell on the Uchiha clan and potentially strike from the shadows, it would be more advantageous to take this opportunity to spread word of my weakness. This might encourage Sarutobi Hizashi to ease his vigilance, allowing me to train without constant scrutiny. Bai Mo was not overly concerned about his eyes. After all, there were plenty of alternatives, should he lose his sight. He could consider solutions at that time, as long as his daily training remained undisturbed. He would be content. Fugaku contemplated Bai Mo's suggestion, lowering his head as his fingers lightly tapped the table. Time passed, and finally, he raised his head, declaring, very well, our Uchiha clan has always strived for the benefit of Konoha. Even when faced with oppression from the second and third Hokages, we shall never betray. With a genius like you among us, that is more than sufficient. Concealing our strengths may indeed be a prudent choice. But before that, Bai Mo, I must ask you, do you aspire to attain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Bai Mo smiled as he waved his hand and remarked, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is something that should be left to fate. However, esteemed clan leader, you need not worry. I have no intention of seizing Obito's eyes. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Fugaku felt a profound sense of relief. The Uchiha clan is a family filled with love. It is precisely because of their deep affections that the Uchiha have sealed away their emotions. Once the Uchiha understand love, the feelings they have long suppressed will be unleashed, granting them immense power. The method to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan lies solely in the transplantation of another's Mangeki Sharingan. And success is not guaranteed. The closer the blood relation, the higher the probability of success. Reflecting on this, Fugaku's eyes gradually manifested the Mangeki Sharingan. Bai Mo, although our blood relation is somewhat distant, when your ocular power is truly exhausted, you may attempt to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan using my eyes. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. He clearly did not expect Fugaku to utter such words. This deeply moved him, having traversed into the Uchiha clan long ago. Bai Mo initially felt no sense of belonging, viewing it merely as a training ground, aside from Obito, who he deemed somewhat foolish. Yet, Fugaku's current gesture struck a chord deep within Bai Mo's heart. Looking at Fugaku before him, he smiled gently. Esteemed clan leader, you jest. Do remember, I am Uchiha Bai Mo. This simple response sufficiently illustrated Bai Mo's spirit. He would not accept Fugaku's words. Yes, Bai Mo stood and walked towards the exit. Fugaku sighed, his heart increasingly certain of the future candidate. Should Bai Mo aspire to ascend to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan would spare no effort or cost to support him. Bai Mo arrived at his nearby room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a rich and enticing aroma. Taking a deep breath, he hurried into the kitchen, where he found Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki busily preparing what appeared to be delicious dishes. Upon seeing Bai Mo, Kushina's eyes lit up. She turned and, with open arms, leapt into his embrace. The bond between them deepened, and such affectionate gestures had become entirely natural, feeling the warmth of the beloved in his arms. Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's back. Just a moment, and you'll soon enjoy a delightful meal. In oh rush, let me see how I can assist you, he replied. Tsunade, who was busy nearby, rolled her eyes and said, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'm going out to fetch Shizen. With that, Tsunade stepped outside, leaving the lovely atmosphere to Bai Mo and Kushina. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that as she exited, she overheard a plethora of gossip concerning Bai Mo's eyes. Were they merely gossiping? No, that couldn't be. Such matters could not have been discovered by them. In other words, it was an intentional dissemination of information. It must be Bai Mo's doing. Although she was uncertain of his motivations, she was sure he had his reasons at this moment. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news about Bai Mo from the Umbu station near the Uchiha clan. His eyes sparkled with delight. Are you certain the information is accurate? Absolutely. Uchiha clan leader Fugaku convened a high-level family meeting specifically to discuss this matter, the Umbu reported. According to our investigation, they appear to be at a loss regarding the situation, lacking any viable solutions. Sarutobi nodded gravely. He was not well-versed in the intricacies of Sharingan, but understood that prior to awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, one's ocular power was limited. Should that power be exhausted, one would be plunged into endless darkness. Thus far, he only knew of Uchiha Madara as the one capable of awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even if Bai Mo was exceptionally talented, he could not possibly awaken it due to the stringent conditions. It seemed that the recent battle had indeed drained Bai Mo's eyes considerably. This was a perfect opportunity to suppress him. Just as Sarutobi finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. He gestured for the Umbu to leave, and then Minato Namikaze entered. Datakave-sama. I heard you were looking for me. Yes. How have you been adjusting to your new team? Well, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito are all excellent students. I believe they have bright futures ahead. Sarutobi nodded and added, teach them well. The will of fire must be passed on. The reason I sought you out is to ask you a question. Do you wish to become the fourth Hokage? At that moment, Minato was utterly stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Blinking in surprise, he asked, Hokage-sama, could you repeat that? I asked if you wish to become the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi, with his hands clasped behind his back, emanated a warm demeanor, yet the explosive implications of his words left Minato in a dazed Hokage-sama. What exactly do you mean by that? It is merely the literal meaning. I have high hopes for you and wish to pass the Hokage position to you. A young man. However, there are clearly better candidates. Minato's meaning was evident. Above him was Bai Mo, a formidable individual capable of defeating the combined forces of the three major hidden villages. He was undoubtedly more exceptional. Yet Sarutobi did not view it that way. Minato, your clan is weakened. Aside from you, there are no strong individuals, making you easy to control. Even if I were to pass the Hokage position to you, I could still indirectly influence Konoha from behind the scenes, without leaving the impression of monopolizing the Hokage title and stalling the emergence of younger leaders, a matter that Sarutobi, who valued reputation, held in high regard. He assessed Minato's expression and continued, I understand your concerns and your inner thoughts. Therefore, I intend to hold a contest for the Hokage position. I will invite the elite of Konoha to participate, and only the one who emerges victorious may become Hokage. Given that, do you have confidence in becoming the fourth Hokage? Hearing that it was not a predetermined decision, but rather a chance to earn it through his own efforts, Minato felt a wave of relief. If that were the case, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to vying for the Hokage title. His eyes gleamed with brilliance as he firmly nodded, saying, Understood, Hokage-sama. I will give it my all and strive for first place. At this juncture, Minato added, But may I inquire if Bai Mo will participate in this contest? Are you afraid? Minato shook his head, replying, No, I merely wish to engage in a serious battle with Bai Mo, to gauge how I measure up against him when I give my all. Rest assured, I believe you can surpass Bai Mo. However, regarding Bai Mo's participation, I will need to inquire further. It is important to note that, according to the intelligence, Bai Mo's eyes are nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of utilizing the Mangekyou Sharingan. This would significantly diminish his strength. What chance would he have against Minato? Before Bai Mo achieved widespread fame, Bofeng Shuimen was already celebrated as the Yellow Flash. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly unparalleled. Moreover, according to Sarutobi Hizashi's speculation, Bai Mo would likely refrain from participating in this battle, as he preferred cultivation, did he not? Soon, news of the fourth Hokage's tournament swept through the entire Konoha village like a storm. Almost everyone became aware that competition would soon commence, with the victor being granted the title of fourth Hokage. This revelation astonished many, as they had not anticipated Sarutobi Hizashi would take such a step. It was utterly uncharacteristic of him. Bang! Danzo charged in from outside. Upon learning this news, he immediately sought out Sarutobi Hizashi. Hizashi, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of Uchiha Bai Mo entering the competition? If the Hokage position falls into the hands of the Uchiha clan, they may very well turn against us. Furthermore, if you are unwilling to continue, you could simply pass the position to me. I will lead Konoha to new heights. A barely perceptible sneer crossed Sarutobi Hizashi's face. Enough, Danzo, refrain from such talk in the future. I have long had plans for the Hokage position. As for whether Uchiha Bai Mo will participate, I have already sent someone to inquire. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Bai Mo was summoned by Fugaku. They listened to the Umbu's report regarding Sarutobi Hizashi's invitation. Bai Mo cast a disdainful glance at the Umbu ninja. Was the tournament for the fourth Hokage meant to suppress him, just as he had recently acknowledged his ocular limitations? Indeed, Sarutobi Hizashi was quite the scoundrel. Thank you for the Hokage's concern, but I have little interest in the position, so I shall not participate in the tournament. Would it not be better to devote that time to cultivation? Once I become Hokage, I would have to constantly worry about the village's development and even attend to various trivial matters. That is certainly not what Bai Mo desires. After all, merely maintaining the position of deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard has already proven quite troublesome, requiring me to dedicate 5 minutes daily to patrol and handle affairs. How exhausting. The Umbu departed, Delivering the news to Surti S. Hizashi listened. A look of satisfaction spread across his face, confirming his suspicions, which incited Danzo's ire. Hizashi, let me ask you, are you not concerned that the eventual victor may not be the person you secretly desire? Rest assured, with your strength, you shall prove no match for him. I have complete confidence in his abilities. Danzo nodded seriously, stating, very well, that is your assertion. Then I shall sign up. I will personally demonstrate who is truly worthy of becoming Hokage. With that, Danzo turned and left, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi standing alone in the room, but he let out a deep sigh. He was somewhat weary. Given Uchiha Bai Mo's wariness of him, it was only through subtle maneuvers that he could attain his desires while better controlling befallen Shui men, ensuring the latter's gratitude towards him. In the end, Konoha would remain Konoha, eternally belonging to the Sarutobi clan. The registration soon closed. After reviewing the list, Sarutobi Hizashi had it posted throughout the streets for the public to see who would participate in the tournament. How peculiar. Why is Bai Mo not on the list? I heard Bai Mo declined to participate, claiming it would be a waste of time, that he seems to prefer cultivation instead. Wow, such an otherworldly demeanor is truly remarkable. It is no wonder he is Bai Mo. Amidst the crowd, many whispered among themselves. Befallen Shui men gazed at the list, his fists slowly clenching. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Chapter 62. The world's best older brother. Befallen Shui men swiftly arrived at the Uchiha clan's gates and knocked. An Uchiha guard poked their head out, asking, "May I help you? I wish to see Uchiha Bai Mo. Bai Mo just finished his meal and has gone to cultivate." "I see. Thank you for your trouble." With that, Befallen Shui men vanished once more. The yellow flash darted through the air, quickly consuming most of his chakra from the continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique. After searching Konoha thoroughly, he finally found Bai Mo training beneath a cliff at the outskirts of the village. As Befallen Shui men appeared, Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he regarded his visitor. "Shui men, you look quite breathless. Did you run all this way to find me?" Befallen Shui men nodded, hastening to Bai Mo's side and questioning. "You are aware of the tournament, are you not? Why did you not sign up? Pray tell, why should I?" Befallen Shui men opened his mouth, momentarily a loss for words. After a quick mental scramble, he managed to articulate a few phrases. "If you become Hokage, the Uchiha clan could enjoy a better life. Do you not desire prosperity for your family? Then let me ask you, if you become Hokage, will you treat the Uchiha clan differently?" "Of course not." "Then that settles it. You will not treat us differently, yet you will still have to handle all the affairs yourself. That I would achieve my goal regardless. But you promised me before that we would compete. Do you truly wish to battle me? If you lose, it could be quite embarrassing." A smirk played at the corners of Bai Mo's mouth. Even with his ocular prowess diminished, he would refrain from using the Sharingan, and employing the Flying Thunder God would be considerably more complex. Nevertheless, with his mastery of the 100 Healings technique and the 8 gates, Bai Mo remained confident in his ability to defeat Befallen Shui men, albeit with a bit more hassle. Befallen Shui men took a deep breath, his expression serious as he gazed at Bai Mo. "Even if I lose, it will simply be a testament to my inferiority. Only by understanding the gap can I more clearly see the path ahead." Bai Mo pondered for a moment before slowly rising from the ground under Befallen Shui men's watchful gaze. "Shui men, I promise you this. When you defeat everyone and reach the pinnacle, I will stand before you as your opponent." Befallen Shui men felt a surge of excitement. The serious expression he had maintained finally broke into a smile. "This is what you say." "Indeed. That is my word." Bai Mo firmly clenched his fist, raising it to his chest, lightly tapping it against Befallen Shui men's fist. The moment their fists touched signified the establishment of their agreement. With a knot in his heart unraveled, Befallen Shui men's aura intensified. This was Konoha's yellow flash, the unique genius of Befallen Shui men. Had Bai Mo not arrived, this era would surely have been ruled by him. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The villagers of Konoha awoke early from their slumber, hastening to the competition venue in eager anticipation of securing good seats to witness the tournament. The venue was the same as that of the Chunin exams in the original tale, with a deep arena at the bottom and spectator seats surrounding it. Those seated at the highest vantage point could observe the matches with crystal clarity. Sarutobi Hisashi, Tsunade, and Mito Gate Han stood at the apex, casting their gaze down upon the crowd. Their expressions varied. Hokage-sama, are you certain about this? Many formidable opponents have entered this tournament. Can Bofeng Shuai Min truly defeat them? With a smirk at the corners of his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the list before him and remarked, on this list, there are but two individuals who could genuinely pose a threat to Namake's Minato. One is Orochimaru, and the other is that old coot Shimura Danzo. With their combined strength, they hardly suffice to endanger Minato. After all, excluding Hakumo, Minato stands as Konoha's most exceptional genius. What perplexes me, however, is why Hakumo would recommend him for participation. Was it merely for amusement? In the contestant preparation area, Uchiha Obito was stretching his body, facing Kakashi and Noara Rin. Obito, are you truly going to participate in the competition? Rin asked hesitantly. Much to her surprise, Obito entirely misinterpreted Rin's concern as worry for him. This perception bolstered his confidence, and he straightened his chest, smiling at Rin. Don't worry, Rin. Even if I don't make it to the end, I will certainly not betray your trust. Rin scratched her head, contemplating that she had not meant it that way at all. Furthermore, she never believed Obito had the qualifications to compete. Obito, be careful not to get beaten to a pulp. Kakashi emphasized, arms crossed, in response. Obito, feeling indignant, retorted, Kakashi, I know you're envious of me. After all, it was thanks to my brother's recommendation that I could register successfully. You, on the other hand, lack even the qualification to sign up. If I happen to reach the end and become Hokage, rest assured, I will never forget you both. Kakashi, Rin. Ha ha ha. I wonder how prepared Obito truly is. Hakumo, unusually, was not training. Instead, he sat in the front row of the audience with Uzumaki Kushina, awaiting Obito's blunder. No. I mean the commencement of the competition. Sitting beside Hakumo, Kushina peeled grapes for him, feeding them to his mouth. Are you not afraid he might suffer, given how you're setting him up? Hakumo laughed. He constantly pesters me to sign him up, since he desires to participate so ardently. What harm is there in pulling a few strings for him? Tsunade shot Hakumo a glance and praised. Hakumo, you truly are a wonderful brother. Hakumo humbly replied, Oh, not at all. Merely the world's best brother. It's my duty. Chapter 63. Obito's Surprise. The Two-Tomo Sharingan, as the time arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the sun overhead, aligned with his position, and promptly announced the commencement of the competition. The first match, Might Guy versus Hyuga Hisashi. Thanks to Hakumo's intervention, Might Guy did not perish while saving Team Might Guy. Instead, he continued to study the 8 gates and significantly improved his strength. Nevertheless, it was insufficient to overcome Hyuga Hisashi. After a prolonged battle, the match concluded in a draw. The second match, Uchiha Obito versus Orochimaru. Upon announcing the participants, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned oddly perplexed as he glanced at Uchiha Hakumo in the front row, who had already unfurled a banner reading, Ha ha ha. Upon seeing these 5 characters, Kakashi and Rin in the contestant preparation area suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Obito, it seems your brother is quite confident in you. Obito, fuming, shot a glare at Hakumo in the audience and, hands on his hips, defiantly stated to Kakashi and Rin, My brother has no true understanding of my capabilities. Just wait and see. I will leave you all astounded. With that, Obito strode confidently toward the competition arena. Meanwhile, in the arena, Orochimaru stood with his hands hanging at his sides, his long, dark hair swaying gently in the wind. He licked his lips, his serpent-like eyes coldly fixed on Obito, his thoughts inscrutable. The chilling aura emanating from him sent a shiver down Obito's spine. Taking a deep breath, a serious glint flashed in his eyes as he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Assuming an attacking stance, he nodded at the young Marino Ibiki beside him. Signaling his readiness, Orochimaru softly declared, You may begin. Instantly, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Marino Ibiki raised his hand and then forcefully brought it down. The match commenced. Boom! Uchiha Obito dashed forward with remarkable speed, even catching Hakumo's attention in the audience. It appeared Obito had diligently honed his skills, exhibiting significant improvement in taijutsu. As if to validate Hakumo's assertion, Obito surged like a gust of wind to Orochimaru's left side. Now's my chance. He thrust the kunai forward. Its sharp tip aimed directly at Orochimaru's arm. Bang! Orochimaru's form exploded into a cloud of white mist, replaced by a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a brown snake, swiftly slithering toward Obito. Swoosh! Almost instinctively, Obito swung his kunai backward, severing the snake's head. Yet Orochimaru's hand reappeared before Obito. Unfazed, was Orochimaru merely toying with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused aloud. As his apprentice, he understood Orochimaru well. It was clear he was not taking this seriously. However, he was merely a child, and the difference between earnestness and nonchalance held little weight in terms of the outcome. On the other hand, Hakumo began to applaud. Not bad, my dear Obito. While perhaps a bit foolish. You certainly possess combat talent. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire and wind collided, intertwining in a massive explosion before the spectators. Boom! The ground immediately formed a shallow crater, before the smoke could dissipate. Obito's eyes brimmed with determination as he inhaled deeply. Two-Tomo Sharingan. Activate. The two-Tomo manifested in Obito's eyes. Hakumo paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! So that's why Obito has been so insistent on participating in this competition. He had this trick up his sleeve. In such a short time, he has progressed from a one-tomo to a two-tomo Sharingan. He truly is a genius. Tsunade, observing nearby, silently scoffed, questioning whether Obito could genuinely be considered a genius in her presence. Who said he was comparing himself to me? He is, of course, comparing himself to the future Sasuke, who awakened his one-tomo in a fit of rage during the night of the massacre, only to awaken the two-tomo after being underestimated by Naruto. The time span is just too vast. He cannot compare to Obito to that moment. Orochimaru's gaze flickered slightly at the sight of Obito's eyes. A flash of inscrutable greed crossing his features. If possible, he would dearly love to extract Obito's eyes and depart this place immediately. After all, as Hakumo's brother, Obito's eyes must be far superior to those of other clan members. However, considering Hakumo's terrifying prowess, Orochimaru felt an unsettling apprehension that it would be best to focus on the match and see if he could become Hokage. If successful, he would have access to more resources for his experiments, thus realizing his dreams. With that thought, Orochimaru unleashed his arms once more. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Before long, a multitude of serpents emerged as if they were blossoming flowers, surging forth in all directions. Not underestimate me. The double Tomo Sharingan granted Obito an extraordinary dynamic vision. Confronted with such an onslaught, he adeptly evaded Orochimaru's attacks, swiftly closing the distance between them. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The flames, akin to the seeds of the phoenix flower that shoot forth upon impact, burst forth from Obito's mouth, scattering in all directions and intertwining with a myriad of serpent jaws, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Seizing the opportunity of this assault, Orochimaru unleashed a fierce gale directed at Obito. Yet at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Obito emulated Orochimaru's movements, almost simultaneously releasing the wind cutter technique. The two gales collided in a moment of breathtaking intensity, their howling sound resonating in the ears of all present. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Could it be that Obito, through the Sharingan, had replicated Orochimaru's ninjutsu? Might another genius arise from the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru's heart was filled with astonishment. His movements accelerated several-fold. If he had previously been careless, he was now utterly serious. Kusanagi sword. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Chapter 64. Triple Tomo. Activate. With a swift thrust, the Kusanagi sword pierced Obito's arm. He did not intend to kill. It was merely a superficial wound. Blood trickled down the blade from Obito's arm, causing Kakashi beside him to hold his breath in apprehension. Even Noera Rin, despite considering Obito merely a comrade, found herself deeply worried by the severity of his injury. Gulp. Obito should be all right? Uzumaki Kushina voiced her concern. In response, Hakomai smiled. Oh, you will be fine. In fact, the true challenges are only just beginning. As if to validate Hakomai's words, Obito raised his other arm and grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Intense pain surged through his mind. Obito's scream reverberated throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of many. What was he doing? He was attempting to awaken the triple Tomo Sharingan. Hakomai replied to Uzumaki Kushina's query while addressing Tsunade nearby. Tsunade, I will need you to tend to Obito shortly. I do not wish for him to bear hidden injuries. Rest assured, leave this matter to me, Tsunade assured him. Such minor injuries were but trifles for her to handle. That moment, a louder cry erupted. Obito clutched the sword hilt fiercely, rather than withdrawing it. He twisted it with fervor. The agony, akin to muscles being torn, mingled with Obito's fierce determination. He gazed at Orochimaru, recalling the target he had relentlessly pursued. The elder brother renowned as a prodigious genius. He did not wish to be merely known as Hakomai's younger brother. He aspired to be Uchiha Obito, to become a true powerhouse, not the underachiever others perceive him to be. He must grow stronger. Therefore, triple Tomo Sharingan, awaken for me. Buzz, a violent surge of chakra erupted. In that moment, an unprecedented transformation occurred within Obito's eyes. The triple Tomo Sharingan manifested within his gaze. In that instant, the world became strikingly clear to him. I see it. I can see it. Obito whispered in delight. He could perceive the flow of chakra within Orochimaru's body. Everything seemed imbued with newfound significance. Genjutsu Sharingan. Immediately, Obito employed the Genjutsu to launch a mental assault on Orochimaru. It was uncertain whether it was merely Obito's illusion, but he felt as though his Genjutsu effortlessly infiltrated Orochimaru's mind, ensnaring him within its grasp. How could this be possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the railing tightly. Leaning forward in disbelief, he could hardly fathom that Obito's Genjutsu was so potent as to ensnare Orochimaru. Even with the Sharingan's enhancement, it seemed improbable. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but others shared the same sentiment. Obito had indeed gained renown in this battle, yet the true reason remained known only to Orochimaru and Hakomai. For Orochimaru had long sought immortality, delving into forbidden techniques, which had inflicted significant damage on his soul and psyche, rendering him vulnerable to Genjutsu. Thus, caught off guard by the sudden mental assault, he naturally succumbed to the technique. Yet this was merely a temporary victory. Obito gritted his teeth against the pain and withdrew the Kusanagi sword from his arm. He then stepped forward to confront Orochimaru once more, targeting the same spot. With a swift thrust, he pierced it again. However, in that very moment, Orochimaru's eyes snapped open. Summoning technique. Orochimaru's skin appeared to dissolve, revealing a terrifying form beneath. He transformed into a colossal serpent, comprised of countless smaller snakes. As he opened his gaping maw, the overwhelming pressure emanating from his massive jaws bore down on Obito, rendering him unable to advance even a single step. How formidable! Is this the true power of a legendary Sannin? Initially, Obito had believed that with a triple Tomo Sharingan, he could turn the tide against Orochimaru. However, while ideals are often grand, reality can be harsh. Faced with a serious Orochimaru, Obito found it difficult even to approach him. Senju Ibiki recognized Obito's predicament and immediately declared Orochimaru the victor of this match. As the judgment was rendered, the audience erupted in cheers. Compared to the previous battle, the clash between Orochimaru and Obito far exceeded their expectations. Under the care of medical ninjas, Obito made his way to the spectator stands. He looked at Hakomai, forcing a smile through the pain. Hey, brother, how was that? Did I embarrass you? Ha ha ha. Hakomai laughed heartily, patting Obito on the shoulder, which elicited a pained grimace from him. Brother, are you a devil? Be gentler. I'm a patient right now. Ha. Obito, you did splendidly. You have truly brought honor to the Uchiha clan. Hakomai continued. To awaken the triple Tomo Sharingan at such a young age is nothing short of a promising future. The Manjiki Sharingan is well within reach. With the praise from his older brother, Obito felt his wounds were not as painful as before. That moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality from his astonishment. He took a deep breath and announced the next match, the third match. Namikaze Minato versus Shimura Danzo. As Sarutobi Hiruzen declared these names, a wave of excitement surged through the audience. They had not anticipated that Danzo would face off against Minato. One was a long-standing high-ranking official in Konoha, the true ruler behind the scenes, representing the darker side of the village. The other was a newly emerged genius, favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato. The clash between these two would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Tsunade, who do you think will win? Asked Hikamai. As Tsunade returned to her seat after tending to Obito, she observed the two entering the arena and replied, "It's hard to say that if Danzo goes all out. Minato may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Moreover, Danzo's aura feels quite unsettling." Hikamai cast a deep glance at Shimura Danzo. Well, unsettling indeed. That arm full of eyeballs and the modified limb exuded an aura that anyone would find disconcerting. "But Tsunade, shall we place a wager?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you have in mind?" Chapter 65. The Spirit Beast, Dream Taper. Pray tell, how would you wish to wager? Tsunade inquired, seated comfortably in her position, her gentle gaze resting upon Hakumo. "It is quite simple. Let us bet on who emerges victorious." Hakumo continued, "Should I win, you shall instruct me in the application of advanced medical ninjutsu. Should I lose, I will acquiesce to one of your requests." Upon hearing this stipulation, Tsunade glanced towards the other side where Kushina Uzumaki sat, only to find her utterly unconcerned with the matter at hand. Instead, she was affectionately nestled against Hakumo, her arms wrapped around his, exuding an aura of deep affection. Tsunade pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I accept. I will wager on Shimura Danzo, a seasoned warrior whose experience and combat prowess are formidable. Then I shall bet on Minato Namikaze." Hakumo replied with a smile, casting his gaze toward the arena where the contest would unfold at that moment. The two combatants entered the field, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Shimura Danzo inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Minato, and said, "Minato, I never imagined we would find ourselves at odds in battle one day." Minato's face broke into a radiant smile. "I too did not foresee this, yet I hope we can both display our utmost capabilities in this confrontation." Such youthful arrogance. Do you truly believe you can witness my peak performance? I need only exert 50% of my strength, and you shall be no match for me. Tsunade interjected, "Hey, you old man, are you even aware of what you're saying? The battle has yet to commence, and already you're boasting and relying on your age to belittle others. How do you expect to fight when you underestimate your opponent from the outset?" As if sensing Tsunade's vexation, Kushina could not help but stifle a laugh. "Tsunade, it seems you have misjudged the situation." Tsunade exhaled a frustrated sigh. "It matters not. I've grown accustomed to losing whenever there's a wager involved." This admission revealed the bitter truth of Tsunade's recent years. She had rarely triumphed in any bets she partook in, and when she did win, it often heralded terrifying consequences that I can only hope that Minato delivers a resounding blow to that old fool. Ha ha ha! If anyone else had uttered such words, Danzo would surely have dealt with them harshly. Senju Ibiki glanced at the time, and upon confirming that both sides were prepared, promptly announced the commencement of the match. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light erupted as the flying thunder god Kanai, accompanied by Minato, materialized directly above Danzo. How swift! Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. As he looked up, he found Minato's palm already coalescing a Rasengan. This technique, inspired by the tailed beast bomb, was a creation of Minato's OWNWY, concentrating chakra in his hand and allowing it to flow in erratic directions while compressing it. He formed a chakra sphere the size of his palm. He then thrust it downward with force. Bang! The chakra was unleashed, creating a chaotic eruption that singed a hole in the fabric of Danzo's clothing, sending him crashing into a crater in the ground. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the immediate intensity of the match. Tsunade crossed her arms and chuckled. "You brought this upon yourself for being so careless." At that moment, Danzo felt the heat of embarrassment rising to his cheeks. Minato, that rascal, showed no respect for his elders. "This is what you've forced upon me. With a flick of his fingers, several shurikens suddenly shot forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens multiplied from 2 to 3, then to hundreds, filling the air with a dense swarm of projectiles, spinning rapidly and slicing through the air towards Minato. Seizing the opportunity, while Minato was distracted, Danzo pressed his fingers together, spirit summoning technique. Dream Taper. Boom! A cloud of mist emerged, revealing the legendary spirit beast, Dream Taper, to the crowd. Hakumo stroked his chin, intrigued by the spirit beast before him. He too yearned for a strikingly cool spirit beast. Alas, in the entire world of Naruto, the only creature worthy of his companionship seemed to be the white rabbit residing on the moon, but a slight smile graced Hakumo's lips as he resolved to assist Kuro in his plan, subsequently releasing his mother. And then, he would make Otsutsuki Kagaya his spirit beast. Achoo! In a pitch-black cavern, Kuro suddenly sneezed, instinctively rubbing his nose in confusion. How peculiar, he muttered to himself. He then turned to the figure clad in black robes before him, asking, "How do you feel, Uchiha Shin?" In the darkness, a pair of Sharingan eyes slowly focused. The black robe billowed without wind, and a raspy, sinister laugh echoed throughout the cave. "I feel an indescribable sense of euphoria. I have become the true heir of the Uchiha clan. I shall inherit the will of Uchiha Madara. The world will tremble under the name of Uchiha. Ha!" Back in the arena, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Simultaneously, Dream Taper unleashed a torrent of wind, augmenting Danzo's wind techniques. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds gathering ominously above the arena. The shurikens, propelled by the gale, accelerated several-fold, launching a relentless barrage toward Minato. Seizing this moment, Minato extracted numerous kunai from his ninja tool pouch, embedding them deep into the ground, each one inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light appeared behind Danzo. Another Rasengan struck with devastating force against Danzo's back. Bang! Danzo was propelled forward, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his face as he instinctively clutched his right arm. Had he not been restrained from using his right hand as abilities, Minato would have already faced dire consequences. "I am right here." Before Danzo could fully react, a flash of yellow reappeared before him, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to evade. Chapter 66. Have you been hiding this from me all along? With just a dozen Rasengans crashing down, Danzo raised his hands in surrender, causing an uproar in the audience. Hakumo observed the spectacle before him, filled with immense admiration. Truly, Danzo is a man of his word. He indeed fought with only 50% of his strength. He did not utilize his right hand as abilities at all. The truth remains that Danzo is simply too weak. Otherwise, even with merely 50% strength, he would have been capable of overpowering Minato. Tsunade looked at Hakumo in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. "It seems you are quite familiar with Danzo." "Well, as the vice-captain of the Uchiha Guard, it is imperative for me to remain vigilant regarding the security of this village." "Are you implying that Danzo poses a danger?" "Indeed, he gives off a vibe reminiscent of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's quite off-putting." Katsuyu cast a glance at the sky. Ever since Shimura Danzo conceded defeat, the ominous clouds that had loomed overhead began to dissipate at a remarkable pace, visible to the naked eye. Gentle rays of sunlight cascaded down. Katsuyu stretched languidly, revealing her voluptuous figure before Hakumo. "Regardless of the circumstances, I have lost this time. When you have the opportunity, I shall impart to you the advanced medical ninjutsu." Pausing momentarily, Katsuyu suddenly leaned closer to Hakumo's ear and whispered, "Isn't your Baika no jutsu something you comprehended on your own? Why not strive to uncover another?" Hakumo chuckled heartily, deliberately ignoring Katsuyu's words, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. The competition continued unabated until dusk, only concluding when Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru entered the final showdown. Tomorrow should witness the ultimate contest. I wonder who will emerge victorious between Orochimaru and Minato. I have a feeling it will be Orochimaru. Despite fighting for such a prolonged period, he still seems to be holding back. Conversely, I reckon Minato might be in a similar predicament. If only Hakomai had participated, the outcome would have been uncertain. Hakomai and Kushina Uzumaki strolled side by side, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, exchanging glances. Yet for some reason, there was a hint of profundity in Kushina's eyes that it was evident that in the hearts of the people. You have become synonymous with Konoha. Thankfully, I can only say I have merely fulfilled my obligations. Kushina tightened her grip on Hakomai's arm, seemingly sensing her emotional disquiet. Hakomai couldn't help but inquire. Is something amiss, Kushina? Upon hearing his question, Kushina lowered her gaze, curling up further. It was not until they reached a narrow alleyway, scarcely traversable by others, that she slowly lifted her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, and trembled as she spoke. So, your eyes are indeed straining, aren't they? Why didn't you tell me? Was it to spare me worry? So you chose to conceal it? Kushina distanced herself slightly from Hakomai, her face etched with sorrow. You know, if I hadn't overheard others discussing this matter, I would have remained oblivious to the severity of your condition. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her breaths quickened uncontrollably, her throat constricting painfully as if gripped by a powerful hand, rendering her unable to breathe. Tears blurred her vision, and with a mere blink, they cascaded down her cheeks like pearls straying from a broken string. This sight pierced Hakomai's heart. He had never anticipated Kushina would unravel in such a manner. For a moment, his hands fumbled, uncertain of how to react. That moment, Kushina extended her hand, waving it before Hakomai. Can you see clearly? Hakomai managed a wry smile, shaking his head. It's a bit blurry, but it's manageable. This only deepened Kushina's distress. Given their proximity, it was no wonder Hakomai had stumbled over a small stone right after their battle. Her heart ached for him even more so. What did you think of today's match? Hakomai replied. I could sense their auras. I could vaguely make out two indistinct silhouettes. He opened his arms, enveloping Kushina in a gentle embrace, softly patting her back as he whispered in her ear, Kushina, it's all right. You've just been exhausted. Once your ocular strength is restored, everything will improve. For now, allow me to be your eyes. As Kushina's words fell, she rose onto her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on Hakomai's cheek. The sensation was warm and tender, leaving Hakomai momentarily frozen in place. After an indeterminate interval, he tightened his embrace around Kushina, softly declaring, Yes, Kushina, I look forward to your guidance in the future. A warm atmosphere enveloped them, their simple exchanges of concern drawing them closer together. Suddenly, an apologetic voice broke through. Excuse me, could I possibly pass by? My home is down this alley. That a girl with flowing purple hair, looking somewhat bashful, interrupted the intimate moment between Hakomai and Kushina. Hakomai glanced at the girl, his brow slightly furrowing in recognition. This girl looked familiar. Uzumaki Kushina? The one who previously informed him about the Umbu? Why has she removed her mask? Could it be that she has retired from the Umbu? Shaking his head slightly, he replied, We shall be on our way. With that, Hakomai scooped Kushina into his arms and swiftly made his way toward the Uchiha clan's vicinity, leaving Uzumaki Kushina to watch their departing figures, hesitating in uncertainty. Surely, Hakomai has not discerned my true identity? It seems unlikely. She had already distanced herself from the Umbu, now living alone in her former residence. Soon, she intended to utilize her savings to open a small shop and engage in business. After all, remaining idle at home was not a viable option. It would be prudent to occupy herself with meaningful endeavors. Before long, night fell, and the glow of lights illuminated every home. Obito regaled Fugaku with tales of his valor, showcasing his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Hakomai, unusually foregoing his training, shared his innermost thoughts with Kushina, deepening their bond. Chapter 67. Obito's exclusive, delicious breakfast. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived with the dawn still dim. Hakomai felt a slight constriction in his breathing. Struggling, he opened his eyes to behold a resplendent light. It seems my vision has worsened. Wait a moment. This looks like Hakomai suddenly realized that he glanced nearby and, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, swiftly moved aside before focusing on Kushina, who was sleeping restlessly, sprawled in a most ungraceful manner. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth, and occasionally her murmurs could be heard. Observing Kushina in such a state, a tender smile crept across Akamai's face. It appeared they had conversed late into the night. Yet the pretense of their faux marriage seemed to have transformed into something far more genuine. Bai Mo donned a casual training outfit before making his way to the kitchen, where he endeavored to prepare breakfast for Uzumaki Kushina. A faint, charred aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Kushina's eyelashes to flutter slightly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, rising from her bed while rubbing her eyes, which were somewhat puffy from the tears of the previous night. She then ambled towards the kitchen, murmuring, "Bai Mo, what are you doing?" As soon as her words fell, her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Flames were engulfing the frying pan, and the vegetables within had been reduced to charred remnants. Bai Mo hurriedly extinguished the flames, frantically attempting to salvage the ingredients in the pan. Embarrassment painted his face as he turned to the side where Kushina stood, explaining, "I merely wanted to prepare you some breakfast, but who could have known?" Just as Bai Mo pondered how to elaborate, a smile crept onto Kushina's lips, sweeping away the sorrow of the previous night. "All right, Bai Mo, leave breakfast to me. I'll make you something to eat," with a cheerful demeanor. She took the cooking utensils from his hands. Who would have thought that Bai Mo, heralded as the hero of Konoha, was a warrior utterly inept at cooking? Yet, the sentiment behind his effort to prepare breakfast had not gone unnoticed by Kushina. Humming a cheerful tune, she deftly went about her task. After a brief period of tidying up, a delightful aroma began to emanate from the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Bai Mo opened the door to find Uchiha Obito peering in. "Hey brother, is something burning in your room? It smells burnt." Obito wrinkled his nose, inhaling deeply. "Wait, no, it smells good now." With that, he produced a pair of chopsticks and a spoon from behind his back. Revealing that he had come prepared, Bai Mo chuckled lightly, saying, "Great, I'll treat you to breakfast today." And he re-entered the kitchen, serving the charred remnants of his earlier attempt onto a plate, determined not to waste food. He placed the dish in front of Obito with a beaming smile, saying, "All right, dig in. If you can't finish it, there's no way you're leaving." Obito's smile faltered as he picked up his chopsticks and poked at the hard, blackened contents of the plate, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Brother, are you sure what's on this plate is actually edible?" "Of course. This is a breakfast I made early this morning." "Didn't you come over for a meal? Why not eat?" Obito pushed the plate back toward Bai Mo, scratching his head awkwardly, his gaze wavering. "Brother, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit full." "Enough, Bai Mo. Don't scare Obito. Look at how pale he is." Kushina interjected, coming to his rescue. Obito's eyes brightened instantly. "Sister-in-law, you're the best. Please keep an eye on my brother. He's just too mischievous." Before Obito could finish his sentence, Bai Mo swiftly shoved a piece of the blackened food into Obito's mouth, covering his lips with a mischievous grin as he declared, "Let us see you be naughty now, if you don't swallow it. You can't leave through that door." "Ugh, brother, I'll get you for this." Watching the two brothers playfully banter in the early morning light, Kushina felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a delicious breakfast. "All right, it's about time. Once we finish eating, we can head out to watch today's final competition." Meanwhile, in the roots of Konoha, Shimura Danzo surveyed the formidable Orochimaru before him and inquired, "Orochimaru, how do you feel? Are you confident you can defeat Namake's Minato?" "I don't know," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, eyes closed, as if indifferent to Danzo's question. This response tightened Danzo's fists, and he remarked, "Regardless, you must give it your all and teach that brat Minato a lesson." "If I could unleash my full strength, he wouldn't be so smug." As Danzo spoke, his bandaged arm lunged toward the damp wall beside him. Would release. Rude explosion. In an instant, the wall was enveloped by sharp wooden spikes, a testament to the formidable power derived from the cells of Senju Hashirama, which Danzo had acquired through transplantation. However, Orochimaru merely scoffed at the display. "Enough, Danzo. No need to flaunt your abilities. Minato's strength is formidable. Even if you unleash your full power, you might not be able to defeat him. The Flying Thunder God technique is not merely about speed. It is a space-time ninjutsu, a true S-rank forbidden technique." As Orochimaru stepped outside, he murmured, "Perhaps life under the sun is a unique experience." With that, he vanished in a blur, Hastening towards the competition venue this moment, the vast audience was packed to capacity. Far more enthusiastic than the previous day, they stood in their places, hands cupped around their mouths, shouting fervently for the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, both of whom held significant sway in Konoha. Amidst the swelling waves of excitement, Bai Mo, accompanied by Kushina and Obito, quietly took their place in the front row, where Tsunade and Shizen awaited them. It seems you all experienced quite a bit yesterday. Tsunade observed, keenly noting the slight puffiness around Kushina's eyes, which betrayed her emotional turmoil. This stirred an inexplicable frustration within her, one she could not quite comprehend. Nothing happened, we just had a chat, Bai Mo interjected as he took a seat beside Kushina, who nestled close to Tsunade, while Obito sat to his right, alongside Uchiha Fugaku. As they settled into their seats, Minato and Orochimaru, guided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered the arena. The moment they stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted once more. Sarutobi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the raucous audience, an undercurrent of greed flashing in his eyes. If only he could reclaim his youth, he could remain in the Hokage seat indefinitely, perpetually basking in his prime. If it weren't for the diminishing strength that came with age, he would not be daunted by Bai Mo in the slightest. Such thoughts flitted through his mind as he raised his hand, signaling the audience to quiet down. The previously exuberant crowd fell silent in an instant, illustrating Sarutobi's considerable authority among the common folk. Today is the final battle, he proclaimed. A.S. is widely known. Once this competition concludes, the next Hokage will be decided. The fourth Hokage shall, under our witness, ascend to become the future leader of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance towards Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze, and then inquired, "Are you prepared?" "Ready," came the enthusiastic reply from Minato. In contrast, Orochimaru appeared increasingly enigmatic, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. His serpentine gaze fixated on Minato, akin to a long-dormant predator awaiting the commencement of the contest. The subtle smile graced the lips of Hakamoku. Though his vision was somewhat obscured, it did not hinder his ability to discern the figure adorned with striking blonde hair. With that conspicuous mane, Hakamoku could easily identify the individual in the distance. I wonder what kind of surprise Minato will bring me today. Just as this thought crossed Hakamoku's mind, the match officially commenced. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. Serpent 1,000, with a resounding boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the arena. Scarlet eyes emerged from the mist. The once spacious arena now appeared somewhat congested. Orochimaru starting with his strongest move right from the outset. If memory serves me correctly, the Serpent of 1,000 is Orochimaru's most formidable summoning beast, isn't it? It seems the position of fourth Hokage is well within Orochimaru's grasp. Yet, one should not underestimate Minato. Who knows what hidden trump cards he may possess? The audience murmured among themselves, sharing their opinions with friends and family. This moment, Minato raised his gaze towards the front row of spectators. As if locking eyes with Hakamoku, his fists clenched tightly, having made a resolute decision within. Regardless of the cost, he must give his all. Only then can he challenge Uchiha Hakamoku. A sharp glint flashed in Minato's eyes as his aura underwent a profound transformation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing from the side, couldn't help but squint in surprise at Minato. How could such a significant change in Minato's presence occur in such a brief span? Shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, Minato produced a shadow clone. The two clones exchanged a glance before dashing off to the left and right. Orochimaru, perched atop the head of the Serpent of 1,000, looked down upon the unfolding scene. "Serpent, if you exert yourself in this battle, I shall reward you generously." Wind release. Great cutting gale. Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning blades of wind that surged forth towards Minato. Flying Thunder God technique. One of Minato's clones hurled a kunai into the sky. The instant the yellow flash appeared, Minato's figure soared into the air. Shuriken Shadow clone technique. Explosions of white smoke erupted in the sky as a multitude of shuriken transformed, raining down upon Orochimaru like a deluge. Such a spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. "This human underestimates me," Orochimaru coolly remarked. With a wide-open maw, he lunged skyward like a coiled spring, swallowing the downpour of shuriken into his gullet. Subsequently, the serpent of 1,000 plummeted to the ground, its tail striking the air like a massive, sharp whip, creating a series of sonic booms. Boom! Minato, caught off guard in mid-air, was struck by the tail, dispersing into a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, he instantly reappeared behind Orochimaru. Rasengan. A pale blue Rasengan coalesced in Minato's palm, just as before, and he thrust it into Orochimaru's back. Yet, unexpectedly, Orochimaru utilized this momentum to propel himself forward, twisting in midair to open his mouth wide. The serpent's maw technique. A torrent of gray-brown serpents erupted from his mouth, charging towards Minato. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. This ninjutsu was indeed formidable. Minato unleashed 3 fire dragons that intertwined, consuming Orochimaru's serpentine onslaught. However, the technique took a significant toll on Minato, leaving him slightly breathless. Yet, Orochimaru offered no respite. Serpent of 1,000. Prepare. I understand. Orochimaru activated the serpent manipulation technique. In a dramatic transformation. He shed his skin to become a colossal serpent composed of countless smaller snakes. Merging with the serpent of 1,000. Together, they surged towards Minato. Their massive forms filling the arena and ruthlessly constricting Minato's space for movement, severely hampering his flying thunder god technique. It appeared that this time, the position of Fourth Hokage would indeed belong to Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo felt a surge of glee within. He and Orochimaru were allies. If Orochimaru were to become the Fourth Hokage, it would undoubtedly serve his interests splendidly. The battle was far from over. Why rush to conclusions? Wouldn't you agree, Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted slightly, showing no signs of tension. This demeanor placed considerable pressure on Danzo. Regardless of how one viewed it, Minato seemed unlikely to match Orochimaru. After all, a powerful summoning beast could alter the course of the battle. Just as Hanzo the Salamander had once done, so too could Orochimaru, both possessing immense enhancements to their combat prowess. Rasengan. Minato once again gathered the Rasengan, colliding it with both Orochimaru and the Serpent of 1,000. However, despite the Rasengan's formidable penetrating power, facing dual assaults left Minato feeling increasingly beleaguered. The backlash reverberating through his arm deepened his distress. No longer could he conceal his weaknesses. With a fierce roar, Minato leaped atop the Serpent of 1,000's head, using the momentum to propel himself into the sky. Yet, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ninja art, Serpent's binding. Orochimaru employed his technique, transforming back into his normal form and dragging Minato into the belly of the Serpent of 1,000 ninja art. Reversal technique. This technique was capable of digesting its prey. Given a brief moment, it would suffice for Orochimaru to crush Minato to this juncture. The audience gasped collectively, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the unfolding scene. How could this be? Minato had been swallowed whole. What now? Why had this transpired? Has the victor been determined? How infuriating. I can no longer see their figures. It can only be said that Orochimaru's abilities are exceedingly bizarre, utterly inescapable, inside the belly of the Serpent of 1,000. Minato felt his breath growing labored. The air was scant, laden with a foul stench. The ground beneath him bubbled grotesquely, eliciting a sense of profound nausea that caused him to furrow his brow. Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated. Minato, surrender. The confines of this arena are limited. Even if you master the Flying Thunder God, your movements are greatly restricted. It is clear that this match is ill-suited for you. Defeat is inevitable. Minato gazed at Orochimaru, instinctively scratching his head. Alas, he never imagined he would fall to such depths. Yet one must admit, Orochimaru, your prowess is truly formidable. I give you a thumbs up. Bluffing Shuemen raised a thumb towards Orochimaru. Subsequently, under Orochimaru's perplexed gaze, Bluffing Shuemen clasped his hands together with great fervor. What are you planning to do? Are you making a final struggle? Bluffing Shuemen revealed a radiant smile and added, originally, I intended to reserve this for Hakumo. But it appears that if I do not give it my all, I may not even secure victory. that a sense of foreboding settled in Orochimaru's heart. He regarded bluffing Shuemin with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, bluffing Shuemin stepped forward, his form dissipating instantly. Orochimaru's mind raced. Not good. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. In a corner of the arena, bluffing Shuemin had previously left behind a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. In an instant, bluffing Shuemin's figure materialized at that location. Orochimaru immediately reappeared, standing atop the heads of countless serpents. Orochimaru, I have an ominous premonition, if to validate the intuition of the myriad serpents. Bluffing Shuemin bellowed, Sage Mode. In an instant, intricate patterns adorned bluffing Shuemin's face, and his eyes transformed into rectangles. The pressure emanating from him surged exponentially. This was the Sage Chakra, born from the fusion of natural energy and his own chakra in a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. Also known as the power of the Sage, it dramatically enhanced the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It finally beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a smile, as the mentor he valued most. He was well aware of bluffing Shuemin's strength. Given Orochimaru's current state, he could not possibly rival bluffing Shuemin. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous afterimages flickered in the air. This was an advanced application of the Flying Thunder God. Even with Orochimaru's utmost focus on sensing bluffing Shuemin's presence, he could not keep up with his movements in the blink of an eye. Bluffing Shuemin charged directly before Orochimaru. Spiral Sphere? Boom! The Sage Chakra-infused Spiral Sphere struck Orochimaru with ferocity. The intense pain contorted Orochimaru's facial features. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He felt as though his abdomen were being churned, his body curling up like a shrimp, while threatening to erupt in a flash. Bluffing Shuemin vanished, a gust of cold wind trailing behind him. Causing Orochimaru's expression to darken, he hastily raised an arm towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and declared, I concede. Orochimaru's situation mirrored that of Shimura Danzo. Neither had fought with their full strength. Their true capabilities were tied to forbidden techniques, which, even if victorious, would prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from allowing them to ascend to the position of Fourth Hokage. Ultimately, a serpent is best concealed in the shadows. Orochimaru, even in defeat, do not think you can renege on what you promised me. The myriad serpents hissed at Orochimaru. Then, they transformed into a white mist, leaving Orochimaru standing helplessly, his gaze slowly shifting to bluffing Shuemin, a smile creeping onto his lips as he said, You have won. Bluffing Shuemin slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement, responding, Thank you for your graciousness. He then turned his attention to the audience. Chapter 70. A Divine Clash. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the referee of this match, had been observing from a distance. Upon seeing bluffing Shuemin direct his gaze towards the audience, he followed his line of sight to the front row. Shuemin, is there something wrong? The match has concluded. You may deactivate Sage Mode. Bluffing Shuemin turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, Lord Hokage, I actually have another idea that I wish to challenge Hakumo. It is well known that Hakumo is a hero of our Hidden Leaf Village, and I have long desired to face him in battle. To gauge the distance between us, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had intended for this match to elevate bluffing Shuemin's reputation, ideally allowing him to stand on equal footing with Hakumo. However, the current developments exceeded his expectations. Why does this brat never consult me before making decisions? Yet a sense of greed stirred within Sarutobi Hiruzen. If bluffing Shuemin could indeed defeat Hakumo, it would enhance his standing even further. After all, Hakumo's eyesight had severely deteriorated. Without the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan, Hakumo's strength was not as formidable as it seemed. Do you have confidence? Bluffing Shuemin nodded vigorously. I have awaited this day for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned himself in front of bluffing Shuemin, clearly sensing the intense fighting spirit in his eyes. It was evident he was eager for battle. Bluffing Shuemin turned to Hakumo, addressing him amidst the crowd's watchful gaze. Come, Hakumo, let us clash. You promised me. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina grasped Hakumo's arm, concern etched on her face. Must you go? Hakumo smiled gently, patting Kushina's delicate hand. Yes, after all, this is a promise. Now is the time to fulfill it. I'm also quite curious to see whose Flying Thunder God is superior. Kushina gazed at Hakumo with worry, But your eyes, haha. Who says a match must utilize the Sharingan? Hakumo stood up, moving to the railing of the audience section. Addressing bluffing Shueimin below. Shueimin, you fought Orochimaru for quite some time. I imagine you are quite fatigued. How about this? I will not use my Sharingan in our battle. Is that acceptable? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled upward, inwardly reflecting. As expected, it isn't that Hakumo does not wish to use his Sharingan, but rather that it has been overexerted. In this competition, he cannot utilize it. Perhaps it truly could happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded bluffing Shueimin earnestly, allowing him to make the decision for this match, as it was clear that without the Sharingan, Hakumo's combat prowess would undoubtedly be diminished. Upon hearing Hakumo's words, bluffing Shueimin did not harbor any intention of underestimating him. He had heard the rumors regarding Hakumo's overexertion of the Sharingan. Nevertheless, he believed Hakumo was still far superior to himself. Challenging strong opponents was the shortcut to becoming stronger. Of course, how you wish to battle is entirely up to you. But I shall fight with all my might, Shueimin. Do your best. In the distance, a young girl shouted fervently, her expression filled with excitement. Tsunade glanced over, intrigued by the energy she sensed. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. Not that of Kushina's 9 tails, but of another tailed beast. 3 tails. It seemed to belong to bluffing Shumen's girlfriend. Kushina explained to Tsunade, clarifying her curiosity with her own sensing abilities. Tsunade chuckled softly. Bluffing Shueimin is quite fortunate to have found a Jinchuriki as a partner. Bluffing Shueimin beamed, casting a sunny smile at the girl before shifting his gaze back to Hakumo. Suddenly, Hakumo's form flickered, appearing right before bluffing so fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body froze in place. Even he struggled to comprehend the moment. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Hakumo can use it too, and his mastery appears to be quite formidable. This was the first time Hakumo had openly used the Flying Thunder God technique in front of such a large audience. Aside from bluffing Shueimin, the expressions of the others were filled with shock. What was that just now? Such incredible speed. Is that also the Flying Thunder God technique? My goodness, Hakumo can use the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Then does that mean bluffing Shueimin only has the advantage of Sage Mode left? It remains uncertain which technique is superior, Bai Mo's or bluffing Shumen's Flying Thunder God. The audience fervently debated the merits of both individuals. Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hizashi before shifting his focus to bluffing Shueimin, which left Sarutobi Hizashi feeling quite displeased, though he could not express his discomfort at the moment. He could only endure the unease and approach the two, inquiring, "Are you both certain about this duel?" Without hesitation, bluffing Shueimin affirmed, "Absolutely." Upon receiving this response, Bai Mo nodded and stated, "Indeed, this is a pact between him and me. It must be fulfilled." In the stands, Otsutsuki sat in the last row, her heart filled with concern as she glanced at Bai Mo. She pondered the state of his eyes, recalling their first encounter when his gaze was almost hypnotic. However, their recent meeting left her feeling that his eyes lacked their former sharpness. Had his strength truly been depleted? Moreover, Otsutsuki retrieved a document from her pocket, emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. To her surprise, the shop she had rented in the commercial district belonged to the Uchiha clan, meaning she was now effectively working under their auspices. Fate, it seemed, was indeed capricious, just as Otsutsuki marveled at the whims of destiny. Sarutobi Hizashi retreated slightly and announced, "In that case, the match between Uchiha Bai Mo and bluffing Shueimin officially begins." As his words echoed, a tempest of crimson and golden winds surged toward the heavens, unleashing a violent gale that stirred the remnants of clouds in the sky. The battlefield was set with one red and one yellow figure poised to clash. Dato gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! Is this truly a battle of gods?" Chapter 71. The Death Gate. Open. The confrontation between Bai Mo and bluffing Shueimin unfolded across the sky. 8 times. One could see the Flying Thunder God Kanai carving a straight line through the air, while at others Bai Mo would teleport directly in front of bluffing Shueimin. Spiraling spheres and fan-shaped attacks collided with ferocity, sending gusts of wind crashing over the audience, causing many to squint their eyes, unable to behold the spectacle above. The Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, seeking to gain a nearly omniscient view of the aerial duel. Yet it seemed to them that bluffing Shuemin subtly overshadowed Bai Mo. In the air, Bai Mo suddenly withdrew to a distance, only to discover that bluffing Shimon's flying thunder god Kanai was right on his heels. Accompanied by a burst of yellow light, a brilliant azure, spiraling sphere appeared before Bai Mo. Spiral Sphere, 100 Heal Technique. The diamond emblem that Bai Mo had sealed on the back of his hand instantly unlocked, unleashing a torrent of chakra that coursed like crimson veins across his arm. Bai Mo extended his palm to intercept bluffing Shimon's attack, though the chaotic chakra wreaked havoc upon his hand, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. Indeed, the blurriness of his vision rendered the flying thunder god technique somewhat unwieldy. Bai Mo could not help but internally query system. Could you not offer me a hint on how to enhance my progress? The system remained silent. Bai Mo scoffed inwardly. Surely it can't be a case of being pushed to the brink of death to awaken. He decided to set aside these burdensome thoughts. Since the flying thunder god technique felt uncomfortable to wield, he resolved to conclude the duel relying solely on his physical prowess. With this in mind, Bai Mo clenched his hand with ferocity, shattering the spiraling sphere. The wounds on his palm were instantaneously mended by the 100 Heal technique, and his aura began to amplify geometrically in the audience. Might Guy and Might Dato widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They sensed an eerily familiar power emanating from Bai Mo. Might Dato exclaimed, "This sensation is akin to youth itself." Could it be? The 8 Gates formation, both father and son uttered in unison. Just as their words lingered in the air, Bai Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly murmured, "8th gate of the 8 Gates formation. Death gate. Open." A powerful chakra erupted from him, exuding a deep crimson hue. Coupled with the patterns bestowed by the 100 Heal technique and the enhanced chakra, Bai Mo's physical abilities reached unprecedented heights, surpassing even the might displayed during Might Guy's confrontation with Uchiha Madara. The overwhelming pressure rendered bluffing Shuemin momentarily stunned in midair. Without the support of the flying thunder god technique, his body plummeted toward the ground. Was this immense pressure indicative of Bai Mo's true strength? Not only was bluffing Shuemin astonished, but the entire assembly was left utterly speechless as they witnessed Bai Mo's first display of such power. Sarutobi Hizashi, in particular, stood agape, incredulous at the sight before him. As a master in ninjutsu, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the vast array of techniques in the world, and he was acutely aware of what the 8th gate signified, an inevitable death upon its opening. Was Bai Mo truly prepared to kill bluffing Shuemin over a mere duel? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this grim possibility. Why else would Bai Mo unlock the death gate? Observing bluffing Shuemin descending from the sky, Bai Mo chuckled, "Shuemin, do not dawdle, or you shall find yourself a loser." Bluffing Shuemin gritted his teeth, his face alight with fierce determination. He hurled the flying thunder god Kanai, transforming into a streak of light in the air. However, to his surprise, Bai Mo did not employ the flying thunder god technique. Instead, he relied on his own physical capabilities to instantaneously appear beside him, moving with terrifying speed as if gliding through the air. The gravity-defying maneuver left Sarutobi Hizashi's expression increasingly grave. While others might underestimate the strength of this forbidden technique, he understood its true power. Was Bai Mo's activation of the Death Gate an attempt to drag bluffing Shuemin to his demise, or was he declaring war on Konohagakure? Was this a release of the grievances the Uchiha clan had endured? A torrent of thoughts flooded Sarutobi Hizashi's mind. No, he must prevent Bai Mo from wreaking havoc further. If he continued unchecked, the very existence of Konohagakure could be at stake. As Bai Mo's figure abruptly appeared before bluffing Shuemin, Sarutobi Hizashi leaped into action without a moment's hesitation. He crouched slightly, gathering momentum, and propelled himself skyward like a bullet. "Bai Mo, I will not allow you to act with impunity in Konohagakure." Unbeknownst to Bai Mo, he merely extended his finger and flicked it forward gently. Bang! A shadow was sent flying into the distance, tracing an arc through the air. "I shall return," echoed a familiar voice in his ears. Bai Mo instinctively scratched his head, questioning whether he had encountered something earlier. That moment. The audience looked up at the sky. then back at the duel venue, realizing that Sarutobi Hizashi had completely vanished from view. In other words, had Bai Mo merely flicked his fingers to send Sarutobi Hizashi flying? Was this the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Bai Mo? Before the crowd could process the events, Bai Mo reappeared before bluffing Shuemen once more. A wry smile on his face as he acknowledged his overwhelming speed. I cannot compete. I simply cannot. Bluffing Shuemen lamented, recognizing that with his current strength, he wouldn't even manage to touch the fabric of Bai Mo's attire, let alone inflict any harm. Consequently, he relinquished his sage mode and reverted to his ordinary form, plummeting from the sky in Omor fighting. Having witnessed the disparity, Minato Namikaze sighed with a bitter smile, remarking, "This gap is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable through mere effort. Yet, this only heightened my curiosity. With such formidable strength, why do you not participate in the contest for the position of the Fourth Hokage?" By Mo, under the astonished gazes of Might Guy and Might Dai, retracted the 8 gates formation as if nothing had transpired. Now standing before Minato, "It's simply too troublesome. I'd rather dedicate that time to training." Chapter 72. Youth Without Regrets. Minato fell silent. Thus, in Bai Mo's heart, was training even more significant than the position of the Fourth Hokage. It is no wonder Bai Mo possesses such strength. Sensing Minato's discouragement, Bai Mo patted his shoulder and chuckled softly. "Come on, Minato. Have a bit more faith in yourself. If we're speaking of governing the village, you are far superior to me that I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will shine even brighter. Only through the flourishing of the village can it draw nourishment from a sun, rather than from decaying roots." Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Mo below with seething resentment. Was Bai Mo insinuating that he himself was the decaying root? It was his very existence that rendered Konoha more beautiful. He was the one who ought to become the Fourth Hokage. However, contemplating Bai Mo's terrifying prowess, Danzo suddenly felt that perhaps this was already quite satisfactory. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Almost all spectators clapped vigorously, their cheers resonating endlessly. They were exhilarated by the emergence of 2 powerful figures, Bai Mo and Minato Namikaze, from Konoha. With these 2 strong individuals, one must wonder, who could rival Konoha in the ninja world? It seemed that it would not be long before Konoha truly stood at the pinnacle, much like the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi also arrived at the contest arena from a distance. He gazed at Bai Mo with astonishment and inquired, "Are you all right?" Bai Mo looked at Hiruzen with a cheerful smile, teasingly responding, "Does the Hokage believe I might perish?" The 8 gates formation is an immensely powerful forbidden technique, possessing terrifying side effects. Once the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, it signifies the end of one's lifespan. Yet Bai Mo appeared completely unscathed, even engaging in light-hearted banter with Minato. This situation was unheard of by Hiruzen. Could it be? He shuddered in disbelief, staring at Bai Mo with incredulity. Had you somehow improved the 8 gates formation, eliminating all its side effects? Bai Mo shrugged and chuckled. Who knows? Hiruzen's eyes flashed with resentment at Bai Mo's dismissive attitude. However, considering Bai Mo's displayed strength, he sighed. There was simply no way to contend with him. No matter how much he strategized, it would all be futile against the god of slaughter that is Bai Mo. In the face of such power, his schemes were mere futile embellishments, causing not even a ripple when cast into the water. Thus, he resolved to retreat and enjoy a peaceful life of retirement. Hiruzen cast a deep glance at Bai Mo before addressing Minato. Minato, regardless of the circumstances, you are the ultimate victor. In a week, we shall prepare a ceremony to celebrate your crowning, and the entire village will rejoice. You deserve this. I have faith in you. Seeing Minato hesitate, Bai Mo encouraged him, which gradually eased Minato's heart. He felt a sense of trust from Bai Mo with such formidable strength. Bai Mo still upheld Minato's claim to the Fourth Hokage, undoubtedly reflecting immense faith in him. Once he truly ascended to that position, he resolutely vowed not to oppress the Uchiha clan. After all, to Minato, everyone in the village is family, and they should coexist in harmony. As Hiruzen prepared to discuss matters with Minato, Bai Mo quietly departed. However, he did not anticipate that as he approached the spectator's passage, he would encounter Might Guy and Might Dai, eagerly awaiting him. "Dad, Lord Bai Mo has arrived," Might Dai exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Bai Mo's side. With an air of familiarity, he grasped Bai Mo's hand, eagerly asking, "Lord Bai Mo, may I inquire if the technique you employed in the contest was the Eight Gates formation?" Bai Mo was taken aback by their enthusiasm, but considering their passionate disposition, he found their excitement quite understandable. "Yes, that is correct. Is there a problem? How did you manage to open the Eighth Gate, the Death Gate, and remain unscathed?" Might Dai inquired, his expression filled with eagerness. "You may not be aware, but I have been immersed in the refinement of physical techniques, and I have delved into the Eight Gates formation to the Seventh Gate. However, the side effects of the Seventh Gate are quite distressing. Based on my deductions, opening the Eighth Gate would result in irreversible injuries. Thus, I am increasingly curious about how you achieve this. Could you enlighten us?" Bai Mo held a deep respect for Might Dai and Might Guy. They were individuals capable of discarding the opinions of others and truly being themselves. This mindset far surpasses that of the average person. Looking at the two before him, Bai Mo replied, "In truth, it was merely a fortunate accident that led me to comprehend it. However, I can assure you, as long as you remain steadfast in your youthful pursuits and diligently hone your bodies. While I cannot promise invulnerability, you'll certainly avoid significant side effects." Bai Mo's simple words instantly ignited excitement in Might Dai. "Really? So long as we put in the effort, we can achieve it." "Of course, in my eyes. You both are diligent geniuses, possessing a tenacity that others can never hope to attain." Receiving Bai Mo's praise, even Might Dai felt a surge of exhilaration. They had already begun to regard Bai Mo as their idol. To be acknowledged by the hero of Konoha filled them with a fiery passion deep within. "Guy, I'm in. It's time for us to train hard. After all, we must live without regrets in our youth. All right, let us run 100 laps around the village in a handstand. Let us go." The exuberance of the father and son duo brought an uncontrollable smile to Bai Mo's lips. Konoha could only be deemed worthy of its name due to the presence of such sun-chasing individuals. "Is something the matter?" Kushina Uzumaki approached Bai Mo, who had yet to return. "Nothing much. I merely encountered two rather intriguing individuals." "What are your plans now?" "I shall return home to rest, then proceed to train." "May I join you?" Kushina blinked her large, sparkling eyes, gazing at Bai Mo with warmth and affection, making it impossible for him to refuse doubt of course. "After we finish our meal, let us train together." Chapter 73. Two Uchiha Prodigies. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. During this period, Bai Mo has been training alongside Uzumaki Kushina, imparting combat techniques to her in their leisure moments. They would visit Tsunade to indulge in her hospitality, seeking her guidance on advanced medical ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Bai Mo was also delving into the intricate training of self-discipline tasks, pondering how to effectively increase his progress bar. He was confident that once he discovered the right method to initiate its growth, he could fill it in a remarkably short span. Unfortunately, after a week of diligent research, he had made little headway, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps, when the opportune moment arrives, the progress bar will rise. With a yawn, Bai Mo opened his eyes, glancing at the slumbering Uzumaki Kushina beside him. Their bond had grown increasingly fervent. What began as a clear boundary had swiftly dissolved into intimacy in a remarkably short time. This unconventional approach of marrying first and loving later stirred an indescribable feeling within Bai Mo, one that he cherished deeply. He reached out to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind Kushina's ear, when suddenly an urgent knock echoed through the room, causing Bai Mo to furrow his brows. Without a doubt, it was that rascal Obito. With a click, he opened the door to find Obito grinning widely, his large front teeth gleaming in the morning sunlight. "I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me why you're here," Bai Mo declared. "All right, 3 seconds are up. What's up?" As he prepared to close the door, Obito swiftly blocked it with his arm, his eyes narrowing. However, Bai Mo's strength was not to be underestimated. The scream from Obito pierced the sky, resonating throughout the Uchiha clan. In another room, Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, who was heavily pregnant, looked out the window with curiosity, smiling as she remarked, "That sounds like Obito. I wonder if he fulfilled the task we entrusted him with." Fugaka chuckled heartily. "It should be fine. Those brothers do this almost every day. Haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Leaning down, he pressed his ear against Mikoto's belly, grinning. "I wonder if our child can hear us right now." "How could it? It hasn't been long at all." "Have you thought a name?" Mikoto pondered. "Not yet. Do you have any good ideas? How about Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke. I just hope he arrives safely and swiftly." Mikoto lovingly caressed her belly, her face radiating maternal affection as she spoke softly to her unborn child. "Sasuke, can you hear me? This will be your name. I hope you grow up healthy and happy." Uchiha Fugaku reassured her, "Don't worry, Mikoto. With Bai Mo around, no one would dare to bully our clan. Itachi will take care of him too." "Yes, but we must ask Bai Mo to attend the Fourth Hokage's inauguration ceremony." Outside the room, Bai Mo stroked his chin, saying, "So you're saying the clan leader wants me to accompany his wife and represent him at the ceremony?" Obito nodded vigorously. "Exactly. That's why I'm here to inform you." Bai Mo sighed in resignation. He had intended to continue training. Yet, since Fugaka had requested it, he relented. "Fine, I'll attend this ceremony. You can head back now, Obito." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at himself. "So you're not taking me with you? Focus on your training first. You have ample time to become stronger. But this is the Hokage's inauguration ceremony. I've never attended one before." Obito protested. "Is it really that significant?" "Of course. It's our teacher. I must see it for myself." Bai Mo yawned again. "Forget it, Obito. When you become Hokage one day, you can attend however you like." "Brother, calling brother won't help." With that, Bai Mo shut the door decisively and returned to the bedroom. Uzumaki Kushina had already risen from the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes and adorably asking, "Bai Mo, what's the matter?" "Nothing much. Just going to represent the clan leader at Minato's ceremony," he replied. "You stay here and rest. I can handle this alone." After a moment's contemplation, Kushina nodded and lay back down, saying, "All right, I'll prepare dinner for you when you return." After training alongside Bai Mo, Kushina felt utterly exhausted, yet she knew that hard work would yield rewards. She believed herself to be at least 10 times stronger than before. As Bai Mo watched her gradually drift off to sleep, he changed into a simple black outfit and set off towards the Hokage building. Seeing this, Obito tiptoed behind him, determined to follow. The more Bai Mo tried to deter him, the more Obito felt compelled to tag along, that he was convinced that once they arrived, Bai Mo wouldn't be able to send him away. High above, a hawk circled in the sky. Bai Mo cast a casual glance over his shoulder, but chose not to intervene. Continuing on his path, along the way, he encountered more people headed to the Hokage building, including several familiar faces. "Hyuga clan leader, long time no see," Bai Mo greeted. "Indeed. Since the last competition, I haven't seen you around." "How have you been?" "Not bad, though it would have been better if I hadn't been called to attend this ceremony." Hyuga Hisashi replied, sharing a hearty laugh with Bai Mo. "I heard your Uchiha clan has produced 2 more geniuses preparing to enter the Ninja Academy?" Hisashi inquired. "Yes, that's so. I'm not too sure about that." Bai Mo scratched his head, having been preoccupied with training and not paying much attention to such matters. "But speaking of Uchiha geniuses, there might indeed be some." "You mean Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, right?" "Yes. Recently, the Ninja Academy has been enrolling students, and I heard 2 members from the Uchiha clan aced the entrance exam. They've gained quite a bit of fame in the village." Bai Mo, in jest, exclaimed, "Indeed, those 2 are far superior to my little brother, who barely scraped by." "You rotten brother. Why do you keep talking bad about me?" Chapter 74. The inauguration ceremony. As Obito stealthily followed Bai Mo, he was infuriated by his brother's remarks, feeling an urge to confront him. Despite his lower strength, he had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Surely he was stronger than Itachi and Shursui. Obito seethed with frustration. Hyuga Hisashi laughed, well acquainted with the brotherly banter between Bai Mo and Obito. It reminded him of the childhood he shared with his own brother, Hinata Hayashi. "Bai Mo, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems Uchiha Fugaku truly intends to cultivate you as the next clan leader." At this moment, Tsunade and Shizen approached from the side, as the last remaining members of the Senju clan. Tsunade was also invited to partake in this ceremony. Despite her aversion towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, she felt compelled to show some respect for Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's apprentice. Thus, she graced the event with her presence. The rapport between Hakamoku and Tsunade had improved significantly during this time, as they often visited Tsunade to learn advanced medical ninjutsu alongside Kushina. The group moved forward together, while Obito prepared to follow suit. Suddenly, a serpentine creature, its scales a rich earth brown, slithered before him. Flicking its tongue, it was not merely one snake, but a multitude, moving in pairs and threes, imparting an uncanny sense of intelligence. Instantly captivated, Obito found himself trailing behind the serpents. Venturing deeper into an increasingly secluded area. Within the exclusive underground laboratory of Orochimaru, he manipulated the serpents, guiding Obito towards his domain. Today marked the day of his departure from Konoha, as remaining any longer offered him no advantage. In fact, it would hinder his research into forbidden techniques and the reanimation jutsu. Thus, he intended to grant himself one final gift before his departure: Obito's eyes, although he could not obtain Hakamoku's eyes. Acquiring Obito's Sharingan would suffice. With this thought, a greedy smile spread across Orochimaru's face at the Hokage building. Individuals from various clans had gathered, including emissaries from the Hidden Cloud, Mist, and Rock villages, all present to celebrate the occasion. However, upon seeing Hakamoku's arrival, they instinctively recoiled. Since the war, Hakamoku's reputation had solidified beyond measure. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage building, surveying the crowd before him. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart. As he contemplated the impending transfer of power to Minato Namikaze, a pang of reluctance tugged at him. Alas, with Hakamoku present, he found some solace. After all, rather than engage in a battle of wits with Hakamoku, perhaps it would be wiser to retire quietly, as long as a member of the Uchiha clan did not ascend to the position of Hokage. Hiruzen had no objections. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough, and the previously raucous atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to Hiruzen, awaiting his words. Esteemed guests, today marks the transition of the Hokage. I express my deepest gratitude for your presence amidst your busy schedules. As Hiruzen continued his lengthy address, Tsunade glanced at Hakamoku beside her. Perhaps it was her intuition, but her instincts as a woman signaled that something was amiss with Hakamoku. Lowering her voice, she poked him gently on the arm and whispered in his ear, "Hakamoku, tell me, is this your shadow clone?" Instantly, Hakamoku's eyes flickered open, a broad smile lighting his face as he gazed at Tsunade. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Realizing his gesture, Tsunade understood her suspicions were correct. The real Hakamoku had undoubtedly found a cozy spot to relax elsewhere. She mused to herself how he could possibly attend such a ceremony. Where is your real body? Since your true self is absent, my participation seems rather pointless. Hakamoku subtly indicated a direction with his eyes before feigning sleep once more, pretending to listen intently. Tsunade, maintaining her composure, walked away quietly. Hiruzen observed this exchange from his elevated position, his eyelids twitching. Yet upon recalling that this individual was Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, he managed to suppress his irritation. As for the duties of Hokage, let those who desire the role undertake it. He was done with such responsibilities. None of the younger generation seemed willing to follow orders. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he beckoned Minato Namikaze to his side. This was Minato's first experience of such grandeur, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. However, seeing the one he cherished gazing up at him with admiration filled him with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he was about to become the fourth Hokage, a position of immense prestige within the ninja world. At this moment, he felt capable of promising a shared future with her. Minato had serendipitously encountered his girlfriend, Kurinai, during a mission where they defeated and sealed the rampaging Three Tails within her, temporarily averting a life-threatening crisis. Their relationship blossomed through their shared experiences. After exchanging a glance with Kurinai, he proceeded with the ceremony, discussing future plans and how he would lead Konoha, while Hakamoku remained indifferent to the proceedings. At this moment, he was perched atop a rooftop, observing Tsunade's approach. So, when did you cast the shadow clone technique? I activated it as soon as I stepped out of my home. initially intending to startle Obito, but stumbled upon something far more intriguing. Tsunade, ever bold, imitated Hakamoku's posture and seated herself in front of him. Oh, what intriguing matter do you speak of? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snakes emitted faint sounds as they slipped through a narrow window gap under Obito's watchful gaze. The door to that window was ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness, much like Pandora's box, endlessly beckoning the curious Obito. Unable to resist, he reached out, considering investigating further. However, he hesitated, recalling that should his elder brother discover this, he would surely face a harsh reprimand. Chapter 75. Help! My throat! As Obito contemplated this, he found himself yearning to retreat. Yet, just as he took a step back, he froze in place, casting a reluctant glance towards the darkened room. Having never been here before, he had no recollection of its contents. His curiosity piqued. He wondered why so many snakes were heading toward this room. What could possibly be enticing them? Surely, this was Konoha. There should be no danger, he mused. With a soft murmur, he carefully pushed the door open, peering inside. The room was small, utterly barren, devoid of any furnishings save for a dusty rug that lay on the floor. Riddled with tattered holes in the distance, he could faintly discern sounds emanating from beneath the floor. This revelation caused Obito's eyes to widen in surprise. Was there perhaps another space hidden below, as the notion surfaced within his mind? The adventurous heart of Obito could no longer be restrained. He cautiously leaned forward, quietly closing the door behind him. Crouching down, he forcefully lifted a corner of the carpet, revealing an underground entrance that caught his eye. His eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a child who had just discovered a treasure map. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he began to fidget restlessly, disregarding any sense of danger, and plunged straight into the abyss. As he ventured deeper, a damp and eerie atmosphere enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to consider retreating. Just then, a chilling gust of wind suddenly emerged, and Orochimaru's figure materialized before him like a specter. Startled, Obito stumbled and fell onto the stairs, tumbling down with a thud. It was only at that moment that he beheld the entirety of the basement, a series of transparent jars brimming with an unidentifiable green liquid, within which floated figures, their bodies adorned with dark, ominous runes, exuding an aura of foreboding that made Obito feel as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Oh, you believe me when I say I merely passed by? Orochimaru taunted, licking his lips with a sly grin. Do you think I would take you at your word? After a pause, he continued, however, if you wish to leave, it is not impossible. Really? Orochimaru, you are a good person. I thank you, Obito replied, feeling inexplicably as though he were mocking his captor. Yet Orochimaru dismissed it, for he knew that on this very day next year, it would mark Obito's demise. You may leave. But since your eyes have seen things they should not, if you wish to depart, you must leave your eyes behind. Orochimaru spoke candidly, his face reflecting an insatiable greed. Now that he had Obito in his grasp, he had no intention of letting him go. The intensity of Orochimaru's gaze caused Obito's expression to shift dramatically. Realizing the truth behind the basement's unsettling nature, Obito understood that Orochimaru was far more than he had imagined, a keeper of dark secrets. Monumental secrets. Taking a deep breath, Obito forced himself to regain his composure and addressed Orochimaru. Aren't you concerned that my brother might notice? Orochimaru, seemingly already assured of his victory, scrutinized Obito with interest, responding with a chuckle. Your dear brother is currently engaged in the succession ceremony of Minato Namikaze and is entirely oblivious to your absence. After a moment, he added ominously, by the time he does realize, it will be too late. He will never see his mischievous little brother again. Orochimaru's tone was chilling as he leaned closer, whispering in a raspy voice that made Obito's body tense involuntarily. Are you perhaps considering becoming a rogue ninja? A rogue ninja? Ha ha! To me, being a rogue ninja is of no consequence. My goal is immortality, to master all the jutsu of the ninja world, to wield every bloodline limit, and to become a true deity. You're insane. You've completely lost your mind. Obito summoned all his strength and forcefully pushed Orochimaru away, turning to flee. However, Orochimaru, without holding back, did not grant Obito a moment's reprieve, his neck elongated like that of a serpent. swiftly wrapping around Obito, locking eyes with him, unable to suppress the urge to pry out Obito's beautiful Sharingan. Genjutsu. Sharingan. This was the very illusion used to awaken the Sharingan, directly invading Orochimaru's consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Obito drew a kunai and stabbed it into Orochimaru's neck, causing the latter's body to go limp and releasing Obito from his bindings, allowing him to escape triumphantly. Huh. Is this Orochimaru? His strength is nothing remarkable at all. He is no match for my Sharingan. I have always claimed that aside from my brother, I am the most talented of the Uchiha clan with enough effort. Even my brother would not stand a chance against me. But in an instant, Obito's expression turned ashen. His hurried footsteps abruptly halted. Uchiha Obito, we meet again, the sinister, raspy voice echoed once more as Orochimaru descended the stairs. Leaving Obito momentarily stunned, he instinctively turned to look behind him, only to see the body that had previously collapsed now transform into smoke. Shadow clone? All this time, it was merely a shadow clone before me. But what of it? Since your resistance to Genjutsu is so feeble, I shall cast it once more. Just as Obito thought this, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands, pinning Obito to the ground. His Sharingan obscured, making it impossible to meet Orochimaru's gaze, let alone release any illusions. Feeling as though he were ensnared by serpents, a profound sense of suffocation descended upon Obito, driving him into despair. Curiosity had led him into peril, and had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have sneaked in, nor would he have clandestinely followed his brother. Instead, he should have accompanied him openly. At least then his brother would have known his whereabouts. As Obito began to sob, Orochimaru frowned and remarked, "Stop your weeping. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you." "Brother, please come save me." In the dimly lit basement, Obito's cries echoed in anguish. Orochimaru reveled in the scene before him, his serpent-like arms slithering towards Obito's neck, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. Drip, that a drop of water fell from the damp ceiling. And the sudden sound made Orochimaru's pupils constrict. He then heard a voice that belonged solely to Hakamai, resonating throughout the underground chamber. "I thought you would scream until your voice gave out." Upon hearing Hakamai's voice, Obito felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. He knew that as long as his brother was nearby, he would be safe. "Ha ha ha! Orochimaru, you are finished. My brother is here. And there is no way you can escape now. You won't just take my eyes. You won't even have the chance to become a rogue ninja." Observing Obito's audacious demeanor, Hakamai couldn't help but facepalm. He stepped over the now-still Orochimaru and delivered a swift kick to Obito's rear dada. "Orochimaru, how dare you strike me? Do you believe I will let my brother beat you? Can I hit you first?" Upon hearing his brother's voice, Obito immediately ceased his loud protests, instead whimpering, "If only you could go easy on me. Brother, get lost." With a swift kick, Hakamai sent Obito sprawling aside, a lesson for him to heed. If he continued to sneak out and trespass into others' homes, he would invite trouble upon himself. Had he behaved himself, none of this would have happened, and he could have spent his time diligently training instead. As Hakamai's gaze fell upon Orochimaru, the once smug expression on the latter's face faltered. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, faster than an electric motor. "Hakamai, what brings you here?" Hakamai, intrigued, looked at Orochimaru and replied with a grin. "You laid your hands on my foolish little brother. Do you truly think I would not come?" Speaking, Bai Mo surveyed the surrounding environment. The room was filled with an array of experimental apparatus. The complexity of the instruments was beyond imagination. If one were to claim that Orochimaru had taken something to the extreme, it would undoubtedly be the realm of genuine technology. To be able to research such matters in the world of Naruto is no small feat. One must admit that Orochimaru is indeed a formidable individual. He regarded Bai Mo with palpable caution and asked, "Can you tell me how you detected me? My snakes did not sense your presence." After all, snakes are still snakes. They cannot perceive the vastness of the sky. Bai Mo gazed at the formidable Orochimaru and remarked, "Orochimaru, are you seeking the Sharingan?" Orochimaru nodded, offering no denial. Everything that had transpired moments ago was already witnessed by Bai Mo, and he felt no desire to elaborate further. The truth lay clearly before him. What a pity! He had once possessed a promising future, Now hindered by dubious paths, Bai Mo sighed deeply and shook his head, which only deepened Orochimaru's confusion, as he could not fathom why Bai Mo displayed such an expression, as if genuinely lamenting his fate. In the face of Bai Mo's formidable presence, Orochimaru felt a sincere admiration. Unlike those born with innate talent, he had become powerful through relentless training and perseverance. The words spoken by Bai Mo resonated with him. Could you enlighten me as to what you perceive my so-called future to be? Bai Mo opened his arms and gestured. It is none other than this: to forge ahead on the path of technology, overcoming obstacles with unwavering resolve, that I believe that in the future you will undoubtedly reap even greater rewards. Technology? It was the first time Orochimaru had encountered such a term. Throughout, he believed his endeavors were merely experiments, not anything resembling technology. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he cast aside his fears and earnestly implored Bai Mo. Could you elaborate on what you mean by technology? Technology is the product of a union between science and skill. Bai Mo continued. When technology reaches its pinnacle, it can yield iron birds that traverse the skies swiftly, and colossal steel beasts that glide through the deep sea. It has the potential to benefit society, providing those with disabilities experiences akin to genuine limbs. It can allow us to soar through the cosmos, escaping this planet to explore the infinite expanse of a universe. Everything achievable through bloodline limits can also be accomplished via technology, and that is the essence of true technology: flesh and pain. Mechanical ascension, perhaps for you, it represents another avenue to immortality. Bai Mo was expanding Orochimaru's horizons, narrating a vision of a far broader world. Just a few succinct phrases illuminated the brilliance in Orochimaru's eyes. He seemed to glimpse the future. Yet he inquired, "What is it you wish for me to do by sharing this with me?" "Who knows," Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. "Perhaps I simply wish to witness a future that is distinctly different." He cast a glance at Obito, who had just risen from the floor, beckoning him closer. Obito approached with a grin. "Brother, are you planning to give Orochimaru a good lesson?" "Of course. After all, he has wronged you. As my dear little brother, though foolish, you are not someone who should be bullied by others." Upon hearing this, Obito could not help but roll his eyes at his brother. "Fine. I suppose I'll tolerate what you say. After all, I did make a genuine mistake this time. Had I been obedient and not secretly followed, I would not have fallen under Orochimaru's influence and entered this room." "Then, brother, how do you intend to handle this matter?" "Quite simply. Let Orochimaru work for us for a lifetime," Bai Mo replied, a capitalist smile spreading across his face as he envisioned ways to exploit Orochimaru's talents. The wicked grin on Bai Mo's face sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine. For some reason, he felt that Bai Mo was concocting something rather nefarious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Mo addressed him. "Orochimaru, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself." Orochimaru gazed at Bai Mo, awaiting his next words. "Construct a Gundam for me. If you can create a Gundam, I shall forgive you for your previous actions. However, if you fail to do so, you shall work for me for all eternity." Chapter 77. A display of authority. Orochimaru was bewildered. What on earth is a Gundam? He had never heard of such a thing. Observing the utterly perplexed expression on Orochimaru's face, Bai Mo felt a sense of malicious satisfaction. He patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said with a chuckle, "You should leave Konoha and join the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. They will provide you with resources. I believe that under your research, the technology of this ninja world will experience explosive growth." After a brief pause, Bai Mo added, "When your technological prowess reaches the level necessary to create a Gundam, I will naturally allow you to build one." Bai Mo then turned to Obito and said, "All right, Obito, let us return. We need to have a serious discussion regarding your situation." "All right," Obito replied, feeling utterly drained, following Bai Mo out of the damp, eerie underground laboratory. "Brother, why don't you properly discipline Orochimaru? Look how badly I was bullied. Aren't you angry?" "Angry? How could I not be? I am merely upset that you did not use your brain," Bai Mo retorted, exasperated. "You must understand that curiosity killed the cat. If you had not entered, Orochimaru would have had no opportunity, and he would have left in defeat." as the younger brother of the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, getting caught sneaking into someone else's room would tarnish my reputation. And even if you did enter and encounter danger, you misjudged your own abilities, placing yourself in peril. This is the most foolish of actions. I hope you can reflect on this matter thoroughly. Obito opened his mouth to retort, but realized he had indeed erred. With a downcast expression, he silently followed Bai Mo. Wow, wow, wow. The cawing of crows echoed in his ears and Obito's eyes lit up. Brother, if I consider this from the perspective of capturing a worker, haven't I done remarkably well? I've ventured into danger, luring Orochimaru to expose his greedy ambitions, thus providing you with the opportunity to exploit his value. Shouldn't I receive some credit for this? Bai Mo halted, blinking in astonishment as he gazed at Obito. Obito, you are quite the clever one. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Brother, do you truly believe I am praising you? Today, you shall train diligently. If you fail to complete your training, do not even think about sleeping. Obito, the mischievous rascal, would never truly comply. Seeing that Bai Mo was ignoring his antics, he quickly turned and dashed off into the distance, leaving Bai Mo feeling exasperated. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been stationed at the entrance, approached. Is everything resolved? Yes, it has been taken care of. Why didn't you let me in? I thought it best to give you both some dignity. Bai Mo replied. After all, you were once comrades. It would be awkward for both of you to, as the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, I must consider the neighborly relations within the village. What if you went in and Orochimaru felt humiliated in front of a former companion, causing him to disregard my persuasion? Tsunade shot Bai Mo an incredulous glance and said, I initially thought you were a gentle person. Who would have imagined you had such ulterior motives? Haha, just typical. I rank third in the ninja world, Bai Mo quipped. Orochimaru would naturally employ shadow clones to keep an eye on him. After all, it is undoubtedly prudent to exercise a bit more caution. After an entire morning, the succession ceremony for the fourth Hokage finally concluded. Minato Namikaze gazed at the substantial stack of assorted documents on his desk, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Only at this moment did he truly comprehend why Mitsai was reluctant to assume the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Merely managing the paperwork was already a headache. Meanwhile, on another front, the envoys from the Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Cloud Village, and Hidden Stone Village departed from the Hokage building, making their way to the Uchiha clan. They arrived at a corner of Konoha, standing before a vast yet somewhat dilapidated gate. An inexplicable sense of confusion welled up within them. Is this truly the territory of the Uchiha clan? What are you three doing lurking about in front of the Uchiha gate? Just as Obito, who had stealthily returned, noticed the trio whispering suspiciously, he felt an instinctive sense of unease. He directly confronted them, demanding answers. However, upon hearing that this was indeed the Uchiha gate, shock immediately registered on their faces. Clearly, Mitsai possessed the power to annihilate the three major allied forces. His strength was formidable. His clan should be extravagantly opulent. Yet upon this encounter, a sense of simplicity pervaded the scene. Perhaps this was the essence of returning to simplicity. It is no wonder Mitsai has cultivated to such heights. One could only surmise that his family was far from ordinary. With this thought, the three hastily introduced themselves. I am Samui, envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Mitsai. I am Toshiro, envoy from the Hidden Stone Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Mitsai. I am Chujuro, envoy from the Hidden Mist Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Mitsai. Listening to their words, Obito quickly realized that these were likely the envoys his brother had mentioned. Come to discuss reparations. Just thinking about it made his heart race. He straightened up, striding towards the trio like a proud little peacock. Are you here to see my brother? Samui raised an eyebrow. You are Lord Mitsai's brother? Uchiha Obito. I have heard of you. It was unexpected that he had already gained renown throughout the ninja world. Even the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village was aware of his existence. Ha! Listening to Obito's boisterous laughter, Samui inwardly scoffed. Of course I know. You are the complete antithesis of that prodigious talent Mitsai, a perennial underachiever. Yet as the one delivering reparations, Samui ultimately refrained from saying much. It was evident that Mitsai had done an exceptional job of protecting Obito. May I ask if you could lead us to Lord Mitsai? As soon as the words left her mouth, Obito began to cough. Ahem, my brother isn't tea back yet. Why don't you wait in my room for a moment? Samui, Toshiro, Chojuro. If he is not back, why were you so boastful just now? You made us think Mitsai deliberately sent you out to intimidate us. In the room, Obito sat awkwardly in his seat. As time passed, he transitioned from his earlier self-satisfaction to profound embarrassment. His toes clutched the ground tightly, as if he could dig a villa out of it. Who knew where Fugaku and Mikoto had gone? Even Kushina had stepped out. In such a large family, there wasn't a single person to take charge. Even Itachi and Shursui had finished training, and the sky was already painted with clouds. Yet his brothers still hadn't returned. Thus, he found himself merely exchanging glances with the three in front of him. A situation rife with awkwardness. Samui, hailing from the hidden cloud village, was somewhat impatient. She had been waiting all afternoon, feeling parched and her demeanor becoming increasingly restless. Can I call you Obito, the younger brother? Of course. Obito instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead, his head lowered as if seeking a crack in the ground to disappear into. Could you pour us a glass of water? She felt that if she didn't drink soon, she might perish from thirst. Her throat was so dry she could hardly speak. As Samui's words fell, Toshiro and Chojuro eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was also what they wished to express. However, as those here to discuss reparations, they genuinely didn't know how to broach the subject. Fortunately, with Samui as their spokesperson, or else they might truly perish from thirst, only to be mocked for centuries. Upon hearing this request, Obito's face flushed. No wonder they had been staring at him so intently. It was for water. This was truly, I'm so sorry. I'll get you some water right away. Flushing with embarrassment, Obito dashed out the door, only to collide headlong into Mitsai. Thud. Obito fell to the ground, exclaiming, my head. Watching Obito writhe on the floor, Mitsai chuckled. Oh, isn't this Obito? I thought you might have run off elsewhere. Why are you loitering at home? Such teasing only made Obito's cheeks burn even more. Brother, where have you been? Why are you so late returning? Children should not concern themselves with adult matters. Should I tell you that I took Kushina to the forest to train? Mitsai turned to the three in the room, smiling as he nodded. Just then, Kushina entered, carrying a wooden tray with tea. Placing it in front of the three. After waiting so long, you must be quite thirsty. Please, have a sip. I have arranged for the family chef to prepare a meal, so we can discuss matters while we eat. Mitsai exuded a gentle demeanor, creating a stark contrast to the terrifying figure he presented on the battlefield. It seemed that in true interaction, Mitsai was indeed a man of warmth and grace. Samui cast an envious glance at Kushina, subsequently lowering her head, lost in thought. By the way, Obito, we encountered Kakashi on our way back. He asked me to inform you that Minato's training continues tomorrow. And you shouldn't be late, but Teacher Minato has become Hokage, hasn't he? How can he still have time to teach us? Can't we just graduate? What are you thinking? As long as you fail to pass Minato's test, you cannot become a true ninja. Mitsai flicked Obito's forehead, stating, even if you activate your 3-Tomo Sharingan, it remains the same. Oh, brother, can't you be a bit gentler? Obito covered his forehead, looking at Mitsai. He then pouted, asserting, I will definitely strive to pass Teacher Minato's trial and become a true ninja. Seeing Obito's confident demeanor, Mitsai nodded in satisfaction. He and Kushina soon entered Obito's room. Before long, the meal was served, exuding an enticing aroma that irresistibly drew the attention of the three ninjas before them. Their noses twitched, and their bodies unconsciously leaned forward. Observing this, Mitsai chuckled, you must be quite hungry after waiting so long. Please dig in. Once you've eaten enough, we can talk. Then we shall not be polite. The first to succumb was Toshiro, who dove in eagerly. Seeing him, Chojuro couldn't resist swallowing hard and joined the feast. Samui looked at Mitsai, feeling that he was entirely different from the fierce warrior on the battlefield. This made her interaction with him increasingly comfortable. She clasped her hands together and softly murmured, I am starting. The scene of the three indulging in their meal brought a smile to Mitsai's lips as he picked up a piece of sauce-coated char siu and placed it in Kushina's bowl. You must be hungry too. Have a bite. Uncertain of the reasons, Obito gazed at Hakomai, feeling as though he had been unceremoniously bombarded with a deluge of romantic gestures. I am full now. I shall retire to my training. He carelessly shoveled a few bites of food before turning on his heel and dashing outside. It was evident that the events of the day had, to some extent, provoked a significant realization in Obito. Making him increasingly aware of the paramount importance of strength, he consumed his meal in haste, and after a brief respite, the east wind from Awagakure was the first to break the silence. Lord Hikami, this time Lord Noki has sent me here not only to attend the succession ceremony of the Fourth Hokage, but, more crucially, to discuss the matter of compensation. The resources are simply too abundant, and to present them all at once would be a tremendous blow to our village. Thus, I humbly beseech you to grant us a year to fulfill this obligation. That Hakomai's initially relaxed demeanor gradually waned, causing those present to break out in a cold sweat. They anxiously observed Hakomai, fearful that such matters might incite his ire, for that would surely bring about dire consequences. I could see that moment. Kushina's delicate hand gently rested upon Hakomai's, instantly bringing a smile to his face. The year for completion. Certainly, but it shall require the payment of interest. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to pay your village another visit. The east wind shuddered, quickly replying, Of course, we shall ensure that the amount is more than sufficient. The interest will certainly not be lacking, he vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Humph, the audacity of Awagakure is rather underwhelming. Samui interjected with a hint of sarcasm before turning to Hakomai and stating, Lord Hakomai, according to protocol, our compensation from Kumogakure is to be given to Tsunade. However, in addition, we have prepared a special gift for you. Chapter 79. The Village of Blood Mist. A gift? Hakomai regarded Samui with keen interest, taken aback by Kumogakure's generosity in offering him an additional gift. Under Hakomai's curious gaze, Samui placed a scroll that she had carried on her back onto the table and respectfully presented it to him. Lord Hakomai, this scroll contains the training methods for the strongest lightning release armor, along with insights from the Third Hokage. He also asked me to convey a message. It is said that one does not truly know another until they have fought. And from now on, Kumogakure shall forever be your home. Whenever you wish to visit, Kumogakure will always welcome your presence. The moment those words left her lips, the east wind and CHJR's pupils constricted in disbelief as they stared at Samui. They found it difficult to comprehend the Third Hokage's mindset. After all, Hakomai had directly toppled their existence. Instead of fortifying their defenses, they had opened their doors wide, even providing the training methods for the strongest lightning release armor to Hakomai. Were they truly unafraid of Hakomai becoming even stronger and obliterating Kumogakure? It was not only Awagakure and Kirigakure that were astonished. Even Hakomai himself was taken aback by the Third Hokage's magnanimity. Is it not fitting to say he is indeed remarkable? To foster friendship through martial exchange, one does not know another until they have fought. Ha 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 ha. I did not expect the Third Hokage to possess such a humorous disposition. When the time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit. Please convey to him that I appreciate his sentiments. Upon hearing Hakomai's words, Kushina thoughtfully accepted the scroll and carefully set it aside. That moment. Samui bit her finger and swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a spirit animal with a white cat appeared before them, clutching a scroll in its mouth. Samui continued, This is my summoning beast. A ninja cat, which can be used to relay messages. If you do not mind, Lord Hakomai, you may also sign a contract with it. Should you find yourself in need, you can contact me through this means, and I will do my utmost to assist you in any way I can. In other words, it was akin to having a remote secretary. Hakomai raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by the meticulousness of Kumogakure, a village that outwardly seemed to be composed of rough individuals. However, he felt a tinge of regret, for the one he truly wished to summon a contract with was the great white rabbit resting upon Moon. No need for that. If I truly require your assistance, I have my own means of notifying you. His eagle-eye technique afforded him remarkable freedom. Although it lacked monitoring capabilities over great distances, it would serve well as a simple messenger. Very well, Lord Hakomai, please feel free to command me at your leisure. Hakomai's lips twitched slightly. Samui exuded a rather icy aura, yet her words, so easily misconstrued, left him pondering her true intentions that he chose not to engage further with her, and instead turned his attention to Sage Jr. who appeared quite ashamed as he lowered his head. Lord Hikamai, we of Kirigakure are also eager to settle our compensation with you. However, recent events in our village have caused considerable upheaval, and we have yet to resolve them. Once we do, we will gradually deliver what we promised to the Uchiha clan. Hikamai furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with Kushina. What has transpired? He inquired with curiosity. CHJ instinctively glanced at the east wind and Samui, and they immediately understood his implication. Both rose simultaneously and exited the room, leaving only Hikamai, Kushina, and CHJ. Now that we are alone, you may explain what exactly has occurred. And CHJ nodded and promptly recounted. Lord Hikamai, ever since Lady Yagura returned to Kirigakure, her demeanor has undergone a drastic transformation. She has begun a relentless purge of those possessing bloodline limits, plunging Kirigakure into chaos. It has even earned the moniker of the Village of Blood Mist. The Village of Blood Mist, you say? Hikamai narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications of this narrative. If memory served, Yagura's drastic change in temperament was primarily due to manipulation by Uchiha Obito. Yet, presently, Obito was merely a child. How could he possibly be the instigator? In other words, had Uchiha Madara found another successor before his demise? Hikamai was genuinely intrigued as to who had taken up Madara's mantle. Is this not merely a matter of labor? He mused, glancing at CHJ. I shall accompany you back this time. CHJ was taken aback, staring blankly at Hikamai, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Is that not acceptable? And no. CHJ quickly waved his hands. It's just that Kirigakure is quite tumultuous at the moment, and I fear it may pose a danger to you. Are you worried that someone might offend me, and in a fit of rage I would annihilate Kirigakure? Nay, ha. You need not worry about that. I shall not act so rashly. My intent this time is merely to assist you in uncovering the shadowy figures behind this turmoil. At that moment, Kushina leaned against Hikamai, saying, Hikamai, do you need me to accompany you? No. You've been training too diligently of late. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to rest and allow your body to recuperate. Kushina obediently nodded, displaying none of her usual fiery demeanor. Then I shall heed your advice and take this time to rest, while also honing my culinary skills, so that when you return, I may present you with even more delectable dishes. Excellent. I shall also prepare some dishes, and we can enjoy them together. Kushina rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly fainting at the prospect. Hikamai, you are hereby banned from the kitchen. I fear you may blow it up. Observing the playful banter between Hikomo and Uzumaki Kushina, CHJ felt he had come to know a new facet of Hikomo. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed Hikomo before him. I entrust you with the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Hikomo. Hikomo graciously invited CHJ, the East Dead, and Samui to reside in the guest quarters of the Uchiha clan. Before long, dawn arrived the following day. Chapter 80. The Luxurious Kado. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped Konoha. Samui and East Dead set off towards the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village, respectively. The promised compensation would arrive in the coming days. Hikomo requested Kushina to remain within the Uchiha clan to assist in collecting the compensation, while also inviting Tsunade to stay, ensuring that Kushina would not feel too lonely. Uzumaki Kushina stood before Hikomo, adjusting his attire. Today, Hikomo donned a white robe, the most suitable garb for battle, allowing for uninhibited movement. Be particularly cautious this time. Do not use your eyes, understand? Generally speaking, those fellows will undoubtedly be no match for me. I shouldn't need to activate the Sharingan, he replied. Hikomo tenderly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Kushina's ear. Make sure to rest well at home. With that, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Vibrant and alluring, be careful on your journey. Kushina cautioned, her voice delicate to the point of being nearly inaudible to Hikomo. All right, let us prepare to depart. CHJ. Hikomo greeted CHJ beside him, and together they strode towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. Along the way, Hikomo and CHJ engaged in extensive conversation, gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances in the Hidden Mist Village. Nestled within the Land of Water, it lies to the east of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by the sea, It is perpetually shrouded in fog. Due to this environment, during the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, the hidden mist village remained on the periphery, neither participating nor being coerced into participation. Instead, focusing fervently on the development of its strength. It was only when Yagura deemed the hidden mist village ready to showcase its power in the shinobi world that Hakumo decisively sent him back home. The Third Shinobi World War was effectively over before it even began. If memory serves, we must take a boat from the land of waves to reach the land of water, correct? Indeed, departing from the port of the land of waves is the fastest route to the land of water. Jur glanced curiously at Hakumo and inquired, "Is something troubling you, Lord Hakumo?" "Not at all. I merely recalled a few things." If Hakumo's memory was accurate, there existed a wealthy magnate in the land of waves named Kato, who regularly exploited the locals and engaged in nefarious deeds. His Kato group maintained a firm grip on the port, effectively forming a monopoly, except for ninjas like Jur, backed by the hidden mist village. The populace of the land of waves suffered greatly. Why not resolve the issue preemptively and utilize his wealth to fund his aspirations? After all, he truly wished to establish a towering edifice. The prerequisite to achieving this goal was to invest substantially in Orochimaru, thus hastening his technological advancement. With resolve, Hakumo turned to Jur and declared, "You may proceed at your own pace. I shall make a brief visit to the land of waves." Before Jur could react, Hakumo swiftly clapped his hands together. The 8 gates formation. The death gate opens. With a whoosh, Hakumo's figure shot forth like a cannonball towards the land of waves, vanishing from Jur's sight in an instant, leaving him in awe. Having witnessed Hakumo activate the 8 gates before, Jur found it consistently astonishing if Hakumo mastered the strongest lightning release armor. Alongside the 100 healings technique and the 8 gates formation, could he defeat all 5 great hidden villages in the blink of an eye? Jur wiped the cold sweat from his brow, instinctively accelerating his pace towards the land of waves. That moment, Hakumo soared through the land as if flying, obliterating any trees that obstructed his path with his incredible speed. The shattered debris could not even approach him. However, during this time, his ocular power was somewhat drained, causing his vision to blur. Otherwise, he could have simply used the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse directly, sparing himself the exertion of running. Perhaps he could indeed attempt to break through and reformulate his training regimen for ocular precision. As he contemplated this, the border of the land of waves gradually came into view. Have I finally arrived? With this thought, Hakumo quickened his pace, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he reached the most bustling street of the land of waves. Although it was deemed the most prosperous, it paled in comparison to even the most dilapidated streets of Konoha. After all, the disparity in national strength between the land of waves and the land of fire was insurmountable. "Excuse me, might you know where Kato resides?" The once cheerful townsfolk's expressions shifted dramatically at the mention of Kato. They waved their hands dismissively, quickening their pace. "I have no idea, not a clue." With that, they hurriedly departed, leaving Hakumo bemused. What heinous acts had Kato committed to instill such fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens? Since the populace was unwilling to divulge his whereabouts, Hakumo resolved to seek him out independently. From his robe, he produced a scroll, unfurling it and biting his finger to perform a series of hand seals, eagle's eye technique. With a puff of smoke, a multitude of eagles soared from the scroll, swiftly circling above the land of waves. Within moments, Hakumo spotted an individual resembling Kato, flanked by 100 subordinates, entering a lavish tavern at the other end of the street. The tavern's opulence starkly contrasted with the surrounding streets. Even in Konoha, such grandeur was rare. "This must be the place," Hakumo murmured to himself, striding forward. However, just as he approached, a guard intercepted him. "That we are not open to the public today. Please turn back. Rest assured, by the end of today, I shall no longer be a stranger," Hakumo replied, raising his hand and swiftly striking the guard's neck, rendering him unconscious. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Hakumo boldly entered the lavish tavern. Chapter 81. The Defector from Konoha, Midori Aoi. The tavern was immense, surpassing even the front desk of the Hokage building in size. It epitomized extravagance, lacking the simplicity characteristic of the land of waves. Entering the establishment, Hakumo beheld throngs of dancers adorned in flowing silks, their serpentine waists swaying gracefully, their heavily made-up faces exuding an air of opulence. T.O. described this lifestyle as one of indulgence would be an understatement. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" As Hakumo marveled at the scene, a small figure clad in black approached him briskly, adding, "I haven't seen you in the organization." The cacophony here abruptly captured the attention of others. Those who had just arrived gathered in small clusters, encircling Bai Mo in a dense throng. With a simple glance, Bai Mo smiled politely and inquired, "I am here to seek Mr. Cardo. May I ask which one he is? I can offer him the opportunity to surrender all his assets to me, and in return, I shall grant him a chance at survival." Bai Mo's words left the assembled crowd momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with barely suppressed amusement. "Huh. Did you hear what this little imp just said? He actually wants Big Cardo to hand over all his wealth to him? Is he dreaming? Has no one informed him of Cardo's terrifying reputation? He hardly looks like someone from the land of waves. He might be one of those outsiders attempting to challenge Big Cardo. We've encountered far too many of such ignorant fools." The crowd chimed in with mockery directed at Bai Mo, yet he seemed impervious to their derision, reiterating to the group, "I shall ask you once more. I hope you will respond earnestly. Where is Mr. Cardo? Do you think you deserve to meet Mr. Cardo?" The black-clad individual who had initially halted Bai Mo lunged at him, intent on delivering a harsh lesson. However, just as his fist was raised, Bai Mo swiftly drew a fan from his back and struck the black-clad man. With a loud thud, the man was sent hurtling aside, colliding with dozens of others who were unfortunate enough to be caught in the aftermath, all crashing against the wall. This spectacle left many in the crowd momentarily speechless. "This guy is tough. Everyone, charge at him!" Someone from the throng shouted, and in that instant, the tightly packed black-clad figures surged toward Bai Mo. Ultimately, they were merely insignificant adversaries. Bai Mo retrieved another fan from his back, wielding both with precision. The moment he lifted his arms, a tempestuous gale roared through the hall, rendering the black-clad assailants unworthy even to approach him. They were torn apart by winds that rivaled the ferocity of storm. Bai Mo showed no mercy to these bullies who preyed upon the weak. In an instant, hundreds of underlings lay vanquished, leaving a pool of blood that spread like a gentle stream, soaking into the luxurious woolen carpet beneath. The atmosphere was finally quieted significantly. Bai Mo crossed the two fans behind him and strode directly toward the top floor, having sensed the presence of individuals above. The ability to detect such auras is paramount for a ninja. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Cardo had just settled in his chair when a subordinate burst in, a picture of panic, his face streaked with tears and snot. Cardo looked away in disdain, utterly appalled. "What on earth are you doing? Do you not realize I am about to dine?" The table before Cardo was laden with delectable delicacies, an array of culinary treasures that even the nation's feudal lords might seldom enjoy. "It's bad, boss. We are under attack, already." Cardo slammed his palm onto the table, the force of the impact causing him to gasp sharply. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" He quickly rubbed his palm, then turned to the trembling subordinate and said, "If we are under attack, have the others fight back? Otherwise, what good are they to me?" Cardo growled menacingly. Just then, a dark shuriken pierced through the wall, striking Cardo's palm with ease and puncturing it. Blood erupted from the wound, and Cardo let out a yelp of pain. It was at this moment that the previously interrupted subordinate quaked as he continued, "That guy's already killed everyone." In that instant, Cardo fell silent. It seemed even the pain from his injured hand could not alter his state of mind. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, an unprecedented chill enveloping him, filling him with an overwhelming dread. Cardo's head turned slowly, almost mechanically, toward the entrance, whereby Mo's figure came into view. Who are you? Who sent you?" "I, Cardo, can offer you double. No, triple the money." Cardo feigned composure, leaning back in his chair, but his pallid cheeks betrayed his true condition. "I am not sent by anyone. I merely desire your assets. After all, the sooner someone like Cardo is eliminated, the greater the happiness for the locals." Bai Mo elegantly took a seat opposite Cardo, casting a cursory glance at the lavish spread before him. He called for a pair of chopsticks from the stunned attendant at the side and began to indulge in the feast. This seemingly nonchalant demeanor enraged Cardo. That you force my hand. LVQ Chinkue, eliminate him. In a flash, a shadow materialized before Bai Mo. He bore shoulder-length green hair and a sullen visage, the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village emblazoned with a distinct mark. LVQ Chinkue, teacher of Mori no Ibiki's younger brother, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Just as Bai Mo scrutinized the rogue ninja before him with curiosity, LVQ Chinkue knelt without hesitation at Bai Mo's feet, offering 3 deep bows. Lord Bai Mo, I have long heard of your unparalleled prowess. Please spare me. Let us consider this encounter as if I had never existed. Bai Mo was taken aback by LVQ Chinkue's recognition. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. As a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf, one would frequently gather intelligence to avoid capture. Thus, his knowledge far surpassed that of Cardo. That it seems, Cardo, that your trump card is of little use now. However, to Bai Mo's astonishment, just as the words left his lips, Cardo suddenly knelt as well. That I shouted too loudly just now. He bowed again and again, pleading, please spare me. I can offer you everything, money, women, status. I can provide it all. Just grant me a chance at survival. Bai Mo remained composed, savoring the exquisite dishes before him while allowing Cardo and LVQ Chinkue to kneel in trepidation. Now, tell me, what assets do you currently possess? Cardo, gripped by fear that Bai Mo might dismiss his wealth, felt a wave of relief wash over him at the question. Even the pain in his palm seemed to lessen. Following LVQ Chinkue's earlier address, he referred to Bai Mo respectfully. Lord Bai Mo, I started with maritime trade. In addition, I manage various contraband, and the Kabukicho district is under my control. The TO say I am not lacking in money would be an understatement. Should you allow me to leave, I can hand over all of this. Bai Mo ignored Cardo and turned to LVQ Chinkue, saying, you have been by his side for quite some time, I presume. You must have some insight into Cardo's assets. Please reveal if there is anything he has neglected to mention, that if he forgets even one item, let him feel the sting of betrayal. Before LVQ Chinkue could respond, Cardo hastily interjected, Right? I remember now. Besides all this, I also manage real estate projects, fishing operations, and maritime freight. Bai Mo had long suspected that Kato would not be forthright. However, he had not anticipated the extent of the man's hidden enterprises. One could speculate that Kato harbored ambitions of a resurgence. Alas, he is utterly blind to the dawn of tomorrow. With a subtle movement of his finger, Bai Mo deftly sent a shuriken slicing through Kato's neck. A vivid stream of crimson blood cascaded from the wound, and Kato fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chinkue, kindly tidy up the premises. Do not disturb my appetite, Bai Mo remarked as he continued his meal. Lu Chinkue, filled with trepidation, busied himself with cleaning the rooftop environment. He was merely a chunin, and in Bai Mo's presence, he appeared decidedly mediocre. The speed of Bai Mo's earlier action left him no chance to react. He could only obediently heed Bai Mo's commands. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Chinkue had restored the area to order and knelt before Bai Mo, awaiting further instructions. During this period, you shall remain in the land of water, diligently organizing the assets. Once you have consolidated these holdings, you will be entirely free. Bai Mo paused, ceasing his actions, and turned his gaze towards Lu Chinkue. The Sharingan flickered in his eyes that, do not even think of fleeing. I shall be watching you. Lu Chinkue shuddered at once, nodding hastily before hastening outside to comply with Bai Mo's orders, arranging Kato's inheritance. Above, a hawk cawed sharply, its gaze fixated on Lu Chinkue. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the tavern, Bai Mo's shadow clone promptly followed suit, leaving no trace of vulnerability. As for whether Bai Mo could control the shadow clone upon reaching the land of water, he mused that while the hawk posed a bit of a challenge, the shadow clone would be a trivial matter. After all, Naruto had once absorbed natural energy on Mount Mayaboku using shadow clones. The realms of a sage and a ninja world are separated by vast distances, arguably two entirely different worlds. Thus, manipulating shadow clones was a mere trifle for Bai Mo after a while. Nagajuro finally entered. Panting from exertion, he observed Bai Mo calmly dining and offered a thumbs up, expressing admiration. Lord Bai Mo, upon my arrival in the land of water, I noticed many gathering here. After some inquiries, I learned that they were quite exhilarated by the news of Kato Group's downfall. Perhaps you should finish your meal and address them? Bai Mo set down his chopsticks and gently wiped his mouth with a nearby silk cloth. He then turned to Nagajiro and smiled. To the land of water, I am but a transient. I shall allow others to take the reins of this reputation. During this time, he had been in correspondence with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from the Hidden Rain village. Otherwise, he would not have recommended Orochimaru for a job there. This time, Bai Mo intended to summon Konan, heralding her name as the angel from this nation. After all, the Akatsuki is no longer the extremist organization it once was in the original narrative. With their own guiding principles, the Akatsuki now ardently embraces peace, seeking to utilize their powers to improve the world, rather than transform it into a haven for ruthless individuals, as depicted before. As Bai Mo meticulously arranged everything, Nagajiro gained a clearer understanding of him, learning much from his presence. Enough standing there like a statue. Take a seat, relax, and have a bite. We shall set sail for the land of water shortly. Aware of Bai Mo's nature, Nagajiro did not hesitate, promptly sitting down and indulging in a hearty meal. When they finished dining, the sun hung suspended above the horizon, casting a golden glow across the sea. Shimmering reflections dancing upon Bai Mo and Nagajiro's faces. Standing at the harbor, they gazed at Kato's vessels. Marveling, Kato truly lived in extravagance. This can only be described as a treasure ship. Nagajiro, enough with the admiration. Let us depart swiftly. I hope to reach the hidden mist village before midnight. Yes, Lord Bai Mo, Nagajiro exclaimed, promptly boarding the ship and steering towards the land of water, as they gradually departed the harbor of the land of waves. A faint mist began to envelop them. The fog over the sea was dense. Were it not for Nagajiro's navigational expertise, Bai Mo alone would surely have lost his way in the vast ocean. As he was no sailor and knew little of navigation, as the sun dipped lower, the rays illuminating the mist grew increasingly sparse. A gentle white moon bathed the fog in a soft glow. After nearly 3 hours of sailing, they arrived at the port of the land of water, quickly identifying the direction to the hidden mist village. By the time they reached their destination, it was nearly midnight. Before them lay an inky fog, seemingly laced with threads of blood mist. Chapter 83 by Kisame and Zabuza. The moment Bai Mo set foot on the outskirts of the hidden mist village, he detected a faint but unmistakable scent of blood wafting toward him. The stench was so potent. Had a massacre just occurred here? Nagajiro's face mirrored his anxiety and apprehension as he dashed forward, utilizing the moonlight and street lamps to illuminate his path before him. The soil of the street had transformed into a dark reddish-brown. Blood refused to congeal, and the mist above showed no signs of dissipating. Bai Mo followed closely behind, occasionally spotting severed limbs hanging from trees. The surrounding silence was eerie, yet Bai Mo still seemed to hear the distant screams and grotesque sounds of agony. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood. Nagajiro trembled and knelt upon the ground, disregarding the blood staining his garments. Why? Why has this happened? This street was perfectly fine before I left. His anguished cries echoed through the street, yet not a single soul responded to his lament. Bai Mo stood beside Nagajiro, his eyes narrowing slightly. His sensitivity to chakra was keen. He sensed subtle fluctuations emanating from a nearby room. However, the area outside the room was piled high with corpses. This was undoubtedly the most horrifying spot on the street. There were likely still living souls within. Bai Mo strode directly toward that room as he swiftly unsheathed his Uchiha fan. A powerful gust of wind effortlessly scattered the mountain of bodies blocking the entrance, granting him passage. The creaking of the floor beneath him, soaked in blood, produced a cacophony of unsettling sounds. Bai Mo advanced deeper into the room, attuning himself to the lingering energies that in the far corner. He discovered a blood-soaked youth curled up in a ball. The boy had long black hair and a delicate visage, exuding an air of fragility. Yet as a traveler from another world, Bai Mo recognized the identity of the individual before him. Bai, the wielder of the ice-release bloodline limit, possessing formidable strength, it was no wonder he had managed to slay those ninja and survive until the end. Bai Mo crouched down, addressing the boy. Are you named Bai? Upon hearing his name, The once dull eyes of the boy sparked with a flicker of life. He lifted his gaze to meet Bai Mo's, his cracked lips trembling as a raspy voice emerged. Do you know me? Indeed, I know you. Can you tell me what transpired here? Bai's eyes gradually regained their luster. He leaned forward, his gaze drifting behind Bai Mo, seemingly recalling the events that had unfolded. It was a scene of blood-soaked chaos. The battle between the Mizukage and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village had just taken place here. They had slain my parents, mistakenly believing I was a girl and intending to commit unspeakable acts against me. In a fit of excitement, I awakened the power of ice and eliminated them all. Bai Mo fell silent. He gazed at Bai before him and let out a deep sigh. The people residing in the village of Blood Mist truly lived in dire straits. Bai Mo extended his hand and patted Bai's shoulder, adding, "You did the right thing. For those who unleash madness and savagery under the guise of higher orders, death is merely the simplest choice. If it were me, I would ensure their suffering was unbearable." Bai Mo stood up, extending his palm before Bai. Observing Bai Mo's gesture, Bai was perplexed as to its meaning. "Are you planning to remain here for a lifetime?" "I do not know." "Then let us boldly move forward. As for the scenery along the way, we shall appreciate it slowly when we desire. Life is long, but I have no family left. I am your family." "Am I not?" The light of hope in Bai's eyes grew ever brighter. He looked at Bai Mo, watching as he disregarded the blood on the ground that stained his seemingly precious robe, and approached him. His body, recently encased in ice, seemed to gradually warm. "I understand now." Bai whispered. He grasped Bai Mo's hand, using his strength to rise from the ground. The blood flow, which had been obstructed, surged rapidly at that moment, bringing a hint of color back to Bai's face. "Lord Bai Mo, something is amiss. While I was exploring the village, I discovered two large groups of people heading down this street." Bai's pupils dilated sharply as he spoke to Bai Mo beside him. "It is the Mizukage and the Elders' men." The elders of the Mist-Hidden Village were referred to as marshals, possessing strength and prestige that rivaled that of the current Mizukage, Yagura. Due to Yagura's increasingly erratic behavior, the elders had begun to lead their supporters in opposition to him. Listening to Bai's explanation, Bai Mo sensed something peculiar, but dismissed it. His strength was sufficient to reign supreme here. Let them come. They were merely delivering their own demise. Moreover, this conflict might provide valuable insight into their struggles. "Bai, Jur, let's take a look?" "Yes." Bai did not hesitate. Closely following Bai Mo, he no longer had any family, nor did he harbor any lingering attachments to the village of Mist. If possible, he wished to leave this heart-wrenching place behind. After a moment's hesitation, Jur ultimately decided to stay by Bai Mo's side. They stood in the middle of the street, and in a brief moment, the ninja forces under Mizuki Jigura and those under the Elders Marshal converged upon Bai Mo. They curiously scrutinized him. The two leaders spoke in unison. "Are you the one who slaughtered our entire unit?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mo instantly understood their implication that it seemed Bai had killed members of both squads, preventing their return to report. This had drawn them to send reinforcements. What amused Bai Mo was that the leaders of these two ninja teams were old acquaintances of his. The leader of Yagura's ninja team was none other than Kisame Hashigaki. Wielding the large sword Samahata on his back, his towering figure exuding an imposing pressure. The leader of the Elders Ninja team was none other than Zabuza Momochi, the second wielder of the decapitating sword. To encounter both of them in this place was utterly unexpected. The two men grew increasingly furious at Bai Mo's silenced. "I am asking you a question. Who are you?" "You killed our men. Didn't you?" Zabuza shouted from a distance. Kisame scrutinized Bai Mo, and then Zabuza, promptly drawing his enormous sword Samahata and charging forward with his team, "That I do not care what you have done. All that matters is that I will kill you all." Chapter 84. Assassination of Bai Mo. Kisame drew his great sword Samahata and charged directly at Bai Mo's Zabuza, in agreement with Kisame's sentiments. Gripped his decapitating sword and rushed toward Bai Mo and Kisame. "You are right. As long as we kill you all, our mission will be completed." Sensing the murderous intent from both sides, Bai trembled. Yet he stood resolutely in front of Bai Mo. Even Jur would not have been able to do so. In response, Bai Mo chuckled softly. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen." The pattern of a Sharingan emerged in Bai Mo's eyes. "Susanoo, This was one of Bai Mo's few abilities, both offensive and defensive. The colossal skeletal figure of chakra encased the three of them. What is this? As a youth unaccustomed to the world beyond, Bai had no comprehension of the ninja realm, let alone the Uchiha clan to which Bai Mo belonged. He could only watch in shock at the towering entity before him, rendered speechless. Not only Bai, but even Zabuza and Kisame were taken aback. As members of the Second Ninja Swordsmen, they had never participated in the Allied Forces wars and thus had not witnessed Bai Mo's rampage. However, as powerful individuals residing within the ninja realm and standing at a certain height in the Village of Mist, they had some understanding of the outside world. Susanoo, Mangeki Sharingan, could it be that you are the Bai Mo who defeated the Mizukage? Before Zabuza and Kisame could close the distance, Bai Mo manipulated Susanoo, wielding two Uchiha fan-shaped weapons crafted from chakra, and slammed them into the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked violently. The ground began to tremble, and the surrounding buildings collapsed. Dust mingled with crimson mist filled the air, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Gulping, Kisame instinctively swallowed hard. His internal alarm bells rang loudly, and he immediately abandoned his offensive and retreated to the side. The slower-moving ninjas were crushed beneath the weight of the collapsing ground, leaving them bloodied and mangled. Bai Mo, should he choose, could easily be a true god of death. Flee! We must escape. Kisame rarely entertained such thoughts. Yet the sight before him compelled him to act. He had no desire to become shark-paced. Not only Kisame, but even Zabuza's expression grew grave. The disparity in strength between him and Bai Mo was simply too great. Fighting him would be tantamount to seeking death. It would be wiser to report this matter to the elders marshal. With this in mind, Zabuza formed a hand seal. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, a denser fog enveloped everyone. Seizing this opportunity, Zabuza slipped away from their sight. Lord Bai Mo, shall we not pursue them? No, the most pressing matter now is to thoroughly understand the situation in the Village of Mist. Bai Mo dismissed him. He felt his vision becoming increasingly impaired, but having grown accustomed to this blurry existence, he did not find it particularly distressing. That I understand. Lord Bai Mo, please follow me. I will take you to meet Lord Terumi Mei. Elder, it seems you have lost quite a few of your men. A man wearing a spiral mask and cloaked in a black robe spoke in a hoarse voice to a frail-looking old man. Such mocking words made the old man's face grow even more uncomfortable, his wrinkles accumulating as if he were playing a game of Jenga, trying to squash the occasional mosquito that landed on him. Why do you say that? You must understand that Zabuza's strength is not to be underestimated. Undoubtedly formidable, yet in my perception, he is the only one who has returned, as if to validate the words of the man in black. Zabuza stormed back in a rather disheveled state. Elder, that Bai Mo fellow has arrived. Moreover, he has killed the rest of the squad. The elder's expression was grave. His hands, marred by age spots, gripped his cane tightly. With a resounding thud, he forcefully jabbed it into the ground, creating a small crater. It is all the fault of Bai Mo. It is due to him that our revered water shadow has become increasingly tyrannical. Perhaps we have fallen victim to Bai Mo's illusions. If we can vanquish Bai Mo, our hidden mist village can return to its former state of normalcy. The figure in the black cloak chimed in, affirming, indeed, that is precisely the case. Only by defeating Bai Mo can we restore our village to its rightful order, rather than remaining as the current blood mist village. T-Dai Zabuza furrowed his brow. His gaze shifting intermittently between the cloaked figure and the elder. He had initially joined the elder's faction to put an end to the tyranny of Yagura. In the beginning, everything seemed quite normal. Even Kagaya Mei was a member of the elder's camp. However, ever since the emergence of this cloaked figure, the elder's demeanor had shifted, becoming increasingly brutal and distrustful of others. Even